Science explains everything. The Shaolin Great Pill, which simultaneously enhances strength and treats ailments, is merely a synthesis and catalysis of various beneficial elements such as ginseng, white poria, and yam, easily produced in large quantities. The astonishing and bizarre magic is simply the perfect utilization of specific mental energy waves to manipulate the free energy particles in space. Solidifying magic is merely a trivial feat. The refined internal strength of martial arts is merely the efficient transformation and storage of grains, constantly refined and compressed within the human circulatory system, allowing for ascension to divine states. The legendary immortal deities are but the energy atomization of their physical forms. It turns out that the pioneers in the Academy of the Gods had long ago achieved classic cases in this regard through fourth-generation divine body engineering. In countless realms, Wang Xianzhe is perceived as an omnipotent deity, the proprietor of the eighth pawnshop that fulfills all wishes, embodying the essence of a sage. As for protagonists, side characters, and antagonists, they must defer to him. Pulling out a grenade from my pants. You're impressive, let's keep it scientific, shall we? Harry Potter's sheep transformation spell. Still utterly unscientific. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the multiverse scientific analysis system. Our motto is, science explains everything. What on earth? Startled by the sudden voice in his mind while he was critiquing various television dramas on an online platform, Wang Xianzhe was momentarily bewildered. Did he really just obtain a so-called scientific analysis system? But this system in his mind seemed to be the epitome of unscientific. I have become stronger, yet also bald. Oh no, wait, I've obtained a system and crossed over. Without granting Wang Xianzhe a moment to comprehend the system's functions, his figure gradually faded from the air, and the system whisked him away from Earth to an unknown time and place in a desolate wilderness. Staring at the suddenly transformed surroundings, Wang Xianzhe stood foolishly in the gentle breeze, momentarily lost in thought. What an arid, desolate place this is. What on earth is this barren land? Cluck! A brilliantly red hen leisurely strolled past Wang Xianzhe, causing the previously dazed expression on his face to sharpen as a chilling sense of pressure and danger enveloped him. Though he had no idea what the rumored murderous aura felt like, Wang Xianzhe was convinced this hen exuded an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Perhaps it had indeed taken lives. A mere hen, and yet it has frightened me away. Wang Xianzhe wanted to laugh, but found it impossible to do so. Caution is no folly after all. He was no longer on Earth, where anything incredible could happen. He certainly did not wish to be the first traveler to meet his end at the claws of a hen. With that thought, Wang Xianzhe cautiously glanced at the hen just 2 steps away, then gently began to retreat, increasing the distance between them. Cluck! The hen, evidently aware of Wang Xianzhe's cautious movements, cocked its neck and emitted a peculiar sound that differed from its previous clucks. From the tone, Wang Xianzhe sensed a hint of derision. Upon scrutinizing the hen's gaze, he realized he was not mistaken. He distinctly felt the scorn in its eyes. It regarded him with disdain, as if it were indeed a sentient being. Being disregarded by a hen did not incite anger in Wang Xianzhe, rather. He secretly wished for its contempt. After all, with its sharp appearance, towering crimson comb, and a physique exaggeratedly larger than that of an ordinary hen, coupled with its impressively taut muscles, this creature was undoubtedly a formidable fighter, truly a combat hen. He couldn't help but recall the chaos wrought by a mere ordinary hen in a fit of madness. The thought of this combat hen charging at him sent a shiver down his spine. Right, where's the system? Hurry and analyze this for me. The scientific analysis system should possess some data analysis capabilities, Wang Xianzhe thought, hastily contacting the system. And indeed, the data on the red hen materialized before his eyes. Ordinary hen, eroded by the magical atmosphere of the Mayful continent, has undergone selective evolution over time, adapting to and developing a trace of low-level magical energy. Upon death, this magical energy dissipates into the environment, with some absorbed by nearby creatures. Ding! This magical hen contains 138.725 points of low-level magical energy, with a maximum attack power of 246.453 kilograms, and its muscles can withstand physical damage up to 67.834 kilograms. Its walking speed is 1.263 meters per second. Note: magical energy is a form of dark matter biological energy from a higher dimension, capable of significantly stimulating the essential evolution of three-dimensional life forms, and under certain conditions, granting sentience to inanimate objects. However, low-intelligence creatures absorbing excessive amounts may suffer soul erosion and become corrupted. Ding! Based on the host's memories, you may understand magical energy as the experience points from Legend of Blood and Fire. The system's background information instantly clarified Wang Xianzhe's whereabouts. He was in the world of legend of blood and fire. Perhaps as a 90s kid, he hadn't felt much about it, having only dabbled in a few single-player or updated online games out of boredom, but this world undoubtedly represented the infinite nostalgia of many 70s and 80s adults, a classic never to be forgotten. Surely, this was the desolate area bordering the novice village in the game. If this reality mirrored the game's settings, then a magical hen would correspond to an attack power ranging from 0 to 3 points and a physical defense attribute of 0 to 1 point. The system had even transformed the game values into meticulously scientific data with 3 decimal points. But wow, what an impressive hen! Unbeknownst to him, Wang Xianzhe was taken aback by the hen's exaggerated stats. Compared to his measly strength limit of 53.451 kilograms, he finally grasped how pitiful his own power was, letting out a long sigh. In this otherworldly realm, I am decisively outmatched by a hen. The magical hen's strength exceeded his by more than threefold, while his attack power couldn't even breach its defense threshold. What kind of injustice was this? Wang Xianzhe could only look to the heavens in silent despair. To be unable to defeat a hen after crossing over was undoubtedly a disheartening realization. I can't provoke it, I can't provoke it. At least others start with a crude wooden stick, while I am utterly unarmed. Gazing at the proud hen preening its feathers beside him, Wang Xianzhe continued to retreat, muttering a quiet excuse for his cowardice. If he had even a novice weapon that could grant him a meager 0.1 point increase in attack power, he might have dared to confront the magical hen. But for now, he would rather keep his distance. Having successfully distanced himself from the hen, Wang Xianzhe exhaled with relief, only to awkwardly realize he seemed left with nothing to do but stand there in a daze. In his boredom, he began to activate the system's analysis function on the visible objects around him. He scrutinized every stone and tree, analyzing each one for detailed data. Ding! Roadside pebbles in the Mayful continent, due to differing world conditions, possess a hardness far exceeding that of Earth pebbles, capable of withstanding pressures over 531 kilograms. Ding! Ordinary trees in the Mayful continent have a certain hardness, but cannot store magical energy. Ding! Ebony age 143 years in the Mayful continent, named for its entirely black hue, grows in a magical energy environment enveloped by energy particles. Over a century, it has absorbed nutrients from the soil and air, resulting in a trace of low-level magical energy, thus exhibiting hardness and resilience far surpassing that of ordinary trees. Like a child with a new toy, Wang Xianzhe eagerly scanned his surroundings, eagerly analyzing everything visible in his vicinity. Chapter 2. The Millennium Blackwood Tree. As countless items were identified, one particularly extraordinary piece of information caught Wang Xianzhe's keen attention. This tree, seemingly unremarkable and no taller or more distinct than the common trees lining the roadside, was in fact a rare specimen of blackwood from the continent of Mafa, boasting a remarkable age of 5,837 years. It was a veritable repository of essence, exhibiting an extraordinary hardness, having absorbed and stored vast amounts of inferior magical energy over the millennia. This accumulation had resulted in certain nodes within its branches containing over several hundred points of lower-grade magical energy. The term inferior magical energy, as mentioned by the system, implied a potency surpassing that of standard magical energy. Furthermore, the existence of inferior magical energy suggested the likely presence of lower, medium, and even higher grades of pure magical energy. However, the most crucial revelation came from the subsequent system prompt, which illuminated Wang Xianzhe's understanding. This branch node could be fashioned into a special piece of equipment, with the magical energy enhancing both physical attack power and magical prowess. This was akin to the coveted Blackwood sword, an essential item for any novice in a game. A moment's contemplation led Wang Xianzhe to discern the nature of this special equipment. Suddenly, a rush of realization surged through him. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him just as he needed it most. The prospect of crafting numerous Blackwood swords from this single tree was akin to discovering a treasure trove of equipment, an opportunity not to be squandered. With even a single sword that augmented his attack power, he could slay magical chickens to absorb their magical energy and grow stronger. The ability to elevate his own attributes and learn dazzling skills, reminiscent of a character in a game, was a dream cherished by every spirited young man. Alas, the reality was starkly different from his lofty aspirations. Standing before the Millennium Blackwood, Wang Xianzhe wore a despondent expression, acutely aware of the harsh truth that dreams can be grand while reality is often unforgiving. His earlier attempts to strike the tree with a shard of rock had barely left a mark, and the recoil had left his hand stinging. The prospect of shaping the system-marked branch into a sword seemed utterly unattainable against such formidable wood. In that moment, he felt the weight of the otherworldly realm's cruelty and his own insignificance. Desperation led him to seek assistance from the system. Could you perhaps grant me a reward or a novice gift package? Or at least help me synthesize the blackwood? He implored silently, yet the system remained unresponsive. After a prolonged silence, he shook his head in resignation, realizing he had overestimated the system's capabilities. Suddenly, he noticed a fragment of wood, long concealed by the passage of time. His gaze swept across the ground beneath the tree, where he discovered a thick branch that had fallen from the blackwood, hidden within the brush. His heart leapt with excitement as he hastened toward it, performing an identification spell upon retrieving it. Beep, unexpectedly fractured magical energy branch. You may refer to it as a crude stick. Due to the passage of time and the rough break at the node, a significant amount of magical energy has dissipated. Currently contains 213.96 for 638.415 points of inferior magical energy. Although lacking in refinement, it can still provide an additional 183.632 kilograms of physical attack power. Note: each attack will consume a certain amount of magical energy. Once the magical energy, durability, is depleted, the equipment will be damaged. You may restore durability through forging. The system has a sense of humor. Just when it claimed there were no sticks available, it promptly delivered a crude one to me, and now, durability is introduced to add to its charm, evoking a strong sense of gaming nostalgia, he quipped, though he was undeniably thrilled. Although the wooden stick paled in comparison to the blackwood sword's attacking power of 4 to 9 and lacked its magical enhancements, it marked the acquisition of his very first piece of equipment. With a weapon in hand, he felt a surge of confidence. He could finally attempt to level up by hunting monsters. Resolutely, he approached the magical chicken he had previously encountered. Observing that it remained oblivious to his presence, nonchalantly preening its feathers, Wang Xianzhe felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. His grip on the stick tightened as beads of sweat formed in his palms. Yet, he reaffirmed his determination, reminding himself, I cannot afford to miss this opportunity. If I let this chance slip by, I would be ridiculed by those who long to traverse worlds but cannot. All right, let's end this arrogance. Bolstered by his resolve, he struck with ferocity, swinging the stick with all his might toward the back of the magical chicken's head. Thwack! The blow landed true, catching the unsuspecting creature off guard and eliciting a triumphant smile from Wang Xianzhe. Striking a mere chicken was nothing to be ashamed of. He wielded his weapon shamelessly and executed a despicable ambush. Yet, he remained cautious. Life was precious, and this was not a game. Should he die, there would be no second chances. The magical chicken let out a piercing shriek that echoed throughout the wilderness, and even Wang Xianzhe felt a twinge of sympathy for the creature. However, despite the force of his attack, the chicken staggered but did not fall. Instead, it regained its footing and, with a furious squawk, its eyes glowed crimson with rage. This was dire. Wang Xianzhe instinctively retreated a few steps, tightening his grip on the stick as he sensed the magical energy within the creature stirring in response to its anger. The chicken's eyes blazed with fury, and its body trembled with pent-up energy. Then came the inevitable retaliation. In a flash, the chicken lunged, its beak glinting ominously as it aimed directly for Wang Xianzhe's eye, leaving him little time to react. This chicken was indeed terrifying, capable of such a fierce counterattack. In that moment, the speed it exhibited was a stark contrast to its previous leisurely demeanor. As it screeched in a frenzy, it flapped its wings and leaped, closing the distance between them with alarming rapidity. Chapter 3. Devouring magical energy hiss. Faced with the rampaging magical chicken, Wang Xianzhe's complexion paled, and he inhaled sharply, panic coursing through him. He dared not confront the frenzied creature head-on and hurriedly retreated, fearing that the chicken might peck out one of his eyes. The thought was too horrific to entertain. Fortunately, the magical energy's enhancement of speed did not translate to overwhelming strength. And the chicken, while formidable, was not renowned for its swiftness. According to the system's evaluation, the chicken's speed was merely a fraction faster than his own. Thus, despite its flapping wings, the creature's speed was short-lived. As it lunged towards him, propelled by rage, it gradually slowed, allowing Wang Xianzhe to instinctively execute a desperate maneuver. Just as the chicken was about to strike, he ducked, feeling the rush of wind as the chicken's beak narrowly missed him, sending a few feathers flying. That was close. He had almost been dispatched in an instant. The raw data alone could not convey the terror he felt in those fleeting moments. The realization of how perilous a close encounter with the magical chicken could be sent chills down his spine. Driven by a surge of indignation and pride as a human, Wang Xianzhe resolved to stand his ground. Even if the opponent was a legendary magical chicken, was this not the very reason he, a novice, could not be bested by a mere creature? Bring it on, he declared defiantly. With a mighty roar to bolster his courage, Wang Xianzhe sprang up from the ground with the agility of a fish leaping from water, launching a swift and powerful strike at the demon chicken. Fortunately, perhaps the earlier blow had indeed taken effect, as the demon chicken, overwhelmed by its own ferocity, failed to react to his assault. Thud! Under Wang Xianzhe's eager gaze, the wooden stick in his hand struck the demon chicken's head with considerable force, producing a resonant thump. This precise blow to its cranium left the demon chicken dazed, causing it to collapse. Unable to maintain its footing, thud, thud, thud. Seizing the advantage, Wang Xianzhe relentlessly pounded the demon chicken's head, reducing it to a bloody pulp until its feeble breath finally ceased. Had it truly met its demise? Gazing intently at the gruesome remains of the demon chicken, Wang Xianzhe felt a shiver of trepidation. He feared that the creature might rise again to strike him, for even armed, slaying such a foe was no small feat. This was his first encounter with bloodshed, and the brief skirmish had left a profound impact on him. Though the battle had lasted less than 10 seconds, it was the relentless assault of the demon chicken that had compelled him to fight with desperation. Luckily, its vigilance had waned and its health was low. Had he faltered even slightly or failed to deliver that initial staggering blow, he might well have been the one lying defeated. Reflecting on the demon chicken's earlier frenzied, bloodshot eyes, a wave of fear washed over Wang Xianzhe. Beep. You have absorbed 3.825 points of demonic energy. At that moment, an intangible force surged from the lifeless body of the demon chicken, dissipating swiftly into the surrounding air with varying densities of energy. A minuscule portion of this energy recognized the lone living entity nearby and gradually integrated into Wang Xianzhe's body, sending a chilling sensation coursing through him. The system notification resonated in his mind, revealing the truth of combat experience. A demon chicken yielded 3 to 4 points of experience in the game. However, despite the demon chicken containing a staggering 140 points of demonic energy, he had absorbed less than 4 points. Such inefficiency was indeed disheartening. Grieving over the substantial loss of demonic energy, Wang Xianzhe promptly contacted the system in his mind, requesting an analysis of the dissipated demonic energy in the air and whether a more efficient absorption method could be devised. Beep. Analyzing. Concerning his primary occupation, the system's analytical function did not disappoint. Wang Xianzhe.it swiftly provided an explanation in comprehensible terms, elucidating that demonic energy possesses a high corrosive nature toward living beings. The energy contained within demonic creatures, having been refined and adapted, is a secondary utilization of biological energy, more gentle and pure, thus easily assimilated by the human body, as recalled from the host's memories. Abyssal demons grow stronger by slaying their kind, continuously surpassing their limits, as they absorb purer forms of demonic energy. The assessment revealed 2 key points. First, the demonic energy within the chicken was of a low tier, lacking aggressive intent toward living beings. Second, this was not a high-level dimension like the hellish abyss where even breathing could quickly lead to demonic transformation. In this realm, the ambient demonic energy was akin to a drop of salt water in a river, and the vast concentration difference would cause it to permeate into the air, allowing ordinary individuals to passively blend with only a trace of demonic energy. Nodding in understanding, Wang Xianzhe grasped the reason behind the low absorption efficiency. The system continued to inform him that he could learn ancient techniques passed down through civilizations, creating an energy cycle within himself. The higher-level techniques could even actively absorb ambient demonic energy, halting the dissipation of internal demonic energy, thus enhancing his absorption and utilization efficiency several-fold. Furthermore, techniques specifically tailored to demonic energy would effectively prevent its corrosive effects on the host's soul. Warning: the host's soul has been corroded by demonic energy by 0.0001. Exceeding 12 poses a risk of partial demonization. Surpassing 35 may result in complete demonization, and 60 would breach the threshold of losing rationality. The risk of being infected and turned into a demon simply by absorbing demonic energy. What can I do without a technique? Wang Xianzhe felt a wave of sorrow wash over him upon hearing the system's stern reminder. Ever since arriving in this legendary world, he seemed perpetually outmatched. Beep. Alternative method. The host may activate. In the next instant, the system finally provided a fortuitous solution, one that filled Wang Xianzhe with delight. Please, proceed with the second method. I have longed to witness the essence of demonic energy. As for the risks of corrosion, every rose has its thorns. I refuse to believe that as a chosen one bestowed with a golden finger, I cannot even acquire a single technique in this world. Wang Xianzhe replied eagerly, beep, 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 accompanied by the system's notifications. A tingling current surged through his vision, prompting Wang Xianzhe to close his eyes. When he opened them again, a slight numbness coursed through him, revealing a transformed world. Wisps of nearly invisible black energy emanated from each tree, stone, and stream, swirling around these inanimate entities, creating an ominous atmosphere that pervaded his field of vision. The entire realm seemed to exude subtle traces of demonic energy. In this dim and foreboding legendary world, Wang Xianzhe felt a mix of intrigue and oppression. Yet, he couldn't help but chuckle. Demonic energy truly resembles dark mist. It evokes a sense of the infernal realms depicted in films. The special effects and human imagination were not in vain. I wonder what magnificent scenes await in a game world steeped in despair, like that of Diablo. Perhaps a landscape submerged in an ocean of darkness. Maintaining his newfound perception of demonic energy, Wang Xianzhe noticed experience points falling from the demon chicken's body. A better description might be a half-black, translucent sphere of demonic energy, roughly the size of a juju pit. At that moment, the black orb continued to dissipate wisps of black energy into the surroundings, with 98% of it becoming increasingly transparent and fully merging with the environment. He observed two tiny strands, drawn by an unseen force, slowly drifting towards him. The experience he had fought so hard to earn was mostly being returned to the earth. Witnessing this, Wang Xianzhe cast aside his concern for the loss of demonic energy and rushed forward. Opening his mouth wide to devour the floating demonic energy sphere, swallowing it whole. Chapter 4. 30-fold experience indeed. The second method proposed by the system was to enable Wang Xianzhe to perceive the existence of demonic energy, allowing him to consume the energy that was about to dissipate. The release of demonic energy from a creature essentially meant it had lost its corporeal form, and by substituting himself, he could absorb it. The limited portion of demonic energy Wang Xianzhe managed to glean was primarily due to three-dimensional beings being unable to perceive higher-dimensional forces, rendering them incapable of purposefully capturing the dissipating particles in the air. However, the system allowed him to directly observe these soon-to-be-vanished energies. After all, if the host couldn't even see demonic energy, how could it claim to be an extraordinary system capable of analyzing the world? Now, even without a technique, Wang Xianzhe could rapidly accumulate vast amounts of experience through the primitive act of devouring demonic energy. This method proved even more efficient than utilizing techniques to draw the energy into his body. Essentially, the purpose of techniques is to establish an internal energy cycle that interacts with the ambient demonic energy, facilitating a semi-active absorption process. In reality, practitioners remain blind to the demonic energy around them, unaware of the most concentrated and superior sources. This inequality paled in comparison to Wang Xianzhe's direct and unrestrained consumption of the energy. Beep. You have absorbed 39.345 points of demonic energy. The corruption level has increased by 0.0001. The previous delays had already caused a substantial loss of energy from the sphere. Yet Wang Xianzhe still gained a commendable amount of experience. Radiating with vitality, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. As this unexpected influx of experience was exhilarating, 10-fold experience, no less. Had he swallowed the demon chicken's energy sphere immediately, it would have equated to the yield of slaying 20 or 30 others. I feel invigorated. Energy surged within Wang Xianzhe, prompting an urge to roar with exuberance. Inadequate quantity of demonic energy seemed to stimulate him, infusing him with an unprecedented vitality that initiated a profound transformation of his essence. At that moment, the system relayed another message. 43.17 points of demonic energy have fully integrated into your body. Effect summarized. Your strength has increased by 37.424 kilograms, your speed has risen by 0.113 meters per second, and your physical defense minimum has enhanced by 3.103 kilograms. A single chicken had bestowed upon him such a tangible boost in overall power, instilling Wang Xianzhe with unyielding confidence and an unwavering resolve. He was determined to seek out more chickens, to level up rapidly, and soon declare, "I will take on 10. As he ventured forth, the wooden stick firmly in hand, Wang Xianzhe quickly spotted another demon chicken pecking leisurely at the ground nearby. According to the system's analysis, this chicken too had an attack strength of just over 100 pounds, no longer worthy of his concern. These demon chickens are generally of a low level. He mused aloud, though deep down, Wang Xianzhe understood that this was the norm. The magical chicken, by the very nature of the game's design, does not engage in active aggression. Otherwise, the collective onslaught from such creatures would leave novice players questioning their purpose in the game. However, witnessing the regal disdain of the magical chicken before him, reminiscent of the one that had previously met a gruesome fate at his hands. Wang Xianzhe could not help but mutter in irritation. "You think you're better than me, huh? Just so you know, the grass on the grave of that former chicken has already grown 3 feet high, its corpse having endured my relentless onslaught." Strategically dismissing the enemy while tactically respecting it, he stealthily approached the magical chicken from behind. As he gazed at the oblivious creature, unaware of the sinister hand that was about to descend upon it, a cruel smile crept across his face. With practiced precision, he swung his weapon down mercilessly. The impact resonated with a thunderous crack, and while the greater force produced a more formidable sound, it was still a cowardly ambush from behind. With a resounding thud, this magical chicken did not withstand the assault as its predecessor had. It let out no cry, collapsing in utter confusion, soon succumbing to Wang Xianzhe's relentless barrage of blows. "Dare to underestimate me again? You shall perish." As a cloud of magical energy emerged from the fallen chicken and began to dissipate, Wang Xianzhe swiftly lunged forward, unhesitatingly swallowing the magical essence. "You have absorbed 562 points of magical energy. Effect: your strength has increased by 53.546 kilograms, your speed has improved by 0.135 meters per second, and your physical defense minimum has risen by 5.267 jing." With a hearty laugh, the influx of over 50 points of magical energy invigorated him, prompting him to stealthily approach another magical chicken, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The desolate wilderness bore witness to the plight of the unsuspecting magical chickens. As one after another fell victim to the unscrupulous onslaught of this relentless hunter, their magical energy fueling his strength and speed. His technique evolved from hesitant targeting to decisive strikes, culminating in a single fatal blow. As he became engrossed in his relentless quest for power, the wooden stick in his grip unexpectedly emitted a crack, revealing a fissure. The prolonged combat had taken its toll, and the stick, having been battered against the hard ground and the skulls of his foes, could no longer bear the strain. Lost in his fervor, Wang Xianzhe realized he had unknowingly dispatched over 1,000 magical chickens. The revelation jolted him from his bloodthirsty trance, and he noted with surprise that he had grown taller and more robust in stature. In a moment of exhilaration, he unleashed a powerful punch into the empty air, producing a resounding sonic boom that rippled through the wilderness, manifesting as a visible shockwave. Now, even unarmed, no magical chicken could withstand his might. A single punch would reduce them to pulp. Yet, he paused his relentless grind, realizing that his immense experience gain rendered him unable to derive further experience from such lowly adversaries. He had effectively reached the limits of what he could achieve within this primary map. His statistics now saturated. Wang Xianzhe, containing an overwhelming 123,543 points of magical energy, saturated. Strength of 1.633 tons, saturated. Walking speed of 2.985 meters per second, saturated. And a minimum physical defense of 925 kilograms, saturated. Found himself in a unique predicament. To comprehend, the average individual's muscle power during a punch does not exceed 50 kilograms, with the strongest boxers barely reaching 224 kilograms. Yet here was Wang Xianzhe, who, after a day of slaying chickens, possessed a terrifying strength exceeding 1,000 kilograms, truly a monster in the eyes of others. Chapter 5. The charming seamstress Wang Xianzhe pondered the proximity of the novice village as night descended. He sought a place to rest and gather intelligence about this world, comparing it to the game, while also contemplating a venture to a higher-level map. Could it be that such ruthless actions were indeed mine? Standing amidst the gruesome remains of magical chickens, he considered whether to gather some less gruesome-looking chicken meat to take with him. After all, despite his invigorated state from the magical energy, practical matters loomed. Without money, who would offer him a meal? Selling the magical chicken meat could yield a substantial sum of gold, as it is a primary source of currency for beginners. As for the ancient blackwood, he lacked the strength to claim it for now, so he resolved to leave it for another day. Alas, the meat was not to be wasted. In mere seconds, a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Do I possess a latent violent streak? The sight of bloodied corpses left him in despair, prompting him to seek out a few live magical chickens instead, as they would surely fetch a better price. With newfound strength, Wang Xianzhe swiftly incapacitated a group of magical chickens, binding them together with vines. Finally, he had reached his destination. Before long, he found himself dragging a dozen hefty magical chickens across the wilderness, traversing several kilometers to arrive at a quaint village that appeared simple yet vast, far exceeding the limited maps of the game. Impressed, Wang Xianzhe boldly entered. undeterred by the possibility of encountering nefarious characters lurking in this secluded village. Welcome to the border village of Biki Province, young warrior. To his surprise, a beautiful young woman awaited him, her enchanting smile greeting him as he crossed the threshold into the village. We have not seen an outsider in quite some time. I am the village seamstress, and I welcome you to the border village. Wang Xianzhe was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. Her skin was more radiant than that of a maiden, and her figure exuded both firmness and allure. He had never encountered such a strikingly exquisite woman, especially not in the guise of a mere NPC. Realizing he had indeed arrived at the novice village he had known, Wang Xianzhe felt a wave of relief wash over him. I apologize for the intrusion. I wish to exchange these magical chickens for gold and request lodging for the night. Absolutely. Magical chicken meat is not only delicious but also enhances strength with regular consumption. It is a rare delicacy sought after by many wealthy merchants. Our butcher, Zhang, has been known to pay handsomely for it. Unfortunately, ordinary folk like us cannot venture into the wild to hunt magical creatures, which leaves a gap in supply and demand, the beautiful seamstress explained patiently. With this warm welcome from such a lovely woman, Wang Xianzhe could not maintain a cold demeanor. Engaging in light conversation, he followed her into the village, learning that there were no player-like beings residing here, making him the only warrior to have graced this place in many years. Following closely behind the enchanting young woman, Wang Xianzhe found himself captivated by her alluring figure. Her voluptuous curves, accentuated by her slender waist, swayed enticingly, prompting him to steal glances he could hardly resist. This mesmerizing sight was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Women are often acutely aware of such attention, and sensing his fervent gaze, the young woman turned to him with a playful smile, urging him to catch up. This unexpected gesture left him momentarily breathless, causing a flush to rise to his cheeks. The saying "a smile can bewitch 100 charms" echoed in his mind, and he reluctantly acknowledged his youth, realizing how easily he was stirred by her casual demeanor. That evening, however, Wang Xianzhe was destined for disappointment. The young woman had no intention of entering his quarters. Instead, she left him with a tantalizing smile and an alluring silhouette. It was a restless night. As visions of the charming seamstress danced in his thoughts, her figure entwined with his restless imagination, leaving him unable to find solace in sleep. The first day in this legendary world passed quietly within the rustic wooden inn. Upon rising, Wang Xianzhe resolved to visit the village's weapon shop and the seamstress's establishment, hoping for unexpected delights. After all, could a legendary figure truly be called such without proper equipment? He first approached the armory, a modest establishment dedicated solely to weapons. Armed with 96 gold coins, he felt confident in his purchasing power. Despite the game's apparent abundance of gold, where defeating a boss might yield hundreds, the reality was starkly different. As the young woman had previously indicated, the magical chicken was indeed a valuable commodity, worth a fortune to the common folk. The currency exchanged among the villagers primarily consisted of silver and copper coins, with 1 gold coin equating to 100 of the lesser denominations. "How much do your weapons cost?" he inquired as he approached a burly blacksmith. The juxtaposition of the alluring seamstress and the muscular blacksmith made him ponder the eccentricity of the NPCs in this realm. 20 gold coins for a wooden sword with 0 to 1 attack power, 30 for an iron sword with 0 to 2, and 80 for an axe with 0 to 3, the blacksmith replied in a gruff voice. "I would like to examine their quality," Wang Xianzhe responded, pretending to inspect the wooden and iron swords while discreetly utilizing the system to analyze the equipment in his hands. Ding, wooden sword. Crafted from enchanted wood. Hardness comparable to steel. Magic energy content, 63.82. Special forging techniques amplify its internal magic, granting an additional 122.53 kilograms of attack power. Note: can be disassembled to reveal blueprints for enhancement. Ding, iron axe, crafted from enchanted iron ore. 3 times harder than standard steel. Magic energy content, 176.23. Special forging techniques amplify its internal magic, granting an additional 358.46 kilograms of attack power. Note: can be disassembled to reveal blueprints for enhancement. Impressive, Wang Xianzhe mused, noting that the weapon's attributes surpassed the blacksmith's claims. The ability to analyze the blacksmith's forging techniques piqued his interest, as it was a rare skill that could yield significant advantages. However, the selection in the shop was disappointingly sparse compared to the vast array of items he had anticipated. "Your items are commendable, but is this truly all you have? The increased attack power does not match my abilities. Do you possess any legendary weapons such as the dragon pattern, Wujigan, bone jade, or blood drink? Those are what I seek." Recognizing Wang Xianzhe as a young warrior, the blacksmith's demeanor shifted, revealing excitement at the prospect of selling his wares. Yet, like the game itself, high-level equipment was scarce in this small village, often found only in larger cities. The mention of legendary weapons left the blacksmith momentarily astonished, aware that acquiring such treasures required significant effort. Perhaps this warrior is not easily deceived, he thought, and instead of revealing his shop's limitations, he presented his prized possession. Warrior, allow me to show you my treasure. It cuts through iron effortlessly, greatly enhancing your strength and possessing magical amplification properties. Forged from the essence of nature, it is said to bring luck and fortune. It is yours for the modest sum of 1,500 gold coins. The blacksmith's expression conveyed both hope and pain, as if he were offering Wang Xianzhe an immense bargain. Enough with the embellishments. It's merely an ebony sword, Wang Xianzhe interjected, unimpressed. I've played this game before. It's just a weapon suited for beginners. However, the system's hints were too significant to overlook. He recognized the opportunity to acquire blueprints for the ebony sword and learn this world's remarkable forging techniques. I will purchase the ebony sword, though I must admit I do not currently possess 1,000 gold coins. However, trust in me. I will return shortly with the necessary funds. Due to his prowess far surpassing that of a novice, Wang Xianzhe effortlessly dispatched the magical chickens and later, the magical deer, barehanded. Even if the ebony sword's value seemed inflated by tenfold in the game, he spoke with unwavering confidence. He did not perceive the blacksmith as attempting to swindle him. After all, despite slaying numerous magical chickens, he had yet to receive a single red potion or a scrap of cloth. It was evident that equipment in this world must be forged from special materials and techniques, rather than conjured out of thin air. Thus, while commonplace gear was reasonable, the prices for slightly more formidable items naturally escalated. Reflecting a rational market value, the rarity of items dictates their worth. As for the ancient high-level equipment depicted in the game, it was likely to be even scarcer and more expensive in reality, leaving no room for extravagant drops as in the game. Bidding farewell to the blacksmith, Wang Xianzhe resolved not to risk embarrassment before the enchanting seamstress. The inflated prices of high-level equipment made him realize that his previous estimation of his worth had been overly optimistic. He needed to slay more magical chickens to amass wealth. Following the path he had initially taken toward the wilderness, he swiftly returned to his previous location and commenced his slaughtering spree against the leisurely magical chickens. With each punch he unleashed, a magical chicken succumbed without resistance, and soon, 30 or 40 lay lifeless on the muddy ground. For ordinary folk, the wilderness signified death and peril. Even a frenzied magical chicken could easily claim their lives. However, for Wang Xianzhe, the massacre of magical chickens was hardly taxing. Rather, the time spent figuring out how to transport his spoils was a greater waste of time and mental energy. He sighed, lamenting the absence of gold coins and equipment drops, and the convenience of a spatial backpack that the game had provided, which left him in an awkward position, unable to carry even a few pieces of chicken meat. Muttering his grievances, Wang Xianzhe continued his relentless pursuit of the magical chickens. After all, their precious worth made them a lucrative target, and the villagers could only envy his rapid earning potential. Unbeknownst to him, he had ventured deeper into the wilderness in this more profound territory. The magical creatures were evidently more corrupted by dark energy, many having become bloodthirsty lunatics or grotesque aberrations. In his line of sight, the trees and stones exuded an increasingly dense and dark aura. Though he remained oblivious to these subtle changes, suddenly, a colossal magical chicken, twice the size of the others, appeared before him, its vibrant red plumage seemingly dripping with blood. Upon sighting this creature, Wang Xianzhe's countenance brightened. It was the magical chicken king from the game. Its size and coloration suggested it was a far more formidable opponent than the ordinary chickens, having undergone further evolution in contrast to the regular magical chickens. The magical chicken king was undoubtedly an aggressive beast. Upon noticing Wang Xianzhe, it emitted a fierce cackle and lunged at him with alarming speed. Describing the magical chicken king as a mad creature would be apt. However, it appeared to have mistaken its adversary. With a resounding impact akin to a sonic boom, Wang Xianzhe delivered a punch, infused with a little more force than usual, the terrifying power behind it erupting with a thunderous crack as it connected with the magical chicken king's forehead. To onlookers, it seemed as though the creature had delivered its own head to him willingly. With a shriek that abruptly ceased, the magical chicken king lay vanquished, managing to emit a half-hearted cry before losing consciousness, a testament to its robust stamina. Having acquired the valuable magical chicken king, Wang Xianzhe pressed onward, sensing that more powerful magical creatures awaited him. According to the game's parameters, He had exited the low-level zone and entered a domain teeming with advanced magical chickens and even magical deer. Not long into his journey, he spotted a towering beast approaching, its head adorned with formidable, tree-like antlers. The menacing appearance of its sharp and erect horns indicated that it was not merely decorative, but a lethal weapon capable of piercing flesh. It was the game's notorious newcomer killer, the magical deer, known for its high health and attack power. Despite its greater strength compared to the magical chickens, the magical deer could not withstand Wang Xianzhe's onslaught and fell with a mournful cry, its flesh and impressive antlers soon becoming his spoils. To his surprise, another creature emerged in the distance. A rake cat. This unexpected encounter caught Wang Xianzhe off guard. He required no system analysis to identify it. It was once a benign, gentle cat, but under the malevolent influences of the Marfa continent, it had transformed into a creature the size of a gorilla, robbing farmers of their rakes and attacking any passerby. Rake cats typically lurked around small towns, ambushing merchants along quiet roads, often carrying small amounts of coins. Rookie adventurers often hunted them for their loot while gaining valuable experience points. The rake cat was undeniably more powerful than the magical deer, and it also contained purer, inferior magical energy. Most notably, it represented a fitting rationale for defeating monsters to acquire equipment. The potent magical energy had evolved an ordinary cat into a cunning feline humanoid, capable of wielding weapons and stealing gold coins, only to ultimately serve as a mere garment for passing warriors like Wang Xianzhe. As Wang Xianzhe attempted to scold the rake cat, he realized they were incapable of understanding him. Even with a degree of intelligence, they had succumbed to the dark energy and become malevolent beings intent on killing. Kill, he declared, and without further ado, he attacked. The inferior magical energy within the rake cat was not abundant, yet it would allow him to surpass the level 20 threshold. A perfect opportunity to earn money while leveling up with ease, he dispatched one rake cat, and soon several more appeared, including a peculiar scarecrow that had inexplicably joined the fray. The glowing soul fire in its eye sockets and its dark, desiccated form rendered the scarecrow eerily unsettling, suggesting that even inanimate objects could be imbued with life by high-level magical energy. However, the scarecrow, despite its uncanny nature, proved no match for Wang Xianzhe, who dispatched it with a few extra punches, extracting over 2,000 points of inferior magical energy. The reality is not a game, he muttered, shaking his head. While there were discernible phenomena, the distinctions between realms did not resemble the stark boundaries in games. Powerful magical creatures like the scarecrow occasionally appeared in areas inhabited by lower-level creatures, and they did not mindlessly circle in place when pursued. Such unpredictability posed a far greater danger to less capable warriors than any game difficulty ever could. As he absorbed 139.312 points of inferior magical energy, his strength increased by 83.327 kilograms, his speed by 0.035 meters per second, and his physical defense by 2.223 kilograms. Yes, I've killed enough, it's time to return. Thanks to a 30-fold experience multiplier, after absorbing the magical energy from numerous rake cats and scarecrows, Wang Xianzhe had successfully broken through the level 20 barrier, significantly enhancing his abilities. Furthermore, acquiring the magical chicken king and the magical deer constituted an exceptional accomplishment. Before long, Wang Xianzhe had collected nearly 700 or 800 gold coins from the rake cats, ignoring the magical chickens that offered only a few coins each. He hung the carcasses of the magical chicken king and several rake cats from the 2-meter-tall antlers of the magical deer. With a powerful roar, he tensed his muscles and hoisted them onto his shoulders, ready to head home. As he bore the gruesome trophies, he attracted the attention of numerous villagers, upon witnessing the monstrous remains on his back. They gazed at Wang Xianzhe with a mixture of reverence and fear, astonished by the terrifying creatures and his remarkable strength. They dared not approach this legendary warrior. Zhang the butcher, please appraise these items for me. The ordinary villager's stares and whispers did not sway Wang Xianzhe. Perhaps his strength had transcended the typical human definition. With increasingly formidable abilities, he had become more confident and proud, not out of disdain for others, but as a natural consequence of his power. As the saying goes, dragons do not associate with snakes. Unconsciously, the NPCs, previously inconsequential, had become mere background figures in his eyes, incapable of forming any connection with him. Warrior, the total comes to 1,800 gold coins. Please accept. Whether due to the substantial business or Wang Xianzhe's display of strength, Zhang the butcher dared not treat him lightly. With an even more obsequious smile than before, his squinting eyes became more pronounced. Very well, let it be as you say. I am the realm of the game. Not only were the previously acquired magical chickens and deer noteworthy, but even the spade cats, due to their inherent inferior magical aura, fetched a handsome price. After all, chicken meat is consumable, and how could the rarer and more exquisite gorilla meat possibly depreciate in value? Nevertheless, the staggering increase in price for high-level magical creatures was somewhat unexpected. Yet, Wang Xianzhe merely waved his hand nonchalantly. Coupled with some prior earnings, there was no need for him to make multiple trips. Earning money was effortless, and he dismissed the minor losses without concern. Chapter 8. The purpose of the system having bid farewell to the butcher, Wang Xianzhe contemplated the prospect of purchasing every weapon from the blacksmith, and perhaps indulging at the tailor's as well. Without delay, he swiftly concluded the prior transaction with the blacksmith. Brave warrior, do take care and come again. With a substantial sum of gold in hand, the blacksmith could not suppress his joys for Wang Xianzhe. Having acquired the ebony sword, still sought to purchase other inferior weapons, it was of no concern to him. Ultimately, the ability to offload some of his stagnant inventory was a boon. Encountering a lavish spender in this dilapidated and impoverished village was truly a rare occurrence. Ding, you have dismantled the wooden sword and obtained the legendary wooden sword blueprint, gaining 100 dismantle points. Ding, you have dismantled the iron sword and obtained the legendary iron sword blueprint, gaining 300 dismantle points. Ding, you have dismantled the iron axe and obtained the legendary iron axe blueprint, gaining 500 dismantle points. Ding, you have dismantled the ebony sword and obtained the legendary ebony sword blueprint, gaining 2,000 dismantle points. Ding, you have activated the primary quest, dismantle at least 50 pieces of legendary equipment blueprints, analyze at least 20 legendary skill knowledge, and dismantle at least 100 types of magical creature bloodline gene sequences. And you shall be able to traverse to another world. Without a moment's hesitation, just after exiting the weapon shop, Wang Xianzhe completely dismantled the 4 weapons he had purchased, acquiring 4 related blueprints. However, the emergence of dismantle points alongside the primary quest left him both astonished and delighted. He had prepared himself mentally to lose all the weapons in exchange for forging blueprints, yet not only did he obtain blueprints, but he also acquired dismantle points. This did not seem like a loss at all, and the prospect of traversing to other worlds was indeed a marvelous opportunity. Subsequently, Wang Xianzhe could not help but inquire, "System, what is the function of dismantle points? Moreover, how does one traverse to another world?" Ding, dismantle points are obtained by dismantling any item deemed valuable by the system. Dismantle points enable the host to instantaneously learn any skill or knowledge. However, the techniques and knowledge analyzed by the system still require the host to comprehend and learn from the ground up. Lacking the requisite talent may result in an inability to grasp the relevant skills. However, by utilizing dismantle points, even a host with no foundational understanding can instantly comprehend and master the skill. For instance, crafting the legendary ebony sword is considered quite challenging for an ordinary blacksmith. If the host wishes to forge such equipment, they must learn the comprehensive system of legendary crafting knowledge from the beginning, accumulating experience over many years, which can be a long and arduous process. Yet, by expending 1,000 dismantle points, the host can achieve a 100% success rate in forging the ebony sword. Indeed, Wang Xianzhe nodded repeatedly, finally recognizing the system's remarkable capabilities. Beyond its seemingly non-aggressive auxiliary analysis functions, dismantle points served as a versatile skill currency, capable of unlocking immense potential. For instance, acquiring a large-scale destructive skill and immediately maxing it out would empower him with formidable strength in an instant. Ding, the purpose of the system is to enable the host to traverse myriad worlds, employing scientific analysis to elucidate the existence of magic, martial arts, and various multidimensional concepts. Thus, each primary quest, whether it involves intangible conceptual descriptions or tangible magical entities, primarily serves to analyze and collect unique existences from various planes, colloquially referred to as plane specialties. Upon completing the primary quest, the host will be able to traverse to a random world at will. Phew. Plane specialties. The system even adopts my vernacular to make a quip, Wang Xianzhe mused. The system's explanation clarified the purpose of his traversal and the intrinsic value of its existence. Undoubtedly, the system could facilitate his journey across countless realms, allowing him to encounter characters and specialties from various anime, films, and games. He could even wield magic to overpower sorcery, and nonchalantly elucidate the feasibility and rigor of magic and martial arts to numerous protagonists, all while maintaining an air of grandeur. Merely imagining it fills me with exhilaration. Wang Xianzhe felt awakened by the system. As the saying goes, one should not flaunt their prowess in obscurity, and since he could traverse worlds, he ought to revel in his newfound power. embodying both flamboyance and understated elegance. If he did not take the opportunity to display his might across the myriad realms, it would imply that, despite his travels, he remained a mere unambitious fish in the eyes of others. The legendary world was merely the first station for his accumulation of knowledge and strength. After all, one must possess substantial capability to impress the protagonists. In that moment, the renowned sage of the myriad realms embarked on a legendary journey that would leave countless protagonists and even antagonists bewildered. Unbeknownst to anyone, he resolved to pursue a grand ambition that could alter the fates of innumerable planes. He would go forth and flaunt his prowess across the myriad worlds. While contemplating the blueprints produced by the system, Wang Xianzhe expressed his realization. So this is how it is. The system's explanation of the blueprints allowed him to grasp the intricacies of legendary equipment crafting. The ebony sword and the wooden sword were not merely carved from magically infused wood. The distinction between the two involved not only the essence of the materials, but also the vast disparity in craftsmanship and technical requirements. For instance, the wooden sword blueprint lacked the crucial steps of identifying the wood grain and extracting energy nodes, essential to crafting the ebony sword. If one were to apply scientific principles to understand the forging process, it became clear that the energy nodes inherent in high-level materials were akin to natural energy blocks. The objective of forging was to inscribe energy pathways within, enabling the material's internal energy to manifest its magical attack potency more fluidly. If one were to define this scientifically, it closely resembled the runic technology system found in infinite flow narratives, capable of manipulating and outputting energy within equipment using advanced techniques and resonating with the magical energy circulating within the warrior's body. Yielding even more mysterious and potent powers, in essence, it represented a form of energy circuit technology that far surpassed modern science. Of course, despite Wang Xianzhe's articulate discourse, he was still merely a theoretical novice in the realm of forging. As for practical application, without dismantle points, he remained a complete neophyte in the forging industry, utterly incapable of navigating such an advanced crafting system. Chapter 9. The Spatial Warehouse. Madam, is the owner present? After some hesitation, Wang Xianzhe approached the tailor shop, preparing to address the enchanting woman before him as madam, while subtly inquiring about her marital status. Although he did not intend to embark on a cross-species romance with an NPC, he clearly preferred engaging with a maiden exuding an aura of innocence over a married woman with alluring attributes. Who am I to be the head of this place? The woman shot him a captivating glance, igniting an inexplicable restlessness within Wang Xianzhe once more. To be fair, considering the village's inhabitants, none could compare to her beauty. Thus, aside from the young and powerful warrior himself, all others were like cow dung paired with fresh flowers. It was no wonder such a stunning woman remained unmarried. In his mind, he effortlessly imagined the woman's circumstances within the village. Wang Xianzhe smiled courteously and remarked, "Madam, it is truly admirable how you manage this large tailor shop single-handedly. I am in awe. Might I have the pleasure of appreciating your craftsmanship and purchasing some armor?" As he spoke, he produced a collection of high-quality monster pelts from his large bag. He had not forgotten that the game allowed tailors to craft clothing, shoes, and armor from monster hides, and even subsequent versions featured rare cloak equipment. Therefore, he had previously requested the butcher to reserve the hides of the magical chicken king and magical deer, along with all the pelts of the spade cats, which he now presented with a touch of pride. "Surely, these monster hides should suffice for you to craft several excellent pieces, madam." Indeed, Wang Xianzhe sought to impress the beautiful tailor, hoping to astonish her with his swift conquest of formidable magical creatures like the magical chicken king and magical deer. In the absence of countless unreasonable players in the game, the notion of a novice village witnessing thousands of players trading thousands of pieces of equipment and acquiring innumerable monster hides was utterly implausible. Yet now, he, Wang Xianzhe, as a traveler, stood as the singular embodiment of power and wealth before the tailor. These hides are indeed exceptional. With astonishment, Wang Xianzhe glanced at the abundant pelts of high-level magical beasts that he had presented. A ripple of surprise flickered in the proprietress's beautiful eyes. It seemed she had previously underestimated the true prowess of this young warrior. "Here, I have 3 types of clothing for you," she stated. "However, with these pelts, I can craft several pieces of more resilient and sophisticated armor for you." Upon scrutinizing the pelts once more, the proprietress gasped again, realizing that their quality surpassed her initial expectations. It was evident that Wang Xianzhe had vanquished not only high-ranking magical creatures, but also those of considerable level. "We have ordinary cloth garments, exquisitely refined brocade garments, and a light gray armor seemingly crafted from the hide of an ordinary magical chicken. The clothing she produced were the 3 common novice outfits found in the game, and without needing to glance at them, Wang Xianzhe was already well acquainted with their defensive attributes. Nonetheless, he habitually requested the system to analyze these items. Beep, the cloth garment requires level 1, with a defense of 2-2 and magic defense of 0-1. The exquisite cloth garment requires level 1, with a defense of 4-4 and magic defense of 2-3. The light armor requires level 11, with a defense of 3-3 and magic defense of 1-2. The exquisite cloth garment was undoubtedly an upgraded version of the ordinary cloth, classified as superior in the game, boasting enhanced attributes over its counterparts. Although its level requirement was lower than that of the light armor, it surpassed it in both physical and magical defense. The system further elucidated that the level restrictions were tied to the host's internal magical energy. Should the host's magical energy be insufficient, they would be unable to resonate with the magical energy pathways embedded within the equipment. Thus, the game imposed limitations on players' ability to don higher-level gear. Armed with the system's scientific explanation, Wang Xianzhe easily grasped the underlying logic behind the seemingly mundane details in the game. I shall acquire one of each of the 3 garments, he affirmed. As this would allow him to progress in several main quests, he continued, additionally, please fashion other varieties of clothing from these pelts. Feel free to state your craftsmanship fee, and as for any surplus, you may keep it for yourself. After all, these pelts would simply rot away in my possession. Very well, replied the proprietress, not one to be overly formal in this regard. With a playful smile, she added, you needn't worry about the craftsmanship fee. Having received so many pelts from you, how could I possibly ask for more? With a radiant smile gracing her features, she graciously accepted the considerable pile of pelts from Wang Xianzhe. Unintentionally, her delicate hand brushed against his palm, and the exquisite sensation seemed to touch the very depths of his soul, igniting a tantalizing curiosity within him. Wang Xianzhe murmured softly, having noticed that she had produced garments from the shop moments ago. Yet he was perplexed as to where the pelts had vanished, as they had seemingly disappeared from his view. The perceptive proprietress seemed to sense his confusion and gently explained, do not underestimate this unassuming brown chest before me. It is a spatial storage cabinet, where I have placed the pelts, a spatial repository. Wang Xianzhe's heart raced at her words, for he had yet to witness any spatial capabilities and had nearly concluded that the continent of Mafada lacked the existence of player space backpacks. Yet at this moment, the proprietress revealed a warehouse interface akin to that which NPCs presented to players during transactions. This implied that warriors and magicians in this world might possess space backpacks just like players, while he, as a traveler, did not. The sophisticated and portable spatial technology, so casually mentioned by the refined proprietress, unveiled a profound sophistication. At this moment, Wang Xianzhe had to concede that the proprietress's sudden display of understated elegance had genuinely startled him. Fearing the possibility of saying the wrong thing and raising her suspicions about his identity, he refrained from probing further. What if it were common knowledge that only warriors with spatial backpacks were deemed true heroes? He had no desire to cultivate unnecessary misunderstandings. Now, let the system take over, he thought. With a casual conversation with the proprietress, he discreetly requested the system to analyze the existence of the storage cabinet. Beep, this storage cabinet boasts a history of several millennia, belonging to an ancient lineage of vast spatial equipment. Utilizing specific energy techniques, it inscribes corresponding magical energy pathways within its specialized materials, creating a stable enclosed space. Beep, it is confirmed that this still falls within the realm of legendary equipment forging technology, although its technical complexity far exceeds that of the ebony sword blueprints, involving ultra-advanced techniques concerning the spatial attributes of magical energy. Beep, the ebony sword represents a simplified version of the forging techniques from ancient times. Chapter 10. Spatial Technology. Beep, the arrangement of magical energy pathways is as follows. This transcendent technology converts high-dimensional magical energy into high-quality spatial energy. Maintaining an open space permanently. It can be inscribed within equipment or etched into living beings, akin to a personal space backpack accessible to players. The system's analysis clarified Wang Xianzhe's thoughts considerably. Clearly, spatial equipment existed in this world. Beyond the NPC's storage cabinets, it was plausible that some warriors and magicians possessed space backpacks identical to those in the game, but they were not as ubiquitous as he had initially imagined. Only those capable of inscribing stable spaces with magical energy likely belonged to powerful factions, as per the blacksmith's description, in contrast to the game's narrative, where space backpacks were portrayed as divine blessings bestowed upon humanity by the guardians of the Mafada continent to fend off invasions from half-beasts and Wurma. Wang Xianzhe found the system's scientific explanation far more credible. The existence of space backpacks in this world stemmed from top-tier factions inheriting this ancient spatial technology, or perhaps fortuitously discovering a unique device within ancient relics capable of creating space within a living body, subsequently cloaked in divine authority to bolster their dominion and mystique. Thus, the proprietress's identity seemed far from ordinary, for it was evident that the ancient storage cabinet was not something just anyone could acquire. He had previously pondered why neither the blacksmith nor the butcher had showcased such a cabinet before him. It appeared that among the NPCs he had encountered in the novice village, the proprietress was indeed the most exceptional. By the way, system, can I utilize decomposition points to master this magical energy arrangement, thereby creating my own storage cabinet and directly opening a space backpack within myself? The thought of having the knowledge of spatial pathways excited Wang Xianzhe immensely. Yes, but as this technology falls under advanced spatial knowledge, it will require 50,000 decomposition points. 50,000. What a steep price. Yet, the value is undeniable. At present, Wang Xianzhe had less than 10,000 decomposition points, but upon hearing the system's affirmation, he gasped and resolved to invest his points to master this remarkable technology for creating spatial equipment. Such a skill was undoubtedly vital. After all, the higher the cost, the more formidable the technology, ensuring a substantial return on investment. Just look at those powerful magic alchemists and artifact refiners in the endless realms, who are capable of crafting spatial equipment. None of them are to be trifled with. Furthermore, in mythic tales, the concept of compressing vast spaces into minute containers allowed characters like the Maitreya Buddha in Journey to the West to dazzle his celestial companions. Thus, acquiring the knowledge to create spatial equipment would undoubtedly yield golden opportunities, rendering it a revered profession. Moreover, he could open a unique, personal space backpack within himself or others, a personal space intimately linked to the body, whose value was undoubtedly rarer and more precious than standard spatial equipment. This would ensure that no matter which realm he ventured into, he would never fear being out of place. Beep, you have decomposed the cloth garment. Obtaining the blueprint for legendary cloth garment and earning 100 decomposition points. Beep, you have decomposed the exquisite cloth garment, obtaining the blueprint for legendary exquisite cloth garment and earning 1,500 decomposition points. Beep, you have decomposed the light armor, obtaining the blueprint for legendary light armor and earning 500 decomposition points. Beep, from the ordinary and exquisite cloth garments, you have discovered the associated technique for optimizing equipment. Would you like to spend 3,000 decomposition points to acquire this advancement knowledge? With this knowledge, you could derive exquisite ebony swords, exquisite light armor, and other exceptional items within the legendary system, significantly enhancing the attributes of ordinary equipment blueprints. Another essential technique to obtain. The system's prompt made Wang Xianzhe realize that this legendary world he had thought he understood was concealing numerous secrets he had never contemplated. It appeared that the exceptional items within the game were not merely a matter of luck. They were products of advanced techniques that had optimized the equipment. This little-known skill was undoubtedly a remarkable forging knowledge, likely inherited from ancient times. The following day, Wang Xianzhe received 2 sets of formidable warrior gear from the proprietress, presented as his reward. This was undoubtedly a bountiful harvest, and it seemed the proprietress had once again managed to impress him with her subtle sophistication. Only because this is a set, and its inherent attribute bonuses are already considerable, it surprisingly also includes a set bonus that increases fire, lightning, and poison resistance by 5 points each. Such elemental resistance is exceedingly rare. According to the system's analysis, this set bonus is a remarkable technology that constructs an integrated magical energy circuit using several pieces of equipment, harnessing the magical energy to create a protective stance. This high-tech stance, capable of filtering elemental energy, is marginally inferior to the technique that converts magical energy into spatial dimensions. The shopkeeper's generous offer of an additional set of equipment was a kind gesture, allowing Wang Xianzhe a change of attire, which he clearly benefited from. In this instance, Wang Xianzhe was able to deconstruct one set while wearing another, thus acquiring the relevant blueprints for garments, hats, shoes, and pants, along with nearly 10,000 points of decomposition value. Furthermore, the 4 pieces of equipment provided a total of 21 additional points of physical defense and 15 points of magical defense. Crucially, this ensemble also exuded an impressive and striking appearance, perfectly replacing his somewhat soiled casual wear. I have reaped all the benefits available from the novice village, Wang Xianzhe mused. Ultimately, he merely bid farewell to the shopkeeper and set forth towards a larger city in the province of Bitch. Compared to the equipment he had recently acquired, what he yearned for most were the formidable skills unique to this world, such as the warrior's assassination swordsmanship and the mage's lightning spell. both of which he was eager to learn. However, the absence of other players meant that there was no bustling marketplace where one could purchase virtually any skill or equipment for gold, compelling Wang Xianzhe to methodically seek the advanced warrior and advanced Taoist houses from his memories to learn the respective vocational skills. Along the way, he encountered an increasing number of formidable magical creatures. Benefiting from the increasingly dense magical energy, the surrounding flora and trees grew more lush and towering, devoid of the desolation found in the boundary village. It's that moment, a massive beetle, enlarged by magical energy, approached Wang Xianzhe from the muddy ground. Its already fearsome mandibles had evolved into a more grotesque form, writhing before him, revealing rows of sharp, dense teeth that were utterly repulsive to the average human. Yet, Wang Xianzhe did not shy away from seizing the opportunity to strengthen himself, disregarding the nausea induced by the magical insect, and without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick. The magical insect was instantly sent flying, meeting its demise mid-air from the force of the blow. Along his journey, Wang Xianzhe continued to slay various fierce magical creatures, accumulating inferior magical energy within himself, while also taking note of the peculiar or seemingly inconspicuous items around him. He indeed discovered several treasures hidden along the roadside, akin to the millennium-old blackwood tree, as well as mineral plants rich in pure magical energy. Unfortunately, he lacked sufficient decomposition value to unlock his internal space, so he could only mentally note their locations for future reference. Ultimately, Wang Xianzhe managed to gather a few portable medicinal herbs that might be mistakenly consumed by magical creatures, ensuring that he did not return empty-handed. Chapter 11. The shopkeeper's request. The advanced warrior house in the game should be in this city. With Wang Xianzhe's speed, he arrived at a grand and bustling city in less than half a day. The lively atmosphere of the streets, bustling with people, was 100-fold more vibrant than the remote boundary village. Without pausing for a meal or rest, Wang Xianzhe's immediate priority was to sell the precious herbs identified by the system. He knew that acquiring vocational skills from a place akin to a martial arts school, such as the advanced warrior house, would require a substantial amount of gold. Moreover, he harbored grand ambitions of mastering all warrior, Taoist, and mage skills. Without a fortune at his disposal, how could he realize his aspirations? Dear customer, what do you require? After inquiring about the largest apothecary, Wang Xianzhe entered the shop and addressed the attendant who approached him, stating, "You cannot decide. I have a significant transaction to discuss with your master. Please hold on, esteemed customer." There was no melodrama or disrespectful treatment. The attendant merely scrutinized him briefly before rushing into the back room, evidently to summon the shopkeeper. "This esteemed guest, I am the proprietor of Wanqiao Pavilion. What significant business do you wish to discuss?" Despite the shopkeeper appearing to be a benign and amiable plump man, Wang Xianzhe had no desire to waste words with an NPC resembling a middle-aged uncle, so he straightforwardly stated, "I wish to sell you several rare herbs that are thousands of years old. If I were knowledgeable in alchemy, I wouldn't offer them to you at a discount. Thus, it depends on the sincerity of your offer, as many would covet the herbs in my possession. Is that truly the case?" Upon hearing that Wang Xianzhe possessed herbs aged thousands of years, the shopkeeper's expression grew serious as he deliberated. "Rest assured, we are honest merchants, and our pricing will undoubtedly satisfy you. Then let us assess their value." Without fear of the shopkeeper potentially taking advantage of him or directly pilfering his treasures, Wang Xianzhe casually produced a humanoid-shaped root plant from his pocket. This herb, identified by the system as rich in amino acids and beneficial rare elements for the human body, also contained immense magical energy. The tight integration of magical energy with beneficial factors rendered this herb's effects extraordinarily exceptional. This is the main ingredient for crafting sun god water, the sun ginseng. Upon seeing the herb Wang Xianzhe had produced, the shopkeeper gasped in astonishment, followed by several exclamations of disbelief as he exclaimed, "How did you come by this? This legendary herb is nearly extinct due to its rarity and over-harvesting by humans. And you possess one that is thousands of years old. This is simply the king of ginseng. My apologies. I misspoke. The origins of the herbs are not a matter of trade." Realizing he had spoken too freely in his shock, the shopkeeper quickly apologized, fearing that he might jeopardize this lucrative transaction. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "The herb you have presented is of the utmost quality, and considering it is the only one of its kind in recent centuries, referencing the price of a similar specimen from hundreds of years ago at 10 million gold, we can offer you 15 million gold for your king ginseng." After observing the shopkeeper's serious demeanor, Wang Xianzhe felt that this was indeed a sincere offer. He had not come unprepared. Upon entering the shop, he had instructed the system to analyze all the potions within, he discovered that a bottle of the game's big red potion was valued at 3,000 gold, affirming that a life is worth a fortune. Based on the system's analysis, the immense magical potency contained within a single sun ginseng was sufficient to produce hundreds of bottles of such potions. Comparatively, the sun god water, which instantaneously boosts life and magical points, was rarer and more valuable than the big red. Thus, the offer of 15 million gold was reasonable, considering that no business is without profit. The shopkeeper would not propose such a high price without sufficient margin. Therefore, he decided to raise his offer slightly. You should understand its worth, however, seeing that you seem relatively honest, I shall grant you another opportunity to revise your offer. In truth, Wang Xianzhe himself was uncertain of the sun ginseng's exact value, but he believed that 15 million would not be the shopkeeper's bottom line. How about 1,550,000? No, 1,600,000. Wang Xianzhe exuded confidence, knowing that he had acquired the divine herb for nothing. Had it not been for the system identifying the vast magical potency within the soil, likely, no one would have discovered the unassuming herb that had quietly thrived in the crevice between rocks and soil for millennia. Witnessing Wang Xianzhe's air of assuredness, the shopkeeper, who had something to gain, could not maintain his composure and ultimately had to begrudgingly add another 100,000 gold. With a slight sigh within, he thought, it seems there is hardly any profit left to be made. This high-stakes negotiation was brief yet exhilarating for the shopkeeper, who had not felt such a rush in a long time. Fearing that delay might lead to failure, he hastily produced a thick stack of golden notes from his pocket. Feeling a pang of pain as he said, "Here is a total of 16 million gold. If there are no objections, shall we proceed with the transaction?" The shopkeeper held what resembled the large denomination notes often seen in ancient films. Though in their context, they were referred to as jiaozi, not so fast. Despite the unimaginable sum of wealth before him, Wang Xianzhe remained unfazed, causing the shopkeeper's expression to shift, fearing that Wang Xianzhe might retract his agreement or attempt to renegotiate. Take another look at these herbs I possess. Each one holds considerable value. Under the anxious gaze of the shopkeeper, Wang Xianzhe did not retract the herbs already in his hand. Instead, he produced 3 more herbal specimens, each of which, according to the system's analysis, contained magical energy that rivaled that of the sun ginseng, with one even surpassing it. Heavens! Upon seeing the additional items Wang Xianzhe presented, the shopkeeper gasped once more in disbelief. Despite his extensive experience, he found himself astonished more times today than in his entire life. Overcome with excitement, he could no longer maintain his composure, exclaiming at the top of his lungs, "This is the main ingredient for super red potion. This is the main ingredient for super blue potion. Oh my goodness, this is the legendary material for blessing oil. Am I mistaken?" Aside from the completed blessing oil found in ancient ruins, this material had long since become a legend in herbal compendiums. With these, Wanchao Pavilion shall surely rise to prominence. Buy. I must acquire these miraculous herbs, regardless of the cost. The man before him, poised to become the proprietor of the Wanchao Pavilion, certainly possessed discernment and profound knowledge. Wang Xianzhe, the individual who had unearthed these treasures, was still unaware of the profound significance these herbs held for the entire medicinal industry. However, the proprietor was acutely aware. Even if they had to incur a loss, simply displaying these nearly lost herbs in their establishment would undoubtedly elevate their reputation and yield substantial benefits. Noticing the proprietor's barely contained excitement, Wang Xianzhe smiled slightly, suggesting, "Let us discuss their pricing in detail." Chapter 12. Acquisition of basic swordsmanship. I must say, you are the foremost apothecary in the city, yet you claim you lack the funds to settle the bill. After negotiating the price, Wang Xianzhe found himself somewhat dissatisfied. He was informed that the remaining half of the payment was to be deferred for a fortnight. Did they not understand the concept of a cash transaction? Though he earned his wealth easily, he saw no reason to have a sum of 20 million gold coins. Yes, you are quite right. Faced with Wang Xianzhe's reproach, the proprietor could only smile and repeatedly agree, hastily explaining, "Esteemed guest, it is not that Wanchao Pavilion lacks financial resources, but rather that the items you have presented are exceedingly rare. Each herb is a world-class rarity, and in the past, people would fight tooth and nail for just one. I have already dispatched orders to gather all available liquid assets from our branches. But at this moment, I genuinely cannot produce more cash. It is simply beyond my capacity. No cash." Wang Xianzhe pondered for a moment before responding. "Very well, you can certainly settle the debt with goods. I require various items for my research, such as one of each potion you possess. Furthermore, if your shop has any surplus equipment or skills, I would be willing to purchase each at their original price. This way, you can settle part of your debt without my needing to make another trip." That sounds splendid. The proprietor, distressed by the lack of funds yet unwilling to miss out on these herbs, was eager to comply. As the leading apothecary in the city, they were never short of potions. Consequently, a plethora of potions was immediately exchanged for 9 million gold coins, a most agreeable solution. The proprietor added, I also have some equipment that could cover approximately 3 million coins. Agreed. I will take it all, Wang Xianzhe replied, unconcerned about the specifics of the equipment, as they would merely serve to be deconstructed into blueprints and disassembly value. As for the remaining balance, I will use those to offset it. With a pained expression, the proprietor gritted his teeth, stating, initially, I collected a set of high-grade warrior equipment along with 2 skills, investing considerable time and goodwill. I had intended to preserve them for future generations, but alas, I must part with them. However, as you are aware, the market for such high-grade equipment is scarce, so I must ask for at least 45 million. A surprising boon. Wang Xianzhe was less concerned with the actual value of the equipment than with its potential power. He promptly assured the proprietor, as long as your equipment and skills are formidable, I shall waive the remaining payment. Very well, please wait a moment. The proprietor, feeling a sense of relief at Wang Xianzhe's assurance, no longer hesitated and proceeded to the inner sanctum, unaware that Wang Xianzhe had been engaging in a no-risk transaction from the outset, where a few million gold coins were merely a trifling matter, dependent solely on his mood. Ding, Thunder Battle Armor, requires level 42, attack 3-5, physical defense 7-15, magical defense 5-9, can be disassembled. Ding, Blade of Fate, requires level 38, attack 15-21, attack speed 2, can be disassembled. Upon witnessing the proprietor's emergence, Wang Xianzhe discreetly commanded the system to analyze the 2 pieces of equipment in his possession. Indeed, they were as described. Wang Xianzhe nodded. The proprietor had not deceived him, particularly with the Blade of Fate, a rare and exceptional weapon he had only occasionally managed to obtain in the latter stages of his previous gaming endeavors. The fact that an NPC dedicated to selling potions concealed such high-grade equipment was, quite frankly, immensely gratifying. Had he sought them himself, even with knowledge of numerous treasure spots within the game, success was not guaranteed, as he had experienced the subtle differences between reality and gaming countless times. The world of the legendary game had transformed into reality, and certain illogical game mechanics had inevitably deviated from his recollection. At that moment, the proprietor cautiously retrieved a crimson tome from a silk-lined wooden box, causing Wang Xianzhe's eyes to widen in exhilaration, internally exclaiming, "This is the true unexpected find." The system analysis revealed that this skill was none other than the renowned blazing sword technique, a crucial offensive skill for warriors in the later stages. The effectiveness of a warrior was often gauged by mastery of this technique, which was described in the early versions of the game as, "The sword ignites with flames, each strike claiming a life." The pinnacle of swordsmanship, mastering this technique renders one nearly invincible, unless the opponent possesses superior skills. Good, we are settled. Without waiting for the proprietor to respond, Wang Xianzhe eagerly accepted the equipment and skill, having finally acquired his first legendary skill, the blazing sword technique. Ding, disassemble legendary system items. Small red, medium red, large red, super red, small blue, medium blue, large blue, super blue, stamina potion, swift wind potion, yielding a total of 178,000 disassembly value. Ding, disassemble leather gloves, sturdy gloves, steel bracelets, wrought iron rings, gold rings, bronze necklaces, small bracelets, silver bracelets, and a pickaxe, yielding a total of 283,000 disassembly value. Upon exiting the apothecary, Wang Xianzhe immediately disassembled all the potions in his extensive pack, followed by the myriad of lower-grade equipment. It seemed he had nearly exhausted his memory of all lower-grade items. After attempting a second disassembly, he found it yielded little value, indicating he needed to seek new equipment. As for the Thunder Battle Armor and the Blade of Fate, he was reluctant to disassemble them until he acquired superior gear. Making his way to the High Warriors Guild, he disregarded the low-level apprentices laboriously training within a small wooden cabin. With his pockets brimming with gold coins, Wang Xianzhe was warmly welcomed by the instructor, who offered him a luxurious price befitting his status. Basic swordsmanship was priced at 10,000 gold coins per book, with personal instruction from the master costing 100 gold coins per hour. Those with less aptitude could expect to invest several days or even half a month before being able to purchase another skill book. However, Wang Xianzhe appreciated the transparency of the pricing, as he was not short on funds. Nonetheless, beyond basic swordsmanship and the killing sword technique, there were no more advanced skills available for learning, not even the stealth sword technique, let alone the blazing sword technique or the later skills like Lion's Roar and Shadow Shift. Familiar with the plethora of powerful skills from the game, Wang Xianzhe found the selection at the High Warriors Guild somewhat lacking. However, foundational skills were essential, as many novels had stated, and for someone like Wang Xianzhe, who lacked any martial arts background, the system's instructional calibration was indeed necessary. Therefore, he readily paid the fee and strongly expressed his desire for the best master to provide him with one-on-one instruction. Even if it meant spending 1,000 gold coins per hour, his approach was decidedly extravagant. I am certainly no prodigy. After 5 full days under the dedicated tutelage of the head instructor, Wang Xianzhe finally grasped the basics of swordsmanship. This realization led him to understand that he was perhaps not the rare talent often depicted in stories. Fortunately, his investment was not in vain. The instructor identified and corrected numerous erroneous concepts and habitual movements that had developed from his earthly experiences. As the instructor repeatedly emphasized, these seemingly unnoticed details often turned out to be the most lethal aspects during combat. Chapter 13. The Treasure Pavilion. The difference of expertise is astounding. I never realized how many fatal flaws I possessed before my training. Correcting a multitude of his bad habits, Wang Xianzhe increasingly regarded his decision to study at the High Warriors Guild as incredibly wise. Simultaneously, he had the system conduct a thorough analysis of the strengths and weaknesses of both basic swordsmanship and killing sword technique. Ding. Basic swordsmanship consists of foundational techniques such as slashing and stabbing, enabling effective and accurate use of the long sword's lethality in any environment, forming the cornerstone of swordsmanship. Ding. Killing sword technique, both in terms of accuracy and damage output, is an exceptionally practical sword technique. One could say it marks the transition of a warrior into a true swordsman, as the moves incorporate the flow of internal magical energy, unleashing destructive power beyond ordinary comprehension. This represents your first step into the realm of extraordinary strength. I've learned it immediately. With ample disassembly value at his disposal, and without the need to undergo the lengthy training process required at the outset, Wang Xianzhe directly opted to allocate skill points, enabling him to master the killing sword technique without delay, saving him considerable time and effort. In an instant, the knowledge surged forth in Wang Xianzhe's mind, revealing that he had mastered all the techniques of the assassination swordsmanship as if they were mere extensions of his own body. The manipulation of demonic energy flowed effortlessly from his heart, as if his very beliefs could unleash a devastating power alongside his swordplay. This sensation bore no distinction from the arduous basics he had painstakingly learned. With a shout, he slashed the air, and in that fleeting moment, a sense of liberation enveloped him. Wang Xianzhe felt the demonic energy within him compress and circulate along an intricate path, ultimately bursting forth from his right arm in a torrent, infusing his long sword with a piercing, undeniable gleam. This was undoubtedly a high-quality sword energy, forged from concentrated demonic energy. The fierce sword energy, accompanied by a chilling wind, cleaved the air, creating a rift as if it had struck a tangible object, distorting the atmosphere around it. Drawing from his experiences and insights into the game, he surmised that should he further study the art of assassination swordsmanship, he could refine and compress this energy, launching devastating strikes that could penetrate any foe from a distance. Having experienced the extraordinary potential of his abilities, Wang Xianzhe was thoroughly satisfied with both his decomposed values and the might of his swordsmanship. The demonic energy that flowed passively within him was no longer a mere ornament. Unlike the rigid cooldowns of skills in the game, he discovered that as long as his demonic energy remained sufficient, and his body's energy pathways could withstand the strain, he could unleash a seemingly endless barrage of fearsome sword techniques, far surpassing the limitations of the game. After departing from the esteemed warrior's abode, Wang Xianzhe hastened to another city, where he acquired a technique that refined his mental prowess, significantly enhancing his perception and reflexes. Additionally, he learned the essential healing arts of the Taoist, greatly augmenting his endurance. Beyond these two skills, the systematized knowledge combining martial and Taoist practices had profound implications for him, akin to the training he had received as a warrior. As for the sorcerer's estate, Wang Xianzhe mastered the fireball and lightning spells, along with training in casting and positioning, for the fragile sorcerer must be acutely aware of the rhythm of battle, often more so than the warrior. A moment's inattention could lead to instant demise. Unlike the resilient warriors who could withstand various assaults and emerge unscathed. Thus, it was evident that Wang Xianzhe, having assimilated the skills of the warrior, Taoist, and sorcerer, was an unprecedented triad of mastery in the realm of Mayful. This was not an act of gluttony, but a well-considered decision. According to system analysis, the warrior, Taoist, and sorcerer represented ancient civilizations' techniques for harnessing the high-dimensional energy of demonic essence, devoid of any fundamental differences in their intrinsic natures. Sorcerers unleashed vast torrents of lightning and fire magic, while warriors cleaved with tremendous fiery, sword energy and thunderous strikes. It was akin to modern technology harnessing electricity for illumination and heat, albeit at a far more advanced level, representing an energy science beyond the grasp of contemporary understanding. This extraordinary technology, manifesting through various energy pathways and superior transformation principles, wielded the capacity to manipulate formidable elemental energies, thus appearing as divine abilities to the uninitiated, i.e. the legendary world. Practitioners, even those with limited understanding, found their energies finite. Mastering a singular system of skills could occupy a lifetime, compelling them to focus on one discipline. Furthermore, the sorcerers' attack power paled in comparison to the warriors, as the latter often expended their demonic energy to enhance their physical attributes, while sorcerers opted to store more refined energy as their magical power. The greater the accumulation of magical power, the more potent their spells, akin to selective character progression in the game. In summary, training in all three professions necessitated a genius to invest thrice, if not more, the energy and effort into accumulating demonic energy and learning. However, with 30-fold experience and decomposition values, Wang Xianzhe faced no such dilemmas, thus he embraced the opportunity to learn. Imagining wielding an ice-howling spell in one hand and a fiery sword technique in the other filled him with exhilaration. Equipped with his skills, he was ready to immerse himself in leveling up. Clad in the warrior's ensemble crafted by the tavern mistress, he prepared some red and blue potions and made his way to the Stone Pavilion Temple, a location known for its multitude of magical creatures. Upon arrival at the cave's entrance, the resonant roars of massive wild boars reached his ears, mingling with the explosive sounds of fireballs detonating in the air, indicating that others were already battling within. This was a factor Wang Xianzhe had not previously considered, but given that this was no remote border village, it was reasonable to expect some native warriors also training here. As he entered the cave, he was greeted by a fireball hurtling towards him, generating an intense wave of heat. Thankfully, his recent training had instilled in him the importance of vigilance, and he reacted swiftly, executing a slashing maneuver with his assassination sword technique. A glimmer of cold light surged forward to meet the fireball. With a hiss, the sword energy collided with the fireball, resulting in a mutual annihilation, leaving only void in their wake. Caught off guard and nearly struck, anyone would have felt a surge of anger. It was crucial not to underestimate the fireball spell, even though it was deemed a basic skill in this realm. A direct hit from such a searing projectile could reduce even rock to charred fragments. However, before he could express his frustration, the group of warriors, who had been battling a nearly defeated white wild boar, turned their attention towards him, their eyes filled with malice, clearly harboring ill intentions. "Where did this kid come from? Stay out of my way," they shouted, their demeanor aggressive. Their hostility was palpable, and Wang Xianzhe's initial encounter with these native warriors was decidedly unfriendly. "What do you want? You know full well who is in the right and who is in the wrong," he retorted coldly, sensing their intentions. If they were truly oblivious to the situation, he would not hesitate to demonstrate the prowess of his triad mastery. "Still playing dumb? Does nobody know this is the territory of the Bichi Wang clan? Did you even ask for our permission to be here? Today, you have two choices. Leave your gear and depart in recognition of your error, or we will slay you and strip you of your equipment." Wang Xianzhe was taken aback. He had not anticipated that these NPCs would engage in the familiar game trope of territorial claims and equipment looting. While this was undoubtedly one of the most notorious aspects of the game, it was important to remember that they were not players. The atmosphere reeked of the typical arrogance found in gaming communities, where one faction claimed dominance over another. "Oh, so it's the Bichi Wang clan," he mused, realization dawning upon him. "Unfortunately, I have never heard of you, and I am not inclined to choose either of your options. How about you hand over all your equipment instead?" The Wang clan members recognized the warrior ensemble adorning Wang Xianzhe, revealing a hint of discernment. However, he was no pushover, and feeling confident after his recent accomplishments, he refused to be intimidated. The leader of the group, initially smug, finally grasped the shift in Wang Xianzhe's tone and exploded in anger. "You're mocking me. Indeed, I am playing you for a fool," Wang Xianzhe replied, shaking his head. The group before him was nothing more than a collection of minor characters. "Fine, you're bold, but the last person who spoke to me like that is now a mere shadow on the wall." Wang Xianzhe's disdainful gaze only fueled their rage, and their murderous intent was now unmistakable. Yet Wang Xianzhe felt a jolt of surprise. Despite their generic dialogue, one of them had uttered a classic phrase, suggesting he might also be a traveler from another world. albeit one who had lost their memory. Behold my fireball spell. The confrontation escalated, with the leader, the only sorcerer in the group, casting a colossal fireball that illuminated the cave in a crimson glow. As he prattled on about his prior failures and his newfound determination, the warriors beside him raised their weapons, charging towards Wang Xianzhe with lethal intent. A swarm of attackers failed to elicit any fear from Wang Xianzhe. He mused internally, not only do they shout their names before attacking, but they also have the audacity to flaunt their skills. Yet, judging by the dazzling sword energy they emit, their prowess and combat techniques are commendable. They embody the essence of legendary battles, where discord leads to violence, showcasing the fervor of conflict in its purest form. Without pausing his own actions, he unleashed a fireball spell, colliding it with another fireball soaring through the air. With a resounding clash, the two fireballs met with precision, dissipating the mage's attack into nothingness. It was crucial to neutralize the greatest threat on the battlefield. For mages, within the legendary framework and many other realms, are undeniably the most formidable classes in terms of offensive power. Their magic cannot be disregarded in a blink. A flash of sword light appeared before the onlookers, imbued with a tearing force that brutally cleaved a gaping wound into the leading warrior. The ensuing scene was nothing short of spectacular. Blood erupted from the warrior's chest like a high-pressure fountain, an unstoppable torrent. Wang Xianzhe had struck, inflicting severe injury with a single blow. The gory sight of exposed bone amidst the crimson liquid sent shockwaves through the crowd, causing them to instinctively halt their advance, retreating a step in unison, their eyes filled with trepidation. They gasped, "Did he really strike?" Beyond the flash of his sword, I saw nothing. The superiority of the system was evident. Wang Xianzhe flicked the blood from his sword, his expression icy as he regarded the few before him, equally infused with murderous intent. The situation was one of life or death. Had he not been employing a high-level attack technique, his own injuries would have likely rendered him vulnerable to their combined onslaught. What is there to fear? We are many, and I have support behind me. Can he truly engage us all at once without a cooldown? Seeing several warriors and priests retreat in fear from Wang Xianzhe alone, the mage, undeterred by his own discomfort, shouted from the back, simultaneously launching a basketball-sized fireball toward Wang Xianzhe with reckless abandon. All together now! The onlookers exchanged resigned glances. Aside from one priest busy healing a grievously injured comrade, they clenched their teeth and charged toward Wang Xianzhe. The clarity of Wang Xianzhe's swordsmanship revealed to him that his skill level far surpassed that of his adversaries, bolstering his fearlessness. Swiftly, 3 beams of sword light materialized, resembling streaks of flowing energy aimed at the crowd. Having suffered once before, they dared not underestimate him again, and one by one, they swung their swords at Wang Xianzhe, targeting his vital points with reckless abandon. They could not match his speed, yet they focused solely on relentless assaults, knowing that if Wang Xianzhe could not eliminate them all in a heartbeat, he would have to defend against their onslaught. This was a calculated maneuver to compel him to raise his sword in defense, as anticipated. While Wang Xianzhe could potentially slay a few, he too would be at risk of injury or even death. His sword's trajectory shifted, targeting the nearest opponents. With his unparalleled skill, even against overwhelming odds, Wang Xianzhe maintained the upper hand, deftly cleaving through several swords amid the clanging of metal. However, the group of Wang family scions, fully equipped and of levels comparable to or exceeding his own, worked in unison, rendering it impossible for him to exploit his swift strikes to eliminate anyone unexpectedly. The sheer number of adversaries ultimately conferred an advantage. Moreover, they had a mage lurking behind, prepared to unleash further attacks, while the priest would soon join the fray. Having healed the warrior, Wang Xianzhe found himself occupied. The mage seized the opportunity to launch another fireball, seeking to disrupt Wang Xianzhe's stalemate. Enraged at the mage's audacity, Wang Xianzhe bellowed, "Get lost." With a surge of energy, he unleashed a barrage of sword light that forced the crowd back. Fireball, all you can muster? With a series of strikes, he not only repelled his foes but also shattered the fireball hurtling toward him. In retaliation, Wang Xianzhe cast his own fireball, albeit a smaller one, lacking the potency and speed of the mage's. It was easily evaded, crashing harmlessly to the ground and leaving only a charred crater. Do you truly believe you can master both swordsmanship and magic with such a feeble attempt? In stark contrast to the system-enhanced sword techniques, Wang Xianzhe's newly practiced magic was derided. Another fireball approached, larger and more vibrant than his own. Wang Xianzhe, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, commanded the system, "Upgrade my fireball spell." The system's notifications chimed in rapid succession. "You have consumed 100 200, 500, 1,000, and 10,000 points of decomposed value. Your fireball spell has advanced from novice to proficiency, mastery, perfection, and transcendent realm. Your fireball's power has tripled, gaining high-temperature characteristics. Note, ordinary warriors have a minuscule chance to grasp this extraordinary level. Unlike in the game, where players can easily learn skills upon leveling up, the reality of skill acquisition is far more arduous and complex. Yet, as one favored by fate, Wang Xianzhe could directly enhance his abilities. Propelling his fireball spell to an unprecedented level, in a blinding flash, a fireball exceeding half a meter in diameter surged forth, a massive sphere of crimson flames. The sheer size belied its speed. And as warriors stood in stunned silence, the mage's expression turned to horror as it collided with him. With an earth-shattering explosion, the fireball detonated, engulfing the mage in an inferno that obliterated him entirely, leaving no trace behind. How could this be? He is nothing short of a monster. The overwhelming potency of the spell left the onlookers, unfamiliar with the transcendent realm, in a state of shock, drenched in cold sweat, paralyzed by fear. Was this truly the fireball they once knew? The seemingly harmless kitten had transformed into a ferocious ancient beast in the blink of an eye at that moment. They could not dwell on the mage's tragic fate. Wang Xianzhe's gaze bore down upon them with oppressive intensity, rendering them incapable of meeting his eyes. Even the faintest glance from him sent the timid into instinctive retreat, in less than a second. Wang Xianzhe had utterly eclipsed the mage's years of arduous practice, for the mage's efforts barely grazed the threshold of the system's novice level, while Wang Xianzhe had ascended to a realm that most would deem unattainable. With the instigator of their conflict now vanquished, Wang Xianzhe harbored no intentions of sparing the others. He smiled faintly before unleashing yet another massive fireball, its size akin to a grinding stone. To the remaining onlookers, his seemingly benign smile appeared as the grin of a demon. Amidst the overwhelming display of power and the looming threat of death, some attempted to resist, yet many were paralyzed by fear. Each individual making their own choice in the face of impending doom. Do not underestimate us. This is a valiant warrior, whose desperate roar echoes amidst the suffocating sense of crisis, with bloodshot eyes. He recklessly charges towards Wang Xianzhe, only to be engulfed by raging flames the next moment. Reduced to a living pyre in the midst of the inferno, he endures but a few seconds before being consumed like a mage. Reduced to ashes that scatter into the seething heat, Wang Xianzhe can only remark on his commendable bravery, lamenting his lack of wisdom. As for the others, in their panic, they flee like headless flies, offering no resistance and similarly fall victim to the fireballs, struggling briefly before becoming offerings to the flames. Only one astute middle-aged warrior turns and dashes into the cave, narrowly escaping the flames as he plunges into the deeper. Tranquil Darkness, Chapter 16. An unfriendly first encounter. Help! Someone is trying to kill me. Everyone else has died, and it was such a gruesome fate. The man fleeing is nearly paralyzed with fear, babbling incoherently. For as long as he can remember, it has always been the Wang clan bullying outsiders. He has never felt such overwhelming terror of life and death. Wang Xianzhe, in pursuit, senses something amiss upon hearing the man's frantic words. It seems there are others within the cave, potentially more of the beachy Wang clan, and he must quickly catch up and eliminate this man. Should he make contact with others, it would surely lead to yet another battle and complications. Quickly! What has happened ahead? Before long, the fleeing man, with a look of elation as if seeing a long-lost savior, races towards the noise of hurried footsteps. Soon, he emerges from the depths, followed by a dozen others. They are indeed a group. Wang Xianzhe realizes why there was no sight of any monsters from the cave entrance onward. They had all been exterminated by the people inside. Those capable of fighting in the cave's depths must possess considerable strength. Second young master, it was he who killed Wang Bo and the others. Upon seeing Wang Xianzhe, the fleeing man, now regaining some confidence, points accusingly at him as if reporting to a parent. They are numerous and consist of skilled clan members. Not to mention the presence of the second young master, so surely this murderer will not be allowed to flaunt his power before them any longer. Is it you who dares to provoke the Wang family? The man referred to as the second young master, adorned in splendid mage attire, shows no hint of sorrow or anger upon hearing that his comrades were slain, particularly Wang Bo, the mage who had been deliberately left alive for training. Instead, he states matter-of-factly that those who kill members of the Wang family must pay the price, and that the murderer will atone with his life. Wang Xianzhe remains silent. Who is this pretentious person? Speaking as if he has already defeated me. But even if the Wang clan is formidable, I do not recognize any of you." Seeing that Wang Xianzhe does not cower before his imposing demeanor, the second young master, accustomed to commanding respect, grows incensed. In the past, anyone who heard of the Wang clan's reputation would tremble in fear. He raises his wand and unleashes a spell at Wang Xianzhe. With a crackle, a bolt of lightning strikes down from the heavens, crashing onto Wang Xianzhe's head in an instant, causing his hair to stand on end and numerous electric arcs to flicker across his body. For several seconds, he remains paralyzed by the shock. The second young master is emboldened by the certainty of his power. This lightning spell, faster and more potent than fireballs, is nearly indefensible and a testament to his pride. While Wang Xianzhe's physical defenses are significantly enhanced by magical energy, rendering him largely impervious to conventional weapons, his resistance to magic is not as robust. Indeed, the reason mages are often likened to artillery is not merely due to their formidable spells, but also because most beings possess weak elemental resistances. Clenching his sword tightly, Wang Xianzhe feels his arm muscles twitch and weaken as he grapples with the effects of the lightning. The speed of the lightning spell is phenomenal, with immense destructive power and a paralyzing effect. It is indeed difficult to counter. This marks Wang Xianzhe's first encounter of being struck by an enemy's attack, fully absorbing the damage from a magical skill, and he cannot help but regard the second young master with heightened caution. Recognizing the challenge posed by high-level mages, nevertheless, Wang Xianzhe is not one to remain passive in the face of aggression. Shaking off the numbness in his arm, he disregards the other lesser foes and charges fiercely towards the second young master. Wang Xianzhe's rapid movements astonish the second young master, yet he remains unfazed. As Wang Xianzhe closes the distance, the second young master calmly prepares another lightning spell, calculating that it will strike Wang Xianzhe just before he reaches him. The onlookers, while one would expect them to intervene and prevent Wang Xianzhe from approaching the vulnerable mage, remain motionless. They trust in their master's power, believing that a mere peer poses no threat, and they understand his pride and penchant for theatrics. Why would he need their assistance? If they were to overshadow him by defeating the adversary, he would only scold them for meddling and robbing him of the enjoyment of vanquishing a fool. Boom! The second young master's anticipated lightning bolt descends, but it merely grazes Wang Xianzhe's shoulder, crashing into the ground and creating a sizable crater. Though its force is tremendous, striking the target is what matters. Otherwise, it is all in vain. What was initially thought to be an inevitable strike of lightning veered off course at the last moment, leading the second young master to finally realize that Wang Xianzhe was not an ordinary opponent he had encountered before. He could no longer afford to treat this confrontation lightly. However, time was no longer on his side. At this moment, he had no opportunity to unleash a third lightning strike, as Wang Xianzhe was already within arm's reach. Charging relentlessly forward. Quick, stop him, protect the young master. The subordinates beside the second young master were not mere wooden dummies. They understood the mage's vulnerability when faced with an approaching enemy, fearing for their master's safety. They quickly formed a human wall in front of him, shielding him from Wang Xianzhe's advance. A few Taoists hastily summoned several pitiable-looking skeletons, hoping to use them as cannon fodder to impede Wang Xianzhe. Simultaneously, the group launched an assault on him, and in an instant, the air was filled with glinting blades and flashing swords, demonstrating their fierce intent to eliminate him on the spot. Faced with this onslaught, a fierce glint flashed in Wang Xianzhe's eyes. He maintained his momentum, swiftly drawing his weapon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The strikes of Wang Xianzhe's sword were invisible, yet beams of sword light flickered through the air, slicing through the skeletons' frames and rending the warriors' chests. In the next moment, the skeletons collapsed with a resounding crash, while the warriors staggered back, blood spilling from their wounds. Wang Xianzhe's sword light continued to exude a formidable presence. The numerous flashes of his sword were manifestations of his initial skill in the art of attack. A skill he had elevated to the first level of extraordinary prowess. Thanks to the enhanced rapidity of his attacks, his sword speed was as swift as light itself. Under this sudden assault, he had yet to encounter an equal opponent. Be wary of his swift sword. Two warriors, severely injured by Wang Xianzhe, clutched their wounds and retreated, accepting treatment from the Taoists while warning their comrades. Caught off guard by Wang Xianzhe's sword light, the group quickly regrouped, recognizing that he was alone. Several of them banded together to block his path, preventing him from advancing even a step. These individuals were true warriors. Their strength and battle awareness far superior to those who had remained outside the cave to clean up. Meanwhile, the recently healed warriors advanced once more, encircling Wang Xianzhe and increasing his pressure. Thus, the adage "where there is milk, there is disgust" rang true. Surrounded, Wang Xianzhe found his evasive maneuvering space increasingly constricted. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky without warning, crashing heavily upon Wang Xianzhe, rendering his body momentarily rigid. Seizing the opportunity, several warriors struck with their swords, inflicting severe injuries upon him. Ultimately, Wang Xianzhe's lack of combat experience led him to neglect the defensive measures against the second young master's magical ambush, resulting in multiple wounds from this critical oversight. Fortunately, Wang Xianzhe was also adept at healing. Mimicking what he had learned, he unleashed several beams of sword light that repelled the attackers. Seizing the moment, he cast a healing spell upon himself. Although it did not completely mend his grievous wounds, this beginner-level healing spell allowed some of his injuries to gradually close. As long as the wounds ceased to bleed, they would not worsen. Seeing this, Wang Xianzhe quickly retrieved a bottle of potent red elixir from his robes and downed it. As the potion entered his system, he felt an overwhelming surge of magical energy merging with the elixir's pure potency, transforming into a warm flow within him. As his magical energy was consumed, it miraculously replenished his lost blood. This wondrous potion, akin to the game's setting, restored him to full health, filling him with relief. He was grateful that he had instinctively recognized the common error of adventurers neglecting to carry potions in battle. Now that he was healed, he would not allow the second young master a second chance to ambush him. Fireball, a blinding radiance illuminated the entire cave, and the scorching heat caused the surrounding temperature to surge dramatically. The extraordinary fireball spell, upon its manifestation, displayed immense power. With a fireball in hand, Wang Xianzhe suddenly felt invincible. If one strike was insufficient, he would unleash two. Did you think hiding behind others would spare you? As he spoke, a fireball, measuring half a meter in diameter, soared toward the Taoist healers hiding behind their comrades. Be careful, his fireball is formidable. We cannot withstand it. Upon witnessing Wang Xianzhe's fireball, the escapee, who had been lurking at the back since the battle began, felt a chill run down his spine. Trembling, he immediately warned the others. Fortunately, the well-trained warriors swiftly dodged to the side upon seeing the fireball's unusual size and temperature, while the skeletons, under the Taoist command, positioned themselves in front of the fireball. However, their anticipated defensive measures proved futile. For Wang Xianzhe's fireball could not be measured by their common logic. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The skeletons, with their bony frames, could not withstand the fireball's extreme heat. Upon mere contact, they were reduced to wisps of smoke. Moments later, the massive fireball soared toward the Taoists, exploding with a resounding bang, engulfing them in roaring flames and also consuming several distant warriors. What was supposed to be a basic fireball spell was unleashed by Wang Xianzhe as an explosive area attack. When the flames subsided, the Taoists directly hit by the fireball had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a charred crater. The power of the fireball spell, even at the first level of extraordinary prowess, was undeniably more straightforward and spectacular than the sword attack. It's him. That fireball turned Wang Bo and the others to ash. Their demise was so tragic, the escapee let out a heart-wrenching wail. Drawing the attention of the others to that moment, he was left disheveled, hair and eyebrows singed, and his attire in tatters, resembling the battle-worn warriors emerging from the flames. Having nearly perished at the hands of Wang Xianzhe's fireball, the escapee seemed to have reached a breaking point. Recalling the terror imposed by the fireball, he screamed desperately, ultimately succumbing to the immense pressure and turning to flee, once again becoming a coward. Chapter 18. The perfect fireball spell. Revised. How could he have escaped again? Surely he wanted to bring another group of troublesome adversaries. Observing the fleeing figure, who continued to wail dramatically, Wang Xianzhe felt exasperated. This individual truly possessed the tenacity of a cockroach. However, glancing at the warriors around him, who were disheveled and glaring fiercely at him, he relinquished any thoughts of pursuit. At that moment, a basketball-sized fireball rose from the second young master's hand. To Wang Xianzhe's surprise, the fireball did not fly toward him. Instead, it aimed at the fleeing man, crashing into his back with a resounding thud. Instantly, the man ignited in flames, becoming a fiery figure as he let out hoarse cries. Pleading, "Fire! It's a raging inferno! Don't let me turn to ash!" After writhing on the ground for several seconds, the man finally fell silent. He had never imagined that he would not perish at the hands of the fireball he feared most, but rather at the second young master's command. The Wang family harbors no cowards. You are destined to perish. With a fireball spell extinguishing the man too terrified to confront Wang Xianzhe, the second young master's face twisted in a cruel expression of disdain. The man's earlier actions had brought shame upon him. Meanwhile, having breached the formation with his fireball, Wang Xianzhe, now amidst the fray of warriors, moved like a tiger among sheep, leaving no opportunity for them to regroup. His sword whirled with astonishing speed, each strike crafting a poignant arc of light through the air. The warriors who had once held their ground against him found themselves helpless against the extraordinary brilliance of his swordplay. With each flash of light, limbs were severed, throats were slashed, and the air filled with the wails of the dying. Having swiftly dispatched a disorganized group of foes, Wang Xianzhe surged toward the second young master. The forthcoming duel between them imminent, boom! Realizing Wang Xianzhe was charging toward him, the second young master finally felt the weight of tension. He summoned a bolt of lightning, but Wang Xianzhe deftly dodged. Fully aware of the opponent's casting motion in a one-on-one scenario, it was impossible for the second young master to land a hit on him. You strike with great enthusiasm. Now, feel the edge of my sword. Arriving before the second young master, Wang Xianzhe unleashed a swift thrust aimed at his vital points. With the sharpness and swiftness of his radiant sword, the young master was mere moments away from losing his head. Thud! However, it is regrettable that just as the sword light was about to descend upon the second young master, a dazzling ring of crimson fire erupted from within him, sweeping outward with an unparalleled force. This overwhelming surge of power pushed Wang Xianzhe back brutally, despite his remarkable strength, leaving him with no means to resist. Unbeknownst to him, he had already retreated 7 or 8 meters from the second young master. And the sword light in his hand had also moved further away from the young master's neck. The sheer ferocity of this force was utterly astounding. It was as if the fire ring, which had struck him, caused no physical harm, yet he could distinctly feel the alarming pressure it exerted. Wang Xianzhe quickly recognized the skill employed by his opponent, a special magic that could force any powerful character in the game backward. He realized he could not halt his momentum, and in that instant, all his prior advances had been thwarted by this seemingly innocuous fire ring. Such a potent skill was indeed worthy of the title the godly technique that defends mages up close. To think it could even resist the fire ring, truly, the young master of a prominent family is affluent, Wang Xianzhe sighed. Refusing to be disheartened, he unleashed a fireball at the second young master and charged forward again. Though legendary magic in reality had no fixed cooldown, he was determined not to allow the young master to intercept him with the fire ring every time he lunged forward. You actually dare to kill me? Wang Xianzhe's aggressive advance filled the second young master with fear, evoking an unreal sense of dread. He had never faced such a life-threatening situation before, especially that paralyzing terror of impending death, which nearly made him wet himself. It dawned upon him that no matter how powerful his family was or how talented he was deemed, he too could perish. Almost immediately, a profound sense of shame washed over him. As the recognized genius of the Bichi Wang family, he found himself intimidated by a commoner. In the midst of battle, he dared to lose focus. Wang Xianzhe, unaware of the tumultuous emotions swirling in the second young master's heart, noticed that he had not even cast the lightning strike spell and quickened his pace, charging straight ahead. As Wang Xianzhe approached, the glint of his sword became more pronounced, and the second young master, a sheltered flower of privilege, found himself flustered. Despite his exquisite equipment and the protective fire ring, he felt little safety. The chilling sword light that had almost grazed his throat haunted him, and the stronger Wang Xianzhe appeared, the more fear he felt. Just then, as Wang Xianzhe drew nearer, the second young master made a critical error in his haste. He activated the fire ring against the incoming fireball, employing his last means of self-preservation on yet another source of danger. However, having used the skill on the fireball, he had nothing left to defend against Wang Xianzhe's swift blade. Think the fire ring could deflect the fireball. Such a maneuver would not occur in the game. This thought flashed through Wang Xianzhe's mind, quickly transforming into a torrent of murderous intent directed at the second young master. As he closed the distance, his expression turned resolute, and he drew his sword. With a flurry of lethal strikes erupting from Wang Xianzhe's hand, the brilliant sword light surged toward the second young master. In that moment, it seemed that everyone from the Bichi Wang family within the cave must perish. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a sharp blade of sword energy, infused with a menacing aura, sliced through the air toward Wang Xianzhe, forcing him to retreat hastily. A scarred warrior, exuding a palpable aura of menace, stepped forward with an expression of cold determination. He had undoubtedly slaughtered countless foes, and his terrifying presence was like a storm brewing, reminiscent of the oppressive force Wang Xianzhe had felt upon his arrival in this world. This fellow is no ordinary foe, Wang Xianzhe realized, his expression growing grave as he beheld the warrior before him. He had initially thought the last guard beside the second young master was akin to the other warriors, merely a level 20 novice. Yet it was evident now that this opponent was at least level 30, a qualitative shift in capability. The sword energy that had just assailed him was unmistakably a more advanced assassination technique. In truth, this warrior was the true trump card of the Bichi Wang family, an iron-blooded fighter stationed to ensure the safety of the young master. Regardless of how many had fallen before him, he had remained an observer, for his singular task was to protect the young master in times of crisis. This was the essence of a powerful family, where the lives of others mattered little. But the moment the second young master was on the brink of death, this previously passive warrior finally sprang into action, rescuing the young master from Wang Xianzhe's grasp. Chapter 19. Instant lightning. Having narrowly escaped Wang Xianzhe's proximity twice and teetering on the edge of death, the second young master no longer cared for the dignity he had previously held in such high regard. He bellowed at his guard, "Kill him! You must kill him, yes, young master." The family's experience in cultivating loyalty among its personal soldiers was evident. Although this warrior surpassed the second young master in strength, he accepted the command without question, launching another attack at Wang Xianzhe. His arm moved swiftly, unleashing 3 chilling waves of sword energy aimed directly at Wang Xianzhe. Though Wang Xianzhe's level was lower, his extraordinary assassination sword technique afforded him a fighting chance. Aware that he could not evade the confrontation, he steeled himself and struck at the incoming sword energy with his long sword. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing blades echoed as the two forces collided in the AI. In an instant, Wang Xianzhe unleashed 18 strikes against the 3 waves of sword energy, yet the outcome still left him at a disadvantage. Despite the sword energy lacking the weight of a heavy attack, he felt an immense recoil upon contact with the first wave, forcing him to stagger backward, his sword whirling about. With 5 strikes, he managed to scatter the first wave of sword energy, but as the second wave approached, he had to move faster, repeatedly striking against it until he finally deflected it. However, by the time the third wave came, he was already fatigued, retreating until he found himself cornered, barely managing 2 more strikes before the force and sharpness of the sword energy nearly harmed him. The ferocity of a warrior above level 30 clashing with Wang Xianzhe, who was seemingly invincible, unleashed a tempest of residual sword energy. The air was filled with sharp gusts that cleaved through the surrounding environment, leaving deep gashes in the ground and rocked. A level 30 player is indeed formidable. It seems I cannot win, Wang Xianzhe thought, realizing he could not compete against the warrior. His instinct urged him to allocate points for an upgrade. With enhanced skills, he could retaliate. But should he invest in attack techniques or fireball magic? After contemplation, he ultimately decided to enhance his magical abilities. Magic was not only visually stunning and powerful, but also simpler and more brutal compared to swordplay, which depended heavily on the comparison of strength and speed. Undoubtedly, engaging in battles beyond his level was the forte of a mage. Ding. You have consumed 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, 100,000 points. Ding. Level 1 Extraordinary Fireball Technique has been upgraded to Level 2 Novice. Level 2 Minor Achievement, Level 2 Major Achievement, Level 2 Perfection, Level 2 Extraordinary. Your fireball technique's power has increased 5-fold and gained an explosive characteristic. With the elevation of his skill level, the consumption of points surged dramatically, and the system indicated that the extraordinary level consumed an astonishing 100,000 points. Yet the corresponding effect was equally remarkable, yielding an additional 15-fold increase in power. Coupled with the explosive characteristic, Wang Xianzhe's fireball technique had become formidable, surpassing even the later explosive fireball technique, propelling him toward the path of the 5 Fireball sect and the FFF group. Wang Xianzhe was the type to fight rather than chatter. Just after upgrading his fireball technique, a new fireball appeared in his hand. Unlike the earlier basketball-sized sphere, this one was no larger than a pear. But it concentrated all its high temperature and pressure into a single point. The incandescent white fireball brimmed with terrifying energy, and as it emerged in the cave, its radiant glow caused everyone's eyes to sting painfully. Go! Just as he distanced himself from the warrior, Wang Xianzhe hurled the fireball toward both the second young master and the warrior. Boom! Like a meteor crashing down, a miniature nuclear explosion erupted, unleashing a blinding white light akin to a miniature sun, radiating waves of intense luminosity potent enough to blind thousands. Following this was a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the cavern, accompanied by an indescribable, searing heat. Within a 100-meter radius, everything was engulfed in a sea of flames. Obliterated by the shock wave, leaving only the all-consuming fire that blotted out the sky. To my astonishment, the power was indeed overwhelming. Even Wang Xianzhe underestimated the might of the second-level grand culmination skill. The high temperature and pressure that spread out still carried immense lethality, soon affecting him, the caster. The rolling heat surged toward him, rendering Wang Xianzhe unbearably hot, his face flushed from the vaporizing heat. Fortunately, the cavern was vast, filled with numerous tunnels, and he quickly darted towards an opening, seeking refuge behind a rock. Yet, he could still feel waves of heat and tremors reverberating from afar, rippling through the ground. It seemed an eternity before the echoing tumult in the cavern gradually subsided. Wang Xianzhe emerged from his rocky concealment, only to find the spot directly struck by the fireball utterly transformed. Now a dark red pit still radiating heat, while the warrior caught in the blast lay lifeless, unrecognizable. His gaze then shifted to where the second young master had stood, discovering this fragile mage, merely swept by the scorching shockwave, now sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from his orifices, a clear victim of the ferocious explosion at close range. What astonished Wang Xianzhe the most was the sight of luxurious high-grade equipment and several exquisitely bound books scattered around the second young master's body. He had indeed dropped gear and skills, undoubtedly an extraordinary bounty. How can this be? Wasn't it said that reality does not drop equipment? Confounded, Wang Xianzhe sought clarification from the system. The analysis revealed that the target possessed a dimensional space backpack. Upon death, the loss of magic energy and spatial runes caused the internal space to collapse, resulting in some items vanishing into the chaotic spatial currents, while others might probabilistically drop through the fissures, appearing beside the target. Thus, the legends of the real world also harbored alternative methods for slaying foes and looting their gear. Gazing at the pile of equipment nearly filling the corridor, Wang Xianzhe could not help but smile. This was indeed an extraordinary stroke of luck. As the saying goes, killing and looting lead to wealth. Fortune favors the bold. Approaching the mound of gear, he inspected each piece, discovering over a dozen rare items, including rings and necklaces, none of which were available in the market. Even the common clothing and weapons included several he had yet to dismantle. Donning the finest pieces to fill the gaps in his rings and necklaces, Wang Xianzhe unhesitatingly disassembled the remaining gear into blueprints and valuable disassembly points. However, he soon realized that a plethora of equipment, gold, potions, and miscellaneous items remained beyond his capacity to carry. Turning his attention to the books, he flipped through their contents and felt a surge of joy. Each skill book contained the advanced spells he had long desired, starting with a fireball spell, followed by explosive flames and firewall incantations. It appeared the second young master had specialized in fire magic. Additionally, there was a resistance fire ring, an artifact that had previously saved the second young master during battle, a spell to entice and control magical beasts, and the legendary spell Hell Thunder, capable of summoning a tempest of lightning that unleashed a barrage of twisted lightning bolts across the screen. These spells were unique skills unattainable by high-level mages. Thankfully, the second young master had not surpassed level 30. Otherwise, acquiring such a controllable area of effect attack would have made him a formidable adversary, keeping warriors and other classes at bay. Moreover, Wang Xianzhe discovered 3 thin, handwritten tomes hidden beneath the debris. These skill books were likely tools for the second young master to secure loyalty from his subordinates, inadvertently benefiting Wang Xianzhe. Although lacking detailed explanations from previous users, making their study more challenging without disassembly points, he found a warrior's assassination technique, a summoning skeleton spell, and a soul fire talisman, leaving him immensely grateful to the second young master, truly a benefactor. A veritable gold mine. Having finally assessed the spoils of his first kill, Wang Xianzhe felt thoroughly satisfied and pondered how to transport them. Suddenly, he recalled his earlier intention to have the system activate a spatial backpack for him, which would resolve his predicament. With a prompt, he expended 50,000 disassembly points to master the microsculpting space rune technique, legendary system, granting him the ability to inscribe spatial runes on his body or certain special materials, thereby unlocking dimensional space. The system's notification felt distinct, as did the experience. Unlike the myriad skills of various classes, this auxiliary life skill was straightforward, akin to an innate talent acquired through diligent study. Upon fully grasping the spatial rune technique, he instinctively understood how to control the magic energy within him to carve runes, as if following an internal compass, effortlessly creating a pocket of space. This sensation was remarkably fascinating and enhanced his comprehension of controlling the magic energy within him, allowing it to arrange itself into any desired form, effectively granting him a newfound mastery over his magical essence. a boon for his future endeavors. Once all equipment and miscellaneous items were securely stowed in his spatial backpack, Wang Xianzhe reveled in the ample dimensional space that was entirely his own. Yet, the disassembly points remain insufficient. Continuously experiencing the benefits of disassembly points, he glanced at his attribute panel. After spending some on skills and replenishing others through equipment disassembly, he had now exhausted another 50,000, leaving him with a mere 213,000 disassembly points. He needed to devise a strategy to continue accumulating them. As he settled into the cavern's newfound desolation, a low voice seemed to echo within his mind. For those who opposed you are now deceased. Shaking off the haunting thoughts of the grim fates of those he had slain, Wang Xianzhe resolutely ventured deeper into the cavern, aware that the mid to low-level magical beasts had already been eradicated by the Bitch King family. Only by delving into the depths could he encounter other, more formidable creatures hidden within the cavern. According to the lore of this world, ancient sites like the Stone Pavilion Temple were relics from a bygone era, teeming with magical beasts and potentially harboring usable ancient equipment. However, the outer layers had long been scavenged, leaving only the expansive, treacherous labyrinths and perilous zones unexplored. Now, these depths had become the Bitch King family's designated hunting grounds. I recall the stone tomb has 7 layers. Let us see what treasures await within. While others may fear losing their way in the stone tomb, Wang Xianzhe's memory of the game's paths remained vivid. As his life force ascended, the high-dimensional energy of magic seemed to have sharpened his memory, allowing him to vividly recall every route from the game. Though the labyrinth in reality had grown more extensive and intricate, the familiar corridors and environments were sufficient for him to navigate. His primary objective was the potential acquisition of the ultimate staff located within the 7th layer of the stone tomb. This exceptional equipment for Taoists significantly enhanced both magical and warrior abilities, boasting a hidden feature that granted it 4 to 5 points of holy attribute, inflicting substantial extra damage on undead foes. The ancient civilization had developed numerous techniques to convert magic energy into devastating elemental damages. How could he possibly pass up such a high-end technology that transformed magic into pure, radiant holy energy? With a roar, Wang Xianzhe pressed onward, reaching the 5th layer of the cavern to encounter grotesque magical beasts like the black wild boar. Evidently, the Bitch King family had been industrious, clearing out most of the creatures in the earlier layers. Kill! Like a famished person confronted with a sumptuous feast, Wang Xianzhe charged at the wild boar, wielding the advanced sword gifted by the second young master. With a swift motion, he severed its throat, unleashing a torrent of foul-smelling blood. Undeterred by the splatter, he immediately lunged at another howling wild boar, unleashing a flurry of beautiful sword strikes to amass even more experience points. From the very beginning, Wang Xianzhe's objective was to elevate his own level. His recent encounter with a level 30 warrior provided him with a precise understanding and anticipation of the formidable prowess of advanced practitioners, intensifying his eagerness for advancement. If he were also at level 30, given his exceptional aptitude in the 3 schools of magic, he should have been more than capable of overpowering his opponent without needing to enhance his fireball spell. Moreover, the recently unveiled skill books all had level restrictions of 25 and 30. Consequently, his great sword was yearning for action. In the dimly lit 6th layer of the cave, the anguished cries of numerous monsters echoed, particularly the grotesque, pig-headed boarmen, whose lamentations could be heard from a kilometer away, sounding like the wretched cries of slaughtered pigs. Yet, no matter how loud their screams, it could not alter the fact that they were being effortlessly dispatched by a single human. With each flash of sword light, a massive boar would crash to the ground, and the magical essence emanating from the high-ranking monsters was voraciously consumed by Wang Xianzhe. Occasionally, a brilliant fireball would fall into the nauseating swarm of magical insects, unleashing a catastrophic explosion that shook the very ground, creating a mushroom cloud of energy. The air expanded violently, flames annihilated everything in sight, reducing it to ash, leaving no trace behind. The overwhelming slaughter of these creatures allowed Wang Xianzhe's level to soar, resulting in swifter and more powerful sword strikes. As for the fireball that could shake the entire cave, it illuminated the space, transforming the dark corridors into a realm of daylight. As he felt his strength continuously augmenting, Wang Xianzhe became increasingly merciless and swift in his onslaught against the monsters. In this positive feedback loop, he managed to nearly eradicate the monsters on the 6th layer single-handedly, with only a few remnants hiding in obscure corners. Avoiding his lethal touch. Have I truly reached level 34? the abundance of monsters, and the 30-fold experience swiftly elevated Wang Xianzhe to a level many indigenous warriors could only dream of. But he soon encountered a second bottleneck. Now, only the medium magical essence contained within formidable bosses could aid him in breaking through this limitation, allowing him to ascend to a life form that transcended his current limits. At this juncture, Wang Xianzhe finally understood that the warrior he had initially faced was not merely a level 30 opponent. He was undoubtedly a level 35 warrior who had surpassed the limits, which explained the overwhelming advantage in strength and speed. Due to the rapid absorption of inferior magical essence, Wang Xianzhe's magical corruption level had reached 8.26. In the midst of this massacre, a bloodthirsty urge to eradicate everything surged within him, making it difficult to maintain his composure. Yet, as he unleashed his successive sword techniques, the energy channels within him operated continuously, allowing the magical essence to be swiftly purified and refined. Notably, the negative magical essence purified by his fireball spell effectively incinerated all negative emotions, restoring him to a manageable 1.92, alleviating his concerns regarding demonic transformation. Thus, this must be the final layer. Aside from the magical essence he had acquired, Wang Xianzhe also obtained numerous bone necklaces and relics from the intelligent black and white boars, prompting him to disdainfully consider their grotesque appearance while involuntarily recalling their animated relatives. Upon reflection, their attire and visage bore striking similarities to the debauched, pig-headed cousins depicted in various animations. Nevertheless, he stowed these crude yet valuable items in his spatial backpack, for he was a person who valued frugality, and each represented gold coins and decomposition value. Thus far, Wang Xianzhe had yet to encounter any named equipment within the game, leading him to ponder, the equipment in reality is far scarcer than that in the game. It seems far easier to simply rob the offspring of powerful factions. Upon reaching the 7th layer, teeming with monsters and the most formidable adversaries, Wang Xianzhe became considerably more cautious, gripping his sword tightly and vigilantly surveying for any formidable monsters that might emerge. Suddenly, a repulsive swarm of monstrous insects appeared, writhing and screeching on the damp ground. Without hesitation, Wang Xianzhe conjured a brilliant fireball and hurled it towards them. The ensuing explosion was earth-shattering, accompanied by an intense blinding light that sent a powerful shockwave, causing his hair to billow. After the explosion, the ground where the fireball struck revealed a deep, fiery pit, with hints of crystallized glass visible within, indicating the terrifying heat still emanating from it. The loathsome insects were reduced to ash, vanishing into the flames. Indeed, there is a concealed cave blocked by massive boulders. The boss must be inside. Using his fireball to clear the path through hordes of monsters, Wang Xianzhe quickly navigated to the secret room he remembered from the game. As he approached, an overwhelming and turbulent aura emanated from within, indicating the extraordinary nature of the boss inside. With a resounding crash, a weakened fireball shattered the boulders, and Wang Xianzhe stepped into the cave. Upon entering, he beheld a grotesque creature standing in the center of the cave, a four-legged beast with a pig's head towering over 3 meters, its physique and angular features bearing a resemblance to the legendary Shaolin. Wang Xianzhe recognized it as the Shaolin Boar King, the ultimate boss hidden within the secret map of the ancient tomb. The boss, having spotted Wang Xianzhe, let out an exuberant and violent roar before charging towards him with frenzied bloodlust in its eyes. It was clear that it had been cooped up in this chamber for far too long. Despite its imposing appearance, the boss was not particularly swift, and its heavy build hindered its speed. Armed with 2 massive swords, while they were not dragon-slaying blades, they were still formidable weapons designed for high damage output. However, Wang Xianzhe was not intimidated by its appearance. Curiously, he initiated a system analysis on the formidable boss. He wondered if its Shaolin-like exterior was the result of selective mutation for greater strength, or an inevitable evolution of a powerful creature. Or perhaps it possessed inherent Shaolin blood that facilitated its transformation into such a fearsome entity. Medium magical essence monster. This creature inherently contains Shaolin blood. The Shaolin is the progenitor of all terrestrial beasts, representing the pinnacle of their evolution, much like the ancient legends that claim the Shaolin rules over all beasts. It is indeed the ancestor of all terrestrial creatures. Wang Xianzhe discovered a remarkable secret, pondering whether it was the will of the vast universe or the interconnectivity of various multiverses that influenced this connection. Ultimately, the first batch of primordial beings from ancient legends appeared to have far-reaching implications, intertwining even the powerful bosses within this legendary world, suggesting that it was far from mere coincidence. If I were to decompose this boss, I wonder how much decomposition value I would acquire and whether I could extract the Shaolin's genes. Such profound matters were beyond Wang Xianzhe's current considerations. He would encounter them in due time as he ascended. For now, he focused on the tangible benefits. The diverse array of monsters he had encountered had already provided him with ample decomposition value and corresponding gene blueprints. Decomposing this boss would complete his main quest for monster decomposition. And with the equipment decomposition task already fulfilled, he only needed to gather sufficient skills to traverse to other worlds. As the boss charged, the ground trembled beneath its weight, and clouds of dust billowed around it. Finally, it approached Wang Xianzhe. In response, he raised his hand and launched a nuclear fireball at the approaching boss. While he might have underestimated the boss's speed, he remained vigilant, as a hidden major boss. The Magic Boar King may not be fast, but its lethality was undeniable. A single strike from its dual swords could easily eliminate mages with insufficient equipment levels, and even warriors would struggle to withstand several blows. The brilliant light and flames erupted as Wang Xianzhe's nuclear fireball struck the boss squarely in the chest, engulfing it in a roaring inferno. Yet, to his astonishment, the boss emerged from the flames. Its chest scorched but still standing strong, seemingly unfazed by the intense heat. It glared at him with a ferocious determination, demonstrating that it was far more resilient than its fearsome appearance suggested. After his fireball spell had reached the second level of extraordinary mastery, Wang Xianzhe was astonished when he failed to eliminate the enemy in a single blow for the first time. The boss, infused with moderate magical energy, was indeed exceptional, exhibiting an unreasonable strength akin to that in the game. Upon witnessing the boss charge towards him, Wang Xianzhe swiftly retreated, circling around in the spacious rectangular chamber. Reminiscent of his strategies within the game, as long as he could evade the boss's pursuit, victory was within reach. If one fireball was ineffective, he would unleash two. If two failed, he would resort to three. He refused to believe that his relentless bombardment of powerful nuclear fireballs would not eventually fell the boss. Roaring in frustration, the boss realized it could not catch up to Wang Xianzhe and was left trailing in a cloud of dust. Its immense strength wielded two blades, each weighing thousands of pounds, creating afterimages as they cleaved through the air, generating numerous sharp pressure waves. Observing the boss's brute force, which surpassed even his own 34 level 3 cultivator prowess, Wang Xianzhe dared not approach. He raised his hand and unleashed another nuclear fireball, striking the boss squarely in the chest with a deafening explosion. Enveloped in flames, the boss surged forth from the inferno. Its face contorted in anger and let out a thunderous roar that shook the very forest. With eyes of flame, it charged directly at Wang Xianzhe, flailing its arms and transforming the two blades into whirling wheels of wind and fire, creating a fierce gust in the otherwise still chamber. However, what use was it if it could not land a hit? Ignoring the boss's rage and provocations, Wang Xianzhe continued to methodically launch fireballs, relentlessly bombarding the boss, inflicting torment upon it. Despite its furious outbursts, the boss was unable to retaliate effectively, and unbeknownst to them both, the boss's health and stamina were steadily waning. The explosions reverberated throughout the chamber at an astonishing frequency. But the boss, having learned from its mistakes, began to skillfully cleave the fireballs with its swords. With a powerful swing, it shattered a fireball several meters away, and though its blades glowed red-hot from the flames, they showed no signs of melting. The residual flames from the explosions dealt negligible damage to the boss, akin to a gentle breeze, rendering Wang Xianzhe's attacks ineffective. After several futile attempts, Wang Xianzhe raised his sword and pointed towards the boss. A brilliant bolt of lightning, imbued with a serene blue glow, struck down from the heavens with such speed that evasion was impossible. With a crackling sound, it struck the boss, momentarily freezing its movements for a fraction of a second. Clearly, the paralysis effect of the lightning had some impact. Yet, if even the second-level extraordinary fireball spell could not slay the boss in one hit, what could his rudimentary lightning spell achieve? Following the brief paralysis, the boss charged at Wang Xianzhe once more, seemingly fueled by even greater fury. This is rather tricky, Wang Xianzhe mused. Although he had evaded the relentless pursuit of the boss for the moment, he sensed that this tactic would not suffice. The intense chase had left him somewhat fatigued, while the boss appeared invigorated, running faster in its raging fury, indicating that he could not outlast it. As he ran, Wang Xianzhe glanced around and suddenly had a revelation. Until now, he had been circling around the stone pillars but had failed to notice an ancient stone altar nestled deep behind the boss. This altar, constructed from stone, emanated an indescribable aura of antiquity, reflecting the unique touch of an ancient civilization. Upon it rested a treasured artifact, the Wujigan. Was this not the solution? The Blade of Fate was a warrior's equipment and could provide no magical prowess to Wang Xianzhe. However, the Wujigan, a top-tier item for mages, would significantly enhance his magical abilities, particularly with its additional holy attributes, which would inflict substantial damage on the dark Kirin-like boss. It was essential to possess a powerful weapon to combat the boss. With this thought in mind, Wang Xianzhe continued to circle, gradually moving towards the altar's location. At that moment, the boss, oblivious to Wang Xianzhe's intentions, allowed him to lead it in circles, emitting increasingly frustrated roars. Soon, Wang Xianzhe reached the altar and, with a swift motion, pulled out the Wujigan embedded within. With a resounding crash, the altar collapsed, as if its sole purpose had been to safeguard the Wujigan. Now that it had been removed, the altar chose to self-destruct, completing its mission. It was a pity that this ancient altar, which had remained intact for ages, was now reduced to ruins. Chapter 23. Sweeping the cave, we begin anew. Holding the Wujigan, Wang Xianzhe felt the magical energy within him surge, forming a grand energy circuit with the artifact. The revitalized magical energy combined with the efficient energy circuit amplified the power of his spells. The holy energy emanating from this specific circuit made him realize the Wujigan's inherent divine attributes. A flash of lightning, infused with a hint of holy radiance, crashed down upon the boss, causing it to freeze in place for a brief moment. The pain inflicted by the lightning elicited a pained roar from the boss. The Wujigan did not disappoint. The power of the lightning strike was significantly enhanced, and the holy energy acted like acid upon the boss, causing its skin to hiss and corrode, even softening its formidable muscles. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Xianzhe unleashed another fireball at the roaring boss. This enhanced fireball, also radiating holy light, struck the boss with tremendous force. The resulting explosion echoed throughout the cave, engulfing the boss in an expanse of white flames, prompting the most anguished scream it had yet emitted. The combined onslaught of holy fire was unbearable even for the boss. As the flames dissipated, the charred figure of the boss lay in the crater. To Wang Xianzhe's surprise, the boss was still alive. Observing its resilience against the increasingly powerful nuclear fireball, he shook his head and resolved to strike again. Another resounding explosion rocked the cave, deepening the crater further. A remarkably pure mass of magical energy appeared before him. Wang Xianzhe knew the boss had finally perished. He swiftly stepped forward to absorb the magical energy, leveling up to 35 and significantly enhancing his power. Feeling a transformation within his magical energy from inferior to moderate quality, Wang Xianzhe understood that, similar to his first breakthrough, his magical energy's quality and quantity would experience rapid growth with this level increase, amplifying the potency of his skills. Having surpassed this hurdle, and with only a few skill tomes left for the main quest, he felt it was time to relax. Ultimately, Wang Xianzhe decided to return and excavate the millennium-old blackwood tree and some rare materials he had discovered along the way. He planned to assess all the equipment and miscellaneous items in his spatial backpack before making his way back to Boundary Village. After all, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. Before seeking out even more formidable magical creatures for combat and leveling up, he intended to cultivate the other skills he had acquired to at least an entry-level proficiency, thereby enhancing the diversity of his attacks. Who knows which skill might yield unexpected results in battle? Boss lady, I'm back. Upon returning to Boundary Village, Wang Xianzhe headed straight to the beautiful innkeeper's establishment. He believed there was no one else in the village worth his time aside from the alluring innkeeper. Surely not the old village chief? Look, these are the magical beast furs I've collected. Could you craft a few garments for me when you have the time? During his journey, he had not forgotten to gather some magical beast pelts. His visit to the innkeeper was somewhat of a pretext. With a wealth of equipment and gold, he had no real need for her services. However, the saying goes that a gentleman seeks a virtuous lady, and the innkeeper was the only beauty he had come to know in this world. For no particular reason, he found himself wanting to engage with her. All of these are from your kills? As Wang Xianzhe unveiled a plethora of monster pelts from his spatial backpack, the charming seamstress gasped and covered her mouth in astonishment. Being a competent tailor, she undoubtedly recognized the origin of these pelts, which was why admiration shone in her beautiful eyes, causing Wang Xianzhe to feel quite pleased with himself. Clearly, to the seamstress, the quality of these monster furs was nothing short of exceptional. It's nothing. Just some I happened to kill along the way, he replied dismissively, attempting to maintain an air of nonchalance. In any case, I have no need for these, so I'll leave them all with you. I hope you can craft a few exquisite pieces of equipment. I cannot accept this, she protested. Wang Xianzhe did not wish for the seamstress to be overly polite, yet the lovely woman had encountered many men eager to curry favor with her and instinctively hesitated to accept such kindness without cause. Don't worry, just share a few pieces of equipment with me later. Last time, I greatly benefited from the set you provided. It helped me considerably, he said, gesturing to the warrior's attire he wore. Ultimately, the seamstress could not refuse Wang Xianzhe's insistence and, with a subtly restrained smile, accepted the pile of pelts. Warrior, the village chief and the butcher are already in the hall, she informed him. After bidding farewell to the seamstress, Wang Xianzhe returned to the inn. He had no intention of seeking out others, yet the innkeeper eagerly approached him to announce that the village chief and several notable figures from the village had come bearing gifts to visit him. The village was neither too large nor too small, and word of Wang Xianzhe's generous offering of premium pelts had spread quickly. The returning warrior had become even stronger, and for the sake of their shared history, how could they not come to express their gratitude? Warrior, on behalf of all the villagers, I warmly welcome your return, the village chief exclaimed upon entering, his face alight with excitement and gratitude. Despite his frail appearance, he seemed to muster all his strength for this moment. What are you doing? Take these gifts back, Wang Xianzhe replied, observing the butcher's monster meat, the apothecary's small red pouch, the weapon shop owner's iron axe, and the village chief's gold coins. Evidently, they had made considerable sacrifices. However, he was no longer a novice. Accepting these items would only clutter his space and create unnecessary obligations. Please, warrior, accept our heartfelt offerings. They implored, yet Wang Xianzhe remained unmoved. When he first arrived, destitute and in need, he had not experienced such warmth from them. Now, their sudden eagerness felt insincere. Seeing his indifference, the village chief and others felt a chill in their hearts. Initially, they had planned to host the warrior with great care, but upon seeing his youth and lack of a strong presence, they had reconsidered. Though they remained respectful in front of him, they had not offered any tangible support, thinking they could return to their lives once he departed. Now, observing the innkeeper who had gained significantly from her association with the warrior, they regretted missing their first opportunity and could not afford to let a second slip away. I told you, take these items back, Wang Xianzhe reiterated. His cordial demeanor towards the innkeeper was due to her beauty, but he had no obligation to accommodate these older men, who were nothing but muscle-bound figures, seeking to cling to his success as if he were a source of endless bounty. As the villagers begged, their desperation grew evident. The butcher, lacking subtlety, blurted out, Warrior, you've given the seamstress a large batch of premium pelts. You must still have plenty of monster meat left. Kindly sell some to me. So now that they see my success, they wish to ingratiate themselves, Wang Xianzhe mused, realizing their true intentions. Their behavior resembled that of distant relatives seeking to profit from newfound wealth. Though he had abundant monster meat, which the butcher coveted, he had no reason to part with his provisions. Warrior, you sold me quite a bit of monster chicken meat before. You can't forget about me now. Only trading with the seamstress, the butcher continued, attempting to appeal to Wang Xianzhe's emotions, but failing to recognize the disparity between himself and the beautiful innkeeper. The mention of the alluring innkeeper. Wang Xianzhe noted the absence of her presence among the gathered NPCs. These individuals have clearly conspired to approach me without her knowledge, he thought, feeling a growing displeasure at their underhandedness. The village chief, eager to salvage the situation, interjected, Now, everyone, please remain calm. Let me speak a word of fairness. Since the warrior has come to our village, it is fate. Surely, he would not allow anyone to suffer. Upon hearing the chief's words, the villagers fell silent, casting pitiful glances at Wang Xianzhe. Frustration welled within him as he recognized the parallels between Earth and this world, where some individuals shamelessly preached fairness yet sought to exploit others' goodwill. As Wang Xianzhe's expression remained inscrutable, the village chief sensed impending trouble. He cursed himself for being too hasty, recalling how he had previously underestimated Wang Xianzhe's potential. Now, he assumed he could manipulate the young man by appealing to his emotions. Warrior, you are destined for greatness, and before you accomplish great things, you must consider matters of the heart. Have you thought of the lovely seamstress, Situ Qingxue? I would gladly act as a matchmaker, and I'm sure she would be willing to marry a hero like you. Upon hearing the name Situ Qingxue, Wang Xianzhe felt a flicker of intrigue. After all, who could resist a beautiful woman? However, he quickly regained his composure and replied, What do you take me for? Such actions are inappropriate. What if she is unwilling? I would not want to force her. Seeing his attention diverted, the village chief smiled slyly, his expression filled with unspoken intentions. With your charisma, I doubt she would refuse. After all, who could resist a warrior of your caliber? As the conversation took a favorable turn, the butcher eagerly chimed in, The chief is right. She wouldn't dare say no. If it weren't for us taking her in when she was alone, who knows what fate awaited her? Since her arrival, the village's young men have been utterly enchanted by her, and frankly, it would have been easier for everyone if she had married long ago. The butcheress' crude remarks elicited a scolding glare from the village chief, who thought, this brute lacks any decorum. Even if everyone thinks this, he shouldn't voice it in front of the warrior. Warrior, don't listen to him. He knows nothing. The villagers are unworthy of someone like Situ Qingxue. Only you can be her hero. After all these years, she has finally found her destined partner. The village chief's exaggerations became increasingly absurd, leaving Wang Xianzhe rather embarrassed. Indeed, age often thickens one's skin. Beside him, the gossiping aunt began to echo the chief's words, yet her tone betrayed a hint of resentment. Brave warrior, from our very first meeting, I sensed you were no ordinary person. Only you could tame that enchantress. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Wang Xianzhe felt he had grasped the plight of the charming seamstress, as the saying goes. Where widows dwell, gossip abounds. Although Situ Qingxue was not a particularly beautiful widow, she had undoubtedly become a target for the jealousy and gossip of many unkind women. It seemed her mere presence stirred discord in countless homes, with whispers and rumors circulating relentlessly. Those unable to earn her affection would surely have little kindness to spare, and could these women blame their own husbands for their wavering resolve? Behind closed doors, the slanderous remarks about her alleged flirtations and temptations were likely far more vicious than anyone could imagine. Consequently, these women, including the village chief, felt no hesitation in denigrating her. They likely wished for nothing more than to see the seamstress vanish forever. However, the old chief was hardly a reliable ally. Despite all the chatter, not a single soul truly understood Situ Qingxue's background. It mattered little that she had come here years ago, opening her shop and establishing herself through her remarkable tailoring skills. The community knew nothing of her circumstances and had no justification to act as matchmakers. Enough. Wang Xianzhe's booming voice silenced the prattling crowd, making it clear he was not jesting in an instant. Their collective bravado dissipated. Some began to regain their composure, reflecting anxiously on the consequences of provoking this warrior. What if he sought revenge? The most timid among them quickly concocted excuses to take their leave, shattering the united front they had presented, and soon, one by one, they slipped away. That day, Wang Xianzhe resolved in his heart that these people were not worth forging close ties with, and dismissed the troubling encounter from his mind. With time to spare, he found himself once more standing before the seamstress's shop, engaging in light-hearted conversation with the ever-smiling Situ Qingxue, who blossomed with laughter at his words. In that moment, he realized how intoxicating such a simple, warm existence could be. As hours flew by in delightful dialogue, Wang Xianzhe, though initially unmoved by the old chief's provocations, found himself increasingly enamored with the seamstress. Their exchanges ignited fantasies that many men entertain, and as the days passed, his affection for her deepened. He perceived her gentle and kind demeanor to be the epitome of femininity, dismissing the disparaging remarks of others as mere envy and malice. In their conversations, her extraordinary poise and eloquence captivated him. She was truly a rare gem bestowed upon men by fate. Whether for trivial matters or no reason at all, Wang Xianzhe frequented Situ Qingxue's shop, and it was evident to all that his intentions were clear. The seamstress, while not overtly expressive, reciprocated his affections subtly, creating an atmosphere charged with unspoken emotions. It is often said that joy uplifts the spirit, and during this period, Wang Xianzhe did not neglect his training. He balanced the soothing warmth of the seamstress's presence with diligent study of the skill books he had acquired, benefiting from ample time and a scientifically sound learning method devised by the system. The system meticulously broke down the skills for him, making the complex simple and comprehensible, allowing Wang Xianzhe to swiftly grasp the basics of both warrior and mage abilities. Suddenly, the system, without any summons from Wang Xianzhe, began to bubble with activity, revealing it had discovered a synergy among fireball techniques, and inquired whether he wished to fuse them into a higher-tier spell. Recognizing the system's guidance, he readily agreed without a second thought. Previously, the system had mentioned its optimization capabilities, though Wang Xianzhe had forgotten this due to a lack of relevant actions. Now he realized that a certain quantity of related skills was necessary to trigger such enhancements. He had faith that the ever-reliable system would not disappoint him. What level of power would his already formidable fireball spell reach under its enhancement? Upon completion, he was informed that his fireball spell had reached level 5. Boasting high-temperature characteristics at level 5, explosive attributes at level 3, burning properties at level 2, and an indestructible trait at level 1. Astonished by the system's revelations, Wang Xianzhe could scarcely fathom the extent to which his fireball had been augmented. The initial level 1 heat effect could shatter stone. Level 5 would surely melt steel with ease. Its final indestructible trait promised flames that would endure eternally, clinging to their targets like a parasite, impervious to any attempts to extinguish them. This transformation would render the fireball an unending nightmare for his foes. The thought of such overwhelming power invoked images of legendary flames, exuding an aura of unassailable dominance. Seamstress, do you miss me? Training was essential, but so was the pursuit of romance on this day. Wang Xianzhe arrived punctually at the seamstress's shop, having grown comfortable enough to share light-hearted banter with her. Upon seeing him, Situ Qingxue smiled radiantly to her. He was undoubtedly an intriguing young man, and this little man had introduced a splash of color to her otherwise dull existence in the village. Perhaps it was time for her to consider a lifelong companion. Despite her charm and beauty, she could not remain single forever, squandering her youth in this small village. Though she had appeared strong over the years, she was acutely aware of the whispers surrounding her, recognizing the disdain and desire harbored by many villagers. With her allure and depth, Situ Qingxue was like a celestial being who had fallen to earth, struggling to integrate into a community whose values and thoughts were starkly different from her own. The moment she smiled with an enchanting allure, it sent a thrill through Wang Xianzhe, igniting an inexplicable excitement within him. Unbeknownst to him, a young man with a grim expression was observing from a distance, expressing his dissatisfaction with the obsequiousness of those around him. Have you finally found the one responsible for my brother's death? And he dares to roam freely in a mere village? This young man, the eldest son of the Wang family, the brother of the second son Wang Xianzhe had slain, was now intent on enacting vengeance. At that moment, Wang Xianzhe remained oblivious to the fact that his whereabouts had been discovered by the Wang family, who were now converging on the boundary village with hostility. He believed he had moved undetected, and as long as he remained vigilant, his journey through time would not attract scrutiny. However, the resources of a powerful family far exceeded his imagination, and through relentless inquiries, they had traced a tenuous lead back to him, stemming from the obliteration of evidence he had executed with his fireball. Who are you? As Wang Xianzhe pondered a fitting internet joke to amuse Situ Qingxue, a group of menacing figures arrived, dragging the old village chief and the butcher before him, interrupting his moment with the seamstress. To Wang Xianzhe's irritated inquiry, the group remained silent, their expressions grave. At that moment, a flamboyant man stepped forward from the throng, proclaiming without courtesy, "You, who dared to provoke the Wang family, do you not see the peril you face?" Without awaiting the response of the young master, his entourage of eager subordinates began to shout boisterously, striving to showcase themselves before him, uttering the customary lines of minor characters. He is the eldest son of the Wang family, so he must be here to avenge the second son. Wang Xianzhe finally grasped the entirety of the situation and scrutinized the ostentatiously dressed individual before him, marveling at the extravagant equipment he possessed. Indeed, he was worthy of the title of young master. While the previous second son was already a figure of immense wealth, this individual's attire surpassed that by several notches. He donned the pinnacle gear of a mage in the game, including the dragon's hand bracelet, the life necklace, the demon robe, the mage's cloak, the mage's shoulders, and the striking soul stealer's staff, each piece of equipment inciting envy within him. Moreover, the hidden attribute of the exquisite ring, purple spiral, which extended the duration of the magic shield, made Wang Xianzhe realize that the individual was evidently a mage who had surpassed the second threshold of a warrior. At the very least, a 35-level master of the magic shield. You stand before me with no chance of survival. However, if you are willing to kneel and repent for your sins, I might consider granting you the opportunity for self-termination. And perhaps I will spare them. He gestured towards the terrified villagers who had been bound and brought forth, speaking mockingly. The young master was undoubtedly a person of malicious amusement, now that the murderer of his brother was before him. He was in no hurry to end his life. Instead, he sought the most humiliating means to make Wang Xianzhe experience profound despair and shame, compelling him to regret his actions. Kneel before you? Are you insane? In truth, witnessing the pale and terrified expressions of the villagers, who were innocently caught in this calamity due to him, Wang Xianzhe felt a twinge of guilt. Among them were not only notable figures like the village chief and butcher, with whom he had shared a few encounters, but also several humble youths and women, clearly the ordinary folk of the village, now trembling under the weight of this disaster. Yet, to kneel before this arrogant and disdainful young man was simply out of the question. Wang Xianzhe resolved to attempt to save as many as he could, as a means of reconciling with his conscience, for becoming a self-sacrificing hero, or what many would deem a fool. He was far from such greatness. Moreover, Wang Xianzhe understood fully that even if he did kneel, would the Wang family, known for their brazen disregard, genuinely uphold their promise? This young master was no different from his brother. Neither were virtuous individuals. Had he truly been a good person, he would not have entangled the innocent from the outset, nor treated them with such arrogance and cruelty. Brave one, you cannot abandon the elderly. We are all suffering because of you. The young master's words seemed to ignite a flicker of hope among the crowd, their eyes lighting up as their previously desolate faces regained some semblance of vitality. However, while the village chief spoke with a degree of restraint, some villagers were brutally candid, expressing their selfishness with chilling clarity. They did not dare to shout at their captors, but regarded Wang Xianzhe as if he owed them a life. With fierce resentment, they cried out, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this situation. You claim to be a hero? If you truly are, then take your own life and set us free. Indeed, I always said a hero's arrival in our village would bring misfortune. Our decades of peace have been shattered, all because you brought your vendetta to our border village. How unfortunate we are." A woman began to wail heart-wrenchingly, eliciting a chorus of responses from the crowd. Soon, a cacophony of curses erupted, with pleas for mercy following, all expressing a burning desire for Wang Xianzhe to perish immediately. Yet, Wang Xianzhe recognized that this seemingly pitiful woman was, in fact, the most loquacious gossip in the village, whose fervent proclamations had initially fueled the negative rumors about Situ Qingxue, all while she had reveled in her excitement. "Hero, heed her words. Why involve outsiders in this? If you end your life, we will be grateful and honor your memory." Another villager pleaded earnestly, though the bitterness in their tone was undeniable. If Wang Xianzhe truly took his own life, would those he saved truly express gratitude? Surely, they would only scorn him for dragging them into this predicament, and any restraint they exhibited would be a mere facade, as they would release their fear and anger upon him. Wang Xianzhe turned to the speaker, realizing that the one urging him to die was none other than the innkeeper's errand boy, who had previously been sycophantic and ingratiating when he saw him. Now, however, the boy appeared transformed, glaring at him with the intensity of a sworn enemy. In the face of mortality, the myriad expressions of humanity were laid bare, and Wang Xianzhe bore no resentment towards the villagers. Firstly, upon reflection, he concluded that they were unworthy of his ire. They were merely a collection of self-serving NPCs. Secondly, he, being a person of considerable tolerance, recognized that these individuals were indeed suffering because of him. And should they not be allowed to voice their grievances? Coming from a civilized society of the 21st century, Wang Xianzhe had always considered himself a person of refinement and reason. Logically, they had the right to express their frustrations, just as he retained the right to ignore their unreasonable demands. After all, he was neither a saint nor a fool. He had every reason to believe that, were the roles reversed, these villagers would wish for his swift demise, lamenting any imperfections in his passing that might mar their land. Thus, he resolved to allow them this moment of solace before their impending doom. "Very well, I can no longer weave this tale." As he spoke, Wang Xianzhe almost convinced himself of his own narrative. Yet, the crux of the matter remained. He generally bore no grudges, as he preferred to settle scores in the moment. Observing the distorted and shameless visages of the crowd, he found himself devoid of any sympathy. Given their repugnant attitudes and dark intentions, he felt no urge to rescue them. Indeed, he felt slightly aggrieved that he had not yet eradicated this pollution from the environment. At this moment, the crowd, still vociferously cursing, remained oblivious to the fact that they had forfeited their greatest hope for survival. A group of ignorant villagers believed that Wang Xianzhe's death was their only glimmer of hope, unaware that despite his singularity, he possessed the means to extricate them from the clutches of their formidable captors, a far more reliable prospect than relying on a crocodile's benevolence. Chapter 27. The Bai family seeks revenge. Why haven't you died yet? Can't you see that the villagers wish for your demise? Seemingly reveling in the spectacle before him, the young master signaled his subordinates to ease their grip on the captives, allowing them to vent their frustrations more vigorously. In an instant, the cacophony of curses directed at Wang Xianzhe grew louder, much to the young master's satisfaction as he nodded in approval. This fellow truly has an insufferable demeanor. Wang Xianzhe had resolved to let the crowd self-destruct, merely observing their performance with a growing impatience towards the youth's smugness. This individual was undoubtedly the older brother of the previous second son. Their shared arrogance was strikingly similar, as if he believed he had already secured victory without a fight. Yet, despite the young man's aggressive demeanor, Wang Xianzhe refrained from lashing out, curious to see what tricks this character would unveil. As a descendant of the three heroes and a mage of the Bai family, did he not possess any awareness of the disgrace he brought upon his ancestors by attacking a group of ordinary folk? The villagers' wailing and lamentations intensified the atmosphere, yet unexpectedly, in the midst of this stalemate, Situ Qingxue, an unrelated party, spoke up, addressing the young man with palpable disdain. Unperturbed by the impending conflict, she exuded an aura of confidence, her every gesture captivating. In that moment, she shed any semblance of a village woman, her demeanor radiating an unprecedented regality that commanded attention, transforming her into a striking presence amidst the tumult. She smiled at Wang Xianzhe. The sunlight seemed to illuminate her, creating a dazzling effect that nearly overwhelmed him. The villagers, feeling an innate sense of shame, could hardly bear to meet her gaze. Those who had previously harbored thoughts of her could no longer entertain such notions, their minds consumed with disbelief at their past inclinations. The poised proprietress, embodying the essence of a highborn queen, rendered Wang Xianzhe unable to maintain his composure, as even the self-important young master found himself at a loss for words, stammering, "Who are you? What right do you have to judge the Wang family?" As he spoke, it was as if he was reminded of the pride instilled deep within his soul since childhood, restoring his former confidence. He questioned angrily, "You are well aware that I am a descendant of the three heroes, the most noble existence under heaven, having saved countless lives with my unparalleled merits. How dare someone like you slander our Wang family and deny our noble lineage?" The more he spoke, the more assured he became, lost in his self-importance. In this world, no one could defy the Wang family. It turned out that the Bichi Wang family was indeed the progeny of the three heroes, which explained their abundance of treasures and the imposing demeanor of their members. Upon hearing the eldest young master's nearly soliloquized inquiries, Wang Xianzhe finally understood that the Wang family was a timeless legend in the game's setting of the Mafala continent, a lineage that carried the blood of the three heroes. With the current stability of the situation, their status in Huaxia was akin to that of the descendants of Confucius. The Bichi Wang family, glorified by the three professions, scholars, naturally enjoyed unparalleled prestige and had every reason to look down on others. "I am from the Tianqing clan, Situ Qingxue," she stated, her tone icy yet composed, emanating an invisible aura that demanded attention. No longer needing to conceal her presence, she wore her peasant attire with an undeniable queenly grace, as if this was her rightful demeanor. The Tianqing clan, is it not the master of all tailors, renowned for crafting the 6 divine garments? As an onlooker, Wang Xianzhe could only ponder the significance of the proprietress's identity. It was evident that her status was anything but ordinary, especially as he observed the Wang family's young master rendered speechless by her assertions. Just as a sister may not be present in the martial world, yet her legend endures. Upon learning of Situ Qingxue's identity, the eldest young master could no longer maintain his aggressive stance. Realizing that he was confronting a member of the Bichi Wang family, his previous bravado faltered. The envy and disdain spewed forth by his companions lost their effectiveness. At that moment, he was struck by the realization that he was unsure how to converse with someone of Situ Qingxue's stature. After all, it was not only the Tianqing divine scissors that underscored her significance, but she also held another identity intimately linked to their fates. She was the wife of the Taoist hero. It was not merely the Taoist hero's artifact-grade armor that benefited from her immense grace, but even the warrior and mage ancestors had received her significant favor. Thus, if anyone had the right to voice criticism against him, it would undoubtedly be the Situ Qingxue clan. After all, both their familial connections and their contributions to the continent held immense weight. Very well, today I shall not speak of anything else. I will seek retribution for my brother's death. The same words spoken by different individuals bore entirely different effects. If Wang Xianzhe had uttered them, they would have been disregarded, as a group of lowly commoners dying meant little. Yet, as Situ Qingxue exposed the filth of their actions, the eldest young master found himself at a loss for words, unable to feign ignorance any longer. Thanks to the proprietress's formidable interjection, the two factions finally addressed the real grievances at hand. This time, even the proprietress could not intervene, for the matter of vengeance transcended all else. It would ultimately depend on whose strength prevailed. Casting a glance at the proprietress, Wang Xianzhe stepped forward, addressing the eldest young master. "It is said that one must pay with their life for murder. While I can understand your desire for vengeance for your brother, I cannot help but feel that he brought his demise upon himself. Having attacked me without just cause. Of course, seeing the indignation in his demeanor and recognizing his character, He would not engage in reasoned discourse, so let fate decide, whether you kill me or I kill you. Before we begin, allow me to remind you, do not let your thirst for revenge cost you your life. Your brother once thought it as simple as squashing an ant to kill me, yet he could hardly believe he would perish at my hands. Did you know? His demise was truly tragic, in stark contrast to the eldest young master's fierce demeanor. Wang Xianzhe exuded an air of calm, his words sounding more like a provocation than a plea. Chapter 28. The Identity of the Proprietress, Revised. You are courting death. It is often said that the wealthy are devoid of compassion. The eldest young master, seeking vengeance for his younger brother, perhaps prioritized family honor over emotional ties. Yet, it was impossible for him to feel entirely indifferent towards his blood-related kin. After all, even a dog, once raised for a long time, is hard to part with. Therefore, provoked by Wang Xianzhe's taunts, he exploded in fury. Lightning strike. True to their brotherly bond, the eldest young master raised his soul-devouring staff, unleashing a powerful lightning strike towards Wang Xianzhe. With a thunderous roar, thick, branched bolts of lightning split the sky, illuminating the heavens as if the heavens themselves were enraged. Compared to the seemingly formidable lightning strike of the second young master, the eldest was akin to a colossal force of nature, not on the same dimension at all. This magnificent display of lightning was at least a level 3 completion, if not 4 or higher. Coupled with his opulent gear, it might likely surpass level 5. Wang Xianzhe quickly assessed the eldest young master's capabilities and retreated hastily the moment the strike was raised. Having suffered from the lightning strike before, he was all too aware of its ferocity and could not afford to be unprepared. However, Wang Xianzhe underestimated the eldest young master's lightning strike. The sheer destructive power contained within the thick lightning bolt was beyond what the small patch of earth beneath his feet could withstand. Wang Xianzhe managed to evade the strike just in time, but a violent explosion erupted behind him. The bolt penetrated the ground, fracturing layers of rock and earth below, sending debris flying and unleashing a torrent of terrifying energy that scattered in all directions. Creating an electrifying spectacle, the ground was awash with blue arcs of electricity, spreading outward for hundreds of meters, their diluted light still visible. Crackling sounds filled the air as bolts of lightning danced wildly, engulfing Wang Xianzhe in an infinite surge of electricity. Overwhelmed by the intense shock, he felt a paralyzing force sweeping through his body, rendering him momentarily numb and disoriented. Move, damn it! As Wang Xianzhe shouted internally, desperately trying to regain control of his body, the eldest young master prepared another spell. Ice Howl. With his right hand extended, a vast amount of magical energy gathered and transformed into an intensely cold, freezing force, rapidly coalescing into a swirling blizzard of pure magic. As the eldest young master thrust his hand forward, the storm surged towards Wang Xianzhe, expanding into a freezing tempest covering hundreds of meters. Within this icy phenomenon, tiny shards of ice became the sharpest of natural blades, capable of inflicting countless wounds upon anything in their path. As they spun and sliced through the air, they aimed to shred Wang Xianzhe into nothingness. Faced with the impending onslaught of this storm magic, Wang Xianzhe, still in a state of paralysis, was far too late to evade. A true master reveals their prowess with a single strike. The vast array of control and devastating spells at a mage's disposal is what renders them so formidable. The eldest young master's power and array of skills surpassed Wang Xianzhe's expectations, and the consecutive release of 2 high-tier skills left him feeling as though he were staring death in the face. As the frigid winds and blinding snow threatened to engulf him entirely, Wang Xianzhe's mood paradoxically calmed. Mental energy combat technique. Just as the storm was about to consume him, a spark ignited in Wang Xianzhe's eyes. He suddenly became incredibly rational, his mind sharpening to an unprecedented focus. This extraordinary mental state was immensely powerful, as if a small radar within his mind was detecting every minute change in his surroundings, while the movements of those around him appeared to slow down. The mental energy combat technique allowed the Taoists to strike true at every vulnerable point of their foes, its fundamental principle rooted in harnessing magical energy to awaken the latent potential of the human brain, enabling a temporary surge in cognitive capacity and mental strength. Although the psychic combat technique may not exhibit a high level within the game, it undeniably involves skills related to mental strength and a precise intellect, representing an exceedingly advanced super technology from ancient civilizations. This forms the most significant advantage of the Taoist system. Even with systematic scientific analysis, Wang Xianzhe invested considerable time to master the most fundamental introductory level. Now, with the combination of Taoist arts and the formidable mental prowess of mages alongside the unparalleled strength of warriors, Wang Xianzhe is poised to unleash a potential far greater than that of any legendary practitioner. In an instant, the eruption of mental energy enhanced Wang Xianzhe's control over his body, enabling swifter reactions and greater force. Remarkably, the sensation of paralysis seemed to be obscured by an overwhelming rationality. Although the physical numbness persisted, he found himself capable of forcibly mobilizing his body. Just as he regained his mobility, a snowstorm raged before him, allowing Wang Xianzhe to acutely perceive the biting cold and the stinging ice crystals against his skin. In response, he executed a single gesture, releasing a fireball infused with multiple fire-based skills toward the tempest. With a resounding boom, a pure white fireball, radiant as the sun, erupted from Wang Xianzhe's hand, causing the surrounding air temperature to surge alarmingly. The overwhelming heat instantly ignited every blade of grass beneath, softening and charring the ground itself, a testament to the ferocity of the fifth-level high-temperature effect. At that moment, the white sun, brimming with unparalleled power, radiated light and warmth comparable to the actual sun. The white flames encircled the sun, the air warped, visibly scorched by the burning properties it emitted. Before long, the chilling atmosphere that had once engulfed the area began to dissipate, replaced by a gentle warmth akin to a spring breeze. Unbeknownst to him, the advancing blizzard was rapidly melting under the sun's rays, with even the last vestiges of survival space shrinking under the oppressive glow of the white sun. The icy roars of the young master grew increasingly sparse and mundane in the presence of Wang Xianzhe's truly formidable nuclear fireball, which completely outmatched the young master's attacks, rendering them ineffective. Chapter 29. Bitter Battle. 5 fireballs, unyielding. 5 fireballs, unparalleled. 5 fireballs, invincible. What are 5 fireballs? They are supreme. They are cosmic champions. They are the essence of understanding. At this moment, a celestial hymn, reminiscent of the 5 fireball sect, echoed faintly in Wang Xianzhe's ears. Finally, he released the fireball, sending it gently toward the young master. The blizzard had now reached Wang Xianzhe, colliding with the airborne fireball and producing a hissing sound akin to snow melting into flames, quickly transforming into a swirling mist, ultimately vanishing in the ensuing high-temperature vapor. In a mere second, the fireball soared to within 50 meters of the young master. Compared to the swiftness of lightning spells, the fireball's velocity was moderate, yet it was contingent upon the opponent's capabilities. With the speed of a mage, the young master could not outrun the airborne fireball. In his haste, he barely managed to cast a spell before being struck head-on by the fireball. Boom! The fireball struck the young master's location, erupting in a deafening explosion. Amidst the terrifying brilliance of a sun-like flare and boundless flames, a mushroom cloud several hundred meters high rose majestically from the site of the explosion. A shockwave swept through the air, creating a tempest that pulverized stones and trees into dust. Underneath the inferno, molten lava, formed from the ground's intense heat, bubbled and rolled, emanating vast amounts of thermal energy. The fireball, infused with several effects, surpassed the might of even the highest-level fireball spells. Gradually, the air-distorting heat waves and whirlwinds began to settle. The young master appeared amidst the lava, encased within a bright, transparent golden dome that shielded him and a small patch of ground beneath his feet, preventing him from being engulfed by the molten mass. This was the magical shield, a skill essential for any legendary mage, capable of providing up to 95% immunity to external attacks. During the shield's duration, even a fragile mage could serve as a formidable bulwark. However, withstanding Wang Xianzhe's nuclear fireball took a toll on the young master. Observing the lava pooling at his feet, his face blanched in fear. He had not anticipated Wang Xianzhe's formidable strength. The unexpected lethal blow compelled him to expend vast reserves of magical energy from his equipment to conjure a super magical shield, far exceeding conventional limits. This technique diverged from standard gameplay, allowing practitioners to resonate with their energy pathways and amplify the pure magical energy inherent in their gear. The stronger the equipment, the greater the magical enhancement. Yet, this technique, which could render equipment utterly unusable after 2 or 3 uses, was likely only feasible for the affluent. Naturally, the magic released from such a technique was overwhelmingly powerful. Otherwise, the young master would have perished in the wake of Wang Xianzhe's fireball. Neglecting the durability of his equipment, the young master hastily retrieved a bottle of super healing potion from his spatial backpack and consumed it. Even with the protection of the super magical shield, residual fire elements permeated through, causing him considerable agony. Wang Xianzhe's sudden surge of fiery power left the young master in disbelief. How could someone seemingly emerging from nowhere surpass him, the esteemed heir of the Wang family? You are strong, but the Wang family shall not yield. The Wang family reigns supreme across the Ma-Fa continent, fostering an air of invincibility that has bred arrogance among its young scions. However, the brush with death made the young master reconsider his previous contempt. As he addressed Wang Xianzhe, his demeanor transformed, and he raised his magic wand with a deadly seriousness. Lightning spell, lightning spell, lightning spell. Aware of the devastating potential of Wang Xianzhe's fireball spell, the young master dared not approach within 100 meters. His advantage lay in the swiftness and control of lightning spells. With a powerful shout, multiple pillars of lightning began to rain down incessantly from above, striking toward Wang Xianzhe's head in a relentless barrage, creating a scene reminiscent of the heavens themselves descending in fury. The persistent barrage of lightning left Wang Xianzhe with no avenue for evasion, forcing him to retreat continually, desperate to distance himself from the onslaught. In a flurry of lightning strikes, the ground erupted with massive craters, sending shards of rock flying, adorned with arcs of electricity. The young master, adept at maintaining his magical prowess, refrained from using fire magic to avoid embarrassing himself before Wang Xianzhe, nor did he foolishly resort to the ice roar, which was clearly countered by Wang Xianzhe's abilities. The young master's magical prowess remained formidable. After pushing Wang Xianzhe back to a sufficient distance, beyond the reach of his lightning spells, the young master summoned a robust lightning bolt from the skies. With the lightning flickering in his grasp, he unleashed a dazzling beam of light that illuminated the heavens, striking with blinding speed between himself and Wang Xianzhe. The skill he employed was a powerful lightning magic known as lightning flash, capable of inflicting damage on all affected entities. Its range and destructive potential were immense, akin to a magical laser cannon. There was no escaping. In a state of heightened mental focus, the laser appeared astonishingly swift to Wang Xianzhe. Unfamiliar with the conditions for casting lightning flash, he misjudged the young master's intentions. As he felt a sense of impending doom and attempted to flee, the young master's magic pierced through the air at the speed of light, leaving Wang Xianzhe barely able to catch a glimpse of the blinding flash before it struck him. A cry of anguish escaped Wang Xianzhe's lips. Amidst the blinding radiance, his vision was overwhelmed, and he felt a tremendous force slam into him, sending him crashing to the ground, motionless. Coughing violently, Wang Xianzhe struggled to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His battle with the young master had proven to be the most arduous and damaging encounter since his arrival in this world. With another super healing potion in hand, Wang Xianzhe mused, lacking the magical shield skill indeed puts me at a disadvantage. Had it not been for my triad of mastered magical arts, granting me superior defensive capabilities, that lightning flash would have surely felled me. Although I required merely a fleeting second to cast my spell, my opponent was evidently unwilling to grant me the opportunity to unleash my fireball. Ultimately, the fireball could not surpass the casting speed of the lightning spell. Thus, I had no choice but to confront the mage in my capacity as a warrior. I had to engage him in close combat. Chapter 30. Exchanging Injuries. Charge. With the force that hurled him several meters away, Wang Xianzhe found himself hundreds of meters from the young master. He understood that as he drew nearer, he would only face increasingly frenzied and intense bombardments. Yet, undeterred, Wang Xianzhe charged at the young master, propelling himself forward with a fierce determination and a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. In response to Wang Xianzhe's rapid advance, countless columns of lightning erupted from the young master's hands, manifesting the terrifying artillery power befitting a mage. With his mind intensely focused in a state of mental prowess, Wang Xianzhe locked his gaze onto the young master's right hand, which clutched the Soul Devourer wand. With each of the young master's movements, Wang Xianzhe swiftly maneuvered to the side, fueled by a bold resolve. Ignoring the relentless bombardment of lightning and the flickering laser beams emanating from the young master, he hastened toward him. However, this charge was far from smooth. In contrast to the frivolous second son he once was, the young master had evidently invested considerable effort in his magical studies, showcasing a far superior ability for targeted bombardment. It seemed he had also adopted modern scientific tactics of firepower locking, with orderly arrays of lightning columns unleashing upon Wang Xianzhe. The closer he drew, the smaller the coverage area of the lightning spells became, making it increasingly difficult for him to approach. The unrelenting barrage of lightning made it apparent to Wang Xianzhe that he could not establish a foothold within 100 meters of the young master. At this juncture, he could only oscillate back and forth near the young master, biding his time for a lull in the magical onslaught. After all, while he possessed endurance, he did not believe a mage could sustain such extravagant expenditures of magical energy indefinitely. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds persisted as Wang Xianzhe deftly evaded in place, compelling the young master to unleash even more lightning in an effort to thwart him. Gradually, the young master's casting of lightning spells began to slow, indicating a depletion of magical energy. Yet, with a resounding crack, he raised his wand once more, unleashing a thunderous bolt that forced Wang Xianzhe, who was attempting to charge forward, to retreat with his free hand. The young master retrieved a vial of superior blue potion and, in full view of Wang Xianzhe, consumed it voraciously. As his magical energy replenished, the frequency of his lightning spells surged once more, launching relentless strikes at Wang Xianzhe. This was undoubtedly a strategy only a wealthy individual could afford to employ. Observing the young master's replenishing magical energy while simultaneously attacking, along with his array of equipment augmenting his lightning spells and the hidden effects of the purple spiral shell that prolonged his magical shield, Wang Xianzhe acutely felt the shamelessness of a player with financial backing. This time, I truly must risk it all. The young master's unscrupulousness left Wang Xianzhe with no recourse. Tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword, he too unleashed a lightning spell, aiming it directly at the young master's head while accelerating towards him, disregarding the surrounding lightning columns in a ferocious assault. Crack! For a novice spell, Wang Xianzhe's lightning spell was less than impressive, even inferior to that of the former second son. However, its swiftness posed a challenge for the opponent to evade. The young master, lacking the agility of his counterpart, could not react swiftly enough to avoid Wang Xianzhe's strike. And in the next moment, he was struck by the lightning spell. Crackle, boom. Wang Xianzhe's lightning spell hit the young master, penetrating his golden magical shield, leaving only a trivial remnant of force. Yet, the paralysis effect caused a momentary pause in the young master's actions, followed by the arrival of his formidable lightning column. Due to a slight delay in casting, Wang Xianzhe's evasive maneuver was hampered, and he found himself ensnared by the blinding lightning that erupted around him. Crackling with energy, amidst the terrifying storm of lightning, Wang Xianzhe urged himself onward, shouting hoarsely to vent the agony that coursed through him. Nevertheless, he did not cease his frantic sprint, bolstered by his mental prowess. He gritted his teeth, disregarding the spell's paralyzing effects, and pressed forward, intent on seizing the fleeting opportunity presented by the young master's momentary stiffness. With sparks flying and hair standing on end, Wang Xianzhe charged with all his might. Embodying the essence of a nonconformist flash, his efforts, born from pain, were not in vain. The young master's seemingly inconsequential moment of rigidity allowed Wang Xianzhe, with his formidable speed, to close the distance significantly, finally breaching the 100-meter threshold. Wow, that really hurt. With the young master now within reach, Wang Xianzhe's eyes blazed with fury as he roared and charged at him, determined to make this fragile mage comprehend the peril of a warrior closing in. Swish, swish, swish. Wang Xianzhe's reckless advance, nearly risking his life, took the young master by surprise. Witnessing the furious expression of Wang Xianzhe drawing ever closer, the young master's face shifted dramatically. However, before he could unleash his lightning magic, a flurry of sword lights sliced through the air, piercing toward him like a myriad of phantoms. Wang Xianzhe's sword strikes were no trifles. Enhanced by the state of mental prowess, the already swift sword light now radiated a deadly brilliance. Carving arcs of lethal intent through the air, sizzle. The onslaught of sword light struck relentlessly against the young master's magical shield, producing a cacophony reminiscent of steel grinding against steel. With each assault, the golden magical shield rippled, and the sustaining magical energy began to dwindle under the relentless barrage. Break already? The dancing sword lights continued to batter against the young master's magical shield. Yet it remained resilient, granting him a moment to catch his breath and prepare for his next spell. Boom! Suddenly, a massive ring of flames erupted from the young master's form, propelling Wang Xianzhe backward, sending him tumbling through the air for several dozen meters. The force of the blast was tremendous, and only with great effort did he manage to stabilize himself upon landing, leaving a deep gouge in the ground beneath him. This was the special magic, flame rejection ring. Even the second son could master it, so how could the more skilled and professional young master not wield such a spell designed to counter warriors? The immense power of that single spell rendered Wang Xianzhe's previous efforts null and void, forcing him to watch helplessly as he was pushed further away from his opponent. Chapter 31. The Wayward Mage Again. Fortunately, Wang Xianzhe did not succumb to despair. If he could approach the young master once, he could do so again. Realizing that his sword could not breach the magical shield, he conjured a 2-meter-long blade and charged once more toward the young master. Crack, boom, lightning spell, lightning spell. A slender and a robust lightning spell fell nearly simultaneously, one from Wang Xianzhe and one from the young master. With a loud cry, Wang Xianzhe repeated his previous tactic, gritting his teeth as he stepped upon the dazzling arcs still crackling beneath his feet. Advancing once more to stand before the young master. Whoosh! Wang Xianzhe raised his hands slightly, and several blade lights flashed past, striking the golden shield with force, although not as imperceptible as the sword lights from before. Their speed was nonetheless rapid enough to catch the young master off guard. Thud, thud, thud. Disregarding the existence of the magical shield, Wang Xianzhe's strikes rang out like heavy blows against a solid wall, each swing of his formidable 2-meter-long blade delivering a reverberating thud against the shield. This weapon was the ultra-heavy, lethal steel cleaver wielded by the Wild Boar King boss, and with each powerful strike, Wang Xianzhe managed to make the young master stumble, his body leaning backward. Just as I suspected, one need not fear an enemy that fights recklessly. Rather, it is the mad yet cunning adversary that poses the true threat. Observing that the magical shield indeed blocked his attacks, yet could not counteract the phenomenon of inertia, Wang Xianzhe's eyes lit up. His movements grew even more ferocious as he relentlessly struck the magical shield, causing the young master to sway under the force, unable to maintain his previous rapid casting speed. Now, as the young master inadvertently stepped onto a sunken rock, Wang Xianzhe, ever vigilant for a flaw in the shield, seized the moment to unleash a powerful strike with all his might. The young master, taken aback by Wang Xianzhe's cunning, found himself unable to anticipate such a calculated maneuver. His footing faltered, and he swung his arms in a futile attempt to grasp something, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Xianzhe prepared to strike. Aiming at the bewildered young master beneath his feet, Wang Xianzhe raised his hand and unleashed a series of fierce slashes with his large blade. The swift flashes of the blade struck against the magical shield with terrifying force and speed, causing it to tremble incessantly. The change of weapon did not diminish Wang Xianzhe's ability to wield the second-tier transcendence swordplay, for his enhanced skills, while primarily based on swordsmanship, encompassed a variety of fundamental techniques applicable to all manner of weapons. Although the long sword might unleash the purest form of basic sword art, the 2-meter-long broadsword he now wielded exuded an unparalleled dominance. Repel Fire Ring. After enduring a relentless barrage of strikes from Wang Xianzhe, the young master finally regained his composure and, in the first moment he could act, hastily cast a Repel Fire Ring, attempting to force Wang Xianzhe away. Seeing that he was about to be thrust backward by the fire ring, Wang Xianzhe, in a moment of instinctive urgency, also released a Repel Fire Ring. The two rings collided with a resounding puff, generating an unstoppable force. To his surprise, what transpired next brought forth a delighted laugh from Wang Xianzhe. He had initially expected the two fire rings to act like bumper cars, propelling them both further apart, which was why he had not considered employing this skill before. After all, the warrior's combat style typically kept enemies at bay, rendering such a magical lifeline counterproductive. However, the reality proved him wrong. It turned out that when both Repel Fire Rings were released simultaneously, they would cancel each other out. While it was commonly said that like repels like, the underlying principle eluded him, Wang Xianzhe felt the force from the opposing ring was significantly diminished. From a distance, one could observe a small fire ring with a diameter of only a few meters erupting alongside a much larger one of several meters, as both emerged from the two combatants. Since Wang Xianzhe's magical level was not higher than that of his opponent, he could only negate a portion of the force emanating from the young master, resulting in the latter remaining stationary while Wang Xianzhe was thrust back several meters. Yet, this distance was insufficient to ensure the young master's safety. Wang Xianzhe quickly closed the gap again. Repel Fire Ring, Repel Fire Ring. Seeing Wang Xianzhe approach once more, the young master began to panic. Lacking any better strategy, he hastily cast another Repel Fire Ring at the oncoming Wang Xianzhe, hoping to push him back once more. However, having already devised a countermeasure, Wang Xianzhe simultaneously released a smaller fire ring of his own. Though it was significantly less powerful than the young master's, he was no longer defenselessly propelled 30 meters away. Instead, he managed to leap over several steps, drawing nearer again. Repel Fire Ring, Repel Fire Ring. The same scenario unfolded yet again. Each time the young master cast a fire ring, Wang Xianzhe responded in kind, continuing his relentless assault with his blade in his straightforward yet infuriatingly effective manner of combat. Wang Xianzhe began to wear down the young master. Despite seeing Wang Xianzhe pushed away by the fire ring, he had no time to relax, for the latter was already upon him again. Resembling a rabid dog in the young master's eyes, Wang Xianzhe was a frenzied beast, red-eyed and relentless, despite possessing the capability to cast devastating spells like fireball and lightning bolt. The absurdity of the situation struck the young master. Here was a mage wielding a large blade instead of employing the elegance expected of a sorcerer. Wasn't the norm for such encounters to involve spells clashing in a display of magical prowess? A moment of dark comedy ensued, as the fierce Wang Xianzhe closed the distance, only to be thrust back yet again by the fire rings, each encounter resembling a bizarre game of catch. With each exchange, the young master found himself increasingly flustered, his initial confidence eroding as he faced the relentless onslaught. Despite his mastery of magic, he was unprepared for Wang Xianzhe's unconventional style. The young master, believing he had the upper hand, had not anticipated the emergence of a unique mage like Wang Xianzhe, one who skillfully wielded a massive blade while simultaneously countering his spells. As the distance closed to less than 2 meters, Wang Xianzhe shouted to the young master, "If you have the ability, then stop using repel fire ring." With the opportunity to catch his breath and feeling the pressure, the young master retorted defiantly, "If you have the ability, come at me." They exchanged fierce glares, but before the young master could finish his retort, Wang Xianzhe surged forward with renewed vigor. Repel fire ring, repel fire ring. The two fire rings erupted once more, colliding and sending Wang Xianzhe flying. Yet he had closed the distance just a little more, and despite being pushed back again, he recognized the young master's expression of smugness, understanding that a second surprise attack would be futile. "You forced my hand. I was merely trying to conserve my strength," Wang Xianzhe muttered to himself, oblivious to the young master's confusion about his intent. The young master eyed him warily, sensing a hidden scheme at play. "System, upgrade my repel fire ring to a level superior to his," Wang Xianzhe commanded internally. "Ding. You have consumed 200, 500, 1,000 points of decomposition value. Your repel fire ring has reached level 1 perfection." Unbeknownst to the young master, at that very moment, Wang Xianzhe's repel fire ring had surpassed his own in power. With his skill upgraded, Wang Xianzhe charged forward once more, leaving the young master perplexed. Was he not supposed to continue his reckless approach? Nevertheless, the young master quickly unleashed another repel fire ring to push Wang Xianzhe away. With a resounding thud, the two rings collided. This time, however, it was Wang Xianzhe's fire ring that proved larger, sending the young master hurtling backward in disbelief. "How could this be?" he exclaimed as he was propelled away by an overwhelming force, unable to comprehend how Wang Xianzhe had suddenly grown stronger. Regardless of the young master's disbelief, he was indeed sent flying by Wang Xianzhe's enhanced repel fire ring. Unlike the young master, who lacked the balance and strength to withstand such a force, Wang Xianzhe maintained his footing and composure. The young master, however, flailed helplessly in midair, his panic evident as he spun awkwardly. With just the right amount of force, Wang Xianzhe propelled the young master several meters away, immediately pursuing him. Once again, he unleashed a repel fire ring before the young master could regain his footing, sending him flying once more in a relentless cycle. The young master was unable to endure the barrage, disoriented and unable to concentrate on countering Wang Xianzhe's magic. For over 1,000 meters, Wang Xianzhe continued this merciless treatment until the young master finally fell to the ground, overcome with nausea. Having never experienced such treatment before, his complexion turned pale as he retched uncontrollably, "I'll make it quick for you." Wang Xianzhe needed no more powerful spells or legendary techniques. Merely the repeated use of repel fire ring had rendered the young master incapable of resistance. In truth, even Wang Xianzhe had not anticipated such an outcome. Finding it astonishing that the young master would fall to a seemingly non-lethal magical skill. After enduring multiple gravitational assaults, the eldest son's magical shield was on the verge of collapse. Striking down upon the convulsing figure, the golden energy barrier was finally shattered into scintillating motes, dissipating into the air. With a swift flash of blade light, the eldest son's head was severed, casting a bizarre crimson hue amidst the splatter of blood. To Wang Xianzhe's astonishment, he realized that perhaps he possessed an inherent cold-bloodedness. Otherwise, how could he find a peculiar pleasure in beheading? The exhilarating motion felt invigorating. Unaware that days of slaying magical beasts had hardened him considerably, the influx of demonic energy, though it did not corrupt him, had certainly inflicted some negative consequences, rendering him more ruthless and lethal. Yet soon, these thoughts faded from Wang Xianzhe's mind. For a grand explosion ensued, showcasing the eldest son's undeniable prowess as the first heir, surpassing even the second son. Countless potions and equipment burst forth, nearly inundating the entire ground, a spectacle far more extravagant than anything the second son had exhibited. Luxurious items such as the bloodthirsty wand, dragon-patterned sword, blood drink, carefree fan, and mage god set were among the treasures that emerged. Potent potions like Super Red, Super Blue, Sun Water, and Stamina Water were also present. Advanced warrior skills such as Half Moon Blade, Barbaric Charge, and Lion's Roar, alongside magical abilities like Magic Shield, Rapid Light Film, and Ice Howl used by the eldest son, appeared before Wang Xianzhe. Moreover, the unutilized Hellfire and Holy Word spells materialized, allowing him to complete the last main quest. However, he paused, wondering why, as a descendant of a mage hero, he lacked the skills of Blink and Ice Palm. In a moment of reflection, he recalled the origins of these two abilities. Blink, a spell capable of distorting space through immense magical power to achieve teleportation, was a miraculous form of magic long forgotten in ancient times. In the far north of the continent, there was said to be a sea perpetually covered in ice and snow. Long ago, a mage claiming to be from this icy ocean wielded a set of palm techniques that swept across the land. His martial art, known as Ice Palm, could encase those struck in frost, rendering them helpless. Both the teleportation skill and the martial arts-infused Ice Palm were undoubtedly rare treasures. Yet, considering that even the Bichuang clan had not retained these skills, it was highly probable they had been lost to time. Wang Xianzhe, however, was not greedy. He could traverse infinite worlds, akin to the instantaneous movement in Dragon Ball, or the Shuanpa of Shinigami, possessing the potential to acquire similar spatial abilities in the future. He was already capable of infinite traversal, so why fret over these matters? Chapter 33. A new world. Years had passed since Wang Xianzhe slew the eldest son of the Bichuang clan. During this time, he learned that both sons had met their demise at his hands. The clan had indeed sent individuals seeking vengeance, yet before Wang Xianzhe, a being of extraordinary prowess, they could only serve as fodder. This allowed him to navigate numerous crises unscathed, while his skills became increasingly refined. Through the slaughter of these affluent foes, he amassed a significant collection of potions and superior equipment, ultimately forcing the Bichuang clan to acknowledge their defeat. In these years, as the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. With his formidable strength and audacity, Wang Xianzhe not only pursued Situ Qingxue but also achieved the first blood. Graduating flawlessly from his youth, it has been years, and I can no longer resist the urge to traverse to another world and witness its splendor, he mused one fine day, as he lay in his opulent courtyard with the enchanting woman he loved. Reflecting upon the harvest of the years. In total, I have accumulated 23,853,700 disintegration points. Except for the solitary divine equipment, I have theoretically dismantled everything I could obtain from this world. However, the disintegration value I can acquire from a single world is far less than I anticipated. While the number of skills is boundless, with no real limit to their levels, this seemingly abundant disintegration value is, in fact, rather useless. Therefore, it is prudent to conserve it for essential uses, while some unnecessary skills should be diligently cultivated. The vast amount of gold I seized has been converted into a backpack full of blue and red potions, enough to last for centuries. As for my skills, I have nearly gathered them all, including those generously contributed by the Bichuang clan and the dowry from Qingxue, such as invisibility, group healing, binding spell, holy armor, and even the nearly forgotten Taoist skill of summoning divine beasts. It appears that even though their family has inevitably declined in this world where strength reigns supreme, the legacy they have passed down remains astonishingly rich. Now, it is time for me to depart. Noticing Wang Xianzhe's distracted demeanor, Situ Qingxue, who had known and loved him for years, gently inquired, "My dear, do you have something on your mind?" "The world is vast, and I yearn to explore it," he sighed deeply, his expression tinged with melancholy. He truly cherished his beautiful and tender wife, yet he was unwilling to fade into obscurity in a single world. For a moment, he was at a loss for words to express his intentions to her. Ultimately, Wang Xianzhe made his decision to leave, for the system informed him that with a certain expenditure of disintegration value, he could return to the legendary world. Since he had the chance to come back, why hesitate? With no genuine concerns weighing on him, he conveyed the situation to Situ Qingxue, assuring her that regardless of what he would encounter, he would strive to return within a few years. Thus, in a bittersweet farewell, his figure gradually faded, vanishing from the legendary world as he had arrived. When Wang Xianzhe opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a quaint alley of a foreign metropolis, reminiscent of a bygone era. Among the flowing crowd, The majority were brown-haired, blue-eyed individuals, exhibiting a tall stature and hooked noses, likely of British descent. The time seemed to hover around the 20th century. Yet, he pondered whether this was indeed the England he knew or an unusual parallel world. Perhaps a facade of a technologically advanced realm concealing a magical underbelly filled with werewolves and supernatural powers. As he walked, donned in scholarly attire, Wang Xianzhe blended seamlessly into the crowd, observing the passers-by in search of extraordinary beings. However, he soon realized that they appeared to be nothing more than ordinary humans, frail as those he had known on Earth. Considering the uncertainty of which world he had traversed to, Wang Xianzhe had meticulously prepared for various possibilities. Not only had he stocked his spatial backpack with ample supplies, ensuring he would not go hungry even in a post-apocalyptic setting, but his seemingly ordinary attire was anything but. The exquisite fan he possessed, akin to one a cultured gentleman would wield, was in fact the exceptional carefree fan, an item of immense power and a perfect tool for ostentation. Blending in effortlessly whether in ancient or modern contexts, merely perceived as cosplay or a travel souvenir. Moreover, his scholarly robes were the famed divine armor of the celestial master, providing him with unparalleled defensive and offensive capabilities. Despite their unassuming appearance, as he drifted with the crowd, Wang Xianzhe unknowingly found himself at the bustling train station, a convergence point of throngs of people. Stay away from those muggles, or you'll become just as foolish as they are. The term muggle resonated with familiarity, catching his attention as he overheard a mother and child conversing nearby. Yet, in a multiverse teeming with possibilities, he could not ascertain whether this was indeed a world he recognized. Upon closer inspection of the pair, he noticed that the mother, adorned in a formal and austere manner, resembled a character straight from a theatrical production, an obstinate noblewoman. Her demeanor exuded disdain for those around her, creating a sense of dissonance with her surroundings, unnoticed by others. Wang Xianzhe scrutinized the mother and child once more, sensing a subtle energy fluctuation emanating from the mother, a faint pulse almost imperceptible compared to his own robust magical essence. This energy seemed to require specific conditions to unleash its full potential. Had he not been intrigued by the mention of Muggle, he might have overlooked their uniqueness entirely, allowing them to slip by unnoticed. Listening to the mother's incessant reminders to her son regarding school, Wang Xianzhe decided to follow them, deducing that their destination was likely a prestigious academy. By keeping close, he anticipated a glimpse into the hidden facets of this world concealed beneath its mundane surface. Chapter 34. The Queen. Upon arriving at a platform, Wang Xianzhe found himself captivated by the vintage architecture reminiscent only of old films. This was his first encounter with such a place. In stark contrast to the modern subways and train tunnels he had frequented, this platform appeared to him as a living relic of history. Suddenly, after admiring the antique train beside the platform, he turned around only to realize that the mother and child he had just seen had vanished without a trace, even though there were no departing trains in sight. As he scanned his surroundings and walked back and forth between the platforms, he finally uncovered the secret nestled between Platform 10 and Platform 9.34. Upon discovering this extraordinary platform, Wang Xianzhe confirmed his arrival in the enchanting and fantastical world of Harry Potter, a realm filled with astonishing magic. Logically, muggles should be oblivious to this platform, and the bustling crowd around him seemed unaware as well. However, this peculiar rule appeared ineffective against Wang Xianzhe. Perhaps the charm designed to repel muggles did not apply to him. Although he was not a wizard native to this world, his own magical prowess could have rendered him immune to such spells. Having ventured this far, he felt compelled to explore further. Regarding the wizards of this realm, Wang Xianzhe was at a loss for words. While the spells they wielded, transforming sheep, levitating objects, enlarging and shrinking, petrifying, erasing memories, and causing orchids to bloom, were indeed marvelous and mystical, they predominantly served as practical aids or playful tricks. For instance, the disapparition spell, which he had recently been pondering, was a technique for spatial displacement. Yet, within this world, many powerful wizards could wield it, and there were numerous methods to restrict its use, such as at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where only the headmaster was permitted to cast it. However, the notion that one must possess a wand to perform magic was perplexing, but a wizard without a wand could be effortlessly subdued by an ordinary man, which left the legendary mage Wang Xianzhe utterly bewildered by the frustrations and helplessness of a wizard who had inadvertently lost his wand and fell from grace. Mimicking scenes from the films, he charged at the wall of Platform 9.34, only to feel a shift in space as he arrived at an unknown train platform. How enchanting it was! Yet, the thought of opening a genuine magical realm on Earth, devoid of elite combat abilities and vulnerable to the sweep of machine guns, left Wang Xianzhe at a loss for how to evaluate this world, in contrast to beings from other realms capable of manifesting divine kingdoms. The combat style here was laughably simplistic, two wizards exchanging spells while dramatically shouting incantations. Perhaps one could only attribute this to the author being a writer of female-oriented literature, and the initial concept of this magical realm was merely a whimsical children's tale, which unexpectedly gained immense popularity and transcended borders to become a beloved novel and film for all ages. Having entered the wizarding platform, Wang Xianzhe effortlessly procured a ticket to Hogwarts using legendary world coins. Blending into the Hogwarts Express, he could not help but remark on the universal nature of gold coins. Despite the claim that only galleons were accepted in the wizarding world, they were, in essence, mere gold coins. Seated on the steam train, he gazed at the animated murals on the walls, excitement bubbling within him. Not only was he on the brink of entering a dazzling wizarding world, but the steam train itself felt like a vintage artifact from a foreign land. If he were still on his old Earth, sharing this experience would surely incite envy among his friends. As he settled into his seat, a familiar vendor, undeterred by the wizarding customs, approached him with a cart full of assorted snacks, cheerfully inquiring if he desired any treats. "I have no galleons," Wang Xianzhe initially stated, almost dissuading the vendor. However, the vendor's face immediately brightened when Wang Xianzhe revealed a handful of gold coins from his spatial backpack, continuing, "I may not have galleons, but I possess plenty of other currencies. I will take your food. As for the coins, you may take what you deem fit, for I have an abundance." The infamous nouveau riche. How delightful, the vendor thought to herself, her eyes gleaming as she filled Wang Xianzhe's arms with all the snacks available, envisioning the profits she would reap by converting his coins into galleons. Wang Xianzhe's wealth was indeed formidable. He had accumulated a vast fortune in gold coins within the legendary realm, and even after exchanging much for precious potions, the remaining coins were sufficient to shake the very foundations of Britain's gold reserves. Thus, he remained unconcerned about how many coins the exuberant vendor had taken, for his wealth was ample. He did not consider himself foolishly rich. Rather, he understood that true monopoly was the greatest business of all. The unique, enchanted snacks of the Harry Potter world were worth their weight in gold, treasures that were beyond reach in other realms. After all, could one imagine a food item that contained every known and unknown flavor, even capable of transforming into a small animal and escaping? Chapter 35. The Dilemma of Scientists? Stepping off the Hogwarts Express. Wang Xianzhe had genuinely entered the heart of the wizarding world, the bustling magical city that housed Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. First, I should exchange some galleons. Relying on foreign currencies is rather inconvenient. He arrived at Gringotts Bank, overseen by a cadre of avaricious goblins, yet it was also the safest bank in the world aside from Hogwarts. Wang Xianzhe was warmly welcomed by the small, ugly creatures as he entered the towering white building. As the goblins noted his presence, they could almost smell the vast amounts of galleons he carried. Wang Xianzhe did not disappoint the eager goblins. Despite the considerable fees involved, he exchanged his gold coins for a staggering 1,000,000 galleons, intent on acquiring various treasures in this magical world. For him, anything purchasable was worth the price, and he welcomed the opportunity to indulge. Diagon Alley, the most prosperous commercial street in the British wizarding world, boasted flagship stores of numerous premier magical brands. Hidden behind the Muggle-visible leaky cauldron, access required a specific knock on the bricks of a trash bin. However, there were undoubtedly multiple ways to enter this realm. Through a grand chimney in a public square, Wang Xianzhe emerged amidst flames into the fireplace that led to Diagon Alley, utilizing the wizarding method of flue powder. Akin to a magical taxi, swift and splendid. Ultimately, Wang Xianzhe did not forget to purchase an ample supply of flue powder for travel between various fireplace locations, planning to study this marvelous tool in his spare time. Passing by Elop's Owl Emporium and Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, which featured self-repairing and self-ironing robes, he hurried to the adjacent Flourish and Blots, for within its walls lay the precious knowledge he sought. Flourish and Blots was a grand wizarding bookstore filled with towering shelves that reached the ceiling. Although it primarily sold introductory wizarding texts, it was likely the only store providing textbooks for Hogwarts students. Despite many of Hogwarts courses exceeding its inventory, it remained Wang Xianzhe's simplest and sole avenue to acquire wizarding knowledge outside of enrolling in a magical academy. Anyone there? I wish to purchase every wizarding book you have. Upon entering the majestic and ancient bookstore of magic, Wang Xianzhe could hardly contain his excitement, in contrast to the many legendary vocational systems whose foundational knowledge had been lost. The magic of this world though perhaps not as potent, appeared to be a discipline that had reached its zenith in development, characterized by its rigor and completeness. Just look at titles such as 108 Methods of Utilizing Orchids and Care and Simple Maintenance of Flying Brooms. The sheer volume of introductory texts on various low-level spells and magical equipment is indicative of a well-established academic framework. Why the rush? Give me a moment. After a prolonged wait, Wang Xianzhe finally heard the exasperated response of a store employee, mixed with muffled growls of frustration. Damn it, I can't find the invisibility spell again, and the monster spells have bitten off the corner of the table. The employee thought his complaints were discreet, yet they were entirely transparent to Wang Xianzhe, whose attributes were already exceedingly high. It seemed evident that working in the magical realm was no easy task, and he wondered how long it would be before this employee could no longer tolerate such a job and resigned. Wang Xianzhe recalled the myriad of bizarre magical items depicted in films, from talking hats to wandering headless ghosts and historical portraits of long-deceased owners. While such things might seem amusingly peculiar on screen, the prospect of encountering a staircase that could walk away at any moment was far from delightful. He could almost envision the chaos within the depths of the bookshelves, where books might fly about and even spit at passers-by. What do you want to buy? After what felt like an eternity, a gaunt man with a sullen expression finally emerged, leaving Wang Xianzhe feeling quite dissatisfied. The employee's lack of courtesy was apparent. Not only did he fail to apologize for his tardiness, but his tone was also curt and impatient. What could this mean? Even if he was unhappy with his work environment, it was hardly justifiable to take out his frustrations on customers. Nevertheless, Wang Xianzhe was determined to purchase his books, so he reiterated, "I would like a copy of all your magical books." "You want all of them?" The employee's face revealed no hint of joy at this prospect. Rather, he exhibited skepticism and resistance. This reaction irked Wang Xianzhe further. "Why the delay over a mere book purchase?" he asserted bluntly. "What are you staring at? I have plenty of money, as long as you handle this properly. A generous tip awaits you." However, Wang Xianzhe's monetary persuasion fell flat against the man, who grew more wary instead. "You outsider, what scheme do you have in buying so many books? Are you attempting to steal the secrets of our British magical community? Forget it. I want to sell them to you. Why do you care so much? If you're open for business, you should sell books to customers. Do you think you're the owner? With your attitude, if I were the proprietor, you'd have been dismissed long ago. Do you realize you're driving away a significant order?" Wang Xianzhe's fury escalated. The employee's lack of awareness was astonishing. From the outset, he had been antagonistic, even if Wang Xianzhe's order was larger than usual. These were books intended for resale, not treasures to be hoarded. "I want to sell to you, yellow-skinned monkey," the employee shouted defiantly. Wang Xianzhe, undoubtedly a wizard, was far from being a native of the British wizarding community. Although racial discrimination was less pronounced in Britain compared to America, the prevailing notion of pure bloodlines still fostered a degree of exclusion toward outsiders. This particular employee displayed an even more pronounced disdain, refusing to sell to Wang Xianzhe out of sheer spite. At that moment, a flicker of menace ignited in Wang Xianzhe's eyes. "So you wish to bully me, an outsider? You dare utter such words before me, yellow-skinned monkey?" Wang Xianzhe's temper was not one to be trifled with. His years of bloodshed on the continent of Mafa were far from inconsequential, not to mention the countless monstrous beings and human warriors alike who had fallen by his hand. He had wished to avoid causing trouble in the magical realm, but this employee's persistent provocations had pushed him to the brink. "Are you truly unwilling to sell even a single book to me?" Wang Xianzhe's tone now carried an unmistakable threat. The oblivious employee, however, only escalated his contempt, shouting, "Yellow-skinned monkey, I want to sell to you. Dare to make a move and see what happens. The last person who caused a ruckus at Hogwarts likely hasn't even been born yet." The employee's brashness stemmed from a false sense of security, buoyed by the stringent magical defenses of Diagon Alley. Just as wizards were strictly warned against using magic in the Muggle world, the slightest magical disturbance would prompt immediate scrutiny from the International Wizarding Federation and the Ministry of Magic. Thus, any use of magic, regardless of circumstance, would be deemed a serious infraction. If Wang Xianzhe were to resort to violence here, he would find himself at the mercy of the law and the locals, who would not hesitate to ostracize him. Yet, the employee remained oblivious to the true terror he was provoking. Wang Xianzhe's resolve hardened, and the air around him grew thick with a palpable aura of danger. "You dare to insult me, yellow-skinned monkey? Are you really certain?" Wang Xianzhe reiterated, his voice laced with a menacing undertone. The employee continued to scoff at him. Wang Xianzhe's patience evaporated. He unleashed a surge of malevolent energy, transforming into a figure of primal ferocity, as if he were an ancient beast poised to strike. The mere emanation of his dark aura was enough to petrify the once arrogant employee, who now stood frozen in terror, drenched in a cold sweat as he succumbed to the overwhelming dread. Pathetic coward, do you think you can stand against me? Wang Xianzhe's excitement at the display of fear was palpable. His aura intensified, shrouding the bookstore in a thick, ominous atmosphere. Please, don't kill me. The employee's desperate plea echoed through the now silent library, where the air had grown heavy with an unshakable sense of foreboding. As Wang Xianzhe's overwhelming presence began to dissipate, he found himself awakening from the trance that had overtaken him. The severity of his earlier state struck him with a jolt of realization. Why had he allowed such a trivial provocation to push him to such violent thoughts? He had never been a bloodthirsty individual in the past. System. Wang Xianzhe called out internally, seeking answers. Please, analyze my recent behavior. Have I succumbed to madness? A series of urgent beeps responded, as if the system sensed his anxiety, signaling an impending analysis of his troubling state. In the analysis of the system, it was concluded that the host is undergoing a process of demonic transformation, with demons symbolizing chaos, carnage, and malevolence. The demonic energy is a form of high-dimensional dark energy, signified by the character for demon, which implies that this energy is not inherently beneficial to the human body. Should the host continue to absorb increasingly potent demonic energy, escalating beyond even the 3 legendary heroes of the Mayful continent, the risk of severe demonic transformation persists. Despite the potential purifying effects of legendary systems, it is anticipated that this energy originates from the abyssal demon realm within the host's memories, potentially evolving the host into a high-level Western demon akin to the Dark Destroyer. To mitigate the murderous intent within, the system suggests mastering skills such as the Ice Heart technique and the Tranquil Heart spell to promote calmness. Fundamentally, it advises against further absorption of demonic energy, recommending instead a transition to the genuine scriptures of Buddhism or Taoism found in various cultivation novels. Alternatively, the host may pursue top-tier demonic cultivation techniques, akin to the formidable Feng Han from the Eternal Life World, who, despite his fearsome reputation, does not face the same risk of personality alteration. Upon hearing the system's analysis, Wang Xianzhe felt a mixture of realization and frustration. He merely wished to grow stronger without the accompanying complications. The system had previously warned him of the drawbacks of demonic energy, but he had assumed that attaining a legendary profession would free him from concerns. Yet, it appeared that like the practitioners in the dark world, regardless of his intentions to use this energy against demons, the power he absorbed was inherently that of a demon, marking his very being and soul with its essence. Although he currently lacked the strength to fully assimilate into the legendary demonic ranks, should he desire to continue growing stronger and harness this formidable power, he would inevitably tread the path toward corruption. Reflecting on this, Wang Xianzhe realized that his plight was not dissimilar to those of demonic cultivators in fantasy novels, perpetually at risk of succumbing to madness. Ultimately, it was the negative emotions associated with the demonic energy that subtly tainted him, a concern, albeit not fatal, and far less appealing than the serene pursuit of immortality or enlightenment. He had no desire to toil for millennia only to transform into one of the grotesque and deranged demons of Western tales, a fate wholly incongruous with his identity as a descendant of the Yin and Huang. Well, even if I cannot become an ethereal immortal riding the winds, or a Buddha graced with a radiant aura, I shall at least strive to cultivate into a formidable figure of Chinese lore. He mused, considering the powerful protagonists of many novels. I shall await the day when fortune favors me and I can traverse into a familiar realm of cultivation, on the eve of his journey into a second world. Wang Xianzhe spoke these words to himself. After venting his frustrations, he realized that should he continue to grow stronger, there might come a day when he could no longer even claim to be human. This thought left him feeling rather disenchanted. This must be the price of seeking transcendence. Fortunately, compared to those who have transformed into slimes, pythons, or peculiar vending machines, I consider myself fortunate, he reflected, shaking his head as he surveyed the myriad magical tomes before him. Discovering that he could simply help himself, he had not employed any formal magic, and thus the bookstore's defenses remained unresponsive, catching the staff by surprise. Observing the unconscious, pale-faced clerk on the ground, Wang Xianzhe felt no sympathy, casually dropping a few gold coins beside him before proceeding to scour the shelves for all the spellbooks that caught his eye. Titles like the Fundamentals of Spell Chanting, Potions Even Monkeys Can Learn, 3 Methods for Living Portraits, and Entering the World of Curses were all essential in no time. Thousands of magical tomes had vanished into Wang Xianzhe's spatial bag, effectively clearing the store of its valuable magical literature. Emerging from the now considerably emptier bookstore, he smiled like a weasel that had stolen a hen, for he deemed this trove of magical knowledge priceless, even if they were merely foundational texts. Collectively, they must be worth hundreds of thousands of galleons. He also noticed intriguing magical artifacts, including a flying broomstick labeled Nimbus 2000, which, by modern standards, was still quite fashionable. He recalled that this was the very broom gifted to Harry by Professor Minerva McGonagall in the original tale. I must buy it, he resolved. The Nimbus 2000 was renowned as the most classic means of flight in Western fairy tales, and since he lacked any flying skills, it would serve him well until he discovered a superior method. After all, one could never know when he might be forced to leap from a plummeting aircraft, a common trope in many films. Having purchased several flying broomsticks, including the Nimbus 2000, along with an assortment of bizarre magical items, Wang Xianzhe exited the shop satisfied. These artifacts would serve as both trophies of his future adventures and strategic reserves for potential transformation into valuable components. However, while he leisurely strolled through the district, the events at Lihan Bookstore came to light. When a female customer entered to purchase 2 cookbooks, she inadvertently discovered the still unconscious clerk, causing her to scream in shock. Upon realizing that all the magical books had been stolen, she was appalled by the audacity of the thief who had dared to commit such a crime in Diagon Alley, and who had managed to escape successfully. After a few incredulous exclamations, she kindly alerted the authorities about the clerk's condition, leaving the unconscious employee's fate, whether he would be dismissed or even face legal consequences for the monumental loss, out of her concern. Shockingly, Lihan Bookstore had suffered a major theft, with thousands of books mysteriously vanishing within an hour. The innocent clerk remained in a state of unconsciousness, and this event raised questions about moral decay and the distortion of humanity. It was an unprecedented incident in the realm of magic, marking the first significant theft in centuries. Within mere seconds, the news of the theft spread through various communication spells, reaching every corner of the streets, with friends and family buzzing about the scandal. Whispers escalated into tall tales, painting Wang Xianzhe as a modern-day master thief akin to ancient legends, or even as a demon consuming books. As the rumors proliferated, both ordinary wizards and those from pure-blood families became aware of the incident. Wang Xianzhe, the foreign interloper implicated in this grand affair, had unwittingly garnered notoriety akin to Harry Potter, the sole survivor of Voldemort's killing curse. In the magical world. In the meantime, the infamous Department of Magical Law Enforcement was alerted. Utilizing a recall spell to trace Wang Xianzhe's appearance, they swiftly issued the highest-level arrest warrant in centuries, prompting onlookers to react with awe and continued scrutiny. Wizard ahead, you are under arrest. According to Section 1582 of the Wizarding Justice Regulations, you are charged with malicious wounding. Under Article 1523 of the International Wizarding Union Agreement, you are also charged with the theft of magical books. Furthermore, you face 13 combined charges, resulting in a sentence of 835 years in Azkaban. Upon hearing the proclamation, Wang Xianzhe paused, realizing they were addressing him and that the authorities had finally caught up with him. As they persistently called out, he halted, causing the surrounding crowd to gasp in astonishment. For he was indeed the infamous book thief, a young wizard from abroad. The crowd instinctively distanced themselves from him, recognizing that he was a notorious criminal. Turning back, Wang Xianzhe observed 2 groups of wizards, all nervously pointing their wands in his direction, ready to unleash an array of attack spells at a moment's notice. The bureaucratic officials leading the charge, with their conspicuously large bellies and formal proclamations, only added to his incredulity, as such behaviors seemed timeless and universal. The legal justifications wielded by these wizards were equally absurd in his view. Merely seizing a bookstore has led to an array of accusations against him. Alongside 8 centuries of sins, it is indeed a remarkable feat for them, yet it would be far simpler to declare him a lifelong prisoner, to languish and die within the confines of a cell. After all, Dumbledore only lived to the age of 116, facing the bureaucrats before him, who wore expressions of hollow benevolence while advocating for leniency. Wang Xianzhe felt an overwhelming desire to exclaim, "Hypocrisy, sheer hypocrisy. Is the absence of capital punishment truly a testament to their supposed kindness?" He vividly recalled the prisoners imprisoned in Azkaban, deep within the frigid North Sea, who not only endured the torment of isolation but also suffered the relentless agony inflicted by the Dementors, which devoured their cherished emotions and beliefs. The inevitable outcome was either a descent into madness or a silent death, perfectly embodying the phrase "worse than death" in the face of the grand pursuit against him. Wang Xianzhe remained unfazed, for he harbored no fear of the wizards surrounding him. To comply with their demands was utterly out of the question. Had he truly feared incarceration at their hands? He would never have stolen a book in the first place. To him, the prevailing atmosphere of this world and the manner of magical combat were excessively tranquil, starkly contrasting the relentless bloodshed and machinations portrayed in numerous traditional Western fantasy tales, where one misstep could lead to various horrific fates. Those who survived were often cold-blooded creatures, adhering strictly to the laws of contracts and maintaining an unwavering rationality. Even the most formidable dark wizard, Voldemort, seemed to Wang Xianzhe nothing more than a figurehead, despite being hailed as the epitome of unforgivable evil. The infamous killing curse, a dazzling green light, paled in comparison to even his most rudimentary fireball spell, and could not match the lethality of a modern-day handgun. It was a disgrace that the entire wizarding world trembled in fear of such a pathetic figure, reaching an absurd level of alarm. How cowardly could the wizards of this realm truly be? As he pondered these thoughts, he observed the bureaucrats incessantly lecturing him on principles. Stepping forward, he elicited a chorus of wands raised in warning. Yet undeterred by their threats, he smiled and remarked, "I had no idea I had committed such heinous acts. But I must inquire, who grants you the authority to declare me guilty?" Without a moment's hesitation, the leading man proclaimed, "It is the law of the International Confederation of Wizards and Hogwarts." "Oh, I see." Wang Xianzhe nodded, then, with a barrage of questions, he pressed the man, "Did your laws receive my consent? As an Eastern mage, why should I be bound by your statutes? Furthermore, did you seek the approval of our Eastern magical community? Do you truly believe that the Western wizarding world speaks for all?" In essence, he refused to cower. Hence, he invoked the banner of the Eastern magical realm. In the world of Harry Potter, it appeared that there had been no dialogue between the Eastern and Western magical communities, and it was evident that the Muggles of this era had very little interaction with the mysterious East. Thus, he felt no apprehension that these archaic and conservative wizards would unravel his deception. Observing that his words resonated convincingly and that he had audaciously steered the conversation towards international diplomacy, the bureaucrats fell silent, acutely aware of the potential ramifications. None dared to hastily conclude the matter, for any ensuing conflict could ignite a firestorm between East and West, and the one who spoke out of turn would undoubtedly bear the burden of blame, jeopardizing their political careers. Seeing that his rhetoric had indeed quelled the assembly of wizards, Wang Xianzhe continued unabashedly, "In fact, the clerk is the one at fault. I approached him with over 1,000,000 galleons to purchase books, and his refusal was accompanied by insults directed at my race, disparaging all Eastern wizards. That so, am I truly in the wrong? The real offense lies with him. Such a person, who seeks to exacerbate tensions between our East and West, deserves a sentence of 10,000 years. Let me tell you," he asserted, "it is not an act of humility. In our Eastern territories, those who insult our race must face dire consequences. Were it not for my spirit of friendship in coming to the West, I would have the right to challenge him to a duel in your terms. This is the law of our Eastern magical community." As he spoke, Wang Xianzhe became increasingly impassioned, gesticulating wildly, his words flowing with fervor, as if embodying the very essence of justice, representing an Eastern magical realm unknown to this world. In that moment, the crowd was captivated by his righteous fervor, with some fledgling wizards lowering their wands in shame for their earlier treatment of their Eastern counterparts. The bureaucrats, momentarily bewildered, found Wang Xianzhe's arguments compelling, while the younger wizards appeared flushed with embarrassment, recognizing the kindness of the Eastern wizard, who had been met with such unjust treatment upon his arrival. Condemned by the entire magical community without consideration of the facts, they could only hope he would not lose faith in the Western magical community, leaving the Eastern wizards to perceive their Western counterparts as barbaric and unreasonable. Yet, the simplicity of the British wizards of this era, with their exaggerated notions of gentlemanly conduct, was starkly contrasted by the seasoned political instincts of the bureaucrats, who sensed that something was amiss. Were they not here to apprehend a criminal? How had the situation devolved into a forum for the criminal's grievances, with the clerk now transformed into an unrepentant villain? Just then, one astute individual, glancing cautiously at the still immersed Wang Xianzhe, timidly inquired, "But, you cannot steal books. That is inherently wrong, is it not? What? Can the pursuit of knowledge be deemed theft?" Wang Xianzhe erupted, fully immersed in his role, his anger boiling over. "I clearly stated my intention to purchase books. It was he who refused to sell them to me, despite my desire to foster magical exchange between East and West, to enlighten more Easterners about your magic and system. Is that a crime? Is it wrong? Knowledge knows no borders. Moreover, there was a thought he withheld. I am here to elevate the reputation of the wizards in the Harry Potter universe across all realms. Though my power may not be formidable, your fantastical yet peculiar system holds significant value for collection and reference. Likewise, the dignity of Eastern wizards must not be infringed. At this juncture, Wang Xianzhe's tone escalated once more. His passion evident as he gazed intently at the assembly, compelling them to lower their heads under the intensity of his fervent gaze. That individual cannot be spared. I merely sought to teach him a small lesson. A gesture of goodwill towards you. Oh, you see my expression? Do you think I care about a mere handful of galleons? If you wish, I could multiply my compensation tenfold right now. Wang Xianzhe was not lacking in wealth. And despite the apparent agitation, he maintained an air of rationality, readily willing to extricate himself from the predicament. If the payment of a trivial sum of galleons could absolve him of guilt, he would gladly embrace this solution to amicably resolve the unavoidable tension between them. In contrast to Wang Xianzhe, who was well versed in the chaos of the digital age, the assembly of early 20th century wizards found themselves at a loss for words. Rendered speechless by his eloquence, in the end, both praise and reproach had been uttered, leaving them uncertain as to how to alleviate the palpable silence. Wang Xianzhe, unperturbed by trouble yet eager to avoid unnecessary complications, was content to navigate the situation with these individuals. Just as he believed the matter could be resolved peacefully, a cold-faced elder, adorned in opulent aristocratic garb, disregarded the wizard's attempts to block him and strode into the circle. His severe expression conveyed deep dissatisfaction as he admonished the leading officer. What are you doing? Engaging in idle chatter with a criminal. Capturing him and delivering him to prison is your duty. Chief Akali, why are you here? The officer, still daring to point an accusatory finger at the elder, clearly recognized his status. Upon hearing the inquiry, the elder's displeasure intensified, and he rapped his elegantly crafted cane against the ground, demanding, why should I not come? What gives you the right to question my presence? Who now is unaware that the Lihan bookstore has been robbed of all its magical tomes, perpetrated by a completely obscure foreign youth? Our Akari family is now to be regarded as a band of worthless fools, our honor and prestige subjected to unprecedented provocation. Do you understand? Seeing the officials remain unmoved, the elder exclaimed in exasperation. I will take responsibility for this incident. Why are you not apprehending him? Please, calm down, the officials urged. We understand that this loss is substantial, but the perpetrator is willing to compensate you several times over. And he is a guest from the Eastern magical community. Perhaps we should let this matter rest. Impossible. The elder resolutely rejected their suggestion, impatience dripping from his words. Do you think the Akari family lacks funds? This issue cannot be resolved. It is our dignity at stake, do you comprehend? How am I to hold my ground before other families in the future? The family the elder referred to was, of course, a similarly self-important pureblood wizard family. The Lihan bookstore was an asset of the Akari family. It was the only one of its kind in existence, making the situation far from simple. And the elder was undoubtedly the true victim here. Akari patriarch, this matter is indeed difficult to handle, several officials murmured, feeling cornered under the elder's relentless pressure. In his presence, they found it challenging to maintain their usual firmness. Yet the fabricated identity of Wang Xianzhe instilled fear within them, compelling them to keep appeasing the elder. The elder, however, was clearly uninterested in their attempts at diplomacy. The Akari family never required the approval of others to act. After all, pureblood wizard families in the wizarding world held a status akin to feudal lords in ancient times, endowed with immense history and wealth, forming a formidable force in their own right. At this moment, the elder resembled a stubborn traditionalist, impervious to persuasion. He stubbornly believed that only by imprisoning Wang Xianzhe for life could their status be secured, demonstrating that the dignity of the Akari family was not to be trifled with. Very well, if you refuse to act, then I shall take matters into my own hands. I will defend the honor of the Akari family myself. Step by step, the elder advanced towards Wang Xianzhe, raising his cane. This cane, typically a symbol of gentlemanly decorum, was also a custom-made wand. Pointing its tip at Wang Xianzhe, he sneered, no matter who you are, dare to provoke the Akari family, and you shall be transformed into a toad to repent. Upon hearing the elder's words, Wang Xianzhe felt a chill run down his spine, utterly unable to fathom a life as a repugnant toad. Such vile sorcery, which sought merely to repulse what Western author conceived at first? Wizards in this realm seemingly lacked lethality. Only Voldemort's killing curse could deliver a swift end, rendering its infamy formidable. However, The notion of being transformed into a slimy, grotesque toad, complete with a pig's tail, was, in certain respects, more perverse and inescapable. A red beam shot forth from the elder's wand, hurtling towards Wang Xianzhe. He understood that this spell theoretically only held power over muggles, lacking any deterrent effect against wizards of equal standing. Yet, knowing that his mental prowess and magical strength far exceeded that of his opponent, he still hesitated to test the spell directly. Instead, he swiftly conjured an afterimage, easily evading the incoming magic. What if, by some chance, his wizarding system was utterly incompatible with that of the elder, rendering him as defenseless as a muggle? That would be a grand jest indeed, even without engaging in a battle of mental fortitude. The elder's self-proclaimed rapid magical assault appeared to Wang Xianzhe as painfully slow, as long as he did not wish to be struck. Such rudimentary magic could never touch him. Observing Wang Xianzhe's lithe movements as he effortlessly evaded the spell, the elder felt a twinge of embarrassment. He, a dignified patriarch, was unable to subdue a mere young wizard without resorting to a second spell. Fire all at once, the elder declared, determined not to falter this time. Aware of Wang Xianzhe's formidable evasion skills, he summoned countless stones from the ground, launching them like bullets propelled by a fierce gale toward Wang Xianzhe. The sheer force and dense numbers of the stones promised to inflict considerable pain should they strike, ensuring that any ordinary wizard would be incapacitated under such an assault, though one could argue they wouldn't be fatal. Let us see how you evade this, the elder sneered. If not for Wang Xianzhe's audacious actions that left their family in a precarious position, he would never have personally confronted a wizard of such a lower generation. Conceitedly, he felt assured. Yet Wang Xianzhe, facing the deluge of stones, expressed nothing but disappointment, remaining still as he awaited the elder's next move. The elder's confidence, however, was misplaced. Wang Xianzhe was unfazed by the barrage of stones, which were nothing more than trivial projectiles to him. Even the most ferocious of physical assaults could not breach Wang Xianzhe's defenses. And as the elder relished in his perceived triumph, the onlookers were stunned to witness the stones shatter upon contact with Wang Xianzhe, as if they were mere dough colliding with steel. The harder the stones were thrown, the more they crumbled upon impact. The elder's smile froze, realization dawning upon him. This cannot be. It is impossible. Faced with Wang Xianzhe, who stood unscathed and gazed at him with disdain, the elder felt as though he had been struck by a tidal wave of humiliation. This is false, all of it. You are a brute. You cannot possibly be a wizard. Not even the giants could withstand my barrage. In that moment, the surrounding wizards were equally dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. They knew for certain that Wang Xianzhe had employed no magic. The stones shattered independently. Could it be that Wang Xianzhe was not an Eastern wizard at all, but rather a member of a race from the East endowed with innate defensive capabilities, akin to the half-giant Hagrid from Hogwarts? As their minds raced with fear and curiosity, they concocted terrifying identities for Wang Xianzhe. For how else could he so effortlessly overpower the patriarch of the Akari family, a figure they regarded as immensely powerful? Flames ablaze. The elder, unwilling to accept defeat, once again wielded his wand, unleashing a torrent of fire towards Wang Xianzhe. The flames illuminated the faces of the onlookers, prompting some women to scream and shield their eyes in anticipation of a horrific spectacle. Such powerful flames. Surely, the Eastern wizard will be reduced to a charred husk. Yet, Wang Xianzhe and the wizards of the Harry Potter universe existed on entirely different planes of capability. What appeared to be a terrifying inferno to many was merely a flickering flame in Wang Xianzhe's eyes. His years of training had not been in vain. His physical defenses had grown formidable, and his magical resistance had evolved significantly. He had no fear of fireball spells below the second tier. And the elder's flames were even weaker than he had anticipated, akin to a mundane flame employed for simple tasks. Wang Xianzhe could not help but roll his eyes at the elder's feeble display of magic. Is this what you call a wizard? They are pathetically inferior compared to the sorcerers I know. At that moment, he felt a profound sense of embarrassment for the elder, who dared to showcase such a trivial spell. The flames engulfed Wang Xianzhe, yet he appeared unaffected, with not a single trace of scorching upon him or his attire. Neither his innate magical resistance nor the formidable magical defense afforded by his superior equipment could be breached by the elder's flames. Thus, as the audience looked on in stunned silence, Wang Xianzhe emerged from the flames, exuding a relaxed demeanor that profoundly challenged their perceptions of wizardry. Impossible. This is utterly inconceivable. The elder of the Akali clan, unable to withstand the relentless and intense blows inflicted by Wang Xianzhe, could only repeatedly exclaim, "Impossible!" His flames blazed fiercely, yet they did not even singe the opponent's attire. An utter failure of magic. As he continued to lose composure before the crowd, the proud elder, who had always regarded his noble lineage as paramount, found his eyes ablaze with fury. His inability to contain his emotions was exacerbated by his British stubbornness and the fact that he was an antiquated pure-blood aristocrat. This was his grand debut among a throng of mixed-blood wizards, a moment he believed would allow him to dominate Wang Xianzhe and reclaim the prestige of the Akali family in the eyes of the awed spectators, demonstrating the formidable strength of pure-blood lineage. However, the reality unfolded in stark contrast to the elder's expectations, leading to a humiliating outcome he could not accept at that moment. He was almost lost as to who he was or what he was doing there. His gaze flickered with a menacing glint as he surveyed the crowd, perceiving their mocking laughter and jeers. With a wave of his wand, he declared, "Disarm your weapons." All petrified. A mere flick of his wand unleashed a dazzling red light, striking the loudest man in the crowd, who immediately emitted a heart-wrenching wail as he was propelled backwards, crashing into a pillar before sliding down lifelessly, his hat falling aside, curled upon the ground in silence. Once more, a cloud of white mist erupted from the elder's wand, ensnaring the innocent bystanders who ventured too close, rendering them immobile with pallid faces. "My magic is flawless. Ha ha! There is nothing wrong with my magic." The elder, now spiraling into madness, laughed boisterously in the face of a group of lesser wizards. The visual effects of his spells were undeniably impressive. Many had barely registered what was happening before they fell victim to his magic, which restored the elder's confidence. He was still a formidable wizard of the Akali lineage. Yet, tragically, each time the elder directed his magic at Wang Xianzhe, he was met with the disheartening realization that his spells remained ineffective. His raspy laughter, reminiscent of a duck's quack, was enough to irk Wang Xianzhe, who conjured a fireball. Its power significantly diminished through his efforts. Addressing the still laughing elder, Wang Xianzhe said, "You've unleashed numerous spells, so allow me to test one of my own. Though this fireball has been weakened considerably, it should serve to illustrate the vast disparity between us, revealing that fire magic is not to be trifled with. Behold the greatness of the 5 Fireball sect. It is only through the most fundamental fireball that one can grasp the essence of flames." As he spoke, even he was unsure of the meaning behind his own words, yet his proclamation carried an air of unintentional grandeur. The fireball sailed towards the elder. The moment the fireball materialized in Wang Xianzhe's grasp, the elder's laughter ceased abruptly. He regained his senses, for while the magical arts of the Harry Potter universe had not been duly explored in terms of their destructive capability, the elder could still sense the terrifying energy emanating from Wang Xianzhe's small fireball. In that moment, the more powerful the wizard, the more acutely they understood Wang Xianzhe's prowess. Compared to the incredible energy contained within the fireball, the elder's flames were akin to child's play, revealing a disheartening chasm in strength that obscured any glimmer of hope. Wang Xianzhe's fireball spell rendered the elongated-faced elder pale, nearly crumpling to the ground, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "This is terrifying, absolutely terrifying." This was not merely a reflection of the elder's fragile psyche, nor was it a matter of courage, resilience, or rationality. It was a primal fear of death. As the fireball hurtled toward him, he was drenched in cold sweat, trembling as he experienced an overwhelming sense of impending doom for the first time. He would perish. The immense energy compressed within that small fireball left him feeling utterly powerless, evoking despair. Even as an elderly gentleman nearing his final days, he was gripped by fear, his once proud demeanor shattered. Wang Xianzhe's mere fireball compelled him to acknowledge his own weakness in comparison. Despairing, he closed his eyes and muttered to himself, "This is the magic I have always dreamed of. It seems not everyone is worthy of being called a wizard. We consider ourselves wizards, yet we are far removed from that definition. We are merely ordinary individuals dabbling in magical tricks, failing to harness the true might of magic." Wang Xianzhe's radically different and aggressive magic, upon its emergence, delivered an unprecedented shock to the Akali elder. No one could grasp the extraordinary significance of Wang Xianzhe's magic better than he, who faced the fireball directly. It represented a monumental upheaval within the magic community. He envisioned a future where countless wizards would succumb to the terrifying flames of Wang Xianzhe's fireball. Boom! Wang Xianzhe's fireball finally struck its target, detonating violently against an old telephone booth beside the elder. With a deafening explosion, the booth was obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Flames surged forth, engulfing much of the street, turning trees, furniture, and statues to ash, annihilating all obstacles in its path. The sheer destructive power unleashed by that small fireball was beyond comprehension, leaving onlookers aghast. What kind of magic is this? How could such magic exist? Even the most oblivious observers recognized Wang Xianzhe's extraordinary prowess. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as the crowd, previously indifferent, was now consumed by awe and dread. If every Eastern wizard possessed such terrifying magical capabilities, what then did the Western magical community amount to? A collection of self-satisfied frogs in a well? The thunderous roar and the scorching heat waves intensified the elder's terror, drenching his back in cold sweat. He had never experienced such profound fear, not even in the presence of Voldemort. It felt as if he were submerged in an unfathomably cold sea. Confronting the abyss of darkness and death, I am not dead, however. As the elder regained his senses and turned his stiff neck, he was met with a horrifying sight. Half a street had been reduced to ruins. The charred ground a testament to the fireball's terrifying heat. Had the fireball missed him? No, Wang Xianzhe had no intention of killing the elder. Had he wished to do so, he would not have afforded him any opportunity to retaliate. One casual punch could reduce the elder to a pulp. As previously stated, Wang Xianzhe was not one to shy away from trouble, but he also refrained from wielding his power to trample others indiscriminately, especially after recognizing the pitfalls of magical energy. He remained calm, distancing himself from the dark arts. Ultimately, the elder was not in a life-and-death struggle with him as the former second young master had been. It was the elder who had unwittingly robbed him of his bookstore. If it came down to it, the elder bore a greater share of the blame. Thus, killing him would yield no real benefits for Wang Xianzhe, and might even provoke a vehement backlash from all pureblood and mixed-blood wizards in the magical community. Consequently, Wang Xianzhe resolved to exert overwhelming pressure and issue a warning, immediately putting his plan into action. After all, the elder's identity and power made him an ideal target for establishing dominance. Following the fireball incantation, Wang Xianzhe adopted a stern demeanor, stating, "I seek reconciliation, but it seems the victim is unwilling to settle privately. So, come back to me when you have reached a resolution." The residual power of his spell lingered, rendering the crowd speechless. At that moment, the elder, pale and overwhelmed by the horror of Wang Xianzhe's fireball, was paralyzed by fear and unable to respond. Meanwhile, the two major factions remained silent, secretly hoping the elder would concede. The onlookers dutifully continued to play their roles, having witnessed the Akali elder utterly defeated. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Bang! Just as the crowd remained hushed, a figure materialized from thin air before them. With a purple cloak, magical high-heeled boots, and a pointed hat, he sported a long beard and exuded an unmistakable aura of wizardry. One embodied the essence of a wizard more than he. The remarkable individual making such a grand entrance is none other than the esteemed Albus Dumbledore, a wizard of great renown. He has arrived here using the much-coveted disapparition spell, much to the astonishment of Wang Xianzhe. Even the venerable headmaster of Hogwarts, recognized as the greatest wizard, recipient of the first-class Merlin Award, founder of the Order of the Phoenix, president of the International Confederation of Wizards, and chief warlock of the Wizengamot, has been stirred from his usual composure. If one were to regard the proud and obstinate pure-blood wizards as the traditionalist faction, reveling in their superiority over half-bloods, then Dumbledore, with his kindness, wisdom, and love, undeniably stands as the quintessential representative and leader of the reformist wizards, a pillar of support for the new generation. Even the pure-blooded wizards would not dare to speak disrespectfully to this great elder. By the heavens, it is the esteemed Dumbledore. Upon witnessing his arrival, the previously silent crowd suddenly radiated joy and surprise, for despite Wang Xianzhe's formidable display, Dumbledore remains the universally acknowledged strongest wizard in their eyes. Both in power and reputation, as long as the sage is here, there will surely be a solution. With the arrival of such a formidable ally, the crowd felt reassured. If anyone could manage Wang Xianzhe and address the diplomatic issues concerning this Eastern wizard, it would be Dumbledore, whose decisions would garner their complete trust. Chapter 42. The roar of Wang Xianzhe upon realizing that it was Dumbledore, the eminent figure from the original story. Wang Xianzhe broke the silence first. His tone neither too warm nor cold. He neither exhibited the fervent admiration of other wizards, nor any notable hostility. "Greetings, mysterious wizard from the East." As noted in the original text, Dumbledore is indeed a wise elder deserving of respect. And his calm manner of speaking evokes no ill feelings, rather a sense of gentle warmth. "I am aware of your situation. If you are willing, as you previously stated, to compensate the Akali family for their losses, not excessively, just to purchase the books at their rightful price. I can represent others in not holding past grievances against you in any case, whether through magic or otherwise. Dumbledore has undoubtedly comprehended the entirety of the situation in his own way and reached a conclusion in his mind. Head of the Akali family, what do you think? Even though Dumbledore knew the head of the Akali family would not reject his wise proposal, he still graciously inquired, prompting the elder to quickly realize and nod in agreement. No problem, absolutely none. We will proceed as Headmaster Dumbledore suggests. Dumbledore's decision was naturally beyond reproach, and the elder readily acquiesced. After all, even if Dumbledore stated that Wang Xianzhe need not compensate for any losses, it was clear to all that the elder would never dare oppose the fearsome Wang Xianzhe. With the elder's explicit affirmation, this significant robbery incident that had shaken the wizarding world has finally come to a close. Turning to the young Wang Xianzhe, Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with admiration as he sincerely addressed him. Mysterious wizard from the East, I extend to you the most formal invitation to become an honorary professor at our academy, where you can share with students the knowledge of Eastern magic. Just as you desire, I too wish for a harmonious exchange between the Eastern and Western magical worlds to foster mutual advancement. You wish to invite me to be a professor at your school? Wang Xianzhe was genuinely taken aback by Dumbledore's unexpected words. He could see that the elder's invitation was sincere, yet this only heightened his astonishment. After all, he was merely in his 20s, about to become a professor at such a prestigious institution, renowned throughout the Harry Potter universe. Reflecting on his previous musings, Wang Xianzhe found it amusing. He had never envisioned such a scenario before his crossing over. After a brief moment of hesitation, he replied to Dumbledore, if you would grant me unrestricted access to your magical texts, I would gladly assume the role of professor, and I assure you that aside from certain forbidden magics, I will not withhold any of my magical knowledge. Wang Xianzhe spoke with certainty, for he was not a greedy individual and of course, he felt no need to divulge the intricacies of his warrior and Taoist systems at this moment. As one who traverses myriad worlds, Wang Xianzhe did not particularly mind if others learned certain skills from him. With his experiences expanding across numerous realms, and with the support of the system, his mastery of various power structures would only grow stronger and more diverse. Furthermore, if he were to depart from this world, even if it were to crumble under his actions, it would have no adverse effects on him. Instead, he was curious about the astounding transformations that might arise from the fusion of two magical systems. Would this world become more vibrant due to his presence? Could he, leveraging the wisdom of the vast wizarding community, develop a transcendent magic that harmonizes the strengths and wonders of both magical systems? Wang Xianzhe's primary concern was what benefits he could derive from others, and he firmly believed that an equitable exchange was the swiftest route to acquire such advantages. Though he spoke dismissively of their magical potency, he had never underestimated the intellect of this world. Otherwise, they would not have birthed such a dazzling and unique magical civilization, in Wang Xianzhe's view. The wizards of this world simply lacked the vision to discover new paths. If he could provide them with a spark of inspiration, such as the legendary mage system, he could not predict the brilliant wisdom that might emerge from this foundation. Would the Harry Potter universe evolve into the formidable true mage civilization he remembered? Perhaps future generations would reflect on him in this manner. Wang Xianzhe boldly envisioned in his heart a new epoch for the magical world. The grand and mysterious progenitor of mages descending upon this realm, self-identified as an Eastern mage, role confirmed as fictional. He brought forth a powerful mage system for wizards, granting them boundless possibilities. Future generations would hold a sense of gratitude and awe, eternally remembering the monumental contributions of Wang Xianzhe to wizarding civilization. Dumbledore was intrigued by Wang Xianzhe's mage system, and Wang Xianzhe equally yearned for the various magics Dumbledore possessed. Thus, in a harmonious and friendly atmosphere, they reached a consensus. Then, under Wang Xianzhe's astonished gaze, Dumbledore waved his wand lightly at the considerable damage Wang Xianzhe had caused to the street. Instantly, the entire area was restored to its former neatness, not only returning to its original state but also rejuvenating the bricks and stones, making them smooth and pristine, with the newly polished stone walls reflecting faces. This unexpected spectacle left Wang Xianzhe in stunned amazement. As he silently marveled at the miracle he had just witnessed, it was no wonder Dumbledore had previously not mentioned the extensive damage. It was not that he had forgotten, but rather that the wondrous magic to restore the area was beyond Wang Xianzhe's capabilities. To the wizards present, it was merely a matter of waving a wand. Moreover, Dumbledore represented the pinnacle of wizarding strength, or more accurately, the highest level of magical mastery. Wang Xianzhe, realizing this, felt a rush of relief. He had nearly lost his composure in front of others. He reminded himself that the magic of this world was indeed peculiar. While its destructive power might not rival his own, its mastery in everyday magic was unparalleled, permeating all aspects of life. Reflecting on the many wonders depicted in films, he resolved not to let this minor scene ruin the highbrow persona he had deliberately constructed. After all, maintaining an air of aloofness would undoubtedly simplify his experiences here. The entire wizarding world could do nothing against him, choosing to treat him with courtesy, not only because of his formidable strength, but also due to the respect commanded by his enigmatic identity. Chapter 43. Pure-blood families under the Elder's quavering gaze. Wang Xianzhe promptly compensated for the damages incurred. He then urged Dumbledore to escort him back to Hogwarts, for the books at the Leaky Cauldron primarily contained simple spells. And to master the most exquisite and advanced sorcery, he needed to be at Hogwarts. Aside from Dumbledore, no other wizard had the authority to use apparition within the school grounds, so Wang Xianzhe and Dumbledore traveled by magical means, allowing him to experience the enchanting flying carriage without revealing his supposed identity as an Eastern mage who was unfamiliar with spatial displacement magic. Professor Wang, the new term begins next month, so I trust you will be ready to teach the students. Then I hope you prepare the relevant teaching materials. In the meantime, feel free to explore any magical text you require in the library. Should you have any questions, you may always consult me or the other instructors. Wang Xianzhe was assigned a separate teacher's dormitory, and Dumbledore began to introduce him to the opening password for the portrait door, the headless ghost, and other features while discussing the new curriculum scheduled for a month later. Wang Xianzhe had no objections, merely stating that he would teach the students punctually when the time came. He then eagerly made his way to the location of the school library. Upon entering the vast library, soaring over 10 stories high, he was immediately greeted by immense rectangular bookshelves brimming with books, arranged neatly in rows. Undoubtedly, it surpassed the Li Hin bookstore in both size and quantity, appearing to stretch infinitely. If the 3-meter-high bookshelves of the bookstore were impressive, the towering 10-meter shelves here were simply beyond imagination. Particularly striking were some shelves that did not end at the top but rose directly into the upper floors, adorned with numerous ancient tomes, serving as both bookshelves and pillars. This was indeed a realm dedicated to the written word. Thanks to Dumbledore's guidance, Wang Xianzhe could explore the advanced magic on the highest level, and he immediately sought out books pertaining to spatial magic. He had long decided that whether it was the disapparition spell, the enchantment that allowed a tent to become larger than a stadium, or the technique to shrink bulky items for transport, he needed to acquire these skills. His spatial backpack was already filled to capacity with legendary potions and equipment from before his arrival. And had it not been for the limited space, he would have brought even more. By integrating the spatial magic of this world, Wang Xianzhe would undoubtedly resolve his concerns regarding the size of his backpack. He discovered 3 books in the library: The Opening of Dimensional Space, The 7 Forbidden Actions and Counterspells of Disapparition, and Proportional Compression Techniques for Objects in Space. Wang Xianzhe immediately requested the system to analyze the feasibility of learning these works and to explain the technical jargon contained within. He had to admit that, devoid of any foundational knowledge of the wizarding system, he could not comprehend such advanced concepts right away. Ding! You have triggered the main storyline task. Please analyze at least 50 types of magical spells above the basic level. Decompose to obtain at least 100 types of magical creatures' flesh and their genetic arrangements. Analyze the reasons ordinary individuals cannot perform magic, and enable yourself to cast magic from the Harry Potter universe through any means. Note: the system suggests you consult the book The Origins of Ancient Fairies and Wizards located in the 12th row of bookshelves, 500 meters ahead, which will provide relevant clues. What? As a high-level mage from the legendary world, I am unable to wield the magic of this realm? The system's unexpected revelation did not catch Wang Xianzhe off guard, but the information it disclosed was startling. He realized that his magic was indeed incompatible with this world. Reflecting on the related lore of Harry Potter, he suddenly understood that he had been deceived by the protagonist's underdog narrative. Wizards in this realm had certain qualifications. Thus, pure-blood wizards were undeniably stronger than those of mixed blood, often looking down upon others due to their innate superiority. Without wizarding blood, they were undoubtedly scorned by wizards, relegated to being muggles who could not perform any magic and could be easily transformed into toads. Upon deeper reflection, this seemingly whimsical magical world was far from idyllic. It was predetermined by an omnipresent doctrine of bloodlines, which was frightening upon closer examination. Take Harry Potter, for instance, who, in a moment of ignorance, managed to perform a spell of considerable caliber on his first attempt, causing a broomstick to fly directly into his hands with remarkable agility, quickly surpassing others in skill and winning the Quidditch championship. Beyond mere protagonist luck, The deeper reason clearly lay in his noble lineage as the first heir of an ancient pure-blood wizarding family, inheriting vast wealth and powerful wizarding abilities from both parents, enabling him to navigate perilous situations with remarkable success. This was not mere chance, but an inevitable outcome of his advantageous circumstances. TSK, I no longer believe in fairy tales. Wang Xianzhe shook his head and located the system-recommended book detailing the origins of wizards. As he perused its contents, he discovered numerous shocking and controversial secrets that shattered conventional beliefs. It turned out that modern wizards were not purely human. In ancient times, when humanity was at the bottom of the biological hierarchy, the true rulers were the ancient fairies and dragons, powerful magical beings capable of wielding formidable magic and possessing unmatched physical strength. However, at some point, a few peculiar humans managed to engage in profound communication with these magical creatures, becoming the pioneers of interspecies unions. Perhaps due to the overwhelming power of magical beings' genes compared to the frail human lineage, they contravened biological norms and produced offspring. Consequently, with a staggering reproductive capacity, these primitive humans, lacking moral considerations, proliferated uncontrollably, spreading the offspring imbued with magical traits throughout various human clans. With the burgeoning human population came the rise of wizards, forming the tribal prototypes of self-proclaimed pure-blood families based on the first generation of pioneers. Thus, these pure-blood wizards were merely gilding their own images. They were hybrids resulting from the union of humans and magical beings. Even if their magical lineage was more pronounced, leading to ancestral returns, no wizarding family could ever claim to produce a truly pure-blood wizard. According to the confidential texts, the ability for elves, dragons, and wizards to wield magic stems from a magical factor inherent in their bloodlines. However, no scientific definition was provided for this magical factor by the wizarding community, which merely stated that only magical beings and wizards possessed it. Historical evidence over thousands of years confirmed that pure-blood wizards had a greater vitality and quantity of magical factors than their mixed-blood counterparts. Combining his understanding and seeking assistance from the system for further analysis, Wang Xianzhe reached a conclusion. To delve into the reasons ordinary individuals could not wield magic, he must first dissect some magical creatures to ascertain precise data on magical factors. Additionally, he would require advanced knowledge in either genetics or high-level biology from the magical perspective. Ideally, conducting comparative studies from both scientific and magical viewpoints to elucidate the differences in genetics and traits between humans and wizards. Thus, discovering a method to analyze magical factors would be optimal. It seems this main storyline task is considerably more challenging than the legendary world, compelling me to dedicate a significant amount of time to the study of genetics and biology. Aware that without understanding the relationship between magical factors and the origins of wizardly abilities, he could not transition to the next world, Wang Xianzhe mentally prepared himself for a prolonged battle. Until he mastered wizardry, he would seemingly have to teach the students Eastern magic while diligently pursuing his research. Ding. You have analyzed the magical book The Ultimate Secrets of Transfiguration, the magical book Levitation Charm, and the magical book Felix Felicis. Although he was currently unable to perform any magic, Wang Xianzhe did not overlook the myriad of magical tomes in the library. He promptly instructed the system to analyze and document all magical knowledge. The peculiar potion, Felix Felicis, naturally piqued his interest. It was the legendary luck potion, well known for the significance of luck in certain circumstances. However, upon reviewing the system's analysis of the potion, his interest waned, leaving him disappointed. The process of brewing this potion was exceedingly complex, and any mistakes could lead to dire consequences. Overconsumption could result in dizziness, recklessness, and arrogance. Yet, in the face of the system's decomposition values, these issues seemed trivial. The various limitations belied the potion's illustrious reputation. It turned out that luck was merely a temporary enhancement of one's overall abilities. Its true effect was akin to a comprehensive boost to social skills, magical capabilities, and reflexes, allowing an individual to feel as though everything was going their way. This was evidently not the outcome Wang Xianzhe desired. In the face of formidable magic, Felix Felicis would likely prove ineffective. For instance, if a young wizard hoped to confront Voldemort with just a bottle of Felix Felicis, it would be wiser to reconsider his approach. Ding. You have analyzed the magical tomes The Compendium of Alchemy, the possibility of turning stone into gold, how to create biological puppets, and others. Did you expend a certain amount of decomposition value to study the alchemy of the Harry Potter universe, which encompasses material, biological, and energy alchemy? You have also scrutinized the magical texts The Enlightenment and Development of Potion Making, all potions from ancient to modern times, and the perfect crafting of potions. Did you spend a certain amount of decomposition value to learn the potion-making knowledge within the Harry Potter realm, including mineral, plant, and biological potion studies? After perusing several advanced magical skills and insights, Wang Xianzhe beheld the two unique knowledge systems intrinsic to the magical world, alchemy and potion-making, both steeped in ancient lore. The library before him, containing thousands of volumes, was a comprehensive repository of alchemical and potion-making knowledge. After deliberation, Wang Xianzhe resolved to invest his decomposition value in these fields, recognizing that his destiny was to embark on a path akin to a magical version of Frankenstein. Acquiring these disciplines would expedite his understanding of the mysteries of magical factors. Ding. You have expended 100,000 decomposition value and mastered the knowledge of alchemy. Ding. You have expended 1,000,000 decomposition value and achieved proficiency in material, biological, and energy alchemy. Ding. You have expended 100,000 decomposition value and acquired knowledge of potion making. Ding. You have expended 1,000,000 decomposition value and attained expertise in mineral, plant, and biological potion making. The total expenditure of 220,000 decomposition value was substantial. Even for Wang Xianzhe, who possessed over 20 million. However, the profound benefits were equally evident in an instant. An overwhelming influx of knowledge was infused into Wang Xianzhe's mind, transforming him into a competent and erudite expert in both alchemy and potion-making. Had he embarked on this learning journey alone, it would have taken him eons to reach such an extraordinary level, for the breadth of knowledge imparted by the system was unparalleled and astonishing. The torrent of information enveloped the entirety of the Harry Potter universe, capturing all known memories of alchemy and potion-making from antiquity to the present. Although this world may not possess the formidable terror of the legendary realms from his memory, the depth of knowledge contained within it was magnificent and terrifying. The vast expanse of knowledge, accumulated over countless ages and spaces, subtly transformed Wang Xianzhe, the wisdom ignited sparks of intellect within him. He exuded an aura of sagacity and enlightenment, his gaze deep as the ocean, seemingly boundless in the face of the profound and intricate alchemy and potion-making of this world. Even Albus Dumbledore, widely regarded as the foremost sage among wizards, might only have a superficial mastery of a particular branch of potion knowledge. Yet, Wang Xianzhe had seamlessly integrated all applicable and inapplicable potion and alchemical wisdom into his understanding, rendering him the preeminent sage of the Harry Potter universe, a figure unparalleled in history. Perfect in his mastery, Wang Xianzhe could now effortlessly wield all knowledge pertaining to alchemy and potion-making, limited to potion levels within the Harry Potter universe. With his current mastery of these two knowledge systems, there was naught he did not know. Chapter 45. Invitation. Knowledge brings joy. Knowledge elevates the spirit. As Wang Xianzhe absorbed boundless knowledge, he noticed a marked alleviation of the burdens and risks posed by the magical energy within him. Suddenly, a dull pop resonated, releasing a noxious, mixed gas from the magical cauldron, forming a lingering white mist in the air. Before him lay the highest-grade magical experimental apparatus, purchased with galleons, while the majority of his teacher's quarters had been overtaken by an array of jars containing powders, herbs, animal feathers, bones, and even viscous, unidentifiable dark green liquids. Even as a master of all aspects of alchemy and potion-making, Wang Xianzhe could not entirely eliminate the unpleasant odors wafting through the room. Compared to the sterile, bacteria-free laboratories of conventional science, potion-making was decidedly more chaotic and grotesque. Yet this systematic discipline remained rigorous, allowing no room for error. It was not the whimsical image of a witch stirring a cauldron haphazardly, but rather a meticulous craft requiring precision and skill. Indeed, Wang Xianzhe was pleased as he observed the blood-red liquid emerging from the magical cauldron, for he had successfully crafted a legendary potion reminiscent of the famed Little Red. Despite his vast collection of extraordinary potions, he knew there would come a day when they would be depleted, and he could not continually venture to the legendary realm for supplies. Thus, the ability to concoct this potion marked a significant milestone in his journey. Moreover, utilizing the alchemical knowledge of the Harry Potter universe alongside the system's analysis of the legendary potion's components, he had created a fantastical version of Little Red. What had begun as a whimsical experiment, fueled by his unprecedented knowledge, had yielded success. This discovery confirmed that potion knowledge across myriad worlds could indeed intersect and enhance one another. Contemplating the vast reservoir of potion and alchemical wisdom in his mind, Wang Xianzhe began to entertain experimental notions. Could he employ techniques for refining potion purity to enhance the effects of all legendary potions? Given that the legendary potions lacked any notion of refinement, his hypothesis appeared viable. The potion-making continued. Thanks to his meticulous control over spatial runes, Wang Xianzhe skillfully maneuvered the magical apparatus with finesse, appearing as if he had been using them for decades. With steady hands, he executed intricate movements, producing bottles of red potions as he introduced various peculiar ingredients. His intuitive grasp of the craft rivaled that of seasoned professors. Knock, knock. Professor Wang, are you available? As Wang Xianzhe immersed himself further into potion research. A polite knock at the door roused him from his reverie. It was none other than Professor Dumbledore. What brings you here? Wang Xianzhe inquired, slightly puzzled. Dumbledore surveyed the room with a knowing smile. Your relentless pursuit of knowledge is commendable, Professor Wang. However, I must remind you that the new term has commenced. Has a month already passed? Wang Xianzhe exclaimed, realizing he had been so engrossed in learning that time had slipped away. His initial intent had merely been to unravel the mysteries of muggles and wizards, yet he had found joy in the endless exploration of potion knowledge. Professor Wang, you should accompany Professor McGonagall to welcome the first-year students. It will also provide you with a chance to acclimate to the academic environment, Dumbledore suggested. Very well, Headmaster. Acknowledging Dumbledore's request, Wang Xianzhe decided it was time to venture outside, not wishing to be perceived as a shadowy wizard obsessed with peculiar creatures and plants. As he arrived at the familiar station and beheld the Hogwarts Express, Wang Xianzhe's perspective had shifted. Shortly after following Professor McGonagall to the station, a multitude of eager young wizards disembarked in an orderly fashion. Observing the excited faces of the British youth, Wang Xianzhe remained composed. However, his demeanor changed upon seeing three familiar figures emerge from the train. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger. This journey marked Harry's first encounter with the wondrous wizarding world, as he embarked on his magical adventure, blissfully unaware of his destiny as a savior. For Harry, everything was new. He had forged friendships with Ron and Hermione, escaped the oppression of his relatives, and countless magical classes awaited him, including the exhilarating Quidditch matches that would soon make him a household name. They are the first-year students, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid, the half-giant, announced. Thank you, Hagrid, that I will take it from here, Professor McGonagall replied. Ms. McGonagall, with her stern demeanor, acknowledged him with a nod, each gesture exuding an air of rigidity and severity. Beside her, Wang Xianzhe appeared distinctly unimpressed by the unusually strict vice principal, silently observing the multitude of freshmen before him. Occasionally sneaking glances at Harry Potter and Hermione's expressions. As for Ron, the portly boy lacking any remarkable traits, he was completely overlooked by Wang Xianzhe. Had it not been for the common trope of a sidekick accentuating the main character's camaraderie, one might wonder who this near-clownish figure truly was. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please follow me, Professor McGonagall commanded, her every action radiating a solemn authority that compelled the new students to fall in line, abandoning their playful banter. Though Wang Xianzhe was not particularly fond of this overly austere elder, he could not deny her remarkable efficiency in managing the throngs of students without a hint of fluster. Perhaps this was the formidable presence of the British incarnation of a no-nonsense headmistress. Throughout the journey, Professor McGonagall, or rather, the headmistress, refrained from introducing Wang Xianzhe, who likewise did not take the initiative to present himself. Thus, aside from the curious glances directed at the young and handsome foreigner, he remained a mere bystander, traversing the moving staircases, the flickering torchlit stone walls, and the ever-changing ceiling, until they finally arrived at a grand, spacious hall. However, McGonagall led the first-year students into a small, empty room at the far end of the hall, where they crowded together, anxiously surveying their surroundings. She then addressed them. Welcome to Hogwarts. The feast is about to commence. But before you take your seats in the dining hall, you must first determine which house you will join. The sorting ceremony is a significant rite of passage, as your house will become your home during your time at Hogwarts. The four houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, each boasting a proud history and having nurtured exceptional witches and wizards. Your outstanding performances will earn points for your house, while any misconduct will result in deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will win the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of the house you are sorted into, you will bring glory to it. Following her welcome, McGonagall began recounting the school's history and outlining their future endeavors. The ensuing events mirrored what Wang Xianzhe had seen in the films, as the students donned a talking hat that determined their houses with uncanny accuracy. Finally, it was Harry Potter's turn, and whether by design or coincidence, he was the last to be sorted. Potter. Is it calling for Potter? The Harry Potter? As the hat was about to cover Harry's eyes, he remained oblivious to the throng of heads craning to catch a glimpse of him, even as a low buzz of whispers filled the hall. Difficult. Quite difficult. I see you possess great courage, a kind heart and potential to— Oh my, splendid. There's a strong desire to prove yourself. So, where shall I place you? Harry clutched the edge of the stool, fervently wishing, not Slytherin, not Slytherin. Anywhere but Slytherin, right? You have great potential, you know? Without a doubt, Slytherin could help you achieve greatness. Though the hat's deliberations caused Harry considerable anxiety, he ultimately wished only to be with his new friends. In the end, he was indeed sorted into the same house as Hermione. As was befitting his status as a protagonist, Harry trembled slightly as he approached the Gryffindor table, entirely unaware of the thunderous applause that erupted in his honor. Percy, the head boy, stood to shake his hand vigorously, while the Weasley twins shouted, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" The wandering ghosts even came to pat his arm, sending a shiver through him. With Harry Potter being the last to be sorted, the welcoming ceremony drew to a close, and everyone took their seats at the long tables, eagerly eyeing the delectable cheese pastries and feasting upon the lavish lunch prepared by the school. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere, a genial blond man clapped his hands, garnering everyone's attention. As he noticed the collective gaze upon him, his smile broadened, and he performed a courteous bow before addressing the crowd. "Dear freshmen, today is a day of celebration, but I have an even more thrilling announcement to share." Pausing to build suspense, his fingers suddenly pointed towards Wang Xianzhe, exclaiming, "You may not yet be aware, but we have a special guest among us. Let us welcome this young wizard from the East. Do not be fooled by his youth. He will be your instructor in magical arts. Please extend a warm welcome to him, as he will enlighten you with unique Eastern magic in the coming year." At that moment, Wang Xianzhe, who had been merely an observer, found himself unexpectedly thrust into the spotlight. Stunned, he pondered how he had been singled out, feeling as if he had been ambushed. He had hoped for a period of quiet study, but it seemed that maintaining a low profile was not to be. "Who might you be?" he wondered, scrutinizing the blond man without being able to discern his identity. Regardless, it was clear he was a faculty member. Though Wang Xianzhe questioned why he had been singled out at such a moment. "The young wizard from the East, how delightful to meet you. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor for the second year. And I shall be your colleague," the blond man said, maintaining a friendly smile. Upon hearing the name, Wang Xianzhe instinctively frowned, recognizing Lockhart as the pompous fraud from the original story, a charlatan whose hollow accomplishments had deceived even the wise Albus Dumbledore and all the professors, securing him a teaching position at the prestigious Hogwarts despite the disdain of his peers. Realizing who he was dealing with, Wang Xianzhe grew wary. While others might be oblivious, he was acutely aware of Lockhart's true character. The man was certainly not welcoming him out of goodwill, but rather had ulterior motives. Wang Xianzhe nearly found himself dazzled by the man's radiant smile, but he had to concede that beneath the superficial glamour lay a hollow core. Lockhart's charisma had undoubtedly earned him accolades, including the Most Charming Smile Award from Wizarding Weekly, and had enamored countless students, including Hermione, who had once seemed the epitome of intelligence but had become infatuated with this insipid figure, leading to multiple conflicts with the main characters throughout the film's narrative. A.S. Lockhart emphasized the term power. He sensed that perhaps the newcomers were unaware of who Wang Xianzhe was. Yet, in a world where not even reclusive wizards could remain ignorant, how could one not recognize the Eastern sorcerer whose prowess eclipsed that of the Akali clan leader? Was such a thing even conceivable? The Akali clan leader, a paragon among pureblood wizards, was renowned as one of the mightiest. In contrast to the skepticism held by some wizards, Lockhart was resolutely disinclined to believe the rumors surrounding Wang Xianzhe. It is often said that the unworthy are the first to presume the worst in others. Being a con artist himself, Lockhart naturally assumed that Wang Xianzhe had deceived the masses through some cunning stratagem. He preferred to think that the Akali family had merely been caught off guard, or had not truly engaged with Wang Xianzhe. In any case, he stubbornly refused to accept that Wang Xianzhe was as formidable as the whispers suggested. Anyone with a modicum of common sense would recognize the absurdity of such claims. How ridiculous, a mere unknown youth, outshining me. The thought alone ignited an uncontrollable jealousy and resentment within Lockhart. Meanwhile, Wang Xianzhe began to grasp Lockhart's true sentiments. Given Lockhart's extreme narcissism and selfish nature, he could hardly tolerate the presence of an outsider who posed a threat to his standing. As the saying goes, the more one boasts, the harder one falls. Lockhart's apparent flattery, which might lead others to believe he was merely showing appreciation for talent, was in fact a veiled attempt to undermine and discredit Wang Xianzhe. If he were merely a hollow figure like Lockhart, his failure in front of the assembled students and faculty would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. Wang Xianzhe silently scoffed at Lockhart's audacity, recognizing that this man, who was clearly overestimating his own capabilities, was foolishly antagonistic towards him. "Very well, I am eager to witness Professor Lohart's prowess," he remarked, recalling Lohart's illustrious yet dubious escapades, his supposed confrontations with ghosts, encounters with ghouls, and vacations with werewolves, all of which painted him as a well-traveled and formidable wizard. Wang Xianzhe had deftly maneuvered Lohart into a corner, leveraging the very tales that had brought Lohart fame. Seated comfortably, Wang Xianzhe awaited Lohart's response with a smile. "Who doesn't enjoy a bit of honorable competition? Since you initiated this, I have no qualms about transforming this duel into a grand display of East versus West, much to the delight of our audience." Yet, he was acutely aware that behind Lohart's resplendent facade lay a tapestry of stolen glory, a man unworthy of the trust and aspirations others placed in him. Wang Xianzhe vividly recalled how, in the original narrative, Lohart was often paralyzed with fear by monsters, ultimately relying on figures like Harry Potter to rescue him from his blunders. Rather than feeling gratitude, Lohart's narrow-mindedness led him to bully the very protagonist who had once helped him. As expected, the situation unfolded precisely as Wang Xianzhe had anticipated. Under his proposition, the once suave Professor Lohart's demeanor shifted. Revealing a hint of trepidation, he had initially sought to humiliate Wang Xianzhe in front of the crowd, but now found himself facing the prospect of a duel, where revealing his lack of skill would be inevitable. However, as a seasoned charlatan, Lohart quickly regained his composure and cleverly responded, "Our age difference is significant. It would be most inappropriate for me to overpower you. Professor Lohart, please do not shy away. Many students are eager to witness your talents." Wang Xianzhe countered, exploiting the enthusiasm of the newcomers to stoke their anticipation for the duel, effectively nullifying Lohart's excuses. The crowd erupted, excited to witness the spectacular clash of Eastern and Western wizards on the very first day of school. Among the most fervent voices was that of Hermione, who had transformed into a devoted admirer, exclaiming, "We want to see Professor Lohart fight." The growing uproar left Lohart in a precarious position, and despite his reluctance, he was compelled to approach Wang Xianzhe, steeling himself for the confrontation. Unbeknownst to him, he murmured to himself, "You can do this. He is merely an unknown boy, and you will surely triumph. Then, Professor Lohart, allow me to demonstrate my binding curse." "Are you prepared?" Wang Xianzhe declared, exuding no pressure in the face of the pretentious Lohart. He unleashed the binding curse, an unparalleled control spell, leaving no room for lenience. In that moment, Lohart felt Wang Xianzhe's gaze pierce through him, exposing his inner trepidation, yet, he mustered a facade of confidence, stating, "Bring it on. I am ready." Perhaps, he thought, this was merely a show of bravado. As the duel commenced, a radiant white light surged from Wang Xianzhe's hands, enveloping Lohart in a dazzling display of magic. The students, captivated by the spectacle, remained blissfully unaware of the true significance of Wang Xianzhe's spell. Conversely, the professors, unlike the students, immediately recognized the overwhelming energy emanating from Wang Xianzhe's magic. Sensing an unparalleled force that dwarfed their own abilities, it was no wonder that Dumbledore had privately remarked that in terms of magical prowess, he could not compare to Wang Xianzhe. The realization that even Dumbledore felt inadequate before this young sorcerer made it painfully clear to the professors that they were utterly outmatched. Within the radiant column of light, Lohart found himself engulfed in an expanse of blinding brightness, with no discernible exit in sight. Despite his frantic movements, he felt trapped in an endless void, a state of panic beginning to consume him. Although he knew he should remain composed, he flailed about like a headless chicken, his face betraying an anxiety that revealed his cowardice beneath the veneer of bravado. Tragically, Lohart remained oblivious to the fact that the audience could see his every humiliating reaction. Their disbelief gradually morphing into disdain. "Is this truly the legendary Lohart?" they whispered, bemused by the stark contrast between his self-proclaimed valor and his farcical display of fear within the light. Due to his awareness of Lockhart's shamelessness, Wang Xianzhe chose not to swiftly eliminate his opponent. Instead, he engaged in a game of cat and mouse, aiming to provoke Lockhart into revealing more about himself. Wang sought to instill a sense of hopelessness in others regarding Lockhart. Otherwise, Lockhart might continue to make excuses for his cowardice, despite repeatedly escaping crises at the academy, while shamelessly flaunting his so-called illustrious history to a group of infatuated young girls, including Hermione. Lockhart seemed inadequate, his abilities were lacking, and his courage even more so. Indeed, I once naively believed him to be a master, but now it is utterly disheartening. I am more capable than he is. It is clear that the adventurous exploits penned by the author cannot be taken at face value. Wang Xianzhe did not withdraw his magic, leaving Lockhart trapped in a state of sheer terror. Scurrying about in a most undignified manner, as the audience's whispers grew increasingly unfavorable towards Lockhart, Wang reflected on the nature of a mouse. Fleeting moments of glory do not transform one into a tiger. A single spell had caused Lockhart to question his very existence, and he had the audacity to attempt to humiliate Wang without considering the caliber of his opponent. When Wang deemed it sufficient, he finally ceased his magic, allowing the pale-faced Lockhart to reappear from the dissipating circle of light. Before Lockhart could express relief at having survived, he was met with a chorus of boos from the audience. Apart from a few loyal fans, even his supporters had swiftly turned against him, and his colleagues, who had always harbored disdain for him, seized the opportunity to further undermine Lockhart, hoping to force this detestable figure into resignation. Though Lockhart had received his due punishment, Wang Xianzhe was not yet finished. After all, this man was not only a scoundrel but also wore a fade that deceived innocent young girls. And Wang felt compelled to rid the world of such a menace. Wang generally bore no grudges, having already retaliated on the spot. Anyone who exhibited hostility towards him would not escape easily. Observing that Lockhart seemed to grasp the situation, Wang cheerfully reassured him, "How did you find my earlier spell? It is a divine technique in one-on-one combat. I dare say even your esteemed headmaster Dumbledore would struggle to escape it. So it is only natural that you have lost." Lockhart, perplexed by Wang's sudden attempt to exonerate him, quickly seized the opportunity to respond, "Indeed, that spell was quite formidable, and the terror of being ensnared was far greater than facing vampires or werewolves. I was nearly frightened to death." Wang internally scoffed, recognizing that Lockhart had not merely been frightened. He had been utterly terrified. However, Wang nodded in apparent agreement and suggested, "How about we try a conventional offensive spell instead? You can attempt to defend against it. This way, it is straightforward. If you successfully withstand my magic, it will count as your victory." "Very well, let us compete once more." Lockhart hesitated momentarily but ultimately ignored the skeptical gazes of his peers and nodded in acceptance of Wang's proposition. He understood that even in another contest, he would likely remain inferior to Wang, yet he was acutely aware that this was his only chance to rectify his earlier blunder. That moment, he found himself fervently praying, "Merlin, please grant that Wang Xianzhe is not proficient in offensive magic. Do not let me descend into despair like before." "Are you prepared?" Wang inquired lightly. "I can allow you to cast all your defensive spells first, and then I shall attack." Lockhart, feeling anxious under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, feigned confidence and unleashed 3 defensive spells he was familiar with: Obstacle, Armor, and Guardian Spirit. "No problem. You may begin," he declared. The Obstacle spell would slow any attacks directed at him, while Armor and Guardian Spirit conjured an invisible, sturdy barrier and a shimmering aura of protection around him, respectively, granting Lockhart a modicum of reassurance. At that moment, he had exhausted all the defensive spells he could conceive, leaving him to trust in fate, as the audience held their breath in anticipation of the second confrontation between Wang and Lockhart. Wang abruptly halted his movements, raising his hand and declaring, "No, no, my spell is still too powerful for you. I fear you might not withstand it. What if I inadvertently caused you harm? I cannot let you take that risk." Wang's insistence, though seemingly considerate, was a blatant display of disdain towards Lockhart, bordering on humiliation. "What if," he proposed brightly, "you direct your earlier spell at that stone table over there? If it survives my magic, it will prove you can withstand my attack." Lockhart's pride was piqued. He could hardly tolerate such overt contempt in his mind. The stone itself should be able to withstand any magic, and Wang was not merely looking down upon him but was attempting to crush his spirit. Taking a deep breath, Lockhart, now fueled by stubbornness and pride, firmly asserted, "No need. I can endure a mere spell, is that so?" Wang chuckled as he raised his fan and intoned, "Thunderbolt." With a crack, a brilliant column of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the stone table with tremendous force. The thunderous roar resonated throughout the area as the once solid table was obliterated, reduced to mere fragments scattered across the ground, leaving behind a ghastly crater wreathed in thick, acrid smoke. "My goodness, what sorcery is this?" gasped the onlookers, their disbelief palpable as they marveled at Wang's thunderous magic. Many of the wizards present, having never witnessed such power, finally understood what Wang meant by lethal magic. After unleashing his spell, Wang, seemingly oblivious to Lockhart's earlier remarks, wore a smile and inquired, "What were you saying just now?" In the preceding years of his legendary journey, Wang had devoted half his time to the enchanting allure of the tavern keeper and the other half to relentless training. With the aid of a systematic analysis and his own tenacity, he had managed to master all skills to a novice level within just a few years. Some unique abilities, such as the Thunderbolt spell, he had cultivated to a more advanced tier. The second-tier Thunderbolt, with its already formidable power, became even more terrifying when amplified by his fan, nearly doubling its potency. Would one not fear a bolt of lightning the size of an arm? If struck, one would be reduced to cinders. Caught off guard by the ferocity of Wang's magic, Lockhart stood frozen in shock, his senses overwhelmed by the crackling arcs of electricity that danced perilously close to him. "Let us not continue this," he stammered, his resolve crumbling. Terrified to the core, Lockhart cried out repeatedly, the flicker of courage he had mustered out of anger and embarrassment dissipating entirely. All that remained was an overwhelming dread towards Wang Xianzhe. "This magic is terrifying. I do not wish to die. I am still in the prime of my youth, with countless fans who adore me. I cannot let him take away my precious life." Wang Xianzhe had initially intended to continue mocking Lockhart, aiming to further expose his disgrace and weakness. However, upon noticing a conspicuous stain on Lockhart's trousers, he realized that no further words of derision were necessary. The man had actually urinated himself in fear, a spectacle witnessed by all eye in that moment. Lockhart remained oblivious, still shouting in confusion, completely unaware that he had just committed the greatest embarrassment of his life. Even his most fervent admirers, witnessing his performance, could no longer harbor any respect or infatuation for him. After all, no matter how formidable a defeated individual may have once been, the attention of the crowd inevitably shifts to the victor. Moreover, Lockhart's continued failures rendered any sympathy from the onlookers utterly impossible. As for the pseudo-leading lady, Hermione, who perhaps had yet to experience the romantic gestures of Valentine's Day, her obsession with Lockhart had not yet reached the point of no return. Her gaze towards him had notably dulled, abandoning the previously unfounded admiration and support in this regard. Wang Xianzhe had unwittingly performed a service, correcting the dissatisfaction of many readers from Earth, a sentiment even the author had subtly acknowledged as an illogical plot arrangement born of her own whimsicality and reality's expectations. It was bewildering how Hermione could have been so enamored with a trivial side character, only to ultimately marry Ron, a decision that could only be described as a literary travesty. All right, ladies and gentlemen. The freshman welcome party has concluded. Let us all retire early after dinner. Professor McGonagall, ever the epitome of decorum, intervened to prevent the situation from escalating further, compelling the raucous students to return to their dormitories and cease their unrefined criticisms and jests at Lockhart's expense. Surrounded by a throng of adoring young girls, Wang Xianzhe had not anticipated that his earlier display would earn him a following of young fans, some of whom had evidently been drawn away from Lockhart. In the eyes of these blossoming teenagers, Wang Xianzhe undeniably appeared stronger and cooler than Lockhart, effectively stepping over the fallen idol. The allure of his exotic appearance as an Oriental further captivated these budding young hearts. Had the narcissistic and arrogant Lockhart been aware of this, he would have likely been driven into a frenzy once more. However, since that day of humiliation, Lockhart seemed to have vanished from public view. Scarcely seen around the academy, Professor Wang, when can we unleash the powerful thunder magic? Today marked Wang Xianzhe's third lesson for the freshmen. As before, a group of starry-eyed young girls encircled him, chattering incessantly. It remained unclear whether their interest lay in Eastern magic or in Wang Xianzhe himself. Thunder magic requires immense magical power and control. It is still a bit beyond your grasp. With a smile befitting a teacher, Wang Xianzhe warmly explained, supplementing his instruction with a scientific breakdown of the levitation charm. This was a reflection of his commitment to professional ethics. The levitation charm operates by manipulating gravitational and repulsive forces to control a fixed target. First, you must focus your intent on the object you wish to levitate, then articulate the incantation while releasing your internal magical energy to generate the desired gravitational effects. While elucidating the Western magical principles that the students ought to learn, Wang Xianzhe found himself compelled to do so. As he endeavored to impart the secrets of legendary magic, he realized that while both practices ostensibly involved releasing internal energy to perform similar magical feats, they were as dissimilar as armor-piercing rounds from a large-caliber sniper rifle and the bullets of a simple handgun. Despite their commonality as firearms, the differences in their power, range, and even firing mechanisms were stark. He had long understood that his magical energy could not be unleashed through incantations, and it was evident that these wizards could not form the necessary energy pathways within themselves to release even a diluted version of thunder magic. Wang Xianzhe surmised that this was due to the wizard's lack of a concept of actively controlling their internal magical flow, relying instead on lineage and relentless accumulation of knowledge. Thus, the persistent challenge for Wang Xianzhe was to comprehend the distinctions between wizards and ordinary humans, and to explore the similarities between magical factors and magical energy. Only then could he hope to create a universal bullet that would enable wizards to wield firearms with the potency of armor-piercing ammunition. Fortunately, even though he could not yet wield wizardry nor enable his students to immediately perform Eastern magic, his systematic analysis of the intricacies of wizardry still positioned him as a knowledgeable and commendable teacher. His insights into the magical framework rivaled those of seasoned professors, and his unique, scientific perspective, coupled with his unparalleled expertise in potion-making and alchemy, rendered his teachings compelling and authoritative. However, time was of the essence. Wang Xianzhe reminded himself. After bidding farewell to the reluctant young girls, he promptly returned to his laboratory to delve into the research on the differences between wizards and ordinary humans. Hours flew by in a flurry of activity, and when he finally paused to reflect, he marveled at the ease and freedom of the school's instruction. Apart from occasionally teaching freshmen, he had ample opportunity to pursue his interests, such as peaceful research and serendipitous encounters with Hermione and Harry Potter, fostering a friendly rapport with them. During this period, Wang Xianzhe's research continued unabated. As the semester commenced, Hermione's reputation as a know-it-all began to circulate among students and faculty alike. Known for her eagerness to answer questions and her penchant for perusing esoteric texts outside of class. Yet, her assertive nature and exceptional intellect did not endear her to her female peers. Being a Muggle-born further alienated her, as some students harbored prejudices against such wizards, viewing Hermione as dirty and shameful. This discrimination was a significant factor contributing to her isolation. As an exemplary teacher, Wang Xianzhe felt compelled to address the troubling issue of bullying within the school. The subtle cruelty of female exclusion often proved more insidious and damaging, with real-life tales of students transferring schools due to depression or even tragic incidents of self-harm emerging from such situations. Thus, with a sincere commitment to his responsibilities, Wang Xianzhe resolved to provide his students with comprehensive life guidance and psychological support, steering them towards the right path and preventing them from deviating in the future. This was a mystery that had long puzzled readers. How could the intelligent and endearing Hermione, as the story progressed, end up marrying Ron, the unsightly side character? Even Wang Xianzhe had researched the reasons behind this perplexing narrative development, discovering that even the author had tacitly acknowledged the illogical plot twist as an expression of her own whimsy and expectations. Hermione's ordinary dentist husband, compared to her affluent self, symbolically represented her marital aspirations. Yet, this explanation did little to assuage the discomfort it caused among readers. Hermione, I've heard that you've been keeping to yourself lately. Aside from Harry and Ron, you're not getting along with any of the other girls. This is detrimental to your growth, and spending all your time with those two boys could negatively impact your reputation. After another class concluded, Wang Xianzhe requested Hermione to stay behind for a private conversation in his office, furnished with a sofa and recliner. Professor Wang, you don't understand my situation. Please refrain from imposing your thoughts onto me. Hermione asserted, having developed a favorable impression of the new professor after several chance encounters. However, her independent spirit led her to resist his well-meaning advice, convinced she was in the right though. How could I not understand? A teacher's concern is for your benefit. Trust me, I have far more experience than you, having lived longer and faced numerous challenges. You are still young and have yet to grasp the complexities of life. Regret will come too late when you realize the consequences of your actions. Thus, your primary task now, aside from learning, is to relish life to the fullest, forging connections with numerous female acquaintances and engaging them in discussions about interests pertinent to your age. As he spoke, Wang Xianzhe became completely immersed in his role, adopting an expression reminiscent of a concerned educator. Professor Wang, I cannot concur with your assertions. I believe I am thriving at present. To me, the pursuit of knowledge is the utmost joy in existence. I recognize your diligence and resilience, yet some matters cannot be achieved solely through effort. You ought to cultivate more friendships. Wang Xianzhe's words held deeper implications. The world's magic often favored innate talent. Although he was reluctant to confront this harsh truth, it was evident that Hermione, after laboring tirelessly throughout her youth, ultimately found her efforts overshadowed by the carefree charm of Harry Potter. In the end, she was left with no choice but to wed Ron, one of the only two boys she knew, a fate far too cruel for a girl who should have been a winner in life. Wang Xianzhe pondered that had Hermione not been so socially isolated, with her limited romantic experiences and a stubborn personality that resisted Harry's natural gifts, she might not have developed such peculiar and inferior perceptions. leading her to end up with Ron. Professor Wang, if this is all you wish to convey, I believe I have the right to terminate this tedious conversation, as I feel unparalleled happiness alongside Harry Potter. Hermione retorted defiantly. Even if the person before her was a remarkable professor from the East, he had no authority to critique her way of life. With that, she prepared to leave Wang Xianzhe's office. Very well, Wang Xianzhe replied, shaking his head at it. Seemed he had underestimated the girl's pride. His intention was to assist her in escaping a future fraught with misfortune, yet it appeared to have the opposite effect, igniting her rebellious spirit and fierce pride instead. However, to Wang Xianzhe, Hermione resembled a feisty kitten, lacking any semblance of intimidation, rather exuding an adorable charm. Therefore, he did not take offense at her ungrateful demeanor. Calmly stating, "You may not comprehend my intentions now, but in time, you will be grateful. Have you ever heard of the ancient art of divination from the East? You may liken it to the crystal ball prophecies of the West, which foretell past and future. Your fate, along with that of Harry Potter and Ron, has already been made abundantly clear to me. I must emphasize once more that your prospects in love do not appear promising." Upon hearing this, even though Hermione was still quite young, her ears perked up and she halted her impending departure. After all, young women are naturally attuned to matters of romance and gossip, and the notion of an unfavorable romantic future struck her profoundly. Her feet felt as though they were rooted to the ground. Against her will, "I am not deceiving you," Wang Xianzhe continued. Noticing Hermione's incredulous and displeased expression, he smiled, adopting an even more serious tone. "Being an academic prodigy is of little consequence. Our resourceful Miss Granger should be aware of Harry Potter's background, and you must have sensed that, in comparison to him, you cannot truly be deemed a genius. No matter how fervently you study, your performance in defense against the dark arts pales in comparison to Harry's. Do not deny it. He is an extraordinarily gifted pureblood wizard, and as time progresses, the distance between you two will only widen." No one knew he was merely fabricating these claims, so Wang Xianzhe continued to boast without restraint. After all, associating the plot with prophecy was not outright deception. The process was inconsequential as long as the predictions proved accurate. However, Wang Xianzhe had overlooked the fact that in the books, Hermione was characterized as an inquisitive and knowledgeable girl, with her sole aversion being the subject of divination, which she deemed an imprecise science. The more he emphasized the results of his divination, the more Hermione, with her somewhat headstrong nature, resisted the idea that her romantic prospects should be influenced by vague predictions. Goodness, Wang Xianzhe thought, realizing that his attempts to persuade Hermione had failed to move her, and she had not even asked him for guidance. Determined to make his final appeal, he adopted a serious demeanor and said, "Let me tell you a tale titled Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone." Though it is said that spoiling the plot is shameful, Wang Xianzhe paid little heed to such conventions. Noticing Hermione's perplexed expression, he took a deep breath and began narrating the opening of the first Harry Potter book with great fervor. Once upon a time, there was an infant targeted by the greatest villain of the time, Voldemort. Due to his mother's self-sacrifice, she cast a protective spell that rebounded Voldemort's curse, rendering the child the only survivor of the killing curse, marked by a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Upon hearing this, Hermione realized that Wang Xianzhe was recounting Harry Potter's story. Although she was not particularly fond of his incessant lectures, she listened patiently as he continued with the narrative of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. As Wang Xianzhe elaborated on the plot, Hermione felt a whirlwind of emotions. It dawned on her that Harry had endured considerable hardships at home, in stark contrast to her own relatively happy and ordinary family life. Would they truly encounter such an array of intriguing and perilous adventures? Despite her incredulity regarding Wang Xianzhe's predictions, the logical and coherent unfolding of events in his storytelling began to sway her belief. Perhaps Wang Xianzhe truly could foresee their futures. The Eastern sorcerer before her was evidently more extraordinary than anyone had imagined. Or perhaps he harbored a deep-seated terror. Chapter 52. Voldemort and the Killing Curse. Realizing that Wang Xianzhe seemed to know every detail of her life, and that he anticipated all her future actions and thoughts, even her most private secrets had been unveiled, Hermione felt a chill run down her spine. Instantly, her gaze toward Wang Xianzhe shifted to one of fear and trepidation. After all, no one desires the unwavering scrutiny of someone who can peer into their soul and foresee their future. Witnessing Hermione tremble under his gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Wang Xianzhe was momentarily taken aback. His intention was to astonish her, showcasing his prowess, yet he found himself perplexed by her reaction. What had prompted such a look of disdain and fear? In other classic tales, those possessing prophetic abilities were often revered and respected. Do not look at me like that. Surely you do not believe I am spying on you while you sleep? You little creep. Hermione's sensitivity was palpable in that instant. Wang Xianzhe's intense gaze felt like a searing, tangible laser beam, prompting her to let out a shriek and hurriedly evade his penetrating stare, instinctively curling into a defensive posture. As though his gaze could tarnish her very essence, Wang Xianzhe was bewildered. His gaze was pure and sincere. How could it be misconstrued as something so lascivious? It was not as if he possessed any form of X-ray vision. Realizing that his grandstanding had inadvertently terrified the young girl, he felt an unexpected wave of fatigue wash over him. Had he truly aged to the point of creating such a disconnect? Was he truly that fearsome? With a sigh, Wang Xianzhe reassured Hermione, "All right, enough of that. Please stop your screams. I harbor no interest in your privacy, nor do I possess any fascination with your unassuming form. Let me ask you this. Do you wish to become stronger, even surpassing Harry Potter?" In terms of innate talent, Hermione could not rival Harry Potter, the true protagonist. However, when it came to memory retention, learning aptitude, innovative thinking, and diligence, Hermione undoubtedly surpassed him by a wide margin. It could even be said that she embodied the greatest potential among the characters Wang Xianzhe was familiar with, akin to a martial arts version of Wang Yuyan, still youthful yet already shining brightly in the magical realm. A versatile genius. Hermione's capacity for growth was undoubtedly the highest, with a future brimming with untold possibilities and ample time to delve into the intricacies of magic. Therefore, if anyone could assist Wang Xianzhe in refining his legendary framework and developing formidable skills that would astound him, it would be Hermione, a prospect that was both promising and eagerly anticipated. For instance, Dumbledore had only a few years left to live. Although age brings wisdom, his vast experience and magical knowledge, which are difficult for ordinary people to rival, might also hinder his progress. His aging mind had become rigid, fostering a habitual approach to magic that made innovation nearly impossible. It was uncertain whether he could even learn and embrace the profound knowledge of legendary magic within his limited time. As for Voldemort, despite being a renowned prodigy, he was deeply radical, fixated solely on the dark arts. The thought that he was constantly scheming, even in a half-dead state, left Wang Xianzhe with little hope for his revival. "Of course I want to grow stronger." When Wang Xianzhe probed Hermione about her hidden desires, her strong and unyielding nature turned serious. Without hesitation, she asked, "Can you help me become stronger?" Then, as if recalling something, she added cautiously, "But I don't want you to do anything strange to me, I must say. Conversing with you truly exhausts my heart." Wang Xianzhe sighed in exasperation. He wondered why he had never noticed this precociously playful side of Hermione in the original story. "You re just a young girl. What on earth occupies your mind? And do you really consider me to be someone else? I am your teacher." He could swear he had no ulterior motives regarding Hermione. Though she was a popular heroine, and many time travelers would leap at the chance to pursue her, he had already experienced the exquisite charm of a captivating mistress. To him, Hermione, with her modest figure, was merely an innocent girl. Clearing his throat to regain his composure, Wang Xianzhe spoke gently, "Having discussed this, I'll be honest. Enabling your growth is quite simple for me. However, if you aspire to become extraordinarily strong, stronger than Professor Dumbledore, stronger than anyone, even becoming the most powerful wizard in history, it will depend on your own efforts. I can only offer you a magnificent opportunity. The outcome lies entirely in your hands." "Professor Wang? Are you trying to deceive me?" Hermione regarded him skeptically. She acknowledged the impressive power of the thunder spell he had demonstrated, but she doubted that he could help her achieve the seemingly unattainable goal of becoming the most powerful wizard in history. "Why would I deceive you?" Despite his not-so-pure intentions, Wang Xianzhe confidently assured her, "What I say is true. Hermione, do not underestimate yourself. You are a genius, merely lacking the methods to unleash your talents, and why Eastern magic is the key. Unlike Western magic, which often requires noble lineage, my teachings are based solely on diligence and intelligence. With your intellect, you can swiftly master several powerful spells and develop them into formidable abilities." At that moment, Wang Xianzhe's expression resembled that of a cunning wolf enticing a naive rabbit. While he endeavored to persuade Hermione, he reflected, "My skills are still inadequate. Look at those time travelers. They flaunt their prowess in other worlds, enchanting both ancient beings and extraterrestrials with mere poetry. Here I am, trying to convince a little girl for ages without success. In essence," he reassured her, "rest assured, we both stand to gain. You need only assist me with some experiments so I can study your wizarding lineage. And in return, I will endeavor to help you master the formidable powers of Eastern magic. Of course, blood tests and health examinations are standard procedures, but if you refuse, I can always find someone else. Hesitant yet unwilling to pass up the opportunity for growth, Hermione ultimately agreed to Wang Xianzhe's proposal, albeit with a warning. Just so we're clear, you mustn't do anything strange to me, or I'll inform Professor Dumbledore. Wang Xianzhe was too exhausted to critique her thoughts. Did he really seem that desperate? Shaking his head, he reiterated, I seek you out solely because of your intelligence and talent. You are capable of learning my Eastern magic at an astonishing pace. Now, focus on your studies and refrain from dwelling on frivolous thoughts. However, there remained an unspoken truth. Unlike pureblood or half-blood wizards, Hermione, with her remarkable intellect as a Muggle-born, represented a valuable research opportunity. If he could uncover the mechanisms that allowed her, born of ordinary parents, to manifest as a wizard, it would undoubtedly aid his main quest. By the way, here is a specially crafted Eastern wand for you. It should enhance your magical power. Since he intended to make Hermione his test subject, he knew he must provide tangible benefits before she could witness substantial results. Thus, he retrieved a legendary drywood wand from his spatial bag and handed it to her. While he possessed many such items, those he could bring through the limited space were of notable quality. Even if only legendary practitioners could unleash the wand's full potential, its enhancement of magic power by 3 to 5 would still grant Hermione considerable offensive capability. To Wang Xianzhe, this was far more valuable than mundane magical energy boosts. Examining the wand with suspicion, Hermione felt that Wang Xianzhe had been somewhat eccentric since their conversation began. The wand resembled a withered tree root, hardly impressive. Is this truly a wand? She questioned skeptically. However, practicality soon triumphed over doubt. She waved the wand toward a nearby statue, unleashing a burst of red light. Boom. The statue shattered into a fine dust upon impact. Such incredible power. Professor, you truly didn't deceive me. This wand is amazing. Witnessing the wand's might, Hermione nearly leaped for joy. The wand Wang Xianzhe had given her was undoubtedly superior to her original, capable of reducing a statue to mere powder rather than large chunks. Wang Xianzhe wiped a bead of cold sweat from his forehead. This girl still thinks I'm playing tricks on her. In any case, it was time to focus on tackling the challenge at hand. Previously, Wang Xianzhe had experimented with legendary potions for a month, combining concepts from both worlds as practice. Now, he was ready to delve into the profound mysteries of wizardry. With that, he used magical techniques to extract a vial of blood from Hermione, employing a painless method from potion making and preserving it within a nearly vacuum-sealed magical container. He then dismissed her from his office, immersing himself in the study of the differences between wizards and humans. His first step involved using a crucible tongs from the field of potion making to vaporize some of Hermione's blood, hoping to extract the magical factors described in the texts. Such a crude method proves ineffective. He concluded after a few minutes, the evaporated blood had yielded only some scientific protein and yellowish-white DNA remnants. Yet, he remained unperturbed. This was merely a preliminary attempt. Even a student with basic chemistry knowledge could decompose blood using simple techniques. If the secrets of wizardry could be unraveled through such straightforward scientific methods, the legendary wizards of past and present, regardless of their understanding of science, would have certainly discovered this wisdom long ago. No need to rush. A protracted approach is essential. While Wang Xianzhe's knowledge surpassed that of all historical wizards, he recognized that unless fortune favored him, he could not expect immediate answers. Murmuring to himself, he calmly prepared another blood sample and began applying a separation method from alchemy, akin to one used in science, to precipitate the blood, physically filter the protein molecules, and employ centrifugal force to decompose Hermione's blood into layers of varying densities, hoping to extract something unique without any chemical reactions. After all, the magical essence might indeed be a volatile chemical substance, perhaps having evaporated alongside the flames in the crucible tongs. Bang, however, following the physical separation, Wang Xianzhe was unable to discern any extraordinary substances or chemical components in Hermione's blood. Thus, he endeavored to introduce some combustive potion powder capable of generating extreme heat into the already separated components within the container. Instantly, the materials ignited spontaneously, releasing a foul, burnt protein odor amidst a cloud of smoke, leaving Wang Xianzhe aware that his previous brainstorming had been utterly futile. In the third experiment, he divided the blood into 100 minuscule portions, applying various catalytic potions to observe the wondrous chemical and physical reactions that might emerge and whether any inspiration could be derived from them. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the myriad experimental endeavors, The room Wang Xianzhe occupied began to exude an array of peculiar scents and luminous mists, or occasionally exhibited rare reactions, unbeknownst to him. The lavish office intended for the professor had transformed into Wang Xianzhe's magical laboratory. Bang, bang, bang. Smoke continued to rise intermittently, and as time elapsed, after dozens of trials, Wang Xianzhe remained empty-handed. Yet, such is the nature of potion-making and alchemical experimentation, tedious and time-consuming, akin to Thomas Edison's journey to invent the light bulb. Whether in scientific or magical experimentation, true breakthroughs often manifest only after countless failures. Sometimes thousands upon thousands, culminating in the serendipitous moment of the 10,000th attempt. Chapter 54. The House Elf Kobe. After a full day and night of relentless experimentation, Wang Xianzhe remained invigorated, yet he stepped out of the office, deep in thought. Perhaps due to an ill-conceived approach, he had failed to extract any clues from his catalytic efforts. Thus, he decided to take a stroll to refresh his mind before resuming his experiments. "Good day, Madam Alice," he casually greeted as he wandered through the school, inadvertently finding himself before a portrait of a golden-haired noblewoman. After exchanging a few pleasantries about the weather with the lady who curtsied and twisted her skirt, he proceeded towards the staircase, which spiraled deeper into the interior. At that moment, he encountered an individual whose pale complexion and nervous demeanor were hard to overlook. As this person approached, he revealed a peculiar, twitching smile and stammered, "Professor Wang, what a pleasure, I finally encountered you alone today. May I inquire who you are?" Wang Xianzhe questioned. Having been at the school for over a month, he was familiar with only a handful of teachers, primarily the headmaster and deputy headmaster. Though the individual before him appeared eccentric, even sporting a comically absurd towel on the back of his head, Wang Xianzhe thought little of it. After all, the magical world was replete with oddities. And to him, it was a whimsical realm for leisure, rendering the opinions and details of others relatively inconsequential. However, Wang Xianzhe's naivety led him to underappreciate the potential for conflict, subconsciously believing that no one would dare to confront him. A figure of renown. Yet, as he spoke, the individual suddenly lunged at him with astonishing swiftness, brandishing a wand concealed within his sleeve. A green light shot forth from his hand, striking Wang Xianzhe squarely in the chest before he could react. "You?" Witnessing the malevolent magic strike him without hesitation, Wang Xianzhe gasped, only to feel a peculiar absence of adverse effects. He probed the area where the green light had hit, puzzled by the lack of any ill consequence. What was the nature of the magic? Was it merely a jest? For a moment, both Wang Xianzhe and the man before him exchanged bewildered glances. After several seconds, the man's eyes twitched, and he stammered. "How is this possible? Why did the killing curse have no effect on you?" "The killing curse? You actually cast the killing curse on me?" Wang Xianzhe exclaimed, astonished. Being one of the unforgivable curses, he was well aware that its victim would experience a void in their mind, followed by an overwhelming sensation of bliss, ultimately succumbing to the commands of the caster. It was a treacherous spell indeed. If hypnosis required extensive preparation and the possibility of breaking free, a wizard struck by the killing curse could only await the caster's decision to release them from its grasp. Yet, why did he feel no unusual sensations? Was it a failure of the spell or perhaps an immunity he possessed? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Wang Xianzhe fell into contemplation, instinctively applying his knowledge of potion-making and alchemy to unravel the mystery. Pondering whether this might hint at a divergence in certain characteristics between wizards and himself. Balala, transfiguration. Upon realizing the killing curse had failed, the pale man, feeling belittled, rapidly recited a strange and convoluted incantation in less than a second. A red beam of light erupted from his wand, aimed once again at Wang Xianzhe, this time wielding an insidious transfiguration magic capable of randomly transforming humans into small animals. Again, don't push your luck. Wang Xianzhe thought, having been caught off guard once, he was now on high alert as the man raised his wand to aim. Wang Xianzhe swiftly noted the movement and propelled himself forward, effortlessly closing the gap between them. His right fist, imbued with formidable power, swung towards the man, generating a fierce gust of wind in its wake. Let it be remembered that, in contrast to the slow movements of these wizardly individuals, Wang Xianzhe was not only a mage but also a formidable warrior, possessing both speed and strength. This is impossible. How can you possess such strength? Are you a barbarian? The sudden eruption of power from Wang Xianzhe drained the color from the pale man's face. Faced with the oncoming force of Wang Xianzhe's fist, he could only surrender, having misjudged Wang Xianzhe's unexpected prowess in combat. The man had no opportunity to cast another spell before being unceremoniously struck by Wang Xianzhe's gravity-fueled blow. Thud! Wang Xianzhe's fist slammed into the smooth stone floor, creating a crater riddled with cracks. However, the pale man had already found himself several meters away, inexplicably illuminated by a dazzling green light emanating from the back of his head at the critical moment, enabling him to teleport out of harm's way, narrowly avoiding a potentially devastating punch that could have flattened him. Something feels amiss. I don't recall such a mechanism in the original narrative. Could it be that wizards in this world possess the ability to instantaneously cast spells or utilize certain magical artifacts described nowhere in the original text? Observing the pale man evade his impending strike, Wang Xianzhe remained unfazed, his interest piqued by the man's recent magic. After all, he deemed the individual's strength to be negligible, easily within his grasp. If one punch failed, he could simply throw another. As long as the man was unable to utilize long-distance apparition within Hogwarts, Wang Xianzhe had no fear of losing him. As he scrutinized the peculiar-looking man before him, a flash of insight struck Wang Xianzhe, and he finally recognized the individual's identity. This was none other than the unfortunate Professor Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort. He had once been a promising theoretical professor, admired for his intellect and solid theories. With aspirations to put his ideas into practice, even venturing into the Forbidden Forest to test his magical theories. Regrettably, this academic expedition had ensnared him in endless troubles, encountering vampires and nefarious witches, ultimately falling prey to Voldemort, leaving him in a state of anxiety and helplessness, a coward who stammered even before his students. Thus, this unwarranted attack directed at him was undoubtedly orchestrated by Voldemort, who sought to compel and manipulate, as the man before him lacked the courage or intent to act on his own. Chapter 55. This is no ordinary squirrel. My life, akin to that of Voldemort, requires no explanation to others. Yet, it is evident that Voldemort's overconfidence blinds him, for Wang Xianzhe is not one of those feeble individuals who dare not even utter his name. He is a formidable force that transcends Voldemort's wildest imagination. While others may afford the Dark Lord the utmost deference, Wang Xianzhe stands unperturbed. In his eyes, Voldemort is merely a brilliant mind, thwarted and embittered by a world that scorns him. It is only in this peculiar realm, teeming with righteous wizards, that this once promising dark sorcerer finds himself the target of vehement opposition, led by none other than Dumbledore. Nevertheless, one cannot deny that Voldemort is an undeniable genius. Disregarding the quaking figure of the pale man before him, Wang Xianzhe addressed the air. Voldemort, it seems you have presented yourself to me unbidden. At that moment, the silence was palpable. Yet Wang Xianzhe understood that Voldemort was undoubtedly observing him from the shadows. Thus, he continued, will you not reveal yourself? I believe we can engage in a dialogue, for I hold no conflict of interest with you, nor any animosity. The magical community may decry you, but what does that have to do with me? A wizard from the East? Let us be frank. Since you are here, why not hear my thoughts? I am quite intrigued by your killing curse. Such audacity. At last, Voldemort ceased his pretense, letting out a chilling laugh as his ghastly, snake-like visage materialized from behind the pale man, his waxen skin and colorless eyes sending shivers down one's spine. This grotesque figure was none other than the ultimate antagonist of the Harry Potter saga, Voldemort himself, who had been locked in a deadly dance with Harry until the very end. The killing curse is ineffective against you, which only suggests that Quirrell's abilities are insufficient to match yours. In other words, you are indeed extraordinary, possessing powers that elude my comprehension. Truly, you are a mysterious sorcerer from the East, and I surmise that you will pose the greatest challenge to Dumbledore. Perhaps it was the state of his soul inhabiting another that rendered him more erratic. For Voldemort's laughter rang out in a dissonant cackle. But I am no mere Quirrell. It became evident that the pale man's magic could not shake Wang Xianzhe, yet Voldemort was confident that should he intervene, his formidable magic would undoubtedly affect Wang Xianzhe, especially the killing curse, which he had never failed to wield. Indeed, the killing curse was Voldemort's signature spell, renowned for its cruelty. Even other powerful wizards from ancient pureblood families, who dabbled in this dark art, could not rival Voldemort's mastery, honed through countless lethal experiments. As Voldemort further refined the killing curse, it evolved into a more sinister form, capable of bypassing solid barriers and obliterating obstacles. A testament to his unparalleled malevolence, Wang Xianzhe vividly recalled a viral meme depicting the destruction wrought by Voldemort's curse, where aircraft exploded and entire cities crumbled in a cataclysmic display, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. Thus, it was not Voldemort who was at fault, but the world that would recoil from the killing curse. Wang Xianzhe recognized this spell as a formidable mental assault, possessing significant value and potential. After all, the ability to claim a single lethal blow is often exaggerated. Yet the reputation of such a mental attack instills dread across various realms. Against foes lacking effective defenses against the soul, it is a guaranteed strike. If Wang Xianzhe could harness this soul-striking magic and amalgamate it with other arcane techniques from diverse realms, even the most adept necromancers and legendary warriors might find themselves vulnerable to his onslaught. Today, enlightenment dawned upon him, as he realized that magic in this world was bound by hierarchical constraints, rendering it nearly impossible to engage in battles beyond one's level. Just as it is simple for a wizard to transmute a muggle into a frog, confronting a wizard of equal standing proves far more challenging. Yet, against someone as unfathomable as Wang Xianzhe, spells and dark arts alike would find it difficult to take effect. Voldemort, however, remained oblivious to the true strength of his adversary. With Wang Xianzhe's intervention, it was clear that the era in which Voldemort reigned supreme was over. Wang Xianzhe bore no grudges. He sought merely to instill fear, to convey to Voldemort the magnitude of the force he was confronting. In his eyes, Voldemort was merely a frog in a well, a name bereft of substance, and all would hinge on whether he could withstand Wang Xianzhe's fireball. Should he perish, further discourse would be rendered moot. Take heed, Wang Xianzhe warned, do not presume that accolades make you invincible. You are woefully ignorant of the true terror of magic. A brilliant fireball ignited in Wang Xianzhe's palm, radiating an intense heat that warped the air around it. Yet, he refrained from unleashing his full power, aware that a careless move could obliterate the entire school of magic. Even a fraction of his strength was sufficient to incinerate everything in his path. Allowing Voldemort to witness the overwhelming might of the five fireball sect in Wang Xianzhe's eyes, casting a fireball stronger than that used against the leader of the Akali tribe was a mark of respect for this world's formidable adversary. If Voldemort were to fall, he could always glean knowledge from other powerful wizards, including Dumbledore, who, despite his self-proclaimed righteousness, could not possibly be ignorant of the killing curse's intricacies. Are you prepared? Wang Xianzhe held the incandescent fireball aloft. His expression serene, akin to a god delivering divine retribution upon the earth. Faced with such a daunting presence, Voldemort, who had been so composed, now found himself nearly prostrate, his pale visage paling further under the fireball's radiant glow. Fear and avarice mingled within him as he felt the overwhelming energy emanating from Wang Xianzhe's fireball, a force capable of annihilation. He was astonished and terrified, for this was the magical power he had long coveted. With such strength, no pureblood wizard or Dumbledore could thwart his grand aspirations. Experience the terror of a mere fireball. Regardless of Voldemort's reactions or intentions, Wang Xianzhe's fireball surged forward, a seemingly insignificant sphere brimming with cataclysmic potential, bearing down upon Voldemort with an unimaginable weight of peril. Yet, Voldemort, ever defiant, refused to yield. For in his mind, Wang Xianzhe was merely a powerful mortal who had harnessed divine magic, embodying the very ideals he himself sought to achieve. Avada Kedavra, confronted by the searing white fireball hurtling towards him, Voldemort clung to the hope of resistance. With no choice but to act, he unleashed his most formidable spell upon the fireball. A green laser shot forth at an astonishing speed. Colliding violently with the fireball, the impact disrupted the fireball's stability, resulting in an explosive eruption that radiated a blinding white light. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming wave of light and heat swept across the surroundings. Engulfing everything in a blinding haze, buildings near the flames were instantly reduced to ashes, while the rapidly expanding fire pressed forward relentlessly, demolishing the corridor and walls with ease, turning them into a pile of dust carried away by the wind. Ultimately, with a lingering, deafening crash, the entire teaching building where Wang Xianzhe stood collapsed, leaving no trace of walls or remnants, only invisible debris. The area outside the building was not spared either, as it was transformed into a gaping, charred pit, exuding waves of heat. Amidst this destruction stood Wang Xianzhe on a small patch of scorched earth, gazing at the wreckage he had wrought. He murmured to himself, did he manage to escape? The original text had stated that, aside from Dumbledore, no one could use spatial magic within the academy, yet he had somehow slipped away. It seemed Voldemort indeed possessed some skill. Perhaps next time, he should offer an opportunity for cooperation. At that moment, Wang Xianzhe was unaware that he had overestimated his opponent. Had Voldemort not first obliterated the surrounding structures, the magical barrier confining the academy would have remained intact, even with his immense magical prowess. Voldemort would have found it impossible to breach this barrier and escape. What transpired here, Professor Wang? Just as he contemplated, the response from the Magical Academy was swift. Barely a minute after the explosion, Dumbledore appeared before Wang Xianzhe, his expression filled with astonishment as he surveyed the vast, bottomless pit. His demeanor, typically composed, faltered in the face of the terrifying energy fluctuations he had sensed from afar. Voldemort appeared and ambushed me, Wang Xianzhe explained, feigning a sigh while downplaying the situation. I cast a fireball at him, and this is the result, regrettably allowing him to escape. Voldemort, I see, Dumbledore murmured, realization dawning on him. As he scrutinized the utterly devastated ruins, his surprise deepened. He understood that such destructive power could not have been wielded solely by Voldemort. With a penetrating gaze, he regarded Wang Xianzhe's remarkably youthful visage and remarked, Professor Wang, I underestimated you. Your magical abilities surpass those of any great sorcerer I have encountered or heard of, even those from ancient legends. Is it true that all Eastern sorcerers possess such strength? It appears that the responsibility of countering Voldemort will now rest upon your shoulders. Dumbledore, free from any biases, clearly viewed Wang Xianzhe as a beacon of hope for the magical community, alleviating some of his long-standing concerns. Perhaps sensing that his own time was limited. As for the destruction of nearly half the Magical Academy, Dumbledore placed no blame on Wang Xianzhe. After all, just as in Diagon Alley, wizards possessed remarkable magic to restore any damaged structures, and this was a necessary sacrifice in the fight against Voldemort. Fortunately, as it was not class time, no students were present, sparing any loss of life, thus eliminating the need for grief. As swiftly as he had arrived, Dumbledore vanished in a flash of light, departing to find the Magical Construction Department to address the crater left behind. Wang Xianzhe couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at Dumbledore's effortless movements. Despite his own considerable power, he still fell short in the realm of intricate and specialized magic. Before the construction department could begin their work, other faculty and students, having heard the news, flocked to the site to witness the devastation wrought by Wang Xianzhe's magic. The explosive sound of the fireball had echoed far and wide, shaking the ground and creating a thunderous noise that many had felt from a distance. Countless students and faculty gazed upon the vast, bottomless pit. They were left speechless, unable to comprehend that this chaotic scene had once been their magnificent school building. If they had not witnessed such a shocking sight with their own eyes, they would have deemed it impossible, thinking it mere boastfulness, unable to grasp the reality that a single fireball spell from Wang Xianzhe had caused this destruction. This peculiar world of child-oriented magic had indeed limited wizards' imagination regarding the destructive power of magic. However, Wang Xianzhe's presence shone like a beacon of dawn, revealing a more wondrous realm and reigniting immense enthusiasm for magic among young wizards, an enthusiasm that older wizards could scarcely fathom. If they could shatter a building with a mere gesture, how exhilarating would that be, compared to their previous magical duels, which merely conjured a pig's tail behind an opponent? This newfound power was a source of embarrassment for them. That day marked the first time Hermione visited Wang Xianzhe's office without his prompting. Eager for a thorough examination of her body, clearly fascinated by the potent abilities he wielded. Soon, amid gasps of awe and reluctance from the crowd, the site of destruction was restored to its former glory by the construction wizards. While countless house elves scurried about, magically rearranging the interior to its original state. This was Wang Xianzhe's first encounter with house elves in this enchanting magical school, though he had seen many moving portraits of ghosts. As an aspiring sorcerer, he had never had the opportunity to interact with these remarkable creatures during his teaching tenure. They must be pure magical beings, he mused, watching the elves skillfully restore the school's grandeur. A sudden realization struck him as he recalled descriptions of these beings from his magical texts. House elves could effortlessly perform spells that many young wizards struggled with, as they were ancient magical beings from a time long past. Though not as formidable as dragons or other magical creatures, their magical essence was often more potent and pure than that of many mixed-blood wizards. Their lack of cunning compared to humans had led them to be domesticated over millennia, evolving into loyal servants who viewed their masters as their primary purpose and honor. Undoubtedly, they were sincere and earnest in their devotion. Should a confrontation arise between wizards and these seemingly fragile and unassuming creatures, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious. This was perhaps why numerous folktales in the Western world spoke of house elves cleverly outwitting humans and even young wizards. Thus, from the perspective of magical beings, the elves' magical essence was undoubtedly more evident and pure. Sometimes, taking a longer route does not equate to a loss. if he could discern the specific nature and essence of the magical factors inherent in the house elves. He could then seek similarities with the magical essence found in wizards, making his experiments far simpler. Determined, Wang Xianzhe, in his capacity as a professor, applied to the academy to adopt a house elf without a master. He swiftly received confirmation. Additionally, his status as a professor granted him certain privileges. The academy promised to deliver a carefully selected house elf to his room by the following morning. Wang Xianzhe felt immensely satisfied with the academy's decision. Ever since he became a teacher at this magical school, the atmosphere of learning and the various conveniences for magical research and reading had made him feel an unparalleled sense of ease and warmth. A community where everyone thrived together. The next morning, as he awoke, the gentle rhythm of knocking at his door reached his ears. Though he had not seen the person outside, an inexplicable premonition struck him. The visitor was courteous and undoubtedly a gentleman of the highest caliber. As Wang Xianzhe opened the door, he found no one there. Lowering his gaze, he noticed an ugly, diminutive creature staring up at him from the ground. He realized it was the little sprite he had adopted. Upon seeing that Wang Xianzhe finally acknowledged him, the sprite, Kobe, displayed an unmistakable smile of delight on his grotesque face and performed a bow imbued with noble grace. "Are you my master? The domesticated sprite Kobe is honored to meet you. Have you been waiting outside for a while?" Wang Xianzhe asked, somewhat astonished. Although he understood that the sprite's existence revolved around serving its master, he was taken aback that this was their first meeting. Yet the sprite was already so considerate. It was truly exemplary of a diligent worker. Wang Xianzhe found it hard to believe that he had just awakened, and the sprite had coincidentally arrived at his doorstep. "Not long ago. I also just arrived. If I were to wait for my master to awaken before serving, it would be a dereliction of duty. It is our fundamental quality and responsibility as a domesticated sprite to eagerly await our master each day." Kobe replied promptly, as if he had rehearsed this answer countless times in his mind. "All right, then please come in." Wang Xianzhe nodded, secretly reflecting that the reputation of domesticated sprites was indeed well-deserved. Their first encounter revealed such impeccable demeanor. However, the name was rather ironic. The thought of this creature being named Kobe, coupled with its diminutive stature, made Wang Xianzhe want to jest about the incongruity of the name. Yet, considering the sprite's loyalty and politeness, he decided to refrain from making any remarks. After all, having a Western sprite named Kobe was not unusual. One could not deny a Chinese child the surname Yao Ming simply because of their height. Names are given by parents and cannot be changed. "Since you have become my possession, I shall speak candidly," Wang Xianzhe declared as he ushered Kobe into the room. Noticing that the sprite appeared quite pleased and proud at being referred to as someone else's possession, Wang Xianzhe felt no psychological burden and proceeded to issue a direct command. "Now, I have a crucial task for you. I am conducting some magical research that requires the complete cooperation of a magical being. If my experiments succeed in unraveling the mysteries of magical factors, Kobe, you may become the first sprite king in history. You need not fear even dragons, for my domesticated sprite cannot be weak and bring me disgrace." Due to certain particularly gruesome experimental methods being unsuitable for Hermione, this was undoubtedly another major reason for the slow progress of Wang Xianzhe's research. However, he was not inclined to uphold any humanitarian considerations with the sprite before him. Many of his previously cautious ideas could now be implemented on Kobe. Of course, Wang Xianzhe did not forget to promise Kobe a favor in return. In his view, the dragons of this world were not formidable. If his research yielded progress, he would not mind strengthening the magical factors within Kobe, thus enhancing his subordinate while also acquiring valuable experimental data. Truly a double benefit. "Absolutely, master. I vow to complete the task." At that moment, after abducting the little sprite, Wang Xianzhe eagerly extended his wicked hands toward the bewildered creature. Hearing Wang Xianzhe's earnest words, the innocent Kobe beamed with excitement. Now, who didn't know that his master was an immensely powerful Eastern magician? Thus, he would exert every effort to fulfill his master's experiment. Being entrusted with such an important responsibility was clearly the highest form of trust and reward from his master. "Now, I will take a small sample of your flesh to ascertain whether the magical factors are concealed within your body. Merely studying your blood will yield no results." Wang Xianzhe smiled amicably at Kobe, but the words he spoke were somewhat terrifying, causing the timid sprite to tremble involuntarily. After all, unless in rare exceptions, sprites generally possess little courage. However, considering this was his master's first command and an opportunity to contribute, Kobe reassured himself that removing a bit of flesh was trivial. After extracting a few ounces of flesh from the compliant Kobe and collecting a significant amount of blood from the bleeding wound, Wang Xianzhe observed that despite Kobe's pale complexion, he remained motionless. Wang Xianzhe felt satisfied with Kobe's unconditional loyalty and subsequently cast a healing spell, instantly mending the sprite's wound. Wang Xianzhe's actions filled the naive Kobe with gratitude. Believing his master was exceedingly kind, healing him after taking his flesh. Little did he know that Wang Xianzhe was simultaneously preoccupied with processing the flesh while contemplating, "If I do not derive results from this, I shall take further samples." He even began to wickedly ponder how to extract bone marrow and brain matter from Kobe without causing him fear or significant pain, reasoning that, with the aid of healing magic, Kobe would not be easily harmed or destroyed. Upon realizing that the command had startled Kobe, Wang Xianzhe eagerly commenced the experiment on magical factors, sensing that this time he would surely achieve results. The catalytic experiment, identical to the previous one, was conducted once more in Wang Xianzhe's office. The magical crucible emitted a series of foul, peculiar odors, and upon a brief observation, Wang Xianzhe detected something unusual within the cells. Indeed, my hypothesis was correct. Through magical means, Wang Xianzhe examined the blood and flesh cells of the sprite Kobe, discovering that his flesh cells were far more active than the blood cells, containing immense power. It was evident that magical factors resided within. Having identified a general target, Wang Xianzhe continued to narrow his focus, ultimately pinpointing the mitochondria, which were larger than all other cellular structures and exhibited remarkable resilience under the catalyst. These robust mitochondria were what wizards referred to as magical factors. Through repeated comparative observations, Wang Xianzhe ultimately reached this conclusion. Isn't this theory similar to the mitochondrial mutation theory from Infinite Horror? Initially, Wang Xianzhe felt a sense of satisfaction and pride for having uncovered the mysteries of magical factors through his own efforts. However, he quickly realized that this was precisely the scientific explanation previously provided by Professor Chu regarding human cultivation. It turned out that the answer he sought had long been contained within a novel he had read. Nevertheless, Wang Xianzhe thought it made sense. After all, the fundamental principles remain unchanged. Essential cells for aerobic respiration and energy production. Why couldn't they mutate into sources of energy for wizards, albeit the energy attributes obtained from such mutations were evidently inferior? For the time being, he decided to define the energy produced by wizard mitochondria as witch power. These mutated mitochondria could absorb external energy, similar to chloroplasts during photosynthesis, and generate a form of magical energy called witch power. Thus, the relationship between witch power and the peak state of the body, as well as the quantity of magical factors, is undoubtedly connected to lineage, which aligns perfectly with the manifestations of wizards in this world. Simultaneously, the mitochondria, being small particles, possess their own genetic material and heredity system. Yet their genomic size is limited, classifying them as semi-autonomous organelles. This not only explains the inheritance of lineage, but also perfectly elucidates the potential emergence of mudbloods and squibs, as modern science suggests. Mitochondria originated from ancestral mitochondria, primitive mitochondria, engaged in the tricarboxylic acid cycle and electron transport, which were engulfed by another cell. Over 1 billion years ago, these primitive mitochondria were consumed but not digested. Instead, they formed a symbiotic relationship with the host cell, allowing the host to gain more nutrients while utilizing the energy produced by the guest. This semi-parasitic, semi-independent relationship significantly enhanced the competitiveness of the cells, enabling their hosts to adapt to various environments. Through prolonged mutual benefit in this symbiotic relationship, primitive mitochondria gradually evolved into mitochondria. The mutated mitochondria undoubtedly bestow even greater and more wondrous powers upon their hosts, such as witch power. Lastly, the mature red blood cells of most mammals lack mitochondria, which is why Wang Xianzhe's countless previous experiments had been futile. It was impossible to find evidence of magical factors within the blood. Although it sounded incredible, this was genuine science. When the system directly analyzed the magical factors, mitochondria, he had extracted, it yielded conclusions that aligned with Wang Xianzhe's hypotheses. This left him utterly convinced that he had indeed unraveled the secrets of magical factors. For while his experimental inferences might be flawed, the system's analysis would never err as long as it identified a precise target. Chapter 59. The third world. This appeared to be a modern world. When Wang Xianzhe opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by extraordinarily modern skyscrapers, evoking a deep sense of nostalgia, as if he had reunited after a long time apart. Strolling casually down the street, Wang Xianzhe quickly realized that this place resembled the Osaka metropolis from his memories. However, this time, he resolved to thoroughly investigate before drawing any conclusions, determined not to conflate the magical world with an ordinary technological one as he had in the past with Harry Potter. As Wang Xianzhe pondered, he suddenly caught sight of a striking figure. a dashing high school student clad in a neat black uniform, with sharp eyes accentuated by a tear mole, deftly kicking a stone. This young man weaved effortlessly through the throngs of pedestrians, ultimately daringly crossing the perilous riverbank with a sudden leap. He glided over the river's railing, striding confidently along the embankment as if defying the laws of gravity, all the while keeping the stone bouncing at his feet. However, such an impressive display of audacity, so contrary to the physical norms, drew neither admiration nor suspicion from the onlookers. Only a few nearby elementary school students exclaimed in awe, remarking on the high schooler's prowess, marveling at his ability to traverse such a treacherous place. This isn't merely a question of danger. You know, don't you wonder if he is even human? Wang Xianzhe couldn't help but interject, overhearing their conversation. Even he lacked the confidence to sprint along the riverbank at such an angle. The focal point of those children was clearly misplaced. This territory was too challenging for them. One short boy stood there, almost tearful with envy at the swaggering figure ahead. It was then that Wang Xianzhe noticed a stone at the children's feet. They were undoubtedly engaged in the same stone-kicking game, only to have their stone accidentally sent tumbling into the riverbed, producing 3 distinct splashes. Next to the short boy, a plump child attempted to console him. When we become high schoolers, we'll be just as impressive. In response, Wang Xianzhe thought the chubby one was still dreaming. Despite the peculiar reactions of those around him, he felt unrestrained from exhibiting extraordinary maneuvers in public. With swift strides, he closed the distance to the distant figure, moving with the speed of the wind along the riverbank's edge. He intended to glean the true nature of this world through the impressive individual ahead. "Excuse me, may I inquire your name?" he called out, chasing after the high school student. From a distance, it appeared as if the two were racing in tandem, drawing the attention of passers-by, who merely observed the spectacle with mild admiration. At that moment, the black-clad student turned his head, calmly regarding Wang Xianzhe while maintaining his balance, effortlessly kicking the stone at his feet. With a gentlemanly gesture, he placed his right hand over his abdomen and greeted Wang Xianzhe. "I am Sakamoto. How may I assist you, Sakamoto?" Wang Xianzhe hesitated, recognizing the high schooler before him. Indeed, this was none other than the legendary Sakamoto from the popular anime, whose real-life counterpart was even more striking and charismatic than his animated persona. Leaving Wang Xianzhe momentarily awestruck, "I simply found myself idle and wanted to become acquainted with you." Despite Sakamoto's mature and tall appearance, Wang Xianzhe understood that he was merely a student, a freshman in the second class of the county's Shuwen High School. The presence of Sakamoto prompted Wang Xianzhe to contemplate whether this world was merely a stage for others to flaunt their abilities, and how he might decipher the underlying laws of this universe. Particularly regarding Sakamoto, who defied all logic. Analyzing Sakamoto, estimated time: 1 month and 25 days, expected gain: 3.2 of world laws. Please maintain proximity within 100 meters. The system's notification made it clear that the source of this world's power resided within Sakamoto. He wondered if other laws progressed similarly through encounters with individuals of such remarkable flair. "It is my honor," Sakamoto replied, maintaining his courteous demeanor in the face of Wang Xianzhe's abrupt approach. The two continued their unconventional sprint along the embankment, engaging in a lively conversation that was nothing short of breathtaking. "Though it may be awkward to say, I feel an inexplicable familiarity upon our first meeting. As a traveler from Huaxia, might I have the pleasure of visiting your home for a time?" To decipher the laws, Wang Xianzhe saw 2 options, one being to attack Sakamoto without reason to obtain a piece of his flesh, the other to shamelessly tail him for over a month. The former was beyond his capabilities, so he opted for the latter. "Of course, I would be delighted to welcome you," Sakamoto replied without hesitation. Ever committed to his persona of grandeur, "Thank you in advance." Wang Xianzhe had no doubts about Sakamoto's hospitality, having witnessed his unwavering dedication to serving others without complaint, even when faced with unreasonable demands. As they traversed the riverbank, a sudden commotion caught their attention. A young girl, clutching a bag, stumbled forward, causing her apples to scatter in all directions. At that critical moment, Sakamoto demonstrated his legendary prowess. With the grace of a dancer, he caught the falling girl in his left arm while his right hand moved with astonishing speed, capturing all the apples midair in an instant. He deftly returned them to her bag, executing his movements with a flair that seemed rehearsed to perfection. The girl, spellbound and blushing, found herself utterly captivated by his charm. "Be careful while walking," Sakamoto said earnestly, his smile dazzling enough to nearly render the girl unconscious from admiration. Wang Xianzhe observed the scene, bemused by the boundless display of flamboyance. "Until we meet again, my lady," Sakamoto bid her farewell, his indifference to her outstretched hand leaving her longing for more as he retreated, his silhouette fading into the sunlight. "Welcome to my humble abode," Sakamoto announced as they arrived at an expansive villa, sprawling over hundreds of acres. The imposing granite and steel walls exuded opulence, revealing Sakamoto's true identity as a wealthy heir. A revelation that left Wang Xianzhe incredulous. Feeling as though he had been led by the nose by Sakamoto's ostentation, Wang Xianzhe was spurred by a sense of defiance. Remembering the custom of bringing a small gift during visits, he grinned mischievously and produced a peculiar white radish from his spatial backpack. "This is a special gift from my homeland. I hope you will accept it." "Oh, you are too kind," Sakamoto replied as he accepted the radish. However, the moment it left Wang Xianzhe's grasp, the radish abruptly opened its eyes, revealing hollow black sockets and a gaping maw. The piercing, chilling scream erupted from it, resonating for miles around, startling the birds into flight and sending shockwaves through the air. Particularly affecting Sakamoto, who stood at the forefront of this bizarre incident. As if oblivious to the grotesque movements of the giant carrot coiling around Sakamoto's arm like a living entity, Wang Xianzhe explained with a smile. "This is the mandrake, an exceedingly rare plant, which I have rendered non-toxic. It possesses the power to cure myriad ailments." The magical herb Wang produced was, of course, sourced from the enchanting world of Harry Potter and was reminiscent of the monstrous carrot that once appeared in the anime Flying Witch. With its formidable potency, it was indeed an essential prop for intimidation. However, Wang Xianzhe had miscalculated. The terrifying presence of the carrot did not faze Sakamoto. Even the piercing sound that could rupture eardrums failed to elicit a frown from him. Instead, Sakamoto gazed tenderly at the disquieting mandrake, his expression softening as he murmured, "Do not fear, do not fear." Under Sakamoto's warm and compassionate smile, the mandrake, reputed for its incessant screams that could be fatal, gradually quieted under his gentle touch. Wang Xianzhe, who initially intended to embarrass Sakamoto, exhaled deeply upon witnessing this touching scene, realizing that this was indeed the Sakamoto he remembered, a master of pretense, impervious to the trivialities he had devised. "My lord, I have prepared a modest breakfast for you. If it pleases you, please follow me." Approaching noon, Wang Xianzhe, who had been resting in the guest room of Sakamoto's home, was summoned by Sakamoto, who appeared resplendent in a suit reminiscent of a gentleman's attire. "Oh, I shall not hold back then." Aware of Sakamoto's capabilities, Wang Xianzhe dispensed with any pretense and followed him to the dining table. The first thing that caught his eye was an exquisitely ornate golden sandalwood table, exuding an aura of luxury and depth, clearly worth a fortune. Flanking the table were 2 rows of beautiful maids standing with utmost reverence. Each one a paragon of allure, with their enticing legs adorned in sheer black stockings and their prominent busts, creating a scene that seemed only conceivable in anime. Fortunately, Wang Xianzhe's identity and experiences were far from ordinary, allowing him to focus on the lavish spread before him without a flicker of surprise. Ignoring the lavish dishes of foie gras, caviar, and charcoal-grilled steak, as well as the meticulously crafted Japanese delicacies like sashimi and omelette sushi, he simply selected a slice of apple from a fruit salad platter. "Delicious," he exclaimed, marveling at the incredible fragrance and crisp sweetness, the apple melting in his mouth while encapsulating the fresh essence of nature itself. "This is the most exquisite dish I have ever tasted." He felt compelled to express his appreciation, thoroughly impressed by Sakamoto's culinary skills. A spontaneous thought crossed his mind, and without hesitation, he remarked to Sakamoto, "In the future, I shall bring you some prime meat, a specialty I acquired from another country, which I believe, combined with your artistry, will create an unparalleled culinary experience." Wang Xianzhe was thrilled at the prospect of offering Sakamoto the magical meat from his spatial backpack. Not for its physical benefits, but for the extraordinary flavors he could only imagine. "Alas, I have classes to attend. Enjoy your day." After their meal, Sakamoto nodded at Wang Xianzhe, entirely disregarding the maids awaiting his command, and began to tidy up the table, leaving it immaculate in mere moments. This was undoubtedly another of Sakamoto's secret skills, aptly named rapid cleanup. Witnessing Sakamoto complete the task in what seemed like an impossibly short time, Wang Xianzhe called out, "Wait, I wish to accompany you for a while. If you have classes, I would like to audit and experience the life of a high school student in your country." "Very well, please follow me, and I shall introduce you to our school environment in this world." It seemed that even the most outlandish occurrences were met with acceptance. Sakamoto, acting as a competent guide, offered his attentive assistance without questioning Wang Xianzhe's sudden whim. Chapter 61. Sakamoto's School Experiences. A guerrilla. Under Sakamoto's guidance, Wang Xianzhe arrived at the entrance of Kenritsu Gakubun High School, where a burly black teacher resembling a gorilla was urging students to hurry inside as the bell approached. The teacher, drenched in sweat, scanned the area with a serious expression, knowing that Sakamoto would arrive just as the bell rang. Today is the day. I will stop him. The imposing teacher stood resolutely at the nearly closed gate. Determined to prevent Sakamoto from passing through. As expected, Sakamoto appeared at the last moment, prompting the teacher to gamble his reputation as a physical education and guidance instructor to quell Sakamoto's audacity. Noting Sakamoto holding a bamboo pole adorned with green leaves, the teacher thought, is he planning to pole vault at the entrance? With a sudden burst of inspiration, he lunged at the nearby fence, shouting, "Dream on! Watch me bring you down!" Yet, no one could outshine Sakamoto. With a swift motion, Sakamoto thrust the pole into the ground, causing the teacher to extend his arms in an attempt to pounce. Unexpectedly, Sakamoto released the pole and effortlessly strolled through the gate, leaving the teacher in a daze, arms still raised high. I find the gate rather dull. I shall plant a bamboo here for embellishment. Sakamoto explained charmingly, while the teacher remained frozen in his pose. At that moment, an elderly man with a cane approached the teacher, commenting in a tremulous voice, "What a splendid arrangement." The vibrant bamboo beautifully contrasts with the dark teacher. It was an intellectual triumph, indeed. As the teacher's expression turned increasingly despondent, Wang Xianzhe, an outsider, strode through the gate, remaining within Sakamoto's vicinity. The teacher seemed to have forgotten that his primary duty was to monitor the entrance for outsiders. Woohoo! Sakamoto's here. So cool. Following closely behind Sakamoto, Wang Xianzhe witnessed the extent of Sakamoto's popularity at school. Despite it being class time, girls on the path turned crimson and erupted into excited screams upon seeing him, with some so overwhelmed that they dashed toward him, disregarding their surroundings entirely. Observing the frenzy of infatuated girls, Wang Xianzhe shook his head in disbelief. This was a school, after all. If real-world female students behaved like this, the nation would surely be doomed. Suddenly, an uproar of excited cheers erupted ahead, prompting Wang Xianzhe to look up. To his surprise, Sakamoto had already raced ahead, gleefully sliding down a ramp toward the classroom door amidst the cheers of numerous girls. Here he goes again, showing off. Wang Xianzhe hurried after him, knowing that if Sakamoto slipped out of his analytical range, he would have to restart his calculations. In the midst of the commotion, Wang Xianzhe discreetly activated his invisibility spell, blending into the classroom unnoticed. Hidden near the wall, he suddenly heard a click behind him and turned to see a tall, black-haired beauty secretly photographing Sakamoto with an infatuated expression. Wang Xianzhe quickly deduced that this was Fujita K, the class representative, undoubtedly a devoted admirer of Sakamoto. Fujita Megumi's lewd behavior did not concern Wang Xianzhe. However, in a realm invisible to others, he noticed a pale, eerie female ghost drifting towards them as Megumi snapped photos. This chilling energy seemed to linger around Sakamoto, drawn to him, as it placed a hand upon his shoulder. This was undoubtedly reminiscent of a scene where Fujita captured a ghostly image in a previous episode. The existence of spirits in this world was indeed astonishing. Although structurally different from the ghosts in Harry Potter, Wang Xianzhe recognized that this entity was a traditional ghost, the kind invisible to the human eye, an Eastern female specter. Attempting to penetrate the ghost's form with his finger, he discovered it lacked any palpable sensation, and the ghost appeared oblivious to his presence. Wang Xianzhe concluded that, despite the ghost's death, it still utilized its human faculties to perceive the world, a notion that felt illogical. He had initially suspected a more advanced form of perception, perhaps magnetic or psychic. Driven by curiosity, Wang Xianzhe conjured a thread of magical energy, as fine as a hair, and continued to probe into the ghost's ethereal body. To his surprise, he had underestimated the potency of the magical energy. A catalyzing reaction occurred between the ghost's aura and the higher dimensional magic, causing the specter to tremble violently. Its once stable form began to distort, culminating in a chilling wail that echoed throughout the classroom. The ghost, unable to manifest in the world, suddenly materialized before the eyes of numerous students, her grotesque appearance becoming even more terrifying as she twisted and warped, prompting screams of sheer terror from the onlookers. Wang Xianzhe was not frightened by the ghost, but rather startled by the collective screams of the students. In a panic, he retracted his magical energy, only to realize it was too late. His magic had acted like a long-awaited oasis to the parched desert of the ghost's essence. When he withdrew his finger, he noticed that all of his magical energy had been entirely absorbed by the ghost's form. It was evident that the ghost's manifestation was indeed tied to the magic. Remaining hidden, Wang Xianzhe assessed the ghost's continuously distorting figure and attempted a system identification. A millennia-old ghost, demon? A bizarre existence containing both ghostly and magical energies. An anomaly unrecognized by heaven and earth. It is a half-ghost, half-demon, even more unaligned with the elements than a zombie. It seemed something extraordinary had indeed transpired. Looking at the system's evaluation of the ghost, Wang Xianzhe felt a mingling of amusement and despair. His casual actions had inadvertently summoned a formidable entity, inadvertently creating a major sensation. Chapter 62. The ghost's obsession in human perception. Both vengeful spirits and demons are not benevolent beings. The ghost was enveloped in a dense, ominous aura of mixed ghostly and magical energies, saturating the classroom with an unsettling presence, distorting the very fabric of space around her. Sakamoto, I like you. The power of the high-dimensional magic was undeniably formidable, amplifying the ghost's terrifying aura. However, this powerful magic was not easily absorbed. The ghost, being a pure energy entity, found her own essence and soul being corrupted and tainted, rendering her increasingly delirious. Yet, even in this state, she remained fixated on her greatest obsession from the original narrative, her deep infatuation with Sakamoto, yearning to confess her love to him. As the student's fear escalated, the ghost took slow, deliberate steps towards Sakamoto, her chilling aura sending shivers down their spines. Only Wang Xianzhe and Sakamoto maintained their composure amidst the chaos. Sakamoto, I like you. Amidst her anguished cries, the ghost could no longer contain her desire for Sakamoto. In a moment of tortured desperation, she transformed into a swirling mass of half-human, half-dark mist, lunging towards him. In her frenzied state, she forgot that her actions could harm or even kill Sakamoto. No, do not harm my Sakamoto. The ghost's terrifying appearance had already instilled dread in the students, particularly among the girls, who were horrified to see her charging at Sakamoto. Wang Xianzhe recognized the scene before him. It was reminiscent of the iconic appearance of Sadako from Japanese horror. Yet, he remained hidden, aware of the ghost's formidable presence, which likely exceeded the capabilities of many exorcists. However, Sakamoto, adept at maintaining his cool under any circumstances, would not easily succumb to a game over against the ghost. Ah, Sakamoto is so handsome. As the ghost lunged at Sakamoto, Wang Xianzhe overheard the girl's incessant praises, particularly from the seemingly innocent yet cunningly strong Aina Kiranuma, who was the first to cheer in a split second. Just as the ghost was about to make contact with Sakamoto, he defied gravity, jumping effortlessly from one wall to another, an agile display that caused the ghost to miss her target. Again and again, Sakamoto soared through the cramped classroom, evading the ghost's grasp, while simultaneously enticing her to chase him, ensuring the safety of his classmates. Witnessing the ghost's foolish, beast-like behavior, the onlookers began to perceive her as less terrifying. Sakamoto's nimble maneuvers astonished Wang Xianzhe. Despite his superior strength and speed, he realized that without mastering skills like agility, he could not replicate Sakamoto's feats. However, Sakamoto appeared unfazed, leaving Wang Xianzhe bewildered by his nonchalant demeanor. Yet, remaining in a stalemate was not a viable solution. Wang Xianzhe recognized that the ghost could never touch the seemingly invincible Sakamoto, who, however, lacked the means to confront the ghost, thus continuing to dart around the classroom. Sakamoto, aware of the situation, began to guide the ghost toward the open space outside, seemingly intent on luring her to the playground. With a series of flawless aerial spins and agile leaps, Sakamoto led the ghost out. Quickly, I want to see Sakamoto catch the ghost. With the crisis averted, the students were captivated by Sakamoto's unwavering composure, following him without fear, their trepidation dissipating. Only Wang Xianzhe understood the peril they faced. The ghost's ominous energy, catalyzed by the magic, was a formidable force that ordinary individuals could not withstand. Should the ghost's volatile energy erupt, it could freeze the entire school into a hellish nightmare in an instant. Sakamoto, in a precarious dance on the edge of danger, engaged with the ghost, whose malevolent aura pursued him relentlessly. He maintained an expression devoid of fear, conversing with her as though she were an ordinary admirer. Sakamoto, I like you? Under Sakamoto's inquiry, perhaps due to her deep-seated affection, the ghost responded, albeit with a singular phrase that indicated her delirium. Sakamoto, I like you. I cannot forget you. Perhaps Sakamoto was indeed the singular obsession that lingered in the ghost heart. In a sudden surge of clarity, she regained some semblance of her senses and, fueled by desperation, surged towards Sakamoto at an explosive speed, creating elongated afterimages across the playground. Sakamoto's secret technique, repeated lateral leaps. Despite her exaggerated velocity, the ghost still failed to capture Sakamoto. As I observed Sakamoto's rapid lateral movements, the sound of whooshing air formed a continuous symphony, his speed surpassing the previously displayed secret technique by countless folds. He transformed into a flurry of elusive afterimages, leaving the female specter in a cloud of dust. While everyone was intently focused on the confrontation between the ghost and Sakamoto, a seemingly ordinary high school boy in a black uniform with a mushroom haircut approached slowly from a distance. Each step appearing to be a significant exertion, he spoke in a manner that was difficult for the average person to comprehend, sensing a formidable malevolent spirit ahead. The spirit medium had warned us not to allow evil spirits to run rampant. Hence he declared, "Begone, malevolent spirit." In Chapter 63, the multi-protagonist anime world, Sakamoto continued his playful game of hide and seek with the ghost, captivating the attention of numerous students who held their breath, fearing Sakamoto might accidentally fall prey to the terrifying apparition, who was approaching. At that moment, Wang Xianzhe, who was also enjoying the spectacle while admiring Sakamoto's bravado, felt a sudden jolt of unease. He sensed an overwhelming power emanating from afar and turned to see the mushroom-haired boy in old-fashioned black school attire drawing closer. Despite his unremarkable appearance, Wang Xianzhe's expression grew serious, not daring to underestimate him. "Hey, who are you? It's dangerous ahead. Don't go any closer." In front of everyone, the boy continued towards Sakamoto and the ghost, seemingly oblivious to the looming threat. Several concerned girls gasped, fearing he was merely a foolish lad who had unwittingly wandered too close to the ghost. Despite their loud warnings, the mushroom-haired boy pressed on, positioning himself between Sakamoto and the ghost, his demeanor remaining dull and composed. With her view of Sakamoto obscured by the boy, the ghost, already frustrated from failing to catch Sakamoto for so long, let out a maniacal scream. A chilling wind swept across the playground, casting an eerie pall over the midday sky and prompting the nearby girls to shriek in terror. Sensing the ghost's unleashed malevolence, the mushroom-haired boy regarded the spectral figure with confusion, acknowledging, "Her power is formidable. She is an exceedingly strong malevolent spirit. Yet, I have never encountered such a peculiar entity. She seems more chaotic and murky than the others." Suddenly, the ghost lunged toward the mushroom-haired boy with alarming speed, her fury intensifying. Just as she was about to strike, Sakamoto sprang into action. He deftly unbuttoned his school uniform and flung it toward the ghost, the fabric creating a barrier that shielded the boy from her gaze. "This is far too dangerous. You should leave the vicinity," he urged, attempting to pull the mushroom boy away. However, Sakamoto's efforts proved futile as the boy remained steadfast, declaring, "This spirit has completely lost its mind. It must be vanquished by me." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Sakamoto's fervent fans protested, incredulous that the boy, having been saved by Sakamoto's dashing intervention, would audaciously claim he could exorcise the ghost. They attributed his unremarkable demeanor to his apparent incompetence. In that fleeting moment, the ghost surged forth once more, aiming to strike at the toad. Undeterred, Sakamoto executed a swift dive, narrowly avoiding her grasp. "To redirect her attention," he called out, "Come and chase me, Sakamoto, Sakamoto." As Sakamoto's efforts to captivate the ghost's focus intensified, Wang Xianzhe, observing from the shadows, felt a tinge of urgency for the mushroom boy. Why can't he muster a response? If only he would unleash his true power, others would recognize his potential. Wang Xianzhe discerned that the boy possessed an immense, suppressed energy, reminiscent of a legendary beast lying dormant within him. As the ghost's rage escalated, she emitted a heart-wrenching wail, causing the ground to shatter beneath her, sending debris flying in all directions. The scene grew increasingly chaotic, the ghost's form twisting into a nightmarish manifestation of humanity's darkest fears. "This is a grave crisis. The ghost is terrifying. Sakamoto is no ordinary existence. Retreat at once." The girls cried out in panic. Just as the crowd expressed their concerns, the mushroom-haired boy finally reached the ghost, gently delivering a slap. To everyone's astonishment, the ghost dissipated like smoke in the wind, as if she had never existed, leaving the spectators in stunned silence. "What were you all saying?" he asked, turning back with an expression of bewildered innocence. The crowd stood aghast, grappling with the surreal scene. Wang Xianzhe, who had been observing, pieced together the truth, realizing the boy was none other than the protagonist Shigeo Kageyama from the manga One Punch Man. While Saitama was undoubtedly an overwhelming force, Kageyama's abilities were equally formidable, albeit underappreciated due to his unassuming demeanor. "The world here is surprisingly potent," Wang Xianzhe mused, recognizing the potential for numerous protagonists to exist within this realm. As the ghost vanished, a wave of relief washed over the crowd, followed by cheers of admiration for Sakamoto, who was mistakenly credited for the ghost's defeat. The mushroom-haired boy, akin to a silent hero, slipped away unnoticed, while Wang Xianzhe contemplated the inevitable reunion with him in the future, anticipating the opportunity to trail behind him as he had with Sakamoto. Delicious. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable. However, it is time for me to take my leave, Wang Xianzhe mused. Having enjoyed over a month of sumptuous meals at Sakamoto's home. He complimented Sakamoto on the lavish lunch prepared. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for the impending end of such unparalleled hospitality. You are too kind. However, these delicacies are indeed unlike anything I've ever encountered. Long before, Wang Xianzhe had concocted an excuse to bring Sakamoto some monster meat from his hometown every few days. On this particular day, he delivered an impressive quantity of over 150 pounds. Even after Sakamoto indulged himself, there remained at least 80 to 90 pounds. He held a piece of the monster meat in his hand. Sakamoto, employing his unique discerning method, gave it a slight shake. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. He was thoroughly satisfied with this parting gift. After all, with his abilities, how could he not have noticed the exceptional quality of this meat? It was extraordinarily tender and delicious, capable of enhancing physical strength. The radishes from earlier were similarly remarkable gifts. While others viewed Sakamoto as ostentatiously handsome, he regarded Wang Xianzhe and his hometown as an even greater enigma. Having departed from Sakamoto's residence, Wang Xianzhe found himself wandering through a street filled with strangers, feeling an unexpected pang of nostalgia for the proprietress. This marked the second world post-legend, and it seemed only fitting that he would return home once this world concluded. Throughout this time, he had not neglected his research on spatial magic, estimating that he was close to discovering a method to merge spatial backpacks. When he returned to the legendary world, he intended to stockpile a significant supply of even finer and more delectable meats. Previously, due to limited space, he had mostly stored potions and equipment, and the monster meat he possessed had been nearly exhausted. Hand over all your money. Wang Xianzhe aimlessly wandered the streets until he found himself in an unoccupied alley, where he stumbled upon an astonishing scene. A muscular, burly man was attempting to rob a tall, slender office worker. With a loud crash, the office worker, seemingly oblivious to the danger, refused to yield his money. Enraged, the burly man unleashed a powerful punch, the wind howling in its wake. However, to Wang Xianzhe's astonishment, the office worker merely extended an arm and effortlessly blocked the man's fist with his palm. With a gentle lift, he hoisted the hefty man above his head, maintaining an expression of calm detachment throughout. Despite the burly man's frantic shouts, the office worker's grip was as unyielding as iron. Moments later, as the burly man continued to struggle, the office worker shook his head, swiftly maneuvering behind the robber. With a precise strike to the back of the man's neck, the burly figure collapsed like a soulless robot. Instantly rendered unconscious, the office worker then discarded the man and resumed his journey to work as if nothing had occurred. Wang Xianzhe mused that in anime, the smaller characters often conceal extraordinary skills, while the muscular types are merely superficial, finding the situation utterly normal. Hey, young man, wait a moment. As he continued down the street, intrigued by a few beautifully dressed ladies in authentic cosplay, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice from behind. Turning around, he discovered a middle-aged woman wearing a bizarre smiling mask, her long robe exuding an air of suspicion. I understand now. You are troubled by work-related matters, she declared, her persistence unwavering despite Wang Xianzhe's silence. Yet, he remained unresponsive, recognizing the absurdity of her outfit and her fraudulent approach. Surely, he recognized her as the smiling lady from the original story, adept at deceiving passers-by. It must be something concerning your family. She continued, placing a hand on her mask and shifting her approach to no. It's about love, isn't it? Wang Xianzhe's expression remained unchanged, prompting the woman to abandon her attempts at conversation. Instead, she grasped his arm as he attempted to leave, urgently insisting, I am not part of a suspicious group. Follow me, and you won't regret it. Your attire and speech are indeed suspicious, he thought, yet recalling that some of his classmates had also been lured into dubious groups by her on the same day. He decided to accompany her, perhaps waiting for the others to arrive and seizing the opportunity to join them. Following the smiling lady, Wang Xianzhe soon arrived at a building. They entered a discreet elevator, leading them into a vast hall filled with humans, all wearing similarly suspicious smiling masks, their intense gazes fixated on him. Wang Xianzhe contemplated expressing to the woman that this place bore all the hallmarks of a dubious pyramid scheme. Let us rejoice, for we have a new member in our smiling society. Seeing Wang Xianzhe ensnared in their midst, the smiling lady ignored his reluctance and proclaimed the addition of a new brother to their ranks. Amidst the fervent cheers of the crowd, Wang Xianzhe frowned, disliking the overwhelming enthusiasm. The individuals around him, seemingly brainwashed, reveled as if under the influence of a drug. Little Dimple has arrived, a sharp-eyed individual shouted with glee, prompting an uproar of cheers that echoed through the hall. Everyone welcomed Little Dimple's arrival with fervent enthusiasm. Wang Xianzhe sensed an energy akin to that of the female ghost from the original story emanating from this figure. An aura both cold and ominous, yet purer and more intense than that of the corrupted ghost. I am your Little Dimple, dear friends. Have you smiled today? As he shared a joke devoid of humor. Little Dimple removed his mask, revealing an exaggerated, beaming face that radiated an unsettling golden light. The crowd erupted into raucous laughter, their expressions mimicking his exaggerated grin, their laughter wild and unrestrained, leaving Wang Xianzhe feeling nauseated. Why aren't you laughing? Among the crowd, several others had also fallen prey to the lady's deception, including a particularly displeased individual who wore a perpetual frown. Little Dimple pointed at him, exclaiming, "Your heart is closed off. You must embrace happiness and open your heart to us. Come, fellow smile makers, let us applaud him." As he approached the sullen student, Little Dimple's smile broadened, inciting even louder, more frenzied laughter from the crowd. Wang Xianzhe recognized the individual as the mushroom-headed passerby he had encountered previously. He stepped forward to analyze the passerby, aware that deciphering an individual with such potent abilities would take time. Still no smile? As Little Dimple observed the passerby's lack of response, he became alarmed and insisted, "You must smile." With the command, Wang Xianzhe felt a peculiar, chilling energy attempting to infiltrate his emotions, spreading through the crowd and inducing uncontrollable laughter. Yet, this force proved too weak to affect the passerby or Wang Xianzhe himself. "Do not disregard me. I am your deity. You should revere me." Wang Xianzhe intended to converse with the passerby when Little Dimple's anger flared, transforming into a towering 5-meter-tall green muscle-bound figure. What a grotesque spirit, Wang Xianzhe thought, repulsed by the oily green skin and ludicrous visage of the creature. Thud. As Wang Xianzhe pondered, the malevolent spirit's green iron fist crashed down upon a passerby. Striking with a ferocity that seemed formidable, the spirit's massive fist merely brushed against the passerby's left cheek. Yet the individual maintained an expression devoid of emotion throughout. "How could you be unscathed?" Xiao Zhuowo exclaimed in disbelief, while the original narrative suggested that the passerby would effortlessly disperse the evil spirit with a single punch. Just as the passerby prepared to retaliate, Wang Xianzhe approached, extending a hand to halt the passerby, saying, "Allow me to handle this." "And who might you be?" The passerby, seemingly unimpressed, ignited Xiao Zhuowo's ire. "You must be Shigeo Kageyama." Ignoring Xiao Zhuowo's presence, Wang Xianzhe smiled at the passerby. "Let me introduce myself. I am Wang Xianzhe. I happened to be present when you defeated the female ghost on the playground, but I failed to greet you. Also, I am an ability user as well." "Yuri also a superpower user?" Wang Xianzhe's declaration elicited a flicker of intrigue in the passerby's otherwise impassive demeanor. This marked his first encounter with another ability user of similar age, despite his belief that his own mentor was a mere charlatan. Sakamoto counts, and then there's Ikari Hanazawa, the first genuine superpower user I defeated later on, along with the postnatal ability users from the Superpower Development Center. In truth, there are numerous superpower users in this world. Thinking along these lines, Wang Xianzhe remarked without hesitation, "Indeed, the world is not short of superpower users. You will encounter many in the future." "Yes," the passerby nodded, his demeanor still somewhat wooden and taciturn, but the mere fact of encountering a kindred spirit sparked profound joy within him, buried beneath layers of suppressed emotion born out of fear of harming others. "Hey, did you not hear me speaking?" Xiao Zhuowo's frustration flared as the two continued to disregard her. The evil spirit, unwilling to concede, flailed its enormous fist in the air, producing a thunderous sound. However, before it could finish its sentence, a resounding crash silenced it as Wang Xianzhe unleashed a bolt of lightning from above, obliterating the spirit amidst the resplendent display of thunderous power. "Let us depart from this place." Having swiftly dealt with the evil spirit, Wang Xianzhe led the passerby out of the now chaotic building. Little did they know, despite his intervention, the individuals who awoke from the confusion caused by the spirit's disappearance retained only a vague recollection of the passerby's visage, unwittingly transforming him into the revered figure of 580,000 followers within the cult of Gai Guotu. "Theo, celebrate our acquaintance. Allow me to treat you to a meal." aware of the passerby's simple nature and his humble status despite possessing immense superpowers. Wang Xianzhe sought to placate him with food first. "Do you know of any fine restaurants? Let us dine there." Unfamiliar with the surroundings, Wang Xianzhe opted to let the passerby lead the way. While reassuring him, "Rest assured in taking me to the finest establishment. Do not be misled by my appearance, for I am quite affluent." Though the passerby was somewhat dull, he was not one to refuse others. Upon hearing Wang Xianzhe's inquiry, he promptly replied, "My mentor once took me to a bar that serves meals. It should be quite good." "Then let us proceed there," Wang Xianzhe urged, and they soon arrived at a stylishly decorated bar. To Wang Xianzhe's surprise, the establishment was not as crowded as he had anticipated, prompting him to question whether this was truly the quality location the passerby had mentioned. Upon seeing the staff, however, he was struck by a wave of nausea. He finally understood why business was poor. The female employee's physique was imposing, and a scar marred her face, which was unsettling enough to rival any horror. The most disconcerting feature was her chin, grotesquely shaped and reminiscent of a split fruit, a sight that would likely deter patrons before they even had a chance to order. Wang Xianzhe sighed internally, realizing he should not have held high hopes for the passerby's taste. Yet, witnessing the passerby's complete lack of adverse reaction to the waitress's appearance was surprising, revealing an extraordinary composure. Wang Xianzhe thus addressed the staff, "Please bring me whatever delectable dishes you offer." Despite this being a bar primarily serving alcohol, Wang Xianzhe, considering the passerby was still a high school student, refrained from asking for his opinion and added, "Let us have some fresh fruit juices as well." After placing their orders and trying to ignore the unnerving waitress, Wang Xianzhe casually remarked, "Given your impoverished lifestyle, have you never considered using your superpowers to earn a living? Just as some are naturally gifted in sports or social interactions, possessing superpowers is a talent in itself. Do you not tell me you view utilizing your powers for work as cheating?" The passerby's strength was undeniable, so formidable that Wang Xianzhe felt a tinge of uncertainty regarding his own victory. However, he found the passerby's reticence to express himself rather unappealing. "You are the protagonist, after all. You possess the ability to conquer all." Watching the animation, I often felt an impulse to confront him for his incessant silence, and now that I stand before him, I cannot suppress the urge to voice my frustrations. I am engaged in exorcism work. "My mentor treats me well," the passerby replied candidly to Wang Xianzhe's inquiry. However, Wang Xianzhe regarded his justification as weak and insipid. The charlatan mentor, while begrudgingly decent, merely offered platitudes. But was the passerby truly in need of such empty reassurances? He had endured treatment worse than that of pigs and dogs, having helped that fraud with countless exorcisms only to be rewarded with a paltry sum of 100 yen. Was he truly foolish or just incredibly naive? "Mom, I'm back." Just as Wang Xianzhe was about to speak again, a loud and unrefined shout echoed from outside, interrupting their conversation. It was evident that this was no refined individual, and Wang Xianzhe suddenly felt curious about what astonishing appearance the bar owner's son would possess. Turning to look, Wang Xianzhe was taken aback. The newcomer bore an uncanny resemblance to the bar owner herself. It was astonishing how a mother and son could share such striking features, one male and one female. Yet both were equally remarkable. The newcomer, rudely pinching his nose, unabashedly declared, "Hey buddy, let us have ramen together." Wang Xianzhe then noticed that a few others had followed the newcomer inside. A frail boy with blue hair, a fierce-looking youth with black hair, and a pink-haired boy adorned with a simple hair accessory, all of whom exuded an air of utter ordinariness. As he glanced past these inconsequential characters, Wang Xianzhe's expression grew grave. His keen senses picked up on a significant commotion approaching from the front. Who else could be arriving? Moreover, this individual was no ordinary person, as it appeared that a throng of men erupted in a cacophony of cheers as this person advanced. Could it be that another protagonist from an anime had made an entrance? "Yua 1, Yua 100, Yua 999. The exaggerated exclamations of Yua echoed, leaving Wang Xianzhe perplexed. What kind of ceremony was underway? Or had a mindless idol emerged, possessing the extraordinary ability to incite cheers from men of all ages? As the voices crescendoed, Wang Xianzhe finally laid eyes on the approaching figure. It was an exceptionally beautiful girl. Her smooth, shimmering blue hair glistening under the sunlight as if enveloped in a halo of radiance, rendering her the most enchanting being in existence. A heavenly angel gracing the mortal realm. It was no wonder that all men would react with awe in her presence. Yet, something felt amiss. Wang Xianzhe sensed an overwhelming urge to join the chorus of Yuwu upon glimpsing the girl, and he shook his head vigorously to dispel the unfamiliar excitement that threatened to overwhelm him. Heightening his vigilance, he realized that this girl undoubtedly possessed some form of bewitching ability, perhaps an aura of allure that could cloud judgment. It was inconceivable that he would nearly lose his composure simply due to her beauty. Observing as the girl approached the pink-haired boy, it appeared she was about to sit beside him. Fearing he might once again fall victim to her enchanting abilities, Wang Xianzhe immediately cast a mental barrier upon himself to prevent any embarrassing outbursts. In the instant the mental shielding spell was enacted, a spark of clarity illuminated Wang Xianzhe's mind, akin to awakening from a deep slumber. Hey! The pink-haired boy before him was equally peculiar, sporting antennae atop his head that were anything but ordinary. Wait a minute, these individuals seem familiar. They are none other than Kageyama Shigeo. With Wang Xianzhe's diligent recollections, it seemed as though a mystical gate within his mind had been unlatched, allowing memories of several individuals to finally surface from the depths of his consciousness. Concurrently, remnants of previously disjointed memories surged forth like a tidal wave, causing his pupils to constrict and his heart to race with intensity. It turned out that the ultimate adversary had always been present. Wang Xianzhe had thought that the ordinary protagonist he encountered in this realm was the most formidable superhuman he could meet. But in comparison to the extraordinary being before him, that character had clearly become an inconsequential role. Transformations of size and gender, instantaneous travel, time manipulation, precognition, telepathy, superhuman strength, X-ray vision, speed, invisibility, hypnosis, psychokinesis, out-of-body experiences, scene recreation, affection displays. The possibilities were endless. As one who could wield every conceivable superpower, the abundance of abilities rendered Kinsuk Nanxiong terrifyingly formidable. Manipulating the fabric of space and time was a mere trifle for him, and he could even control the causal threads of the universe. Truly, he was unparalleled. Reflecting on this, Wang Xianzhe felt a chill creep up his spine. The inhabitants of this world accepted extraordinary feats without question, undoubtedly owing to Kinsuk Nanxiong's influence. The people here possessed astonishing regenerative capabilities, also a result of Kinsuk's whims. With a mere thought, the collective consciousness and physical laws of humanity transformed, making Kinsuk Nanxiong akin to a deity within this realm. Even Wang Xianzhe, as a traveler, was profoundly affected the moment he arrived in this world. Upon further contemplation, he recalled that the character Ranta's mother had indeed made a cameo in the ordinary protagonist's storyline, and was once the subject of ridicule in countless commentaries. It was surprising that he had not made the connection sooner regarding this distinctly idiosyncratic individual. Wang Xianzhe began to reflect on his own flippant views regarding his powers acquired from the legendary realm. Fortunate that this was a comedic narrative rather than a dark or grotesque world. Otherwise, his demise would have been most tragic. Each unpredictable leap into an unknown world was, in essence, a gamble with his very existence. As there were countless entities across realms that could effortlessly obliterate him. Just as the weight of apprehension grew heavier, a flat, unvarnished voice echoed within his mind, sending a wave of cold sweat cascading down him, a sensation akin to being hunted by a fearsome adversary. It was Kinsuk Nanxiong communicating with him telepathically. Panic set in as Wang Xianzhe realized that while his mental barriers had shielded him from Kinsuk's latent influence, they simultaneously alerted Kinsuk to his failure in passive mind reading. On the surface, Kinsuk exhibited no visible signs of emotion as he trailed behind the others. Yet Wang Xianzhe dared not relax. After all, he harbored a significant secret. Even the slightest chance of exposure beneath Kinsuk's inscrutable gaze was intolerable. Maintaining his mental block, Wang Xianzhe's mind raced as he observed the bystanders, and he deftly responded, "What a coincidence. I just encountered someone and invited them to dine with me. I never expected to find another kindred spirit here. To celebrate, allow me to treat you all to a grand feast, providing us with an opportunity to converse about our mutual curiosities." Aware of Kinsuk's preference for anonymity, Wang Xianzhe refrained from directly naming him, instead issuing a veiled invitation. Upon hearing his greeting to Kinsuk, the oblivious Rantu eagerly approached, inquiring, "Hey, who are they? Your friends?" Meanwhile, the perfect beauty, Terahashi Kokomi, brightened at the mention of Kinsuk's name. Kinsuk Nanxiong's friends? He never engages in extracurricular activities. Any acquaintances he has outside must reveal his hidden interests. I am so curious about Kinsuk's hobbies. In contrast to the reticent Kinsuk, Terahashi, who considered herself a flawless goddess, exuded impeccable beauty and charm while harboring a keen excitement for Kinsuk's privacy. At that moment, she found herself perplexed and deeply imaginative, pondering how Kinsuk could know these strangers. Could he secretly lead a double life as a delinquent or a covert agent? Impossible, an ordinary person like Kinsuk could never be such a character. Haha, perhaps I am overthinking this. As she fixated on Kinsuk, the once untouchable Terahashi transformed into a lovesick girl, unable to fathom the possibility of Kinsuk harboring secrets from her, a notion she found utterly unacceptable. A gentle breeze carried a fragrant aroma, heralding the arrival of Terahashi Kokomi, who had a special affection for Kinsuk. Targeting the more unassuming bystander, she approached him with a radiant, confident smile. "Hello, I am Terahashi Kokomi. It's a pleasure to meet you." Indeed, Terahashi was stunning, with an impeccable figure and features that had captivated an entire city in the original story. Coupled with her inherent goddess aura, her allure was a potent weapon against men. However, much like Kinsuk, who could disregard her beauty, her charm proved ineffective against the stoic bystander. All she received in return was a mere nod, devoid of further acknowledgement. How could this ordinary high school student possibly ignore me? The perfect goddess. The bystander's indifferent response pierced Terahashi's heart, leaving her in disbelief that any man could overlook her beauty. This was a first outside of Kinsuk. Truly, he must be a friend of Kinsuk's. They say love begets affection. In an instant, Terahashi attributed the bystander's extraordinary demeanor to Kinsuk's influence. Yet, unwilling to concede, she turned her gaze toward Wang Xianzhe, striving to present an even more dazzling smile. "How did you meet Kinsuk Nanxiang? I am eager to hear your story." Wang Xianzhe, fully aware of Terahashi's intentions, had no desire to play matchmaker. Thus, he feigned ignorance, replying, "Hello, this is simply how I know Kinsuk Nanxiang." "What is happening? Another man who can disregard my beauty." Wang Xianzhe's aloof demeanor delivered another blow to Terahashi, who yearned to uncover more about Kinsuk. The presence of two unfamiliar friends who both ignored her left her unsettled. Could Kinsuk truly be a secret agent? Despite her inner turmoil, Terahashi maintained an air of perfect composure, embodying the image of a true goddess in the eyes of others. Wang Xianzhe couldn't help but admire her poise, aside from her somewhat devious inner thoughts. She truly epitomized flawlessness. Unbeknownst to her, Kinsuk had been acutely aware of her every thought and speculation. Had she realized this, she would likely have lost her composure entirely, as she pondered over Kinsuk's identity. He, preferring a mundane existence, feared her relentless curiosity would expose any vulnerabilities. Thus, he swiftly redirected the conversation. "Terahashi Kokomi, I believe your favorite dessert is strawberry pudding, am I correct?" "What? This is the first time Kinsuk has spoken to me directly. And how did he know my favorite dessert? Could it be that he has been quietly observing me, too shy to reveal his interest? I knew it. How could anyone resist my charm?" Kinsuk's initiative sent Terahashi's cheeks ablaze with joy, nearly rendering her ecstatic and oblivious to her earlier conjectures. In her dazed state, Terahashi watched as Kinsuk and Wang Xianzhe resumed their seats, appearing as though nothing had transpired. "System, please analyze the progress of Kinsuk Nanxiang's world laws." As everyone settled down, Terahashi felt reassured by Kinsuk's presence, while Wang Xianzhe ordered Kinsuk's beloved coffee pudding, hoping to keep his mind off other matters. At last, he awaited the system's feedback. Beep. Target. Kinsuk Nanxiang. Estimated time to obtain 20 of world laws, 13 years, 5 months, and 18 days. Each one yields 200,000 analysis points. Note: due to the world's uniqueness, the host must defeat Kinsuk Nanxiang to acquire an additional 50 of world laws, thereby assuming the role of this world's protagonist and true deity. It appeared that Kinsuk harbored a staggering 70% of the world's laws, and one must vanquish him to obtain a full half of those laws. Upon hearing the system's response, Wang Xianzhe was struck with astonishment. Although he had anticipated this outcome, it was still his first encounter with such a unique analytical target. Defeating the opponent was a mere fantasy. Even the prospect of analyzing them after a decade-long endeavor was unprecedented. The accumulated 70% of the world's laws signified the exceptional nature of Kinsuk Seiki, the undeniable protagonist of this realm. A being capable of annihilating the entire world in just 3 days, a significant dilemma arose. Wang Xianzhe found himself ensnared in a predicament where he could neither analyze Seiki nor transition to the next world. Despite the original narrative not depicting it, Wang Xianzhe firmly believed that Seiki possessed indomitable powers, akin to invincibility. Moreover, just the speed and strength demonstrated by Seiki in the original work made it abundantly clear that he couldn't even harm a single hair on the opponent's body, let alone acquire any fleshed, as for tailing Seiki. Not even a single day could he maintain such proximity. After all, this was a being capable of teleporting to any unknown island on Earth with mere casual strolls. The mere thought of facing Kinsuk Seiki as his next adversary left Wang Xianzhe feeling utterly overwhelmed. Observing Seiki, who was blissfully relishing a coffee pudding while appearing rather unassuming, Wang Xianzhe couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and despair. You are indeed a true powerhouse, but could you perhaps have some aspirations? For instance, I could buy a sample of your blood for research with gold coins. Naturally, such thoughts remained unspoken. If Seiki were to take offense, he might retaliate with a single punch that could propel Wang Xianzhe out of the earth, leaving him utterly hopeless. With Wang Xianzhe's affluent presence, the group, including the somewhat delinquent Hato-shun and the less perceptive Ran, enjoyed their meal heartily. However, Ran too, lacking an understanding of wealth, approached Seiki and, interrupting his enjoyment, boisterously declared, "Hey, let us go have ramen instead." Wang Xianzhe, who had been on guard around Seiki, was taken aback by Rantu's interruption. Turning away, he caught sight of Rantu's grotesque underbite and took a deep breath to alleviate his frustration, reminding himself that Rantu was simply a fool. Seiki had even referred to him as a terrifying man, and Wang Xianzhe knew he couldn't afford to engage in petty disputes with him. While others would recognize the inappropriateness of disturbing the private exchange between Seiki and Wang Xianzhe, Rantu, with his walnut-sized brain, lacked such awareness. Seeing Seiki still immersed in his coffee pudding, he intrusively inserted himself into their conversation. Insisting, "Let us eat ramen?" The best approach to dealing with a fool was to ignore him. Completely disregarding Ranta's outbursts, Wang Xianzhe turned to Seiki and said, "It seems you have a fondness for coffee jelly. As a gesture of our meeting, I would like to take you to the finest restaurant, where you can indulge in premium jelly to your heart's content. Premium coffee jelly, an all-you-can-eat affair." Upon hearing the mention of coffee jelly, Seiki's previously expressionless face exhibited the slightest change. The prospect of premium jelly, something worth several thousand yuan, was a delicacy he had never dared to dream of, and the idea of indulging in it to his heart's content felt surreal. Observing this, Wang Xianzhe silently sighed in relief. It appeared that even Seiki had vulnerabilities. Perhaps he could exploit Seiki's love for coffee jelly to persuade him to willingly part with a bit of his blood. When Seiki inquired again, Wang Xianzhe's mind began to race. In Seiki's eyes, Terahashi Kokomi was merely a nuisance, and no matter how extraordinary Seiki was, he could never fathom the truth of the main heroine's betrayal. Thus, assisting Seiki in distancing himself from Terahashi Kokomi became an opportunity to elevate his standing in Seiki's eyes. Moreover, winning over a perfect goddess like her would be quite advantageous, as Terahashi Kokomi was undoubtedly a true goddess in the realm of anime, both in beauty and grace. Now that Seiki had broached the subject, Wang Xianzhe could not afford to back down. With light-hearted banter, the group arrived at a Western restaurant. Seiki promptly narrated, "Terahashi Kokomi currently desires a Western meal consisting of filet mignon, red wine, a Western-style dessert fruit salad, and ideally, a vibrant red rose to complement her beauty. You can prepare these for her. As for me, I will guide you in making the most suitable choices based on her preferences and feelings." In matters of romance, Seiki's mind-reading abilities combined with his gauge of affection were remarkably effective, though he seemed to disdain such abilities. It was now a masterclass in how to swiftly win over the female lead. Following Seiki's recommendations, Wang Xianzhe first ordered dishes for everyone, particularly Seiki's favorite coffee pudding, before finally approaching Terahashi Kokomi with elegance, saying, "Beautiful goddess, I have prepared a special dinner for you. Please follow me." Simply addressing her as goddess slightly increased his appeal. Now, he needed to present her with a delightful surprise, such as summoning the food to the table, a feat he was more than capable of. Go assist Wang Xianzhe in wooing Terahashi Kokomi. Seiki was even willing to lend his troublesome ability for item conversion to facilitate Wang Xianzhe's endeavors. Summoning food? I can handle that, he thought to this moment. While he was obliged to heed Seiki's overarching plan, Wang Xianzhe was determined not to be treated like a mere puppet. Thus, he subtly shook his head, rejecting Seiki's offer of assistance. Instead, he cast a spell inspired by the enchanting world of Harry Potter. In a dazzling display of golden light, the air's microorganisms and energy were transformed by magic, resulting in steak, red wine, and roses appearing before Terahashi Kokomi, captivating her with an utterly picturesque scene that mirrored her dreams. Witnessing Terahashi Kokomi's interest, Wang Xianzhe smiled subtly. What Seiki found difficult to accomplish with his powers, he achieved effortlessly through magic, and he was doing so right in front of Seiki while courting his intended. Unbeknownst to Wang Xianzhe, Seiki was unaware of this underlying rivalry. He noticed Terahashi Kokomi's affection for Wang Xianzhe had increased by 3 points and excitedly informed him, "Her affection for you has risen. It now stands at 63 points. With a bit more effort, you could replace me in her heart." I understand. "I will need your support in the next phase of my pursuit," Wang Xianzhe replied. Suppressing an odd sensation and an impending peculiar thrill, nodding calmly at Seiki no matter how one looked at it. Seiki appeared strikingly like a bull-headed creature amidst a vibrant green expanse. Indeed, I have a request for you. Regarding the matter of sending a photograph of Miko Shirogane to Seiki Kusuwa, Wang Xianzhe suddenly spoke up, addressing Seiki Kusuwa. I am aware of your formidable strength, but I wish to challenge you to a duel, to ascertain just how much my abilities fall short of yours. Knowing that ordinary people vehemently oppose the use of supernatural powers against humanity, Wang Xianzhe had never contemplated engaging in combat with them. However, upon encountering the incomparably powerful Seiki Kusuwa, he could no longer suppress this desire, leaving Seiki momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated such a notion from Wang. Nevertheless, Seiki nodded in agreement, as this would be his first battle against another ability user. Very well, let us find a secluded location to commence. With that, Wang Xianzhe vanished from his spot, utilizing the spatial magic of phantasmal shift to instantaneously transport himself to a desolate island, devoid of life. Upon arriving at this vast, mysterious isle amidst the ocean, Wang felt no concern that Seiki would be unable to locate him. Instead, he calmed himself in preparation for the forthcoming battle. This time, facing a seemingly insurmountable adversary, he resolved to give his utmost effort. To be honest, since the legendary world, Wang's power level had stagnated for quite some time, unwittingly trapping him in a bottleneck. He had previously been overconfident, believing he could traverse countless realms at will. Now, he sought not only to comprehend the essence of despairing strength, but also to remind himself of his own relative weakness through this encounter with Seiki, a being of divine stature. This way, he could avoid the folly of hubris that might cost him his life in even more terrifying dimensions. On another note, Wang understood very well that even though the odds of defeating Seiki were infinitesimally small, he would not be satisfied leaving this world without having fought him. Chapter 70. The clash of magic and psychic powers. You have arrived. Let us begin. Clad in divine robes and wielding the dragon blade, adorned with rings and necklaces of high caliber, Wang Xianzhe charged towards Seiki Kusuwa, who had suddenly materialized before him. Wang unleashed a flurry of strikes. Brilliant sword lights shimmered through the air, producing numerous radiant blade projections that surged forth like a tempest, each capable of piercing steel. Wang's swordsmanship was exceptionally swift, enveloping all possible avenues of evasion for Seiki. However, Seiki's speed transcended imagination, requiring no evasion whatsoever. He merely extended his right hand, creating phantoms that effortlessly deflected each blade of energy, while the accompanying lights shattered harmlessly against his seemingly indestructible palm. For Seiki, countering Wang's perfected assassination technique was as effortless as eating and drinking. Impressive, truly remarkable. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the sheer might displayed by Seiki at that moment moved Wang deeply, instilling within him an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Yet, clinging to a flicker of defiance that a traveler should not yield to fate, Wang promptly raised his vacant left hand, summoning a blazing fireball, radiant as a newly born sun, radiating boundless warmth and light. Go. Without hesitation, as the fireball reached its maximum compression, transforming into a blinding orb, Wang hurled it towards Seiki with the force capable of obliterating a mountain. In an instant, it was as if a stone had been cast into a still lake. The fireball's passage ignited ripples in the very fabric of space, incinerating the grass and rocks in its wake into ash, leaving a profound trail of gray. Just as the fireball was about to strike Seiki, he did not resort to the simplest method of teleportation to evade Wang's frontal assault. Instead, with a mere thought, an enormous ice wall materialized before him, devoid of any elaborate display. This wall emanated an almost absolute zero coldness, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet drastically, freezing the moisture in the air into crystalline droplets. At the moment of collision, the fireball met the ice wall. Hissed, Wang's fireball was indeed powerful, yet Seiki's prowess proved even greater. Unlike the ice wall he had previously summoned, which could withstand mere ordinary flames, this time, with heightened intensity, Seiki's wall reached a terrifyingly low temperature. Thus, when the fireball made contact, one could scarcely believe his eyes as the once invincible orb was encapsulated by the wall of ice. Seeing the fireball frozen within the crystalline barrier was an exquisite mockery, a cruel jest. It resembled a nuclear explosion, on the verge of annihilating everything, yet effortlessly subdued by a single individual, with a sword in hand. Wang, undeterred, swung down with all his might against the ice wall while simultaneously pointing at it, uttering, "Balala, transfiguration, clang." The dragon blade struck the ice wall, leaving merely a shallow scratch, a testament to the wall's extraordinary hardness. achieved through its chilling essence. Fortunately, while Seiki's ice wall was formidable, it still conformed to the scientific principles of physical states and lacked the immense energy inherent in Wang's magic. Thus, drawing upon the transfiguration magic from the Harry Potter canon, the wall was transformed into vibrant flowers, dismantling the formidable defense that had stood before Wang. Your abilities are rather intriguing. Observing the once imposing ice wall metamorphose into a bouquet of vivid blossoms. Seiki, who had maintained a stoic demeanor throughout the battle, felt a flicker of admiration. Despite his initial disdain, this acknowledgement bore genuine merit, given his exceptional strength and serene disposition. Even a being as extraordinary as Seiki could not help but marvel at the wondrous and magical nature of Wang's spells. Chapter 71. The illusory law of heaven and earth. A roaring inferno materialized within Wang's sword, swiftly transforming into a fiery blade of considerable length. The fierce and domineering flame silenced the world for miles around, even causing the hidden insects to cease their meaningless cries, a testament to the innate power of intimidation. With a thunderous shout, the sword energy shattered all obstacles in its path as it barreled towards Seiki. On the other side, Seiki simply raised his right hand, striking down upon the sword energy with tremendous force. The ensuing clash sent shockwaves across the ocean, creating towering waves that surged towards the island. Wang, forced to retreat several steps, struggled to maintain his stance as the flames within his sword extinguished. Witnessing the complete obliteration of his fiery technique, Wang squinted, realizing, indeed, Seiki Kusua's strength is overwhelmingly superior. My fire techniques exert no pressure upon him. At that moment, a surge of formidable power erupted from Seiki, who finally resolved to engage seriously in an instant. The pressure emanating from him instilled an indescribable terror within Wang, yet he pressed on. Undeterred, charging forward once more. With each clash of their weapons, the entire isle trembled under the force of their conflict. "Oh my goodness! We have detected immense energy," exclaimed a group of surveillance personnel in a certain nation, as the underground facility erupted in blaring alarms, prompting everyone to pray that this surge of energy would dissipate as it had previously, sparing the earth from devastation. Mental combat. Seiki's speed outstripped Wang's, and his strength dwarfed it as well. Wang found himself struggling to discern Seiki's movements amidst the chaos, each collision leaving him trembling from the immense force, forcing him to retreat step by step. Yet, within that moment, Wang's eyes sparkled with determination, as he entered a state of absolute clarity. The next phase of his actions was about to unfold. Amidst the roaring flames, each strike of his long sword became increasingly exquisite, with every glimmer of sword light carving out more arcane curves and intricate angles, aimed directly at Qimu Naoxiong. Under Qimu Naoxiong's watchful gaze, Wang Xianzhe's aura grew calm as water. His eyes radiated tranquility and coldness, subtly enhancing his overall strength. Yet, no matter how powerful Wang Xianzhe became, Qimu Naoxiong was still capable of displaying even greater strength, effortlessly overpowering him once more. As figures flickered, facing the elusive flames of Wang Xianzhe's sword energy, Qimu Naoxiong's body manifested increasingly swift phantoms, skillfully evading Wang Xianzhe's attacks, effortlessly showcasing his seemingly limitless speed. Balala, transformation spell. Qimu Naoxiong's ease prompted Wang Xianzhe to change tactics. If the fire sword technique combined with psychic warfare represented a perfect fusion of legendary warriors and arcane arts, this moment embodied a formidable union of legendary systems and sorcery. Chanting a transformation incantation, Wang Xianzhe unleashed a crimson light, not directed at Qimu Naoxiong, but aimed at himself. He was acutely aware that sorcery could not affect a stronger being, and that the Harry system lacked the nature of surpassing levels in battle. However, the miraculous sorcery did not render him incapable of wielding power beyond his level. At this moment, the transformation magic he cast upon himself caused his body to swell several times, morphing him into a towering giant over 20 meters high. Indeed, with his feet firmly planted on the ground, Wang Xianzhe wielded a colossal sword, striking down towards Qimu Naoxiong with a blow potent enough to cleave an island in two. Accompanied by his immense stature, the sword energy was a staggering force reminiscent of ancient giants. This was Wang Xianzhe's ingenious amplification method, the pseudo-phenomenon of heaven and earth. Although this imitation ability could not be compared to the divine powers he remembered, the sheer increase in size and strength made Wang Xianzhe's flaming greatsword significantly more formidable, with destructive power that soared off the charts. With a thunderous roar, the overwhelming sword energy descended upon the diminutive Qimu Naoxiong under Wang Xianzhe's giant form. As the extraordinary sword was about to strike, Qi Mu Nao Xiong remained unfazed. He merely raised his right arm, reaching for the inferno with the giant S-hand. In the next moment, the sword capable of splitting an island came to a halt in Qi Mu Nao Xiong's grasp. Utterly motionless, looking up at the sky, onlookers would witness an exaggerated flaming greatsword thundering down upon the island, only to come to an eerie silence mid-air. Upon closer inspection, they would be astounded to discover that the fearsome sword had been caught by the diminutive figure beneath it. A starkly disproportionate contrast, yet the small figure held absolute dominance. Wang Xianzhe, despite his efforts, could only helplessly watch as Qi Mu Nao Xiong effortlessly grasped his sword energy, even pushing it back slightly. With one hand clutching the immense flaming greatsword, Qi Mu Nao Xiong abruptly thrust his arm forward, in a rush of howling wind. Wang Xianzhe's giant sword was forcibly pushed aside, an irresistible force making him stagger backward. As the massive sword crashed down onto the ground behind him, the impact resonated like thunder as the roaring flames sank into the island, effortlessly slicing through rock and melting the ocean beneath. The devastation wrought by Wang Xianzhe's misfire was indeed horrifying. Had it occurred in a densely populated city, it could have claimed countless lives. Even on a desolate island, Qi Mu Nao Xiong could not bear to witness the annihilation before him. Thus, in the next moment, he pointed his right hand at the split island, channeling a mysterious force that enveloped Wang Xianzhe. Astonishingly, the shattered island began to heal rapidly, almost rewinding time to its former state. With every creature returning to its original position, including rabbits that resumed grazing as if nothing had transpired. The spectacle was mesmerizing, one that Wang Xianzhe believed he could never replicate. Although his sorcery could potentially restore the island, the returning flora and fauna, along with the vast ocean waters, were beyond his magical capabilities. Wang Xianzhe understood that Qi Mu Nao Xiong's powers surpassed even the most formidable abilities. Capable of reversing time itself, the sheer might of Qi Mu Nao Xiong was truly enviable. Clearly, this island cannot withstand our battle any longer. Let us continue upon the sea, witnessing how his accidental strike could shatter an island. Wang Xianzhe felt a sense of pride in his strength. While he could not measure up to Qi Mu Nao Xiong and other formidable protagonists, he had unknowingly evolved from an ordinary individual into a being of great power. Retrieving the flying broomstick Light Ring 2000 from his spatial backpack, Wang Xianzhe resumed his original form and mounted the broom, which propelled him like an arrow into the sky, swiftly distancing him from the island. If he had been wielding an ancient Chinese sword, his spectacle would have been even more striking. With a piercing rush through the air, thanks to his immense magical energy, Wang Xianzhe commanded the broom with unmatched speed, soaring to triple the speed of the most advanced fighter jets. Yet, regrettably, Wang Xianzhe's display of bravado could not surpass Qi Mu Nao Xiong. As he ascended, Qi Mu Nao Xiong, without any tool, levitated into the air, enveloped in golden light, rapidly closing the distance towards Wang Xianzhe, who had already reached 1,000 meters in altitude. Impressive, but can you still maintain your composure against my barrage of fireballs? As Qi Mu Nao Xiong approached, Wang Xianzhe's hands moved frantically, launching dozens of nuclear fireballs towards him, a final desperate attempt. Still not enough. Give me more. Clenching his teeth, he released 7 or 8 more fireballs, enveloping Qi Mu Nao Xiong's position entirely. Wang Xianzhe felt utterly drained, nearly losing his grip on the broom as he hovered in the It was not a shortage of magical energy, but rather an overload of the energy conduits dedicated to his fireball spell. Leaving him unable to conjure even a single fireball, his veins throbbed with intense pain, and even if he avoided detonation, he desperately needed to cool down these energy barrels. Each incandescent fireball, though seemingly small, contained terrifying heat. Facing Wang Xianzhe's relentless assault, Qi Mu Nao Xiong's expression finally shifted to one of slight gravity. The explosions could obliterate small hills, prompting him to employ ice to counter the fireballs. However, this time, he too unleashed all his might. A chilling wail emanated from Qi Mu Nao Xiong, resonating throughout the sky as torrents of cold air surged forth from his being, enveloping the surroundings. The terrifying frost conjured a flurry of snowflakes and forming icicles, while the ocean began to manifest thick, solid ice, transforming the area into a wintry landscape. The overwhelming cold sent shivers down Wang Xianzhe's spine, compelling him to retreat hastily as he distanced himself from the icy expanse. Countless fireballs collided with the frozen domain Qi Mu Nao Xiong had created. The explosive force was staggering. However, the ice wall did not reach the theoretical minimum temperature, allowing the fireballs to detonate against it rather than being frozen solid. The fiery blossoms erupted against the towering ice wall, creating a stunning display of vivid red flames juxtaposed against the crystalline barrier. A sight both magnificent and beyond human imagination. Yet, Wang Xianzhe realized that despite the explosive might of his fireballs, the ice wall remained inexplicably resilient. Each fireball managed only to breach the outer layer, leaving the core defense intact and rendering the majority of his power ineffective. With his trump cards exhausted, Wang Xianzhe felt a sense of helplessness, and no matter what he unleashed, Qimu Now Xiong effortlessly neutralized his abilities. Faced with the prospect of utilizing any lesser skills, his confidence waned further. Chapter 73. System 2.0 The benefits of upgrading the system. Are you certain that it will prove more advantageous than enhancing skills? Beep. The system upgrade reduces the target analysis time to 1/50th of the original duration, while the range expands to 50 times, 2,500 meters. The requirements shift from flesh and blood to merely epidermal cells and hair. Furthermore, the system will now be capable of analyzing transcendent beings of divine and celestial rank, which version 1.0 could not, and will yield more detailed information, such as directly analyzing the magical energy factors within a sorcerer's body at the genetic level, as well as the fate, causality, of targets below the celestial tier, and predicting, prophesying, the trajectory and energy fluctuations of Kineshi Natsuo's attacks. Very well, then grant me the upgrade. The advantages of the system upgrade do not seem as formidable as he had anticipated. It merely provides some auxiliary features. Nonetheless, Wang Xianzhe must trust the system's counsel. After all, an upgrade is inevitable, whether due to the excessively high levels of divine beings or the fact that analysis time begins to be measured in years, issues that cannot be avoided in the future. Beep. You have expended 10 million analysis points to upgrade the system to version 2.0. The next upgrade will require 100 million analysis points. As the system notification concludes, Wang Xianzhe's analysis points plummet drastically, leaving him with just over 1 million, a stark regression. Yet, without time to lament, the system inquires whether to activate analysis vision. Activate it immediately. The previous activation was to discern the elusive magical energy experience. But this time, the upgraded system undoubtedly brings greater astonishment to Wang Xianzhe. With the exaggerated transformation of his vision, he suddenly realizes that he has never truly comprehended the essence of the system. Its analytical capabilities are astonishing. What skills, items, or individuals cannot the system analyze? Within the realm of analysis vision, Wang Xianzhe perceives an endless stream of information flooding into his mind, encompassing all knowledge of the world before him. The humidity and temperature of the air, the direction and intensity of the wind, the varying heights and colors of the sea surface, the structure and density of seawater and its trace elements, the composition of these trace elements 1,000 years ago, and what molecular decay they will undergo in 10,000 years. All this information flows seamlessly into his consciousness, from the cosmic radiation of distant stars to the intricacies of cellular molecules in the microscopic world, unveiling the vast history of existence. How magnificent! How terrifying! Unbeknownst to him, Wang Xianzhe experiences a profound internal transformation. In this moment, he is engulfed in a mystical epiphany, witnessing his own body magnified under the analytical vision. Bones, blood, brain matter, cells, genes, down to the minutest microorganisms and atoms. Layer upon layer of secrets lay bare under his gaze. In the microscopic realm, he contemplates why his body is so formidable, how this high-dimensional energy of magical essence flows within him, subtly enhancing both his physical form and soul. He seems to glimpse ancient memories concealed in his genetic fragments, witnessing how his ancestors evolved from primitive beings to Homo sapiens, the profound origins of life stirring his very soul. As knowledge cascades through his mind, igniting sparks of wisdom, Wang Xianzhe's demeanor shifts. A divine brilliance named sagacity and wisdom emanates from his gaze, which becomes as deep and boundless as the ocean. It is a perspective akin to that of an omnipotent deity. Turning his attention to Kineshi Natsuo, he now perceives him as a series of detailed data points with countless decimal places. There is no need for nuclear explosions or swordlight. With a mere ordinary slash, Wang Xianzhe aims at the air precisely 10 centimeters and 213.4344 millimeters to the left of Natsuo. Just 3 seconds prior, he had sensed that Natsuo would strike his left shoulder with a punch exceeding 1.2803213 times the speed of sound, delivering a terrifying force of 30.212332313 tons. Previously, such a punch would have sent him flying without doubt. However, now, by merely applying a sword strike of over 20 tons at this angle, he can repel Natsuo's formidable punch. Boom! As if delivering his own fist, Kineshi Natsuo's punch crashes down onto the tip of Wang Xianzhe's sword. And upon contact, Both combatants find themselves suspended in the air, locked in a standoff. Indeed, you are the first person to excite me. In the original narrative, Kaneshi Natsuo had never encountered a worthy opponent. Having trained alone by lifting boulders weighing dozens of tons on a deserted island, constantly suppressing his increasingly powerful, uncontrollable abilities with a technological device on his head. Now, facing Wang Xianzhe's diverse techniques, he feels a rare surge of exhilaration. Now, behold my fire sword technique. A massive flame sword energy manifests in Wang Xianzhe's hands, instilling him with confidence. The activation of his mental warfare allows the rational Wang Xianzhe to discover that this skill, combined with the system's divine vision, is a match made in heaven. The endless stream of information and the slowed perception of the external world, coupled with his computer-like rapid calculations, create a scientifically sound and mechanically perfect method of attack, enabling him to unleash tenfold the power from a single unit of effort. What could previously split an island in two now possesses the potential to unleash a cataclysmic force upon the ocean beneath them. Boom! With a tempestuous gust, Wang Xianzhe, wielding his colossal sword, unleashes an unparalleled sword energy aimed at Kaneshi Natsuo, intent on cleaving him into the depths of the sea. Natsuo, undeterred, flashes with a rare spark of combativeness, transforming into a beam of golden light to meet the immense sword energy head-on. Bang! In a collision devoid of flamboyance, Kaneshi Natsuo firmly grasps the fearsome sword energy, yet the 1,000-degree heat and razor-sharp essence of the sword fail to inflict a single injury upon him. In terms of sheer power and defense, Natsuo ultimately holds the upper hand. With a flicker of brilliance in his eyes, Wang Xianzhe's sword energy slices outward, shifting his technique. After all, the moment Natsuo grasped the sword energy was already anticipated in his provision. Now, he must employ his perfected swordsmanship in conjunction with the system's calculations to corner Natsuo into a flurry of confusion. Only then can he glimpse the possibility of victory. Boom! The sword energy descends once more. But Kaneshi Natsuo, leveraging his vastly superior speed and perception, intercepts it. Yet, the ensuing shockwave from their clash sends ripples across the ocean's surface, stirring colossal waves that reverberate through the nearby islands, shaking the very earth. This battle between Wang Xianzhe and Kaneshi Natsuo rages on for 3 days and nights, unsettling much of the Pacific Ocean, as the towering waves impact countless coastal cities. Ultimately, it is Wang Xianzhe who first concedes defeat, realizing that despite the system's extraordinary assistance, it cannot surmount the seemingly invincible defense of Kaneshi Natsuo, a chasm in power levels that cannot be easily bridged. Wang Xianzhe understands he must strive to learn more systemic knowledge. Only by surpassing Natsuo in strength can he truly overpower his opponent. However, Wang Xianzhe's goals are achieved. Seizing the opportunity while Kaneshi Natsuo remains unsuspecting, he employs cunning tactics during their combat and stealthily severs a single hair from the back of Natsuo's hand. At least he will no longer be trapped in this world, and thoughts of defeating Natsuo to acquire the protagonist's destiny can wait for another day. Chapter 74. The Ice Needle Girl Master. Following his battle with Kaneshi Natsuo, Wang Xianzhe's life returns to tranquility. Yet, a psychic who, like in the original tale, learns from other spirits that the cataclysmic earthquake and tsunami were instigated by Natsuo, desperately seeks to apprentice under him. This individual is the limitless psychic, Naito Breda, a lecherous scoundrel with clear eyes, unabashedly revealing his intent to learn the powers of clairvoyance and X-ray vision for unscrupulous purposes. Naito Breda's arrival brings a modicum of amusement to Kaneshi Natsuo's otherwise mundane existence. However, the return to normalcy has little to do with Wang Xianzhe, for with the system upgrade, he now requires merely a few months to analyze Natsuo's hair. Along with the world rules of other passers-by, including Naito Breda and various psychics, effectively recuperating a significant portion of his analysis points. Thus, the charming Shitakawa Miko has become a distant dream, leaving Kaneshi Natsuo to continue grappling with avoidance. Of course, during the analysis period, Wang Xianzhe does not remain idle. While diligently honing his various skills, he also engages in enlightening discussions with Kaneshi Natsuo regarding spatial magic and runes, discovering valuable insights that lead to breakthroughs in his spatial abilities. Not only has his already vast spatial backpack expanded several-fold, but he has also developed a second backpack akin to a pet space, allowing him to transport living beings through dimensions, as the time arrived. Wang Xianzhe, leveraging his connection with Seiki Kusuwa, sought out his brother who had an affinity for younger siblings. Utilizing some rather underwhelming yet astonishing magical gadgets, he procured a vast array of nuclear weapon schematics from the other party. These designs included nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs far more advanced than those of World War II Britain, along with an assortment of futuristic items such as laser guns and robots, resulting in an unimaginable bounty. The most significant acquisition, however, was the blueprint for a time machine. Yes, the very contraption created by Seiki Kusuwa in a parallel universe, which nearly led to the world's destruction. Unfortunately, this world ultimately revolved around superpowers, and despite possessing an IQ of 218, Seiki Kusuwa still failed to outsmart the exceptionally gifted Seiki Kusuwa even once. The fact that the combined analysis of his inventions, such as a device to shield against telepathy, Magneto's helmet, and the time machine, amounted to less than 3 indicates that Seiki Kusuwa was truly misplaced in this world. Had he been in Marvel, he would undoubtedly have emerged as a tech-savvy superhero. Upon departing this realm, Wang Xianzhe first traversed to the world of Harry Potter, where he took with him a unicorn, a house elf named Kobe, and several other magical creatures. He then returned to the legendary world to catch up with the innkeeper and, employing transformation magic, turned several members of the Bai family, who had developed ulterior motives due to his disappearance, into toads and turtles, instilling a deep sense of dread among the populace and leaving behind the legend of a terrifying Dark Lord. Ultimately, a reassured Wang Xianzhe, laden with more potions and equipment from the legendary world, proceeded to his 4th destination, a quaint town in ancient China. Draped in a scholar's robe resembling that of a Taoist priest, Wang Xianzhe swayed his carefree fan, effortlessly blending into the throng of ancient denizens. It appeared that a festive celebration was underway, with fire-breathing performers captivating onlookers, vendors peddling candied hawthorn, and children darting about with windmills, as the bustling crowd wore smiles of delight. Ahead, a sizable gathering was intently observing something, piquing Wang Xianzhe's curiosity as he approached to witness what cultural spectacle was unfolding. Do not miss it, everyone. Watch as my brother demonstrates his prowess by plunging his bare hands into a cauldron of scalding oil. As Wang Xianzhe neared the crowd, he heard the sounds of applause and soon witnessed a burly man theatrically inserting his hands into a large iron pot filled with bubbling, smoking oil. This performance is quite familiar, thought Wang Xianzhe, recognizing it as one of the many deceitful tricks often exposed in ancient tales. However, he refrained from revealing the ruse. After all, these individuals were merely street performers trying to earn a living, and festivals were meant for merriment. The wealthy tossed in coins, while the less fortunate contributed their presents, celebrating the rarity of his brother's demonstration. The ancient populace remained quite naive, unaware of the trickery. They were captivated by the man's act, especially after hearing the exaggerated praises from nearby onlookers, leading them to toss in sizable copper coins and even a few small silver pieces, eliciting wide grins from the performers who increased their efforts in response. Do not let yourself be deceived. He possesses no internal power. These are nothing but illusions. Just as the atmosphere became lively and jovial, a sweet female voice broke through the din, abruptly disrupting the performance. The burly men turned livid at the interruption, glaring into the crowd, demanding an explanation from the girl who dared to disrupt their business. Wang Xianzhe turned to see a similarly enchanting maiden weaving through the throng, her flowing hair and heroic attire indicating she was a disciple from a wandering sect. It appeared this world was indeed a realm of martial arts. You are deceiving everyone here. Do you not realize that the cauldron contains vinegar instead of oil? And that the liquid has yet to boil? Anyone could place their hands in the pot. What? They are frauds. This is all a sham. No, I want my money back. Upon hearing the maiden's revelations, the duped crowd erupted in fury, with impatient individuals rushing forth to reclaim their tossed coins, prompting others to follow suit. In an instant, the once full cauldron had been emptied of copper coins. You dare disrupt our performance? Witnessing the sudden loss, the expressions of the burly men darkened as several similarly dressed thugs emerged from behind the makeshift stage, shouting, "Who is causing trouble?" Clearly, these wandering men formed a considerable gang. Get lost. You have no business here anymore. Realizing the futility of recovering their lost money, the newly emerged thugs became increasingly aggressive, prepared to settle scores with the girl, embodying the archetypal rough-and-tumble demeanor of martial artists who would draw their blades at the slightest provocation. After all, as the saying goes, to disrupt a person's means of livelihood is akin to murdering their parents. This group of men depended on this performance for sustenance. Did they not require compensation for their labor and props? They had finally encountered a day ripe for profit, only to have it spoiled by the girl's mere words. Am I wrong? Is it unreasonable to expose your deception? Unfazed by the surge of anger from the burly men, the surrounded girl remained composed, firmly believing she had done a commendable deed. At this moment, only Wang Xianzhe remained as an onlooker, pondering. This girl is undoubtedly extraordinary, yet her bluntness and disregard for decorum reveal her inexperience in navigating such situations. The girl's reckless bravado only served to infuriate the crowd further. The leading thug, exasperated, shouted, "You dare act so arrogantly? I'll sell you to a brothel to compensate for our losses," with a menacing group of thugs. They charged towards the girl, wielding their weapons in a manner that was anything but a mere bluff. "Very well, I shall not hold back." The girl, though lacking worldly experience, understood that being sold to a brothel was the gravest insult. Without waiting for the thug to strike, she acted first. An ice needle shot forth from her delicate fingers, piercing the leading thug's chest with remarkable speed. To Wang Xianzhe's astonishment, upon impact, a layer of ice rapidly enveloped the thug, spreading outward, transforming him into a frozen statue almost instantaneously. In the ensuing chaos, the panicking crowd either fled in fear or stumbled into one another, inadvertently knocking over the frozen thug, who shattered into countless pieces upon hitting the ground, resembling glass that had been smashed. Clearly, even the legendary healer Hua Tua could not revive him. This ice needle technique was dreadfully lethal. "Who are you?" The brutal death of one thug, coupled with the horrific manner of his demise, finally awakened the remaining men to the gravity of their mistake. However, as the thugs began to soften their stance, the girl showed no inclination towards reconciliation. With a graceful motion, she launched several more ice needles, each finding its mark in the chests of the remaining thugs, rendering their weapons useless as they too transformed into frosty statues. As a gentle breeze swept through, the frozen figures crumbled like fragile gravel under the sun, leaving behind a scene of grotesque remains. After dispatching her foes, the girl giggled carefreely. "Dare to provoke me, Li Macho of the ancient tomb sect. You truly seek your own demise. My master was right. Men are indeed untrustworthy creatures, Li Macho." Upon hearing her declaration, Wang Xianzhe, who had been a mere observer, nearly gasped in disbelief. This naive and whimsical girl was destined to become the notorious villain, reviled throughout the martial world. What cruel fate had befallen her, that love could lead one to such despair? Yet, witnessing her unflinching demeanor as she took lives, Wang Xianzhe realized that having never left the ancient tomb, Li Macho was oblivious to the severity of murder. Her actions would undoubtedly forge an insurmountable enmity with the martial community. Moreover, was this truly the martial world he had envisioned? The level of martial prowess exhibited was astonishingly excessive, recalling the sight of the thugs reduced to icy fragments. Wang Xianzhe couldn't help but marvel at the disparity. In his memories, the ice soul silver needles were merely poison needles, yet in this realm, they had transformed into genuine ice needles, capable of freezing individuals solid, truly indicative of a fantastical martial world. Witnessing Li Macho calmly turn away after committing murder, Wang Xianzhe contemplated and decided to pursue her. Having encountered the youthful Li Macho, he felt it was a fortuitous opportunity to perform a noble deed by rescuing this vibrant maiden from the tragic clutches of the dashing Lu Zhanyuan. After all, if Li Macho's current killings could be justified to some extent, her future indiscriminate slaughter of innocent civilians would certainly earn her the reputation of a merciless fiend, and such a world would benefit from a reduction in bloodshed. Shortly after Li Macho and Wang Xianzhe departed, a group of righteous martial artists arrived at the scene. Aghast at the sight of frozen corpses strewn about, it had been a long time since they had witnessed such a horrifying massacre. An impatient middle-aged man, shouting about a murderous demon, picked up a partially preserved arm from the ground. However, as soon as his right hand brushed against the frozen limb, it turned a chilling blue, the frost spreading rapidly towards his neck, causing his complexion to turn ashen and purple, and his body to tremble uncontrollably. Clearly, the residual poison of the ice needles was deadly to anyone who touched them. The onlookers' disdain and apprehension toward the yet unseen Li Macho intensified, for her martial prowess was indeed exceedingly sinister. "Quickly pursue her. She cannot have gone far, and the antidote is likely with her," commanded the strongest among them, as he pressed on the middle-aged man's acupoint to halt the spread of the poison. Meanwhile, the inexperienced Li Macho was blissfully unaware that she was being followed. As she delighted in the wildflowers along the road, everything appearing so fresh and beautiful to her after escaping the ancient tomb. Clearing his throat, Wang Xianzhe, who had been trailing her, stepped forward and addressed her. "You must be Li Macho, the heir of the ancient tomb sect. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." "Who are you?" Li Macho retorted, her voice laced with menace. "Approach me again, and I shall kill you." Wang Xianzhe sensed no genuine threat in her words, yet he recognized that such individuals were the most dangerous, as they acted without moral constraint. He believed that if his response did not satisfy her, she might indeed strike him down without hesitation. To others, Li Macho was a mere child, a This was undoubtedly the demeanor of a true villain. Yet Li Macho remained oblivious to the gravity of her actions, lacking any conventional notions of right and wrong. You may call me young Master Wang. For the time being, you shall accompany me as a maid. I shall teach you the ways of the world. Should I witness you engaging in wanton killings again, do not blame me for subjecting you to nightmares you would never wish to recall. Wang Xianzhe perceived that this sweet-voiced maiden, who frequently spoke of murder, required rigorous guidance. Otherwise, even if she were to avoid Lu Zhanyuan due to his presence, she would ultimately diverge down a dark path as in the original tale. Should you wish me to serve as your maid, it remains to be seen if you possess the capability. She shot back defiantly. Remarkably, Wang Xianzhe's straightforwardness did not provoke much resistance from Li Macho. She merely brandished her icy needles as a silent threat, offering him a cold smile. In the martial world, power spoke volumes, and if Wang Xianzhe could best her, she would accept her position as his maid without objection. Very well, let us engage in a contest, so that you may be convinced, Li Macho declared. Her strength was formidable, exceeding the martial prowess he had previously known, yet compared to him, she was merely a fledgling. Thus, Wang Xianzhe remained unperturbed, casually gesturing for her to attack. Li Macho, fueled by indignation, unleashed a flurry of menacing azure ice needles. Wang Xianzhe lifted his fan, effortlessly blocking their path. Li Macho smirked, thinking him foolish to try and deflect her lethal projectiles with such a flimsy object. However, she underestimated the fan's legendary nature. Upon impact, her prized ice needles shattered against it as if they were mere shards of ice colliding with iron. In the end, the deadly needles left no mark upon the delicate fan. Seeing her most potent technique thwarted, Li Macho's eyes widened in disbelief, and she retaliated with another volley of ice needles, executing intricate arcs aimed at his vital points. Yet, no matter how skillful her technique, it was rendered futile against absolute power. Wang Xianzhe swept his fan forward, sending her ice needles hurtling back at her with even greater speed, forcing her to roll away in a desperate attempt to evade the returning projectiles. As Li Macho regained her footing, glaring at him with unwavering defiance, she conjured more ice needles. In response, Wang Xianzhe pointed at her, unleashing a swift green light from his fingertip that struck her before she could react. A cloud of white mist enveloped the area, revealing a grotesque toad. Wang Xianzhe had employed a transformation spell from the Harry Potter universe, an insidious tactic against a foe whose power paled in comparison to his, particularly against a beautiful woman. Upon realizing her transformation into a repulsive toad, Li Macho's initial disbelief morphed into despair, tears welling in her eyes. Even in her altered state, Wang Xianzhe discerned the intensity of her fear and despair. Li Macho, you shall accompany me as my maid until I deem you properly educated. Otherwise, you will remain a toad for eternity. Nod if you understand, or would you prefer to remain in your current form? As he spoke, the toad vigorously nodded in fear. It was clear that the once fearless young woman was now terrified, her murky eyes reflecting her dread. Fortunately, they were alone. Had anyone else witnessed this horrific spectacle, Wang Xianzhe would undoubtedly be labeled as the most malevolent villain in the martial world. With the incantation, release the transformation spell. A red light struck the ground, restoring Li Macho to her human form. Yet, even as she returned to her youthful visage, her eyes brimmed with terror and trepidation, regarding Wang Xianzhe as if he were a demon from hell. The defiance she once held was utterly extinguished, replaced by a trembling submission. Now that you are my maid, we shall establish some ground rules. First, you must not kill without my permission. Second, you will follow me in doing good and observing how I navigate the martial world. Lastly, you will share all the knowledge of the ancient tomb sect's martial arts with me. Rest assured, I understand the importance of secrecy. Aside from my personal study, I guarantee that your sect's teachings will remain confidential. In essence, you have no choice unless you truly wish to live as a toad. Li Macho, recognizing the futility of resistance, lowered her head and obediently followed Wang Xianzhe. For the young maiden who had just emerged from the ancient tomb, encountering such a demon was undoubtedly the greatest misfortune of her life. Overwhelmed by fear, she dared not even breathe, lest Wang Xianzhe impose further punishment. Wang Xianzhe, satisfied with her demeanor, nodded approvingly. In time, Li Macho would come to realize that he was, in fact, quite reasonable. Certainly, the training of Li Macho was merely incidental. Wang Xianzhe's primary purpose in this realm is to unravel the intricacies of the world's laws as extensively as possible. After traversing through several worlds, he has come to comprehend the origins of the analysis values, which either stem from the power system of this world or its themes. Therefore, the majority of the laws governing this world can be found within the pages of extraordinary martial arts manuals. Consequently, Wang Xianzhe conceived the idea of becoming a divine physician, whimsically appointing the notorious and venomous beauty Li Macho from the original narrative as his esteemed apprentice. After all, this is a martial world where strength reigns supreme. While not every day is drenched in bloodshed, conflicts of vengeance and rivalry are commonplace. A physician capable of curing all ailments would undoubtedly earn respect wherever he goes, attracting countless martial artists eager to exchange their secret techniques for his esteemed reputation. This approach is undeniably far more astute than relying solely on brute force to coerce various sects into submission. Li Macho, how long has it been since you left the ancient tomb? On the journey, noticing Li Macho's timid demeanor, Wang Xianzhe casually inquired, hoping to ascertain the exact timeline of the return of the Condor heroes. Even in this fantastical rendition, the overarching plot likely remains largely unchanged. I have been away from the ancient tomb for 13 days, she responded cautiously, her voice barely above a whisper. If not for Wang Xianzhe's keen hearing, he would have struggled to catch her words. Only 13 days? Then the official commencement of the plot is still quite distant. The little dragon girl is probably still cherubic, he mused. Having traversed multiple worlds and encountered several protagonists from the original works, Wang Xianzhe had long since abandoned the fervent desire to meet every character, yet now, he pondered whether this lineage of martial arts worlds might still harbor remnants of the exceptional techniques from the legend of the Condor heroes and the heavenly sword and dragon saber. First, Guojing and Huang Rong should still be in their early prime, making the 18 dragon-subduing palms and 9 yin manual their coveted goals. Furthermore, it appears that Wang Chongyang has yet to meet his demise, and the innate skill must not be overlooked. Lastly, it is plausible that the disciples of the Shaoyao sect have not been entirely extinguished. They may merely be concealed in some obscure corner of this world. Even more so than the ancient tomb sect. Chapter 77. The Pursuit of Revenge. Li Macho, beneath the shade of that tree lies a solitary wild ginseng. We can attempt to capture it. It contains a wealth of beneficial elements and the essence of nature, which can enhance the martial prowess of practitioners. Now, observe my techniques closely as I extract its roots without damage. The study of potions in the world of Harry Potter encompasses an immense reservoir of knowledge amassed by wizards throughout history. Thus, Wang Xianzhe's expertise in herbal medicine is not diminished. With practiced skill, he meticulously unearthed the ginseng, maintaining a tranquil demeanor. His earlier immersion in the endless flow of information has undoubtedly refined his spirit. Although he is no longer in an extraordinary state of unity with the cosmos, his mindset has significantly elevated compared to before. Otherwise, upon arriving in this world, he would not have remained so patient while guiding Li Macho in foraging for medicinal herbs. Indeed, this world possesses a high level of cultivation, rendering the ginseng akin to legendary herbs birthed from the essence of nature. The ancient environment is wondrous, encountering a high-energy martial world rich in Chinese culture. Precious medicinal materials are scattered among the waist-high grass. While they may be rare, Wang Xianzhe joyfully collected a substantial amount of ginseng and reishi mushrooms, greatly enriching his collection. However, while Wang Xianzhe reveled in his harvest, Li Macho remained anxious and cautious, perplexed by how the perceived demon could masquerade as a gentle and refined medical expert, suspecting a hidden agenda. Murderous fiend, do not flee, as he unearthed another ginseng resembling a humanoid figure. A group of middle-aged men suddenly emerged behind him. Dressed as martial artists, they rudely shouted at Li Macho. They had finally tracked her down, and at first glance, had they not been informed by the townsfolk about her appearance and ruthlessness, they would never have suspected that such a sweet young woman could be a murderer. Find your own way. Go ahead and speak your mind to them, Wang Xianzhe signaled to Li Macho. Intrigued to see how she would handle this confrontation, murderous fiend, by what right do you accuse me? I will strike down anyone who threatens my life. Despite her initial hesitance, the collective outcry of the men provoked her ire. With Wang Xianzhe encouraging her independence, Li Macho, already in a foul mood, firmly declared her stance, uttering words that undeniably marked her as a figure of the demonic path. Let us all attack. Kill this female fiend. Wang Xianzhe observed the escalating tension, recognizing that neither party was able to comprehend one another's perspective. Li Macho believed her conduct was justified, while the others felt their righteousness was an unquestionable duty. Ultimately, those accusing her of murder were no different from those they condemned, resorting to violence to impose their so-called justice. As the group of men, emboldened by their numbers, charged towards Li Macho, she instinctively retreated further. This development delighted the attackers, and those who ran fastest redoubled their efforts. their eyes gleaming with excitement. If one of them could be the first to slay the female fiend, their reputation in the martial world would soar. And they would be hailed as Wang Xianzhe, the slayer of the female demon. Yet, they gravely miscalculated. Li Macho's retreat was not born of fear but rather a recollection of Wang Xianzhe's command against unnecessary violence. In his presence, she dared not act too decisively, lest she be transformed into a toad once more. Li Macho, you may kill, but do not expect me to resolve the troubles that follow. Think carefully before you act. Initially, Wang Xianzhe intended to impart wisdom to Li Macho, but upon reflection, he recognized that without her first-hand experience, his words would be futile. It would be far more beneficial for her to glean some worldly wisdom from the current situation before he offered further guidance. In his view, the martial individuals before him were hardly paragons of virtue. Their readiness to kill for unfamiliar people revealed their hypocrisy. Swish, swish, swish. Despite Li Macho's inconspicuous reputation in the martial realm, her skills acquired from the ancient tomb sect were unparalleled. Whether through internal energy, hidden weapons, or agility, she was far beyond the capabilities of these ordinary fighters. As the skirmish commenced, she swiftly launched 5 silver needles, instantly freezing 5 men in place. The display of her formidable prowess left the remaining attackers in terror, their bravado dissipating in an instant. Regrettably, Li Macho offered them no opportunity to retreat, and those who attempted to withdraw were struck by the subsequent silver needles, becoming mere ice statues beneath the sun's rays. Demon, I will fight you to the death. The remaining individuals, realizing their predicament, summoned their last vestiges of bravery and charged at Li Macho with bloodshot eyes, weapons raised. However, the disparity in strength rendered their efforts futile. They lacked even the qualification to reach her. A few remaining silver needles swiftly dispatched the remaining assailants where they stood. The chaos of martial conflict is indeed a tangled web of complexities. Witnessing the self-proclaimed heroes fall at the hands of the formidable demon, Wang Xianzhe mused on the value of life among these martial practitioners. One miscalculation led to their untimely demise. Having slain them, let us continue our quest for medicinal herbs. The martial world is inherently a cycle of kill or be killed. Since these individuals met their end while attempting to uphold their moral crusade, it merely indicated their lack of skill. Moreover, Wang Xianzhe had no grounds to chastise Li Macho excessively, for her lifetime of killings paled in comparison to his own, particularly the tragic tale of her descent into madness upon witnessing the character Yuan, which led to the massacre of countless innocents in Yuan County. Demon, at last, I have found you. It was you who killed my brother. It was you. This demon is responsible for the death of my husband. Zhang Lang died a tragic death. Demon, I shall avenge my third brother. Li Macho cautiously followed Wang Xianzhe, but she had barely begun to gather herbs when a group of people approached her. As if they had stirred a hornet's nest, countless eyes burned with rage, their hateful gazes seemingly wishing to drink her blood and devour her flesh. In Chapter 78, Zhang Wuxia, it was unclear whether they naively thought that sheer numbers would grant them impunity or whether their hatred had clouded their judgment. Many sought revenge against Li Macho, comprising individuals of all ages, exuding a certain momentum. Yet, among them, not a single expert could be found, and they vastly overestimated Li Macho's patience. Noticing that Wang Xianzhe showed no intention of intervening, Li Macho, pursued by the crowd with gritted teeth, felt that there was only one way to resolve this trouble, through violence. A few silver needles flew from her hand, resulting in several immediate fatalities. In the blink of an eye, regardless of age or gender, half of the assailants were transformed into shattered ice figures by Li Macho's merciless icy needles. Demon, I shall not let you go unpunished. Even in death, I will curse you daily from the depths below. Realizing that this group would not survive the day, the remaining women glared at Li Macho and Wang Xianzhe with venomous hatred, cursing them from the ground with a rage that seemed to stretch across the seas. Wang Xianzhe, equally berated by the women, remained expressionless, seemingly caught in the crossfire despite having not lifted a finger. Stop this at once. Wang Xianzhe thought Li Macho would eliminate the group entirely, only to find herself ensnared in a deeper whirlpool of conflict. After all, the escalating number of lives lost at her hands was an undeniable reality. The ensuing entanglement with family and true heroes would only exacerbate the situation, regardless of who was right or wrong from the outset. Just as Li Macho aimed her icy needles at the last few women, a young man with an elegant demeanor and striking features appeared, seemingly treading on invisible steps in midair as he approached them from afar. Who was this person? Wang Xianzhe's formidable mental acuity sensed a depth of internal power exceeding that of Li Macho. Emanating a scorching intensity, suggesting he practiced an extraordinary form of martial art. Observing the young man, seemingly in his early 20s, wielding a gleaming silver hook in his left hand and a black iron pin in his right, Wang Xianzhe's mind raced. Something is amiss. Who is this unexpected young master? I can't recall such a character in the storyline of the Condor heroes. The martial prowess in this world was undoubtedly profound and fantastical. In the moment, Wang Xianzhe was taken aback. The young man, who had been a kilometer away just a second ago, now stood before the crowd, his silver hook slicing through the air, deflecting all of Li Macho's silver needles. You dare not spare even the women and children? The young man's fury was palpable as he gazed upon the bloodied, mutilated bodies on the ground, and without hesitation, he admonished Li Macho sternly, his voice resonating with righteous indignation. They provoked me first. Why should I not kill them? Li Macho found his sudden appearance perplexing. She had merely retaliated against those who sought to harm her. Why did men continually meddle in her affairs? Reflecting on her precarious situation under Wang Xianzhe's control, her eyes flickered with both fear and anger. Indeed, all men were wretched. Do you possess no shred of compassion? The young man found Li Macho's defense utterly unreasonable. He understood that even the Wudong 7 heroes would not easily resort to killing, even in the face of villainy. They would seek to redeem wrongdoers instead. To kill mercilessly over a mere conflict was the conduct of a demon, was it not? Their conversation spiraled into futility, causing Li Macho to lose patience. Who are you to meddle in my affairs? She retorted coldly. I am Zhang Tsuishan. Your propensity for slaughter seems excessive, he replied. Upon hearing Zhang Tsuishan's name, the remaining women, still shaken, erupted into jubilant cries. Zhang Wuxia, you are the true hero. Please, take up our cause. My husband and his brother fell victim to this demon's hands. Zhang Lang, you died so tragically. We implore you to avenge us. Do not show her mercy. Seeing Zhang Tsuishan, the women, as if finding a pillar of support, began to wail and shout extravagantly, hoping he would exact vengeance, ideally by directly slaying Li Macho. What was happening? This young man was indeed Zhang Tsuishan. His earlier leap of a kilometer undoubtedly showcased the renowned lightness of Wudong's techniques. Wang Xianzhe recognized Zhang Tsuishan, for he was none other than the father of Zhang Wuji. Yet, how could a character from Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber intrude upon this narrative? This was meant to be the realm of the Condor heroes. Wang Xianzhe's bewilderment aside, like the character in the original text, Zhang Tsuishan was somewhat pedantic but undeniably deserving of the title hero. He firmly rejected the women's pleas, explaining gently, when will this cycle of vengeance ever cease? Killing is inherently wrong. For your sake, I implore you to return with me to Wudong Mountain and cultivate your spirit for a time. Zhang Wuxia, do not be deceived by her delicate appearance. She is ruthless when it comes to killing. Hearing Zhang Tsuishan's refusal to slay Li Macho, the women erupted in protest, one particularly vile woman nearly accusing Zhang Tsuishan of abandoning his principles for the sake of beauty, suggesting he harbored ulterior motives towards Li Macho. If you wish for me to return with you to Wudong Mountain, let us see if you possess the capability. In the world of martial arts, strength ultimately spoke volumes. Zhang Tsuishan, known for his chivalry, could not escape a confrontation. Li Macho, unwilling to surrender, retaliated fiercely, launching several icy needles toward him. Although Zhang Tsuishan was Li Macho's junior from a different era, he effortlessly shattered the needles with a wave of his silver hook, showcasing his overwhelming prowess. After all, he was a direct disciple of the legendary Zhang Sanfeng, praised in the original narrative as the most perceptive among the Wudong 7 heroes. Regrettably, fortune had not favored him. Due to his wife In Susu's demonic lineage and the dragon-slaying saber, he had not yet had the chance to showcase the brilliance of Wudong's martial arts to the world before he and In Susu were tragically forced to their demise at the hands of self-righteous individuals. With young Zhang Wuji witnessing the tragedy unfold, Chapter 79. Repelling the enemy, Li Macho's concealed weapons were swift and deadly, but ultimately, such techniques were perceived as inferior to the time-honored swordplay and could not contend with it directly. Furthermore, Zhang Tsuishan's cultivation of pure Yang's ultimate power not only countered the properties of her icy needles, but also provided him with formidable defensive capabilities. Observing this, Li Macho ceased her assault with icy needles, summoning a dark, foul mist from her palms, unleashing her renowned technique, 5 Poisons Divine Palm. With every movement, Li Macho emanated a venomous ferocity, causing Zhang Tsuishan to frown. His left hand wielded the pin like a judge, directing it towards Li Macho and transforming it into sharp, cold starlight, each beam targeting the black energy radiating from her palms. These piercing energies, capable of penetrating steel, contain the essence of the pure yang energy, rendering them impervious to the most fearsome poisons embedded in the 5 poisons divine palm. Li Macho, taken aback by Zhang Zuishan's unyielding stance against her lethal technique, let out a cry of anguish as she felt several bloody holes punctured in her palm by the force of his attack. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Zuishan pressed his advantage, channeling the internal force of pure yang into his fist, igniting it with a fiery intensity. He executed a wudong long fist, aiming a strike at Li Macho's shoulder. While he could have easily slain her, he still entertained the notion of subduing her through martial skill. Blood gushed forth as Li Macho clutched her wounded hand, retreating rapidly to avoid Zhang Zuishan's relentless momentum. Unintentionally backing herself against the formidable figure of Wang Xianzhe, Li Macho is no match for Zhang Zuishan. After all, she is indeed younger and has practiced for fewer years. With a glance at the seemingly fragile girl injured before him, Wang Xianzhe stepped forward, positioning himself between Li Macho and Zhang Zuishan. He extended his palm, catching Zhang Zuishan's fist with a muffled thud, allowing the fiery energy to blaze without inflicting harm upon his hand. Zhang Zuishan, Li Macho is my servant. If she is erred, I bear responsibility as well. For my sake, would you consider sparing her? He was indeed a master. Wang Xianzhe effortlessly blocked his long punch, and Zhang Zuishan felt a tightening in his heart. Yet he resolutely declared, no, her murderous intent is too heavy. She must return with me to Wudong Mountain. Zhang Zuishan, I know you are a true hero. However, I must say that while my maid may act a bit extreme, every life she has taken was not innocent. At least they struck first, do not deny it. For in the martial world, the strong are revered. Li Macho said, if others kill her, should she not be allowed to retaliate? Is there any logic in that? If you insist on acting as the arbiter of justice, then I shall have no choice but to defeat you, sir. I understand your prowess, but please, strike. Some matters require action, even when one knows they are futile. Very well, for Zhang Zhenren's sake, I shall merely defeat you this time. But if you insist on your principles before me again, I will not hold back. Before the battle commenced, Wang Xianzhe had already determined the outcome. After all, even in this fantastical martial arts world, he did not believe anyone besides the likes of Zhang Sanfeng or the sweeping monk held the qualifications to spar with him. Please, acknowledging he was outmatched, Zhang Zuishan did not act arrogantly, instead launching an attack against Wang Xianzhe. Supreme martial arts. As Zhang Zuishan's brush danced like a dragon and snake, 4 resplendent golden characters appeared before Wang Xianzhe, shooting forth with incredible mystique. This moment captured Zhang Zuishan's most esteemed martial arts technique, the Etian Tu Long Gong, a style conceived by Zhang Sanfeng through meticulous contemplation. Each stroke was infused with the most exquisite martial prowess of the time. Holding the Xiaoyao fan, Wang Xianzhe's martial skills appeared deceptively simple, relying on his mastery of foundational swordplay. As he flicked and waved in midair, each movement of the folding fan was devoid of special effects. Yet these seemingly rudimentary techniques struck at the faintest weaknesses of Zhang Zuishan's grand characters, shattering them effortlessly. Supreme martial arts, the blade that slays dragons, commands the world, none dare oppose. Without the emergence of the Etian, who can rival? The 24 characters contained numerous variations, sufficient for Zhang Zuishan to respond to any situation. Yet, facing Wang Xianzhe's seemingly casual trajectories, Zhang Zuishan felt utterly at a loss. It was as if every move he intended to make was already accounted for in Wang Xianzhe's calculations, rendering him powerless against any struggle. Without the emergence of the Etian, who can rival? At this moment, Zhang Zuishan truly understood. Suppressing the urge to vomit blood, he finally completed his brush technique before Wang Xianzhe, revealing a smile that signified he had not sullied the reputation of Wudong. This was a return to simplicity. He was a master of the highest caliber. Upon finishing his technique, Zhang Zuishan stood respectfully before Wang Xianzhe. As the adage goes, the elder is the teacher. While Zhang Zuishan's strength was not at the pinnacle of the martial world, his keen insight, as a true disciple of Wudong, was impeccable. Noticing that Wang Xianzhe's attacks bore resemblance to his master's, he felt a profound mystery in every action, as if each movement contained the profound truths of the universe. Zhang Zuishan surrendered, offering a bitter smile as he clasped his fists in respect. Acknowledging the presence of a grandmaster in this martial world, strength ultimately spoke volumes. Realizing the vast gap between them extinguished Zhang Zuishan's earlier thoughts, and he felt gratitude towards Wang Xianzhe for granting him a modicum of face. Otherwise, he would have been unable to unleash even a single move. Little did he know, Wang Xianzhe merely sought to witness the remarkable brush technique passed down by Zhang Sanfeng and to appreciate the differences between the legendary and martial arts systems. Now that you understand, you may leave. With a casual dismissal of Zhang Zuishan, Wang Xianzhe immersed himself in the intricate mysteries of the Etian Tulong Gong, as a person of authentic Chinese heritage. He found the martial arts system more to his liking. After all, while legendary skills wielded power, they lacked the finesse and depth of Chinese martial arts. For instance, the subtle purity and penetrating force concealed at Zhang Zuishan's brush tip complemented the overwhelming inner strength of the utmost yang. If they were of the same rank, he would undoubtedly face considerable challenges in the legendary world. The only formidable aspect was the high-level energy known as demonic energy. Similar uses of demonic energy would see Taiji sword and Duga 9 swords utterly overpowering the fire sword technique. This was a peculiar confidence of a Chinese individual regarding the martial arts system. Thus, Wang Xianzhe contemplated that once he mastered profound sword techniques and could refine and mobilize demonic energy with supreme inner strength, he would undoubtedly become even more formidable than he was now. He schemed gradually. Although he was envious of the many wudong secrets Zhang Zuishan possessed, Wang Xianzhe restrained himself from demanding them outright. Such actions would only sever his ties in the martial world. Neither the righteous nor the demonic path would allow a powerful foe to constantly covet their martial arts. In this fantastical martial arts realm, invincibility was a myth. Wang Xianzhe intended to use his identity as a divine physician to pursue his goals slowly. Chapter 80. Lin Pingzhi. Neither Wang Xianzhe nor Li Macho held much fame. Yet Zhang Wuxia was currently a prominent disciple of Wudong. His effortless victory over Zhang Zuishan made Wang Xianzhe's prowess known throughout the martial world, and soon no one dared to flaunt their righteous cause before him. In the days that followed, Wang Xianzhe took Li Macho into the mountains to gather herbs, and upon returning, routinely treated the critically ill in the martial world, regardless of how challenging the ailments or injuries. As long as a person still drew breath, Wang Xianzhe's mastery of demonic pharmacology and healing arts turned every case into a trifling matter. Occasionally, he would also offer free assistance to some pleasing citizens, further enhancing his reputation as a divine physician across the martial realm, earning him the elegant title of scholar physician with a fan, due to his scholarly attire and frequent use of a folding fan. Life was fulfilling, and before he realized it, a year and a half had passed. One day, a graceful beauty with bright eyes and white skin, her gentle voice melodious, followed Wang Xianzhe lightly down the mountain to their temporary inn. This was Li Macho, gradually revealing the stunning beauty described in the original text. As they approached the inn, a determined young man who had long been waiting stepped forward, saying, "Divine physician, I implore you to take me as your disciple." In the year and a half that had passed, many had come seeking Wang Xianzhe's healing, but this was the first time someone had requested to become his disciple. Sparking his curiosity, he casually inquired, "Young man, if you wish to be my disciple, what is your name?" "Divine physician, my name is Lin Pingzhi. I am willing to do anything for you." As he spoke, the young man suddenly knelt before Wang Xianzhe. Lin Pingzhi, the character with the most tragic fate and indomitable will in the author's narrative. The sudden revelation of his name momentarily stunned Wang Xianzhe, though he quickly regained his composure. Over the past year, he had come to understand that this world was not only filled with fantastical martial prowess, but also an incredibly fantastical plot. It was likely a mix of various martial backgrounds within a web game world, similar to the legendary realm, where he was the only player. Thus, this world contained countless well-known sects, with martial prowess that transcended the ordinary. Renowned sects such as Wudong, Amei, Chuanjin, Huashan, Songshan, Hongshan, Mingjiao, Peach Blossom Island, Beggar's Sect, and the Sun Moon Holy Cult all converged, creating a scene of grandeur that was unimaginable. Moreover, it was perplexing that some frequently appearing sects had more than one representative, yet the NPCs seemed utterly unfazed by the incongruity. As a sensible individual, Wang Xianzhe felt somewhat bewildered. Take the Huashan sect, for instance. There was the lesser Huashan of the Smiling, Proud Wanderer, and the more prominent Huashan of the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber. Not to mention the Huashan from the Blood Sword and Chu Liuxiang, leaving one unsure of how many Shaolin or Wudong sects existed. Strangely, leaders from various eras coexisted harmoniously within this great world. Setting aside the tangled relationships, the only good news for Wang Xianzhe was that this world was replete with unparalleled martial arts. Techniques like flower transplanting wood, star shift, great shifting of the universe, Taiji divine skill, 6 meridians divine swords, Lingbo Weibu, 18 dragon subduing palms, 9 yang divine skill, aging, Biming divine skill, Duga 9 swords, and sunflower manual were just a few of the myriad of coveted martial techniques awaiting his desire. With plenty of pathways to choose from, for instance, for the 18 dragon subduing palms, he could learn from Qiaofeng, Guojing, or even seek out Su Qier. Similarly, the 9 manual could be acquired from the abandoned disciples of the Heaven Sword on Peach Blossom Island or Zhoubadong, or even at the bottom of the ancient tomb, alongside the 9 Yang manual hidden within the belly of the Tsongyuan in Kunlun Mountain, making them among the easiest supreme techniques for him to obtain. In contrast, Lin Pingzhi's appearance seemed rather inconsequential. Noticing Lin Pingzhi kneeling without rising, Wang Xianzhe felt a measure of sympathy for his impending tragic fate, as the original text illustrated Lin Pingzhi as a rare, pure-hearted individual among the wealthy elite, yet fate had played a cruel hand. Observing his hidden resentment and humble attire, devoid of the pampered demeanor of a rich young master, it was evident that his family had been annihilated by Yu Songhai. Yet, why had he not sought help from Huashan as depicted in the original tale? Curious, Wang Xianzhe asked Lin Pingzhi, amidst so many renowned righteous sects in the martial world, why do you wish to take me? A mere wanderer as your master, divine physician, your medical skills are unrivaled, and you selflessly heal the common people. You are a living bodhisattva. Initially, Lin Pingzhi praised Wang Xianzhe fervently, hesitatingly expressing his desire to become his disciple, stating that not only had Wang easily defeated Zhang Wuxiao of Wudong, but his martial prowess was equally renowned. With numerous disciples under his tutelage, Lin preferred to seek his fortune under Wang's guidance rather than struggle within the confines of his own sect. He yearned for vengeance for his parents and the 58 souls of the escort agency. Upon hearing Lin's words, Wang Xianzhe secretly shook his head. A person of ordinary disposition would never accept Lin, who clearly sought to burden him with troubles. It seemed that even after his family had been annihilated, Lin retained a semblance of innocence. It would only be through a series of subsequent betrayals and hardships that he would transform into the malevolent and deranged figure he was destined to become. However, recognizing Lin Pingzhi as a person whose fate should not be extinguished, Wang Xianzhe contemplated and ultimately decided to accept him as a disciple. This decision served multiple purposes. First, it was a boon to have a kind-hearted individual like Lin, who did not deserve such suffering. Second, the Bixia sword manual of the Lin family was indeed a treasure, and Wang could consider it as a form of payment for his mentorship, although he himself would not practice it. Finally, with the blood feud against his family, he could invoke his status as a master to eradicate the entire Qingqing sect's martial arts, leaving no one to reproach him for his actions. Clearing his throat, Wang Xianzhe, observing Lin Pingzhi still kneeling before him, adopted a serious demeanor and said, "To speak candidly, your aptitude is lacking, and with the enmity of Yu Songhai looming over you, no sect would accept you as a disciple. Should they, it would likely be to exploit your family's Bixia sword manual." Witnessing Lin's complexion change drastically, as if all hope had been extinguished, Wang chuckled, "Fortunately, you have found the right person. First, I do not judge my disciples by their talent, but rather by my personal liking. Second, I am unafraid of that diminutive adversary you. I can assist you in avenging your family right now. Lastly, I have no taste for hypocrisy, so I'll be straightforward. I am aware of the true location of your family's Bixia sword manual, and I can help you reclaim it, provided that I may transcribe a copy for myself." "What, reluctant?" Throughout his speech, Wang Xianzhe keenly observed Lin Pingzhi's reactions. If Lin displayed an insufferable demeanor that contradicted the praise he received in the original narrative, Wang would see no reason to extend a hand. As the narrative unfolds, it becomes evident that Lin Pingzhi, despite the crushing revelations, swiftly regained his composure, kneeling before Wang Xianzhe in fervent reverence. His newfound master was undoubtedly far more formidable than he had previously imagined. "It is good that you understand," Wang acknowledged, nodding in acceptance of Lin as his disciple. He then addressed both Li Macho and Lin Pingzhi. "Now, let us visit the Lin family estate. The Bixia sword manual is hidden within the ancestral hall's beams." "Yes, master." Although Lin Pingzhi was perplexed as to how Wang Xianzhe possessed knowledge of such an important secret, unknown even to him, he felt a profound respect for Wang, believing that aligning himself with this master was the wisest decision of his life. "We shall rest here for a moment." The trio had traveled for more than 3 days from the inn back to the town housing the Lin estate. Despite the arduous journey, they were fortunate to have reached their destination by noon. Wang Xianzhe intended to pause at the nearby Yunhai Pavilion tea house for a respite. While both he and Li Macho were indifferent to the fatigue of travel, Lin Pingzhi's meager internal strength could not afford to overlook the toll it had taken. Yunhai Pavilion, a century-old establishment, offered an array of exquisite pastries, beyond the means of ordinary folk. Consequently, The clientele consisted mainly of chivalrous figures and affluent merchants engaged in animated discussions about the martial world. Lending the place a distinct air of intrigue, the sharp-eyed waiter quickly identified Wang Xianzhe as the leader among the three and approached him. "Gentlemen, might I serve you? We have freshly picked Yulu tea and the finest longjing available. Would you care for a pot?" "That will do, along with some pastries," Wang responded. "Right this way, please." "The window seat has just become available," the waiter replied, beaming as he departed to prepare their order. As the three settled in, an assortment of delicately crafted and delectable pastries soon arrived. After savoring a sip of the praised longjing, Wang found it indeed delightful, the lingering flavors reminiscent of fragrant bliss, perhaps due to the high martial world they inhabited. The refreshing tea contained traces of celestial energy, promising vigor against ailments for those from Earth. Suddenly, a commotion erupted downstairs. Wang Xianzhe, caught mid-bite of a melt-in-your-mouth delicacy, turned sharply toward the disturbance, sensing an overwhelming aura of malice. Initially, he intended to ignore it, but as the uproar intensified, the sounds of crashing tables and chairs grew increasingly disruptive. Unable to enjoy his tea amidst the cacophony, he finally said to his companions, "Let us investigate. This chaos is intolerable." Upon descending, Wang Xianzhe witnessed a sword-wielding maiden engaged in combat with a lecherous middle-aged man. The girl, undoubtedly a disciple from a prestigious sect, showcased a remarkable defensive swordplay, while the man's ferocious attacks, swift and relentless, struck against her blade with an impressive fury. "Today marks your demise, lecherous Tian Buoguang." In stark contrast to the seasoned Tian Buoguang, the young swordswoman's inexperience became evident as her battle cry provided him with an opening. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a flurry of sand and grit, employing his technique known as flying sand and shifting stones, creating a blinding storm that obscured her vision. How could it be Tian Buoguang? The girl's exclamation revealed to Wang Xianzhe that he had encountered a notable character from the original tale. Disdainful of the lecherous villain, he signaled Li Macho to intervene. For was not a servant's purpose to aid in such situations? Though Li Macho had been by Wang's side for months, she harbored no fondness for men. Learning that Tian Buoguang was a notorious womanizer, she wasted no time in retaliating, launching several glistening ice needles toward him. Despite the stealth of Li Macho's attack, Tian Buoguang, ever vigilant due to his infamous reputation, was quick to notice the approaching threat. Leaping nimbly to the beams above, he evaded the icy projectiles. "Who dares to ambush me? Show yourself," he bellowed from his perch, infuriated at having almost captured a beautiful maiden, only to be thwarted by an unexpected attack. "It is I," Li Macho boldly declared, unperturbed by Tian Buoguang's presence. "All men are vile creatures, and you, as a lecher, are most deserving of your fate." It must be said that aside from her ruthless nature, Li Macho possesses an incredibly sweet and alluring exterior. Far more so than the Amei disciple competing with Tian Buoguang, it was unexpected to see such a stunning beauty emerge. Tian Buoguang, revealing his true nature, completely disregarded Wang Xianzhe and Lin Pingji by her side. Unable to contain his lewd remarks as he teased Li Macho, "My dear lady, what good is fighting and killing? Why not come back with me, and allow me to share the most exquisite pleasures of this world with you?" "How shameless!" Upon hearing this, Li Macho furrowed her delicate brows and swiftly closed the distance, unleashing a fierce five poisons palm that filled the air with ominous black mist. This was bad, as the dark energy enveloped him. Tian Buoguang felt dizzy, having inadvertently inhaled a nauseating stench. He nearly lost grip on his long knife, realizing he had underestimated the seemingly delicate girl before him, who was, in fact, a venomous woman he could not afford to provoke. Humph! A good man does not engage with a woman in combat. Recognizing Li Macho's formidable strength, Tian Buoguang instantly faltered. While attempting to save face with empty words, he quickly retreated, soaring toward the open ground outside. Inwardly gloating, "You can't catch me, ha ha ha. I am simply too powerful to be afraid." Though his martial prowess was not top tier, Tian Buoguang had thrived in the martial world due to his exceptional lightness skill. Even when faced with numerous skilled fighters, he could always escape if he could not win. Yet, he was allowed to flee. The lightness skill of the ancient tomb sect was renowned, but it still fell slightly short compared to Tian Buoguang's. Li Macho was merely a step behind, helplessly watching as his figure swiftly diminished in the distance. Just when he had reveled in his escape for no more than 3 seconds, a thunderous scream erupted from the air as Tian Buoguang plummeted like a bird with broken wings. Crashing into the bushes below, the senior sister, a sword-wielding maiden exclaimed in delight, revealing herself as a spirited, long-haired girl emerging from the spot where Tian Buoguang had fallen. She had taken him by surprise, plunging her sword into him from above. "You despicable woman! One from a Mei was not enough, and now another has come." Tian Buoguang's furious voice emerged from the bushes, revealing his face marred by deep crimson scratches, a testament to the harsh fall he had just endured. "Who are you?" Having been struck in his area of expertise, Tian Buoguang was indignant. The newcomer, Ji Xiaofu, a fourth-generation disciple of the Amei sect, confronted him boldly. She was the very one who, despite a prior engagement with Wudong's lighting, chose to unite with the bright left envoy of the Ming cult, Yang Xiao, giving birth to Yang Buhui. Ji Xiaofu, having received the true teachings of her sect, was undoubtedly formidable and had been nurtured to harbor a deep-seated hatred for evil. This was turning out to be quite the spectacle. Throughout, Wang Xianzhe had been a mere observer, first witnessing the confrontation between Li Macho and Tian Buoguang, and now the clash between Ji Xiaofu and Tian Buoguang, a duel between characters from different worlds of martial arts. An event he had never dared to dream of. "You are Ji Xiaofu?" Despite their shared existence in the martial world, Tian Buoguang, having heard of Ji Xiaofu's notorious reputation, felt considerable pressure. Yet, with Ji Xiaofu guarding against him, he found it nearly impossible to employ the same tricks again, especially after that fall which had left him in pain and unable to perform at his best. Thus, he decided to fight with all he had. When the time came to act decisively, he did not hesitate. This was one trait Tian Buoguang possessed. Gripping his long knife tightly, he infused all his internal energy into it, causing the blade to shimmer with a wild, tempestuous aura. With a fierce slash, a chilling sound accompanied the raging wind that surged forth, as if it were determined to tear the heavens asunder. Under immense pressure, Tian Buoguang's knife technique unexpectedly broke through, faintly touching upon the essence of Tao or the trajectory of wind. In Wang Xianzhe's eyes, the ferocious gust took the form of a white tiger, roaring defiantly, its growl barely perceptible, dazzling the onlookers. Dragons descend from clouds. Tigers arise from wind, the ancient saying rang true. Yet, it was astonishing that even a second-rate character like Tian Buoguang could manifest such phenomena using his true energy, deepening Wang Xianzhe's understanding of the martial path in this world. This was the profound wisdom contained within Chinese martial arts, the true essence of the white tiger, the manifestation of wind, which significantly enhanced the lethality of Tian Buoguang's blade. Tian Buoguang, hoping for a sneak attack, aimed to strike Ji Xiaofu down, banking on her lack of battle experience. However, Ji Xiaofu's reputation was well-deserved. Even before his violent strike could descend, she had already drawn her sword, unleashing the renowned Amei wind-dispersing sword technique. Silver glimmers danced like willows in the breeze, creating an intricate barrier of sword energy that was both delicate and resilient. The Amei sword technique, passed down from the later years of Guoxiang, was primarily defensive, rooted in the ethos of protection. However, the unyielding nature of Ji Xiaofu's character allowed her to embody the true meaning of the Amei sword technique, manifesting a protective aura without the need for a breakthrough. Clang! In the next instant, Tian Buoguang's blade finally struck Ji Xiaofu, only to be thwarted by her slender barrier. Seeing this, Tian Buoguang let out a furious roar, veins bulging as he unleashed a flurry of strikes with his long knife, transforming the air into a tempest of chaotic energy. Each strike was faster and more furious than the last, resembling a torrential downpour aimed at Ji Xiaofu, resonating with sharp, rhythmic sounds, as the willow tendrils danced. Ji Xiaofu's sword energy remained unwavering, completely blocking Tian Buoguang's assault, drawing gasps from the onlookers in the tea house. The Ji heroine is truly remarkable. She is indeed worthy of being the heir of the Amei sect. At this moment, it seemed that the lecherous Tian Buoguang was finally to meet his end. "Ha! I see several beauties. They are all mine." Just as Tian Buoguang appeared to be on the brink of defeat, a raspy, cackling laughter echoed from a distance. Suddenly, an ugly, lanky man soared into view, brandishing a heavy iron claw staff. "It's you, Yun Zhanghe." While others failed to recognize the identity of the newcomer, Tian Buoguang immediately shouted out. Realizing that this lanky man was none other than one of the four great evildoers, the gluttonous Yun Zhanghe. Gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd. They had not expected Yun Zhanghe to join the fray. Would he ally with Tian Buoguang against Ji Xiaofu? The events of the day had become quite convoluted. Chapter 83. Wang Xianzhe takes action. From the moment he appeared, Yun Zhanghe exuded an air of disdain. His attention solely fixated on the beauty of Li Macho and the other women, a privilege he believed he could afford. While ordinary martial artists might assume that Yun Zhanghe's skills were akin to those of the lecherous Tian Buoguang, with perhaps slightly superior agility, the truth was that none of the women combined could stand against him. Furthermore, he was backed by the foremost of the four evildoers, well aware of the fearsome reputation of the One Yang Finger. Yun Zhanghe, do you dare provoke our Mei sect? The arrival of Yun Zhanghe prompted Ji Xiaofu to make a hollow show of strength, invoking her sect's name, fully aware that she was no match for him. However, her blustering threats did not intimidate Yun Zhanghe. A notorious villain like him would hardly be swayed by the ridiculous posturing of a righteous sect. With a flick of his iron claw staff, he unleashed a devastating blow towards Ji Xiaofu. In response, Ji Xiaofu thrust her long sword forward, employing the same wind-dispersing sword technique, summoning a flurry of willow tendrils to create an impenetrable barrier. Yet, the vast disparity in strength meant that Yun Zhanghe did not need to seek out any flaws in her sword technique. With a ghastly wail, his iron claw staff tore through all the willow sword energy before it, hurtling towards Ji Xiaofu's chest with unrelenting force. If struck by the staff, Ji Xiaofu would likely suffer grievous injury, if not lose her life entirely. Fortunately, she was not an ordinary young lady, which tempered Yun Zhanghe's approach, ensuring he did not strip her of all her capacity for resistance. As Yun Zhanghe's attack neared its target, he suddenly pivoted the staff, striking backward instead. Clang, clang, clang. A series of sharp sounds rang out as several silver needles shot forth, only to be intercepted and shattered by the staff. It was Li Macho who had launched the icy silver needles from behind, saving Ji Xiaofu from certain peril. Little girl, are you in such a rush? The assault was abruptly halted, yet Yun Zhanghe remained unperturbed. After all, Li Macho was an exquisite adversary, rarer than Ji Xiaofu. He held an unparalleled tolerance for beautiful women. Let us join forces. At that moment, Li Macho let out a delicate cry, unleashing the five poisons divine palm, shrouded in swirling black energy, as she mercilessly lunged towards Yun Zhanghe, accompanied by Ji Xiaofu and her disciple, their disdain for the lecher palpable. Li Macho's speed was remarkable, but as she approached within a meter of Yun Zhanghe, he merely smiled. A smile born from absolute confidence in his prowess. It was naive for three women to think they could defeat him. His grotesque grin immediately heightened the vigilance of the trio. However, before their ominous premonitions could fully form, Yun Zhanghe struck. Despite the weight of his steel staff, it was wielded by Yun Zhanghe as if it were a mere twig, swiftly sweeping towards them with an attack speed surpassing that of the three women. This is bad. The moment Yun Zhanghe launched his attack, the trio sensed impending doom, but he afforded them no opportunity to react. The sweeping staff radiated with malevolent energy, rippling through the air with a ghostly aura. Bang, bang, bang. Three resounding thuds echoed as Yun Zhanghe's staff made contact, sending all three women hurtling through the air. One of them, the weakest and most unattractive disciple from the Amei sect, let out a shriek, crashing to the ground, unable to rise, clearly the most severely injured. Lian, sister. Ji Xiaofu's furious cry resonated, her voice robust. Although she had been struck by Yun Zhanghe, she had managed to withstand his blow alongside the other two, merely feeling a heaviness in her chest and sustaining slight internal injuries. As her internal energy circulated, she had already healed significantly, but now it was left to her and Li Macho to unite against him. Li Macho, equally affected by the blow, paled slightly, secretly comparing their strengths. This lecher is incredibly powerful, even more formidable than the last Zhang Wuxia. After successfully landing a blow, Yun Zhanghe laughed triumphantly. Aha! My two lovely ladies, why not accompany me? As for the disciple of the Ji girl, I shall generously spare her this time. You two will suffice for my amusement. With that, he eagerly approached the two women, who bore grave expressions, as if they were already within his grasp. You, a mere scholar, dare to meddle. A seemingly fragile paper fan in hand effortlessly severed Yun Zhanghe's steel staff. For the Xiaoyao fan was indeed a legendary weapon, while Yun Zhanghe's staff was nothing more than a mundane lump of iron, devoid of any reputation in the martial world. Chapter 84. The Roadblock. After Wang Xianzhe dispatched Yun Zhanghe, he turned his gaze towards Tian Buoguang. This is trouble. Tian Buoguang's face paled as he realized that allowing Yun Zhanghe to gain the upper hand without fleeing was undoubtedly his gravest error. Now, it was too late for him to escape. The thought of Yun Zhanghe's grim fate made him tremble. Am I truly to fall after navigating the martial world for so long? It's your turn now. With a cold laugh directed at Tian Buoguang, Wang Xianzhe unleashed a punch, the immense force causing the air to solidify, leaving Tian Buoguang nowhere to evade. Boom. With Wang Xianzhe's terrifying blow, the martial world lost another infamous scoundrel. Tian Buoguang, whose infamy paled in comparison to Yun Zhanghe's, was instantaneously obliterated. Who is he? He shouldn't be so obscure. Wang Xianzhe's exaggerated demeanor incited whispers among the onlookers from the martial world, though they were merely minor figures. Their curiosity about Wang Xianzhe's identity was piqued. Yet, for the moment, no one connected the formidable Wang Xianzhe with the gentle healer. However, as more people began to take notice of him, his dual identity as a top martial artist and a healer could not escape the attention of the astute. Before long, Wang Xianzhe's reputation as a peak martial artist and healer spread rapidly through the martial community, attracting all manner of unusual individuals and events. It is said that fame breeds controversy. Amidst this, Wang Xianzhe, having defeated several challengers seeking to make a name for themselves by besting him, was growing weary of their audacity when he received two invitations from unknown parties. The first was an invitation to a grand assembly reminiscent of the Laughing Proudly narrative, relating to Lu Zhengfeng's alliance with the Sun Moon Holy Cult, where one could witness the harmonious symphony of Laughing Proudly and meet Dongfang Bubi. The second was an invitation to the hero assembly convened at the Gathering of Heroes, aimed at taking down Xiaofeng, where Wang Xianzhe could leverage his favor from saving a Zhu to acquire the dragon-subduing 18 palms, as well as the chance to secure the Yi Jing that a Zhu had pilfered from the Shaolin Temple. Both invitations arrived simultaneously, and Wang Xianzhe decided to pay a visit to Xiaofeng. Holding the two invitations, he noted the time was ample and arranged. Let us first procure the evil-repelling sword manual from the Lin family, then participate in the hero assembly. However, you must not act against Xiaofeng like those feckless fools. This time, I intend to aid this true man and acquire some desired treasures in the process. His companions had no objections to Wang Xianzhe's decision, and the three continued on their swift journey. Considering Lin Pingzhi's connections, Wang Xianzhe procured 3 swift steeds. While racing along the official road, several burly men suddenly emerged from the roadside, forcefully grasping the front hooves of their horses, displaying considerable skill. "Healer, healer, please save my brother." Amidst urgent cries, Wang Xianzhe noticed the last burly man carrying another man with a scarred face, whose complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and purple. "Clearly afflicted by a potent poison, I can save him, but you are aware of my rules." Without hesitation, Wang Xianzhe replied, for over the past year, he had treated numerous patients, and the populace had grown accustomed to his stipulation. Assistance required the provision of a martial arts manual he did not possess. The pricing was clear, yet not enforced. Unfortunately, the martial artists in this world held their manuals in such reverence that Wang Xianzhe often received only the most mundane tomes, such as Iron Sandpalm, Grass Flying, Breath Holding Technique, Luohan Fist, and 5 Tiger Breaking the Door Blade. Rarely, a few gullible souls would mistakenly offer advanced techniques as if they were trifles, resulting in only empty joy for Wang Xianzhe. With nearly 1,000 useless manuals merely advancing the world's rules by a mere 2.3, a pace astonishingly slow, and no problem. If the healer saves him, I can offer you this sword technique. Seemingly prepared, the burly man eagerly retrieved a sword manual from his bosom, inscribed with 4 robust characters, Songfeng's sword technique. Wang Xianzhe pondered briefly, muttering to himself, as a nagging familiarity tugged at his memory. This is the ultimate skill of the Qingqing sect. At that moment, neither he nor Li Macho had reacted significantly, but Lin Pingzhi's face turned pale, and he shouted, "Master, this is the ultimate skill of the Qingqing sect. As strong as the pine, as swift as the wind, it is a top-tier sword technique. There is treachery afoot." "Oh, indeed." Lin Pingzhi's words jogged Wang Xianzhe's memory, and he regarded the burly men with a hint of amusement. In the original tale, the Qingqing sect had relentlessly pursued Lin Pingzhi. Thus, he found it implausible that he would conveniently encounter a victim of the Qingqing sect who just happened to block his path. At that moment, Wang Xianzhe needed no reminder from Lin Pingzhi to recognize the ruse. Receiving the Qingqing sect's ultimate skill in return for treating a patient was an opportunity he had never encountered before. Yet, why would he refuse a top-tier sword technique presented to him? With absolute confidence, Wang Xianzhe was unafraid of any schemes from the other party. "Very well, I accept the manual," he stated, regardless of the implications. Accepting the manual from the burly man's hand, only then did he turn his attention to the man with a face now completely turned purple, utterly incapable of speaking. Observing him for less than a second, Wang Xianzhe casually remarked, "This is simple. He has been poisoned with a formidable mixture. Just administer my antidote to neutralize the poison." Wang Xianzhe could have concocted a simple antidote on the spot using basic ingredients from his pharmacology knowledge. However, whether by design or coincidence, The burly man was less than a minute away from death, and even the most skilled healer might find it impossible to save him by then, except for Wang Xianzhe, who was anything but ordinary. Thus, he produced a basic antidote from his spatial pouch and administered it to the man with force. In an instant, the purple hue faded from the man's face, and he was miraculously cured. Upon witnessing the successful treatment of the robust man, the expressions of the other several men, who had previously displayed concern, shifted dramatically. Rather than joy, their faces were marred by an undeniable blend of anxiety and astonishment. How could he possibly unravel such a complex poison, and so swiftly at that? Chapter 85. The listening wind pavilion. The hulking figure, having recovered from his poisoned state, did not react with gratitude or elation but instead bolted upright in sheer terror, hastily retreating to Wang Xianzhe's side while desperately screaming, "Divine Doctor, save me! They are the villains of the Qingqing sect. They poisoned me, an innocent bystander." It turned out that the man was merely an unfortunate passerby, seized by the others at the roadside. They callously disregarded his struggles, forcefully administering a copious amount of poison to him until he was barely clinging to life, all to compel Wang Xianzhe into a situation where he would be seen as a failure in front of them. The malicious intent of the Qingqing sect was indeed akin to that of Uizi. However, they never anticipated that Wang Xianzhe would miraculously revive what they deemed a doomed man in mere moments. Realizing their ulterior motives, Wang Xianzhe bluntly stated, "Your intentions are malevolent, and I shall not hold back. What conspiracy do you harbor? Humph, do you think I would divulge anything?" The men, unwilling to yield upon witnessing their plot unravel, stubbornly resisted. Growing weary of their obstinacy, Wang Xianzhe extended his right hand, instantly provoking a defensive reaction among them. Yet, how could they hope to withstand his power? With a swift motion, a brilliant red light erupted from Wang Xianzhe's hand, catching them off guard as it struck the most weathered-looking man among them. "What scheme do you possess?" Wang Xianzhe reiterated his inquiry. Don't waste your breath. We will never tell you." The sudden appearance of the red light startled the men. But upon feeling no immediate harm, one of them erupted into laughter, convinced that the Qingqing sect's members were too resilient to be intimidated by mere light. Yet, the slap of reality came swiftly. Before the man could finish his bravado, another, struck by the red light, began to divulge. "We were sent by Yutsonghai to tarnish your reputation, claiming you received the Qingqing sect's unrivaled secret techniques but failed to cure a mere poison. Then, we would turn our attention to Lin Pingji, seizing the Bixie sword manual. Fool! How could you betray us like that?" The sudden defection of one of their own incited rage and disbelief among the remaining men, especially from one who had just boasted. Unbeknownst to them, the traitor's eyes were glazed over, lost in a trance induced by the unforgivable curse of Harry Potter. The martial arts system proved utterly defenseless against such magic. Compelling the man to reveal everything, Wang Xianzhe quickly grasped their scheme. Yutsonghai had evidently not abandoned his pursuit of Lin Pingji. His unexpected arrival had added unforeseen twists to the narrative, making Yutsonghai wary and reluctant to pursue Lin Pingji overtly. After all, Wang Xianzhe held dual identities of a formidable martial artist and a renowned healer, with the latter holding greater weight in the eyes of the Qingqing sect. Hence, Yutsonghai sought to ruin his reputation first. A discredited healer would wield no influence. Understanding their intentions, Wang Xianzhe decided to act decisively. With a flourish of his Xiangyu fan, he unleashed 5 blinding streaks of white light, severing the necks of the 5 men with breathtaking precision, leaving them lifeless. Having dispatched them, he dismissed their deaths from his mind, recognizing them as mere side characters in the grander narrative. Ainwui Mountain, Fujin, the renowned listening wind pavilion awaited. Wang Xianzhe and his companions arrived, eager to indulge in its famed culinary delights. Unlike ordinary inns, this establishment was rumored to be backed by formidable forces, adhering to strict standards of decorum across its 13 floors. Each level had clear entry requirements. Second-rate fighters could ascend to the 3rd floor, first-rate to the 6th, peak masters to the 9th, and innate masters to the 11th. The elusive 13th floor, often unwelcoming to esteemed guests, was said to be accessible only to grandmasters, a privilege even the most revered monks of the Shaolin Temple might not possess. For ordinary martial artists of lower tiers, merely entering the 1st floor was a boast worthy of prolonged celebration. Wang Xianzhe, exuding the aura of a peak master at the entrance, effortlessly secured access to the 7th floor for himself and Li Macho. While maintaining a composed demeanor, he marveled internally at the caliber of even the attendants, who were second-rate martial artists, confirming the establishment's extraordinary nature. Upon entering, Wang Xianzhe was enveloped by the vibrant atmosphere, where martial artists engaged in cheerful exchanges. The first floor was rife with noise, a cacophony born from the amalgamation of countless martial worlds, resulting in an overwhelming surge in the number of practitioners. Wang Xianzhe, not wishing to linger, observed the diverse array of characters, elderly men with canes, innocent young women, and scarred ruffians, all clad in lavish attire befitting their status. The decor of the pavilion exuded elegance and opulence, with each antique and artwork likely bearing a hefty price tag, affording the patrons both prestige and substance. The ambience resembled a modern high-end banquet, illustrating that regardless of time or place, the allure of fame and fortune remains ever present. As he introduced himself, Wang Xianzhe noted the subtle shift in demeanor among the others, revealing a hint of intrigue. The moment he mentioned his name, the previously jovial atmosphere turned heavy, indicating that there were matters he was yet unaware of. Where are the attendants? Where is the food? Despite the curious glances, Wang Xianzhe felt no desire to probe further into the inexplicable behavior of those around him. He found the uncouth individuals unworthy of his concern and, feeling liberated, he called out loudly for service. "Good sir, may I inquire what you wish to dine upon?" Fortunately, the attitudes of the other patrons did not infringe upon Wang Xianzhe's right to enjoy his meal. As he casually ordered several signature dishes, a delightful array of visually appealing and aromatic cuisine swiftly arrived at his table. A middle-aged swordsman, bearing a long sword, wore a cold expression upon hearing Wang Xianzhe's name. He seemed intent on showcasing his disdain for sharing space with someone he deemed unworthy. Upon hearing Wang Xianzhe naively ordering food, he could no longer contain himself and scoffed loudly, "Humph! A charlatan masquerading as a healer. How dare you raise your voice here?" With that proclamation, upon noticing Wang Xianzhe's gaze directed at him, the swordsman's delight grew, and he proclaimed even louder, "What are you staring at? I, the Black-Wind swordsman, am not afraid to expose your deceit. Why not hide away in solitude if you wish to deceive? And what is that fan you wave about? A farce for someone pretending to be cultured." Startled by the sudden onslaught of accusations, Wang Xianzhe could not ignore the confrontation. Approaching the indignant swordsman with a slight smile, he inquired, "It seems you harbor quite a grievance against me. Might I ask what animosity lies between us?" "Humph! What could I possibly discuss with someone like you? I am ashamed to be associated with a scoundrel such as yourself." Despite Wang Xianzhe's courteous demeanor, the middle-aged swordsman mistook his politeness for fear. Becoming increasingly emboldened, exuding an air of righteousness as if he were the epitome of virtue. Observing this, some older martial artists nearby shook their heads, their expressions laced with derision. Youth is indeed wasted on the young. What martial artist worthy of this level would be so easily misled? The foolish often become unwitting pawns, boasting in ignorance. "Oh, you deem me a scoundrel, a fraud? Allow me to demonstrate the skills of this so-called quack." It is wise to remember. Never offend a physician. With a swift motion, the scene changed dramatically. Amidst the conversation, Wang Xianzhe had already unleashed his folding fan, a brilliant white light flashing past the face of the middle-aged swordsman, blinding him in an instant. Blood splattered as the swordsman, clutching his face, rolled on the ground in agony, blood pooling around him, epitomizing despair. How terrifying! Simultaneously, several young women, akin to Lin Pingji, who had been brought along by their elders, emitted piercing screams, clearly unaccustomed to blood. The sudden brutality left them pale, stripping away any semblance of their earlier heroic demeanor. The swordsman, a formidable opponent, was utterly defenseless against this assault. "I see you are blind to reality. Perhaps your eyes are of no use now." Wang Xianzhe appeared unfazed by the swordsman's cries, displaying a chilling indifference, as this was but a trivial incident compared to the myriad of demons he had slain. Chapter 87. Please ascend. Noticing that his opponent showed no signs of death, Wang Xianzhe chuckled. "So, can I interpret this as a sign that if this person were unscathed, I would not be considered to have caused a ruckus?" Wang Xianzhe's words left Lu Suifeng feeling somewhat bewildered. The man was in such a state, and yet Wang Xianzhe expected him to feign ignorance. The listening wind tower would not easily concede. There was an unspoken understanding that even top sects must allow each other a measure of dignity, lest they endanger their standing in the martial world. After a brief pause, Lu Suifeng regained his composure and indignantly declared, "You speak such nonsense. Allow me to demonstrate my swordsmanship." In truth, Lu Suifeng feared encountering those who understood no etiquette yet might possess formidable backgrounds. After all, when dealing with the direct descendants of powerful factions, even their leaders would tread carefully. Thus, While he spoke fiercely, he secretly contemplated an escape route, first needing to gauge Wang Xianzhe's martial prowess before deciding how to gracefully see him off. Would Lu Suifeng launch an attack? His lightning-fast sword technique, renowned as one of the swiftest in the realm, was said to leave both hand and sword unseen, rendering foes incapable of defense. At this moment, the gathering martial artists, aside from a few seasoned veterans who suspected Lu Suifeng's intentions, awaited eagerly for him to teach Wang Xianzhe a lesson, unaware that the so-called innate expert was contemplating how to subtly allow Wang Xianzhe to retreat without revealing any signs of weakness. Why complicate matters? If I heal him, and he is neither blind nor mute, it would be as if I never intervened. Wang Xianzhe began to shake his head in refusal. His display of power was not to showcase his ruthlessness or to flaunt his strength before the crowd. Rather, he aimed to establish his medical prowess through today's events. If he could swiftly heal even a high-ranking cripple, patients would flock to him, and to gather advanced techniques, he must exhibit unparalleled medical skills. Is he out of his mind? As the onlookers regarded him with incredulity, Wang Xianzhe raised his hand and directed a beam of white light towards the seemingly forgotten victim on the ground. Under this radiant aura, the swordsman emitted a comfortable groan, trembling slightly, and astonishingly stood up, exclaiming with exhilaration, "Impossible! I am healed. I can speak. I can see." Having been blinded earlier, the swordsman had no knowledge of Wang Xianzhe's miraculous healing act. Otherwise, he would hardly dare to shout so exuberantly. However, unbeknownst to him, he had indeed been saved by the very person who had caused his suffering, and the bloodshed on the ground was undeniable evidence of the reality. Regardless of their observations, the swordsman's tongue was unequivocally intact. What sorcery is this, enabling one to regrow a tongue? A divine healer, indeed. Simultaneously, the crowd realized the implication of Wang Xianzhe's earlier words. Though they initially seemed absurd, witnessing the revived swordsman left them unable to dispute his claims. Who would have imagined that the swordsman could be both blind and mute? Truly, divine healers possess an air of audacity, in this fantastical martial world. Wang Xianzhe's medical skills remained astonishing to the masses. It is essential to understand that while legendary self-healing techniques are miraculous, they cannot regenerate physical limbs or restore intricate sensory nerves. This remarkable feat was achieved through the perfect synergy of Harry Potter's healing magic and different systems, allowing Wang Xianzhe to perform this miraculous act. Divine healer, please, let us converse on the 13th floor. Momentarily stunned, Lu Suifeng took a while to regain his composure. As a member of a powerful faction, he transformed his expression into one of radiant joy upon realizing Wang Xianzhe's enigmatic medical prowess. Such a figure merited the title of a master of medicine, and he saw no reason to defend a mere swordsman against someone of Wang Xianzhe's stature. Very well. Wang Xianzhe, undeterred, followed Lu Suifeng up the stairs, entering the 13th floor amidst the envious gazes of those below. Might I inquire your esteemed name? Upon reaching the elegantly adorned upper level, Lu Suifeng exhibited great respect. Acknowledging the elevated status of a divine healer in the martial realm, Wang Xianzhe. With a drastic change in demeanor, Lu Suifeng waved dismissively, secretly contemplating, what a surprise. I hardly exerted myself, yet all my opponents have fallen. Realizing he stood before the famed book fan divine healer, Lu Suifeng quickly expressed his regret for not recognizing Wang Xianzhe sooner. The power faction had undoubtedly gathered intelligence on him, and upon hearing Wang Xianzhe's name, Lu Suifeng seized the opportunity to defend him passionately. Divine healer, you are indeed a miraculous physician. The Qingqing sect audaciously accuses you of causing a death and seeks to silence you, claiming you stole their Songfeng sword technique. This is an outrageous farce. Their shamelessness knows no bounds. Lu Suifeng's righteous indignation was palpable, his face flushed with fervor, as he put forth a compelling performance. Wang Xianzhe remained silent, musing to himself, as I suspected. The Qingqing sect is behind this. It appeared they had resorted to outright slander, tarnishing his reputation in the martial world, asserting that Wang Xianzhe, relying on his strength, had seized their secret techniques, labeling him a morally corrupt quack. Although these claims were merely the Qingqing sect's unsubstantiated accusations, their disciples had indeed perished at Wang Xianzhe's hands. Given their considerable influence, few dared to speak out on Wang Xianzhe's behalf. Even those who were aware of the Qingqing sect's unscrupulous nature. In this atmosphere, fueled by the Qingqing sect's animosity, the public quickly adopted a negative perception of Wang Xianzhe, with the earlier swordsman being a prime example of blind folly, not only parroting the sect's words but also inviting his own demise. However, now, in light of Wang Xianzhe's extraordinary medical skills, the Qingqing sect's fabrications would soon crumble. Chapter 90. Eradication of Evil. Yu Songhai, do you believe that with the presence of the Eradicator, you can rest easy? I must inform you that today, you shall meet your end. Neither Yu Songhai nor the Eradicator were characters Wang Xianzhe held in high regard. Observing the Eradicator confront Li Macho with menace, Wang Xianzhe stepped forward, an ominous glint in his eyes, ultimately deciding to swiftly send Yu Songhai on his way. In an instant, the bloodthirsty demonic energy concealed within him erupted. The palpable intent to kill piercing through the heavens, rendering him more fearsome than any villain in the martial world, entirely stripping away his refined demeanor as a scholar and healer. This transformation caused Yu Songhai to tremble uncontrollably, exclaiming, "Master, save me! I am no match for this demon." Seeing the man who had invited him tremble before Wang Xianzhe, the hastily approaching Eradicator shouted, "Spare him!" Yet, Wang Xianzhe paid no heed to the Eradicator's plea. With a single, devastating punch, he struck Yu Songhai, the sheer force obliterating him into a gory mess upon impact. Witnessing the bloody remnants, the Eradicator, who had just arrived, turned pale, her fury ignited by Wang Xianzhe's blatant disregard for her authority. Her hands trembled uncontrollably around her sword. Moreover, the aura of malevolence that enveloped Wang Xianzhe marked him as the very embodiment of the villainous path she detested most. "Demon, you have slain the leader of the Yu sect. Your crimes are unforgivable." With a sword pointed at Wang Xianzhe, Master Myriad spoke through gritted teeth, her fury towards him palpable. "Oh, am I truly the embodiment of wickedness?" Wang Xianzhe responded with a mocking laugh. Unfazed, and inquired, "Pray tell, where have I committed such heinous acts?" His dismissive attitude only served to infuriate Master Myriad further, prompting her to shout without hesitation, "Need I elaborate? You ruthlessly murdered the leader of the Qingqing sect. Standing against all righteous forces, today, I shall slay you, the fiend, to uphold justice. Oh, so my act of avenging my fallen comrades makes me the villain, while your intent to kill me is seen as a righteous endeavor?" Wang Xianzhe retorted with a scoff. "You believe that Yu Songhai's slaughter of my disciples is justified, yet my quest for vengeance renders me a monster? How laughable!" He chuckled, fully aware that Master Myriad was perceived as an insufferable figure by modern readers. Nevertheless, hearing her brazenly label him a monster stirred a desire within him to strike her across the face. Indeed, such a character was profoundly vexing. At that moment, the air was thick with the tension of Wang Xianzhe's overwhelming malevolence. It was evident to all present that no one dared to utter cries of exorcism in his presence, nor could they meet the gaze of his formidable aura. Yet, Master Myriad remained undeterred, her resolve to eliminate the so-called monster unwavering as she proclaimed, "Hmph, cease your arguments. All fiends deserve death." Engaging in reasoned discourse with someone like Master Myriad, who regarded Wang Xianzhe as a universally condemned demon, was utterly futile. In her eyes, he was a villain whose words were mere fabrications. Having been summoned by Yu Songhai to confront the demon Li Macho, she had already formed a biased opinion against Wang Xianzhe, who sheltered him. Witnessing his overwhelming malice and bloody methods, she instinctively dismissed all his rhetoric, consumed solely by the fervent belief that slaying him would restore righteousness to the world. With a mocking laugh, a sharp clap echoed through the air as Wang Xianzhe swiftly moved before the oblivious Master Myriad, delivering a resounding slap across her boastful face. How dare you?" Shocked by the public humiliation, Master Myriad's expression darkened, as she had not anticipated Wang Xianzhe's speed, nor that he would choose such a demeaning method to provoke her ire. "Are you dissatisfied?" Wang Xianzhe sneered at Master Myriad. Finding her repugnant, he struck her again, delivering a series of stinging slaps. "Who do you think you are, the leader of the righteous? Who granted you the title of demon? Who bestowed upon you such authority? Is it your superior strength or your identity as the leader of the Amei sect?" He continued to rain down slaps, rendering Master Myriad speechless, enveloped in disbelief. The sheer power of the demon left her defenseless and bewildered. "How dare you humiliate me so?" With her face flushed and her sword drawn, she was poised to retaliate, but once again, she was met with Wang Xianzhe's hand, sending her reeling, though not speak. "Your very presence disgusts me." He scoffed, "An old woman, ugly and shameless, who dares to intimidate others. Do you possess no self-awareness?" In front of all the righteous sect members, Master Myriad's dignity lay in ruins, leaving her seething with rage. Never before had anyone dared to treat her with such contempt. Even those from the demonic realms showed her respect. The burning pain on her cheeks reminded her of her current humiliation. The clear imprints of his slaps were undoubtedly a source of mockery. Repeat that, am I or am I not the demon? Wang Xianzhe, having relished the moment, felt a sense of relief, fulfilling a childhood desire. He recalled how the pure and beloved Zhou Zhirua was forced into madness by the relentless Myriad. Indeed, some lessons required harsh methods. You shall not have a good death, Master Myriad vowed. Her resolve unyielding, glaring at Wang Xianzhe like a righteous warrior cornered by enemies. As she regained her composure, she unleashed a fierce surge of energy with her treasured sword, directing a wave of lethal sword chi towards him. Ha, they say you have an unyielding temper. How fortunate I am to share that same fiery disposition, Wang Xianzhe replied. The more obstinate Master Myriad became, the more he felt their dialogue was futile. Believing that the only solution was her demise to prevent further pollution of the environment, with a swift motion, he raised his fan and easily deflected the incoming sword Qa in a seamless maneuver. He redirected the fan's surface towards her throat, launching a swift attack. Chapter 91. Yin Yang Sword Technique. Wang Xianzhe was taken aback by her formidable strength, realizing that as a sect leader, she had been significantly empowered. What appeared to be a casual swing from him was, in fact, a masterfully executed fundamental sword technique, its intricacies perhaps not remarkable to the warriors of this world, but its swiftness was sufficient to decapitate Master Myriad in an instant. In her line of sight, a glimmer emanated from Wang Xianzhe's hand as the fan approached her throat with blinding speed and precision. That moment, the overwhelming aura surrounding Wang Xianzhe and the instinctive dread it elicited compelled Master Myriad to unleash her full potential, activating the Amei Nine Suns technique to double her innate power. Simultaneously, she wielded her sword in intricate arcs, creating a defensive barrier. The Yin Yang Sword Technique was a pinnacle of Amei's martial arts, accessible only to the sect leader and their chosen successor. Its profound principles mirrored the Taoist concept of Tai Chi, excelling in both defense and the ability to convert force into advantage. As she executed the technique, a mystical Yin-Yang Taiji formation appeared before her, shielding against Wang Xianzhe's fan. The next moment, Wang Xianzhe's fan collided with the Taiji symbol, producing no sound, akin to a stone sinking into the sea. The sudden lack of resistance left him feeling a weight in his chest, a discomfort that was hard to bear. Suppressing his frustration, Wang Xianzhe swung his fan, unleashing brilliant flashes of swift swords. Launching another assault on Master Myriad, she remained composed, continuing to draw arcs in the air, creating an increasingly intricate Taiji formation that countered his rapid strikes. As she drew more arcs, the Taiji symbol expanded, becoming clearer and more formidable, effectively neutralizing Wang Xianzhe's rapid onslaught and slowing his attacks to a crawl, as if he were wading through thick mud. Despite the disparity in their inherent strengths, Master Myriad managed to hold her ground against Wang Xianzhe, who had initially underestimated her. The reputation she held was indeed substantial, partly due to the sharpness of the Tiangang sword and her position as the Amei sect's leader. While her skills may not have been the highest among innate warriors, she still possessed a valuable legacy. However, witnessing the emergence of the Yin-Yang sword technique altered Wang Xianzhe's perception of her. Every esteemed faction had its hidden cards, and the potency of an extraordinary martial art surpassed his expectations. I underestimated you, he acknowledged, realizing that his swift strikes could not penetrate the defenses of her Yin-Yang sword technique. Consequently, he shifted his approach, transforming his previously straightforward attacks into lethal maneuvers, each imbued with fierce energy aimed at her vital points, enveloping her in a torrent of sword light, a demonstration of his perfected offensive swordsmanship. In a display of relentless aggression, Wang Xianzhe's powerful strikes battered against the Taiji formation, sending ripples through it. While his ferocious onslaught sought to destabilize her defense, the seemingly precarious Taiji symbol remained surprisingly resilient. 1 minute passed, then two. Under the relentless onslaught of Wang Xianzhe, the defenses of Myriad were impenetrable, preventing him from inflicting even the slightest harm. However, the immense consumption of internal energy began to take its toll, causing Myriad's complexion to shift towards a pallid hue. The colors of the Taiji diagram gradually dulled, indicating a depletion of internal power. Wang Xianzhe couldn't help but commend Myriad for her endurance. The Taoist principles of Yin and Yang, embodied in Taiji, were indeed the profound truths of the ancient Huaxia civilization. One couldn't help but wonder how the legendary Zhang Sanfeng, the founder of the Wudong sect who perfected the Taiji philosophy, would have fared in such a duel. This demon was astonishingly powerful, overpowering even the esteemed Myriad. The balance of righteousness and evil seemed to be tipping. Indeed, it was widely acknowledged that his external martial prowess was formidable, But his remarkable skill with the folding fan was entirely unexpected. The battle between the two was more stalemated than anticipated, leading to a flurry of discussions among the onlookers. They had initially expected myriad to swiftly dispatch Wang Xianzhe, yet it was she who found herself at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, those self-proclaimed heroes of justice would not speak in Wang Xianzhe's favor. With figures like Yu Songhai and myriad in attendance, they promptly categorized him as a villain deserving of public condemnation. The incredulity surrounding Wang Xianzhe, a newly famed physician, managing to suppress myriad was palpable. How could a healer wield such formidable martial might? Yet myriad, with her supreme internal mastery and the sword of heaven, would surely not succumb. Even as myriad faltered, the crowd remained reluctant to accept her potential defeat, loudly clamoring that she had merely been careless and would surely turn the tide. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Xianzhe felt the pressure of time weighing upon him. It was he who was embarrassed by the prolonged confrontation. myriad was on the verge of collapse amidst his unrelenting assault. The Taiji diagram before myriad had become almost imperceptible. Seizing the moment, Wang Xianzhe, who had held his breath in anticipation, unleashed a fierce shout and struck at myriad with his folding fan. What appeared to be a light fan transformed into a devastating force, akin to a mountain-splitting axe, surging towards her with earth-shattering might. This was the signature effect of the perfected attack of the great completion sword technique. Effortlessly wielding tenfold power, in a swift motion, Wang Xianzhe grasped the sword of heaven, disregarding myriad's fierce gaze, and boldly declared, "Now, the sword of heaven belongs to me." With a resounding crash, myriad fell heavily to the ground, already grievously wounded. Witnessing the crucial sword of heaven being seized by Wang Xianzhe, her fury ignited, and she spewed a mouthful of blood. In that instant, the onlookers, who had previously voiced support for myriad, now fixated hungrily on the legendary sword in Wang Xianzhe's possession. The sword of heaven was renowned in the martial world, and while they dared not snatch it from myriad, its acquisition by a nameless junior stirred their greedy thoughts. Despite Wang Xianzhe's evident superiority, with the sword of heaven in hand, Wang Xianzhe smirked, recognizing the avaricious glances of those around him. The atmosphere grew tense, and as the crowd pondered their next move, a bold voice echoed from afar, "Xiao Feng has arrived. I implore Physician Xue to save his Zhu." It was the infamous Xiao Feng. The crowd, reminded of their original purpose, turned their attention to the entrance, where a burly man with a beard carried a frail girl, striding forward with urgency etched upon his rugged face. The appearance of Xiao Feng sent a ripple of unease through the crowd. His reputation far eclipsed that of myriad. All eyes darted between Xiao Feng and the sword of heaven in Wang Xianzhe's grip, while the critically injured myriad was all but forgotten in the corner. "Xiao Feng, you still have the audacity to seek my help. If it's someone you brought, I advise you to abandon this hope." A middle-aged physician with an ethereal demeanor stepped forward from the crowd, exuding an air of a benevolent healer. Yet his words betrayed a complete lack of medical ethics or compassion, refusing to treat the evidently vulnerable Zhu. "Physician Xue, if you agree to treat Zhu, I am willing to pay any price." Xiao Feng, consumed by guilt for having injured Zhu, was now risking his life, prepared to trade his own existence for hers. Alas, the obstinate crowd, proclaiming their refusal to ally with a thief, dismissed Xiao Feng's desperate plea, believing they could eliminate him as a kitten villain with righteous impunity. At that moment, the crowd rallied, shouting, "Thief, surrender at once. You deserve to die. Physician Xue, will you truly not help?" Xiao Feng's hopeful approach was met with cold rejection, and his simmering anger could no longer be contained. If Physician Xue remained obstinate, he would have no choice but to fight his way through. "I would rather die than aid you, villain," Physician Xue replied icily, his demeanor utterly unyielding. "Since you dare to appear before us, today you shall not leave. I ask you one last time. Will you save her or not?" As a historically renowned leader of the beggars' sect, Xiao Feng was unmatched in both strength and charisma. As he faced the approaching crowd, he swiftly struck out, fueled by the multitude of unjust accusations and disdain he had endured. A resounding roar erupted, and a vivid golden dragon-shaped energy surged from his palm, charging toward the crowd. With a thunderous impact, the group before him was sent sprawling, their cries echoing as they were forcefully propelled away. Even as they attempted to obstruct him, the residual power of the dragon-shaped energy continued to surge forward, creating a massive crater in the ground, a testament to Xiao Feng's formidable reputation. As the battle escalated, various martial sects and individuals unleashed their own awe-inspiring techniques, filling the air with explosive sounds, roaring flames, and the brilliant clash of blades. The atmosphere became a mesmerizing spectacle of martial prowess, a rare sight in any high martial arts world. Amidst the chaos, each warrior fought with a sense of order. For instance, the disciples of the Tang sect unleashed a flurry of dazzling hidden weapons, showering Xiaofeng with a tempest of lethal projectiles, each edged with deadly intent. Yet, miraculously, none of the projectiles harmed the other assailants encroaching upon him. Xiaofeng, facing the onslaught, simply thrust his right palm forward with determination. A colossal golden dragon soared into the air, crashing down upon the multitude with the force of a missile, an explosive roar. The impact obliterated all in its path, including their special attacks, leaving chaos in its wake in the face of overwhelming power. Numbers held no significance. Xiaofeng thrived in battle, his strength only growing as he fought. Witnessing his unparalleled dominance, Wang Xianzhe marveled at the extraordinary palm technique, a legendary martial art that exceeded his expectations. Solidifying his resolve, the fantastical version of the 18 dragon-subduing palms was particularly astounding, its effects captivating the hearts of all present. Chapter 93. Lovers finally united with the sky-edge sword in hand. Wang Xianzhe was acutely aware that the unparalleled martial arts of the 18 dragon-subduing palms and the 9 manual lay within in front of the crowd. He restrained his urgent desire to shatter the sword and retrieve the sacred texts. Slowly advancing towards Xiaofeng, he had not forgotten that Zhu possessed the renowned Sanskrit ginseng. Xiaofeng, he thought, that worthless physician did not save Zhu. I can. However, according to my rules, I require the manual she holds in her arms. Ignoring the onslaught of figures that were violently sent flying by Xiaofeng, Wang Xianzhe closed in, smiling as he approached within 10 meters of Xiaofeng. Upon hearing that Wang Xianzhe could heal Zhu, Xiaofeng's face lit up with joy. Could it be that you are the renowned physician, the book fan divine doctor, who has recently saved countless lives, especially many impoverished commoners? I have long admired your reputation. Knowing Zhu had hope for recovery, Xiaofeng, overjoyed, gestured with his left hand, tracing a circle in the air. Suddenly, a golden dragon roared forth, crashing into the crowd and exploding with a thunderous roar. Sending those nearby scattering, Xiaofeng, with indomitable momentum, struck out with each palm, effortlessly sending dozens of skilled fighters flying. His strides carrying him directly to Wang Xianzhe. It was evident that Xiaofeng had not exhausted his strength against the attackers before. Now, with full force, the disparity in their powers was starkly revealed. Wang Xianzhe, how dare you defy the world to save that girl? You are at odds with the entire martial realm. It is said that rivals are often found amongst peers. Physician Xue, who already bore disdain for the young Wang Xianzhe being labeled a divine doctor, was further incensed by Wang's derogatory remarks. What a farce! Do you represent the entire martial world? Zhu is a mere girl, innocent and pitiful. What wrong has she committed? And you, a so-called doctor, are devoid of compassion. How callous you are! And do you truly believe I, with my mastery, cannot save her in a second? Perhaps you should find a place to bury yourself rather than disgrace your sect. Physician Xue looked down upon Wang Xianzhe, and Wang saw him as nothing but a fool. In the world of martial arts, there were many skilled physicians, and Xue Muhua was undoubtedly the least admirable of them all. First, he foolishly opposed the great hero Xiaofeng, and now, realizing he could not defeat him, he sought to threaten Xiaofeng with Zhu's life, a character certain to be condemned by readers in the original text. You, flustered by Wang Xianzhe's public humiliation, Xue Muhua struggled to articulate his outrage. For years, he had been revered wherever he went, and now he was being insulted by a junior. He momentarily forgot how Wang Xianzhe had discerned his affiliation with the Xiaoyao sect. So, Xue the divine doctor is indeed from Xiaoyao. But I have never heard of such a sect. Is this book fan divine doctor truly capable of miraculous cures? Ignoring the crowd's varied reactions to Wang Xianzhe, Xiaofeng, upon hearing that Wang could heal Zhu, was filled with excitement and quickly inquired, "Is this true? Do you have absolute confidence in saving Zhu?" "Indeed," Wang Xianzhe replied, nodding. Zhu merely suffers from severe internal injuries. For patients not afflicted by poison or illness, even the most dreadful injuries are trivial matters that I can easily resolve. The prospect of saving Zhu was the most significant matter in Xiaofeng's world. With hope now within reach, he immediately clasped his fists and exclaimed, "I implore you, divine doctor, to treat Zhu without delay. Beyond the manual, I, Xiaofeng, owe you a favor." "Humph! How dare this villain assist the chitin dogs? Neither of them are virtuous. We must eliminate evil and uphold righteousness." Witnessing Wang Xianzhe and Xiaofeng openly disregard their presence while conversing amiably, some hot-headed individuals, spurred on from the shadows, charged at Xiao Feng once more. Yet, upon seeing the golden dragon, the very same individuals who had shouted for justice found themselves retreating in fear. Regret after the dragon has soared, frustrated at the continued interruptions while attempting to save Zhu. Even Xiao Feng's patience wore thin. He turned to Wang Xianzhe and said, "Leave these fools to me. You focus on saving her." With that, Xiao Feng unleashed the final move of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Fully unleashing his fury, with a thunderous roar, a colossal golden dragon, stretching 100 meters long, erupted from Xiao Feng's palm. Its scientifically implausible form twisted and rolled through the air, its resplendent golden scales shimmering under the sun. In an instant, amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, it crashed into them with overwhelming force, resulting in an unprecedented explosion that created a massive crater for those who had previously been clamoring for justice. They were obliterated, leaving no trace behind. The repeated provocations against Zhu, the woman he loved dearly and felt indebted to, had undoubtedly forced Xiao Feng's hand. "Xiao Feng, the chitin dogs truly are chitin dogs. You have killed the illustrious Baidaxia, left leader. Ah, second brother, your death is a tragedy, villain. I will never forgive you." After a single devastating blow, countless lives were lost in the dragon's explosion, intensifying the crowd's hatred toward Xiao Feng. Yet, they failed to consider how they had treated him, screaming for his death and slandering him without a thought. Did they truly believe that a great hero and former leader of the beggars' sect would not resort to violence? Their arrogance had led them to their doom. Seeing Xiao Feng's overwhelming prowess exceed all expectations, Wang Xianzhe felt a thrill of excitement in this game-like world of Xuanwu. The strength of the upper echelon had evidently been amplified. Far beyond his anticipations, with the 18 dragon-subduing palms already within his grasp, he could not help but chuckle aloud. As for the lives of the rabble, they were of no concern to him. At this moment, amidst Xiao Feng's rampage, Wang Xianzhe had already directed his healing arts towards Zhu, fulfilling his promise. Instantly, Zhu's pale complexion transformed, her weakened body springing upright, fully restored to health, appearing even more vibrant than before. As soon as she regained her strength, Zhu dashed towards Xiao Feng, unable to suppress her longing for him. She had been silently observing his heroic deeds all this time, unwilling to burden him with her feelings of yearning. Now that their affections were mutual, she rushed into Xiao Feng's arms, releasing the pent-up passion she had held within. At last, the lovers were united. Seeing Xiao Feng and Zhu embrace tightly, seemingly destined for eternity, Wang Xianzhe smiled contentedly, having altered a significant tragedy from the original tale. Chapter 94. One peak surpasses another. The explosive aftermath of the 18 dragon-subduing palms shattered the encircling foes, while those who had dared to approach Xiao Feng were sent flying away, leaving a 100-meter radius unapproachable. This allowed Xiao Feng and Zhu, the star-crossed lovers, to share their heartfelt confessions. Yet, amidst this touching scene, there were those lacking in discernment, unable to bear the sight of such affection. As Xiao Feng reveled in the joy of Zhu's rescue, one individual leaped from afar, stealthily approaching Xiao Feng from behind. With a wicked intent, she thrust her sword viciously towards his back, an attack fraught with malice. Due to Zhu's recovery, the formidable Xiao Feng, lost in his overwhelming joy, failed to notice the impending ambush. The ferocity of the strike would surely pierce through both him and Zhu. Setting the stage for a tragic scene at that moment, the nefarious assailant was none other than the malevolent master of extinction, the same one who had caused Zhou Zhiruo's downfall in the original tale, a villainous figure who could not change her wicked ways. While Xiao Feng battled fiercely with the crowd, master of extinction, having consumed precious healing elixirs worth their weight in gold, and drawing upon the internal energy of the Amei 9 Yang technique, had managed to recover a third of her injuries. Now, with newfound mobility, she disregarded the dignity of her sect and chose to ambush the star-crossed lovers, drawing Wang Xianzhe's utmost disdain. Vile witch, perish! Wang Xianzhe was thoroughly disgusted by Master of Extinction's actions. Such a character could only bring peace to the world through her demise. Consumed by rage, he unleashed flames from his folding fan, launching an assault upon her with the legendary fire sword technique. The roaring flames had yet to reach the point of extinction, but the searing heat, soaring to thousands of degrees, had already caused the surrounding air to heat up significantly, warping the very fabric of space. The crimson and white flames consumed everything in their path, while the figure locked in the inferno, extinction, was drenched in sweat, both terrified by the overwhelming energy and scorched by the fierce blaze. In that moment, extinction could no longer focus on assassinating Xiao Feng. Her face paled as she retreated rapidly, fearing that Wang Xianzhe's fiery fan would strike her. Once he fully engaged, Wang Xianzhe's strength undoubtedly surpassed Extinction's expectations. If she did not evade, she would likely turn to ashes in the terrifying flames before she could even harm Qiao Feng. Now she wished to escape? It was too late. Wang Xianzhe had no desire to behold Extinction's foul visage for even a second longer. The demonic energy surged within him, causing the flames on his fan to erupt once more, completely enveloping Extinction in a tempest of fire. Suddenly, a familiar dragon's roar echoed through the air, and a colossal golden dragon spiraled in from behind Extinction. Charging directly toward Wang Xianzhe's flames. It was Qiao Feng's Konglong Yuhui, but this dragon was astonishingly twice the size of the previous strike. The voice of the dragon was undeniably louder and more profound than Qiao Feng's. Boom! Before Wang Xianzhe could ponder further, the gigantic golden dragon had reached him, forcing him to redirect his attention from Extinction to the dragon before him. Ignoring the dragon while attempting to eliminate Extinction would surely result in severe consequences for him. With a resounding crash, the flame sword technique collided with Konglong Yuhui, unleashing a deafening explosion that reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. The resulting shockwave was akin to an 18-level hurricane, sending forth a tumultuous surge of air that swept across the battlefield, carving countless deep gashes into the ground. Even those at a distance were not spared. Many of the less capable martial artists were flung away by the powerful gusts, revealing that they were unworthy of witnessing such a clash. Amidst the swirling tempest that obscured vision, Wang Xianzhe, having dispersed the golden dragon, allowed the sharp currents and the searing flames to engulf him. His gaze fixed on the direction from which the dragon had come. The earlier technique had exerted a slight pressure upon him, embodying a profound essence of masculinity and strength that transcended mere words. Reaching a pinnacle of martial mastery that was difficult to articulate yet deeply felt. If one were to summarize it, it would be the epitome of the utmost yang and strength, the zenith of masculine martial arts, an endless pursuit of excellence. Initially, Wang Xianzhe believed that Qiao Feng's 18 dragon-subduing palms represented the ultimate in masculine prowess, but in comparison, he suddenly realized his grave mistake. Qiao Feng's technique was, without doubt, vastly inferior. It was not the pinnacle he had once imagined. Who approaches? From the direction of the golden dragon, an elderly figure with flowing white hair raced in from the horizon, arriving at the battlefield in an instant. The robust internal energy emanating from him was impossible for Wang Xianzhe to ignore. This was the strongest individual he had ever encountered. The golden dragon could only have been conjured by this elder. You are Hong Qigong, one of the 5 greats of the world, at this point? Wang Xianzhe did not require a response from the elder, for he had already deduced his identity upon noticing the elder's 9 fingers, combined with his formidable strength and beggar's attire. Only Hong Qigong could explain this. Recognizing the visitor, Wang Xianzhe suddenly understood and no longer questioned the might of the Konglong Yuhui. After all, Hong Qigong was a pivotal figure in both the legend of the Condor Heroes and the return of the Condor Heroes, whose strength had been subtly amplified over time. As one of the 2 renowned leaders of the beggars sect in the martial arts world, he surpassed even Qiao Feng, who had seemingly perfected the 18 dragon-subduing palms. As Hong Qigong's years of martial cultivation afforded him greater mastery over both internal energy and the technique itself. Young man, your temper seems a bit fierce. Do not blame this old beggar for dousing your flames. After rescuing Extinction from Wang Xianzhe's grasp, Hong Qigong did not immediately call for conflict like the others. Instead, he smiled at Wang Xianzhe with a hint of admiration for his youthful prowess. Acknowledging that such talent was a rare find in a millennium. Hong Qigong, the true hero of the beggars sect whom I admire, why do you meddle in this affair? If Extinction were to perish, would it not mean peace for the world? Understanding Hong Qigong's courteous demeanor, Wang Xianzhe refrained from cursing him like he had with other ignorant martial artists. However, he could not conceal his dissatisfaction with the elder's intervention on Extinction's behalf and expressed his discontent openly. Extinction is the leader of the Amei sect. You should not kill her. Hong Qigong understood Extinction's foul temper and recognized her extreme ways. Yet, despite his altruistic nature, he could not escape the mindset of an ancient man and could not stand idly by while Extinction was threatened. Paths diverge. You, Hong Qigong, speak of not being petty and are clear about great principles. Yet in my view, you are not as enlightened as you claim. Wang Xianzhe shook his head in silence, recognizing Hong Qigong's predicament. Both the beggars sect and the Amei sect were esteemed martial factions, and such ties made it impossible for Hong Qigong to remain indifferent. Yet, while he understood, Wang Xianzhe could not help but lament that despite being a celebrated figure, the elder's worldview still left him feeling disillusioned. Do you truly wish to save her? Seeing Hong Qigong's resolute expression, Wang Xianzhe realized that, much like Hong Qigong's grand principles could not sway him, his own worldview would similarly fail to persuade the elder. He decided to speak freely. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. You claim extinction should not be killed. Is she truly a good person? Who knows? Is it your word? In response to Wang Xianzhe's query, Hong Qigong retorted, the leader of the Amei sect is naturally the epitome of righteousness. To judge by status is a narrow-minded view. Just because the Amei sect is righteous does not mean all who come from it are good, nor does it mean that those from Khitan are all evil. Those who kill in the name of righteousness are justified. Yet you feel at ease attacking an unarmed girl. I cannot bear the burden of your so-called righteousness, nor will I allow it to be imposed upon me. Wang Xianzhe was entirely unimpressed by the rhetoric of righteousness versus evil. Aware that many tales of martial heroes were rife with hypocrisy, characters like Extinction, in the throes of her midlife crisis, were often the most vicious yet oblivious to their own malignance. Devil, do not attempt to argue. No matter your cunning, death is inescapable. Seeing that the beggar before him was indeed the elusive Hong Qigong, the disheartened crowd, now rallied, looked upon him with excitement, exclaiming, Hong Qigong, you need not adhere to any rules to deal with these wicked beings. Your martial prowess is unparalleled. Please rid us of these two fiends. On the other side, Extinction, having narrowly escaped death, defiantly glared at Wang Xianzhe with unyielding eyes, asserting, I am justice itself, and I will slay every last one of the demonic sect. That woman who associates with Khitan, such a person is equally deserving of death. Her words only served to stoke the flames of Wang Xianzhe's ire, making his displeasure unmistakable as he coldly addressed Hong Qigong. The so-called righteous leader you wish to save is of this ilk. Allow me to show you the true face of evil. I spit on your righteousness. With that, flames erupted once more on the Xiaoyao fan. And as the flame sword technique was unleashed, a fiery wave shot forth towards Hong Qigong. Excellent! Wang Xianzhe's fiery swordplay drew praise from Hong Qigong, who unleashed a mighty roar as a colossal golden dragon erupted from his palm. The pinnacle of his technique brought the dragon to life, roaring as it twisted through the air, tearing through the flames sent by Wang Xianzhe and gradually extinguishing their energy. Ultimately, in terms of fine control of energy, it pales in comparison to the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Seeing this, Wang Xianzhe remained unperturbed. With a swift motion of his right hand, he unleashed a flurry of fiery waves towards Hong Qigong. The 18 dragon-subduing palms contained profound martial truths. Each strike was not only powerful but also intricately refined. However, even for Hong Qigong, unleashing such potent moves required several seconds of build-up to unleash the full terror of the golden dragon. In contrast, Wang Xianzhe's flame sword technique allowed for rapid succession of strikes, provided his internal demonic energy was ample, enabling him to unleash a continuous barrage of fiery waves for hours on end. Simple yet undeniably overwhelming. A torrent of pure, powerful flames struck the golden dragon, exhausting it as it struggled to cope. Under the relentless onslaught, the golden dragon soared and roared, yet ultimately overwhelmed by sheer numbers, it was cleaved into several pieces, disintegrating into nothingness with a mournful cry. Having shattered the dragon, Wang Xianzhe did not linger. In the next moment, he appeared before Hong Qigong, unleashing even more fiery energy. Roar! The mighty dragon repents. Hong Qigong recognized the formidable strength of Wang Xianzhe, a youth whose power was extraordinarily burdensome. However, upon confronting him, he discovered that Wang Xianzhe's prowess surpassed his expectations. Reluctantly, he unleashed the final move of the 18 dragon-subduing palms, summoning a colossal golden dragon to clash against the fierce flames. The impact was thunderous as countless fiery energies collided with the giant dragon, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. In the ensuing tumult, both Wang Xianzhe and Hong Qigong were propelled backward. A closer inspection revealed that Wang Xianzhe steadied himself after retreating merely a dozen meters, while Hong Qigong was forced to retreat over 30 meters before regaining his footing, his complexion paling as he found himself at a disadvantage in the confrontation. How could this be? Hong Qigong's legendary title was no idle boast. Many had grown up hearing tales of his prowess. Now, witnessing the young demon Wang Xianzhe force him back, the onlookers were incredulous. How could Wang Xianzhe, a figure of the demonic path, be so overwhelmingly strong that even Hong Qigong could not subdue him? Were the righteous sects on the brink of being plunged back into the dark ages of despair? Demon, do not approach. Despite Hong Qigong's plea, Wang Xianzhe paid him no heed, advancing slowly towards Mieju. Instilling a profound sense of dread within the crowd, as he continued to approach, Several martial artists leaning against myriad could no longer withstand the pressure, breaking into a cold sweat and screaming in panic, abandoning their leader in a desperate flight. Previously, even Wang Xianzhe's immense strength had not instilled fear among the so-called righteous, as they naively believed that their sects and leaders provided them with sufficient confidence and deterrence to dissuade the demon from taking lethal action. Yet, in light of the comparison with the legendary Hong Qigong, they finally grasped the terrifying magnitude of Wang Xianzhe's power, a level far beyond their own comprehension. After all, if even the revered Hong Qigong was no match for him, how could these mere juniors dare challenge him? In the end, the martial world respects strength above all else. The righteous sects, realizing their peril, faltered, knowing that even if Wang Xianzhe were to slay them,